A youth fortuitously acquires a spatial talisman, which leads him to a scene of a fierce duel between two practitioners. Unintentionally, he rescues a stunning fairy afflicted by a rare and lethal poison, who subsequently brings him back to her sect, thus commencing his journey into the realm of cultivation. As time progresses, he discovers the extraordinary capabilities of a Jade Pendant, prompting him to nurture spiritual herbs while diligently honing his skills. He traverses through the stages of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and divine transformation, ultimately ascending to the celestial realm and becoming a Dao Ancestor. However, the path of cultivation knows no bounds, and he soon learns of the existence of the divine realm above the celestial realm, inhabited by celestial kings, emperors, and divine beings. Chapter 1. The Life and Death Sutra. On a rainy day, dark clouds loomed ominously. The air crackled with thunder, and the resounding roars of lightning transformed the night into a day-like brilliance. At this moment, within a secluded, windswept old residence in a narrow alley of Xuanwu City, a strikingly handsome youth rummaged through dusty boxes and cabinets. The youth, named Ye Chen, was an orphan, bereft of parental care, and now found himself in abject poverty. Frail and emaciated, he 17 or 18 years of age, he possessed prominent brows and starry eyes, with an air of scholarly demeanor, though his countenance frequently betrayed signs of melancholy. He had been searching for a book he had perused a few days prior, having scoured the shelves, bedside, and chests to no avail. Just as he was about to abandon his quest, his gaze caught sight of a bulging book nestled in the corner of the room. What is this? Curiosity piqued, he cautiously opened it. To his astonishment, a beautifully crafted jade pendant emerged before him. The pendant was translucent and palm-sized, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns resembling the ancient beasts depicted in the very book he sought. However, as he grasped the pendant, a sharp edge concealed within the pages of the book grazed his finger, drawing forth a drop of crimson blood that fell upon the pendant. In an instant, the blood spread rapidly, transforming the once white jade into a striking crimson hue. Ye Chen, alarmed and distressed, hastily wiped the pendant clean. At that moment, a refreshing aura emanated from the pendant, surging into his body. He felt a jolt coursing through him, followed by a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an extraordinary realm. It was a small world, enigmatic in nature. Beneath his feet lay a vast marble plaza, adorned with bizarre engravings that pointed toward a central stone tablet. Gazing into the distance, he beheld an expanse of unending darkness, as if this small area were an isolated island suspended in the void. Ye Chen inhaled sharply, marveling at the peculiarity of the place. Approaching the central stone tablet, he noticed it was covered with an array of intricate patterns and ancient inscriptions, their meanings profound and obscure. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the words Life and Death Sutra inscribed upon it. Life and Death Sutra. Seek longevity, breathe and circulate. Life everlasting. Refine body and soul, neither born nor perish. Captivated by the words, along with the accompanying illustrations, he quickly realized it was a cultivation technique. Longevity? A technique? How intriguing. Time slipped away as he pondered, until a sudden clap of thunder jolted him back to reality. Upon inspection, he found himself still clutching the jade pendant, now lying alone on the ground. Could it have all been a dream? Ye Chen mused, though the vividness of the experience lingered in his mind. Bored and restless, he resolved to practice the techniques inscribed upon the tablet. The Life and Death Sutra encompassed knowledge of breath regulation and meridian pathways, proving manageable for a scholar like him. The first layer of the technique involved drawing qi into the body. Clearing his mind of distractions, he stabilized his thoughts, reciting the mental incantation while adjusting his internal energy according to the meridian diagram on the tablet. Before long, he felt a cool energy from the pendant gradually permeating through his body, coursing through his meridians. Initially icy, it soon transformed into a soothing warmth, as if cleansing the blockages within his pathways, alternating between comfort and discomfort. Over the following months, Ye Chen became increasingly engrossed in the first layer of the Life and Death Sutra. Unexpected benefits began to manifest. His once frail physique grew stronger, and a steady stream of vitality surged within him. In stark contrast to his previous lethargy, his senses, hearing and smell, became markedly sharper. On another rainy day, Ye Chen smiled, holding the jade pendant, lost in thought. Just then, the sky erupted with thunder, shaking the earth below. A sudden bolt of lightning struck down, aimed directly at the room where Ye Chen resided. The lightning arrived in an instant, leaving him tingling, followed by excruciating pain, culminating in a blinding flash of white light. With his eyes tightly shut, he felt the rush of wind beside him, a sudden sensation of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes, terror gripped him as he realized he was plummeting from the sky. Near a certain sect, thunder flashed, and the ground trembled. A faint aroma wafted through the air, not bad-looking. It seems the heavens favor me, chuckled a gaunt elder, his eyes glinting with greed. Opposing him was a beautiful female practitioner clad in black, her raven hair sleek, and skin pale and smooth. As her veil fell away, her exquisite beauty was unveiled. Tall and voluptuous, she was indeed a rare vision. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like water, captivating yet filled with distress, revealing signs of injury with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. More embarrassingly, after an intense battle, her attire was tattered, her magical energy waning, leaving her sword's power diminished. Left with no choice, she retrieved her last talisman from her storage pouch to defend herself. The gaunt elder had long set his sights on her. He had stealthily followed her from the market, seizing the opportunity when she was vulnerable. With a few magical artifacts and vast experience, he gradually gained the upper hand after a fierce confrontation. Why, lovely beauty, you have succumbed to a seductive poison. If you do not seek an antidote soon, your magic will dissipate, and your physical form will shatter, leading to unimaginable suffering. The beautiful female practitioner's face reflected terror. Haha, of course, dying in such a manner would be a waste. If you were to become my servant, the benefits would be plentiful. Bah, shameless, she retorted, her delicate form trembling with anger. The elder, seemingly unfazed, leered at her figure, licking his parched lips. Seeing her weakened state, he approached slowly with a cold smile. Yet, as she sensed the imminent danger, she clenched her teeth in defiance. Seizing the moment, she hastily cast her final spell, channeling her remaining energy into several flying swords that surged forward. In a flash of blinding light, she stumbled, blood gushing from her mouth, her injuries worsening. Ha ha ha, there's no need to struggle. Such efforts would only cause me pain. The elder feigned pity, his face displaying a mock concern. Just as the female practitioner felt a surge of desperation, the thunder in the sky intensified, filling the heavens with a web of electricity. Boom! A powerful bolt of lightning struck the elder, and suddenly something crashed down from above, hitting him squarely. The elder cried out in agony. The female practitioner, witnessing this, felt a spark of hope ignite in her heart, and seized this opportunity to unleash her talisman with all her might. The talisman rapidly ignited, a brilliant and cold, gleaming giant sword swiftly materialized from within. The massive sword blazed with crimson flames, fiercely striking toward the emaciated elder. The frail old man was caught off guard, and with a piercing scream, a gaping hole appeared in his body, blood gushing forth. The elder's face was a mask of resentment, his heart unwilling to accept his fate, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The female cultivator sighed in relief, but her expression darkened as she unleashed a fireball toward him. Boom. Shortly thereafter, the elder's flesh was reduced to a pile of ashes. At that moment, her gaze slowly fell upon the youth descending from the heavens. Chapter 2. Brought back to the sect by the fairy. Before her stood a youth clad in tattered, filthy garments, his body shrouded in darkness, as if scorched by flames. Yet, his features were strikingly handsome, exuding an air of righteousness, reminiscent of an educated mortal. This expedition to fulfill a sect mission had been fraught with peril. Had it not been for the sudden lightning strike upon the elder, the outcome would have been unimaginable. After consuming several medicinal pills, the female cultivator immediately sat cross-legged. Entering a meditative state to refine them. 2 hours later, she slowly opened her enchanting eyes. Still in slumber? Noticing the youth remained unconscious, she furrowed her delicate brows, swiftly forming a hand gesture as a surge of mana shot forth. The unconscious Ye Chen emitted a faint groan, gradually opening his eyes, scanning his surroundings with a look of confusion. Speak of your origins. Following the voice, Ye Chen beheld an exceptionally beautiful female cultivator standing before him. Her countenance resembled a cold, exquisite ice sculpture, with a smooth and delicate face, a high-bridged nose, and a tall, slender figure. Her flawless features and gentle contours harmoniously melded, radiating an aura of aloof elegance, akin to the legendary beauties described in ancient texts. For a moment, he was utterly mesmerized. The female cultivator, noticing his dazed expression, lightly shook her head. Parting her ruby lips, she instructed, "Come with me back to the sect." Back to the sect? Ye Chen's mind seemed muddled, unclear of the lady's intentions. Without waiting for his agreement, she retrieved a cloak from her storage bag, giving it a slight shake, which enveloped the youth within it. Simultaneously, her flying sword emitted a resonant hum, expanding in size. As she prepared to maneuver the sword, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Her body suddenly faltered, her limbs grew weak, and she felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her veins, her consciousness beginning to blur. Soon, a parching thirst and restlessness overcame her. Not good. A flicker of panic crossed her stunning face. She realized that the aphrodisiac had begun to take effect. If she did not detoxify promptly, it would lead to her demise. This, as a being of pure elegance, The thought of perishing in such a manner was unbearable, compelling her to shift her focus to the youth. With a long sigh, her expression became both embarrassed and shy. Wrapped in the cloak, Ye Chen heard a rush of wind before being unceremoniously tossed to the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered himself in a narrow cave. A hand gesture released him from his bindings. The expression on the beautiful cultivator's face was peculiar. Her eyes were glazed, her cheeks flushed, as she approached him slowly. "Fairy, what is this?" Yet before he could receive a response, his eyes were covered. As she drew nearer, he caught a waft of her fragrant scent, mingling with a hint of medicinal aroma. It was an exceedingly vivid dream. Just then, the life and death formula within him began to inexplicably stir, guiding a surge of pure energy to coalesce in his dantian. Alternating between icy cold and fiery heat, before long, Ye Chen succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he was startled to find a cold blade pressed against his chin. "Fairy, what is this?" Ye Chen's face was one of terror, sensing the gravity of the situation. "You shameless." The female cultivator's gaze was icy, her body trembling with rage. With a mere flick, she could quell her anger. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, she grappled with the fact that he had saved her, and moreover, it was her first experience. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground, revealing a fierce expression. "This matter must not leave your lips, or I shall take your life. Rest assured, Fairy, should I breach my promise, may the heavens strike me down," Ye Chen hastily swore. Hearing this, the female cultivator's expression gradually softened. In a cold tone, she stated, "You have now acquired 200 years of my. Cultivate diligently from here on, but until you reach the foundation establishment stage, do not attempt to refine it, or you will perish." Ye Chen found this difficult to comprehend. Did the female cultivator before him truly possess an age several times that of his grandmother? Seeing his dazed countenance, the female cultivator's expression darkened. Sensing her impending wrath, Ye Chen quickly asserted, "I shall heed every word of the fairy." The female cultivator, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, then summoned her magical power to envelop Ye Chen in the cloak once more. Enveloped in the cloak, Ye Chen heard the sound of rushing wind, his mind swirling with thoughts, uncertain of what the sect truly entailed. The Blood-Hidden Sect, a renowned demonic sect in the kingdom of Yu, with a long and storied history. The entire sect lay within a colossal barrier, its spiritual energy flowing, the faint blue barrier shimmering under the sunlight, occasionally radiating vibrant hues. At that moment, the female cultivator's expression was composed as she led Ye Chen directly to the grand hall of the sect's outer gate. With a thud, Ye Chen, wrapped in the cloak, was unceremoniously thrown out. Before him stood an imposing structure, crafted from white jade, adorned with intricate patterns and designs that tee the entrance. Two colossal spirit beasts stood guard, glaring with blood-red eyes, emitting deep growls upon detecting the presence of a stranger. Ye Chen had never encountered such terrifying spirit beasts, fear washing over him as he instinctively took 2 steps back. "You need not fear. This is the realm of the Immortals. With me here, they will not harm you." Immortals? Ye Chen gazed at the colossal spirit beasts and the exquisitely crafted architecture around him, his heart filled with awe. The Qi refinement cultivators stationed outside the grand hall greeted the female cultivator with respect. "Greetings, ancestor." The female cultivator's expression was frosty, her mood evidently displeased as she entered the outer hall without a word. Inside the hall, a middle-aged cultivator bore a look of surprise, smiling as he inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, junior sister?" The beautiful elder of the demonic sect, Li Muxue, was renowned throughout the land. Not only was she exceptionally powerful, but her beauty was unparalleled in the entire sect and the kingdom of Yu. Years prior, he had pursued Li Muxue, only to be firmly rejected, and the memory still lingered painfully. Li Muxue spoke coolly, "Lu Shixiao, accept the person outside the hall as an outer disciple." The Lu cultivator appeared astonished, hesitating as he replied, "That may not conform to the rules. To enter the outer sect, one must undergo a spirit root test, inquire about their origins, and conduct investigations. This individual is a descendant of an old acquaintance. I shall take responsibility for any incidents that he has already reached the early stage of Qi refinement," Li Muxue said firmly. Seeing that the other party still wore a conflicted expression, she retrieved a pill bottle from her storage bag and tossed it toward the Lu cultivator. Inside the bottle were exceptionally precious medicinal pills, which she had long hesitated to consume, but now, in seeking assistance, she had no choice but to part with them. Upon seeing this, the Lu cultivator smiled slightly. Opening the bottle, he took a careful sniff, and upon catching a whiff of the fragrant aroma, his expression turned to one of astonishment. "Junior sister, considering the merits of this elixir, I shall extend my leniency this time." Li Muxue nodded slightly, casting a fleeting glance at the youth, her heart entangled with unease as she departed. Yet, that mere flicker of her gaze did not escape the notice of the Lu surname cultivator, whose face betrayed a chilling smile. After dispatching a transmission talisman, a black-clad Qi refining practitioner swiftly entered the room. Following a brief exchange, the black-clad cultivator cast a cold glance at Ye Chen, scrutinizing him with a complex expression in a frigid tone. He introduced himself. I am Lu Wentai. You may refer to me as Senior Brother Lu from this day forth. Today, I shall assist you in completing your entry formalities. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen promptly bowed and replied, I appreciate your assistance, Senior Brother Lu. Chapter 3. Introduction. Ye Chen could distinctly sense the chill emanating from the other party, prompting him to exercise utmost caution. Fortuitously, guided by his companion and aboard their flying vessel, he swiftly attended to the necessary formalities. The process was remarkably smooth, beginning with the bone testing, followed by the production of an identity token, and concluding with the arrangement of his accommodations. In this realm of immortals, the architectural grandeur was awe-inspiring, with several grand halls constructed from solid blocks of jade, an experience utterly foreign to Ye Chen in the mortal world. He stood in speechless admiration, feeling an inexplicable fondness for this sect. However, the assigned residence was rather peculiar, situated in a remote and desolate area at the foot of a mountain. In the distance lay an unfamiliar crimson lake, surrounded by withered trees devoid of any vitality. This shall be your dwelling, his companion stated, gesturing towards the abode. Inside, you will find some sect garments and provisions. Judging by your appearance, you must have endured considerable hardships. Brother, Ye Chen began, but before he could elaborate, Lu Wentai silenced him with a raised hand, his expression impassive as he produced a vial of elixir and 7 spirit stones, though his gaze lingered longingly on the stones. Ye Chen, quick-witted, grasped the undercurrents of his companion's thoughts. After all, his extensive reading had not been in vain. Now that he had just entered the sect, there were many opportunities to seek assistance, so he respectfully replied, Brother, as a new initiate, I do not require so many spirit stones. Do not require? Lu Wentai's face lit up with surprise, and he blinked in astonishment. He had not anticipated such understanding from Ye Chen and nodded with satisfaction. Very well, in that case, consider these spirit stones a temporary loan. Brother, there is no need for formality. After accepting Ye Chen's spirit stones, Lu Wentai's demeanor softened, and he spoke gently. The sect's regulations and techniques can be found in the cave. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to visit the transmission hall. Yes, thank you, brother. Ye Chen bowed deeply once more. As he prepared to depart, Lu Wentai cast a wary glance at the crimson lake and said coolly, from now on, your duty will be to oversee this area, especially to report immediately to the sect should you notice any unusual activity concerning this lake. Unusual activity? What kind of activity? Ye Chen inquired, perplexed. Nothing of consequence. You will come to understand in due time. Lu Wentai feigned a cough and hastily departed, a look of trepidation evident on his face. Once his companion was out of sight, Ye Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, a mixture of joy and excitement bubbling within him as he murmured to himself, is this how my journey into cultivation begins? The assigned residence was a cave, seemingly the only dwelling for an outer disciple in this vast, secluded area. Gently tapping his identity token against the blue barrier at the cave's entrance, a void appeared before him. Upon pushing open the cave door, he was met with a wave of disappointment as a pungent stench assaulted his senses. After a bout of nausea, he managed to step inside. At the far end of the cave lay a rickety bed and a long sword, accompanied by several sacks of grain and a few bamboo slips. After surveying the surroundings, Ye Chen's expression darkened. The interior was damp and cold, far worse than his former home. His gaze fell upon the bamboo slips on the table, which comprised 4 volumes, an introduction and history of the blood-hidden sect, regulations of the blood-hidden sect, blood fiend technique, and fundamentals of spellcasting. Curiosity prompted him to peruse the introduction and history of the blood-hidden sect. Upon finishing the bamboo slip, astonishment etched across his face as he comprehended that this was a sect of the demonic way. The sect was divided into inner and outer disciples. Newly arrived acolytes, unless exceptionally gifted to qualify for the inner sanctum, were relegated to the outer circle. However, diligent outer disciples, upon reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, could ascend to the inner sect. The hierarchy within the sect was stringent, with strength reigning supreme. Should one fail to attain the 3rd level of Qi refinement by the age of 18, they would be demoted to menial labor, implying that the sect could not sustain the burden of ineptitude indefinitely. He recalled the cold sneer of the examiner during the spiritual root assessment, realizing that his aptitude was rather mediocre. Next, he turned to the regulations of the blood-hidden sect, which contained a chilling list of 50 offenses punishable by death, instilling a sense of dread. The blood fiend technique detailed methods for sensing and refining spiritual energy, as well as the cultivation of blood energy, while fundamentals of spellcasting recorded elementary spells such as telekinesis, fireball, ice spike, earth entrapment, and lightning strike. After a meticulous study of the bamboo slips, his heart surged like tumultuous waves. The day had been rife with experiences. This series of encounters felt like a rebirth after tribulation, leaving him utterly exhausted. And he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself once more in the small world within the Jade Pendant space. At that moment, a wisp of blood mist arose from a distant crimson lake, slowly drifting toward the cave where Ye Chen resided. The restrictions could not deter this chilling blood mist, which permeated the cave with an overwhelming aura of blood energy. This blood mist seemed to possess a siphoning quality, greedily preparing to absorb Ye Chen's essence. Just as the crisis loomed, the Jade Pendant suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance, completely devouring the encroaching blood energy. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, as he contemplated the techniques inscribed on the stone tablet, the outside world had brightened considerably. Having arrived in an unfamiliar realm, entering a cultivation sect, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Whether it was a righteous sect or a demonic one, survival had become paramount. After preparing a meal, he began to study the blood fiend technique. The name of the technique was indeed daunting, yet its methods for sensing and refining spiritual energy bore striking similarity to the first tier of the life and death Jew, albeit with a greater emphasis on blood energy cultivation. After careful comparison, he decisively cast aside the blood fiend technique and diligently pursued the life and death Jew. After all, the first part of the life and death Jew had stated that practicing this technique could refine both body and spirit, achieving a state of neither birth nor extinction. Moreover, the life and death Jew comprised a total of 15 tiers, unlike the incomplete techniques provided by the sect, which were merely introductory. He had successfully drawn qi into his body, thus becoming a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement, but to advance to the second level, he would need additional time to solidify his foundation. As he diligently practiced, a sudden call from outside the cave caught his attention, its tone crisp and melodious. How could it possibly be a female cultivator? Ye Chen was taken aback, for he found himself within a demonic sect, and it was rather unusual for someone to seek him out shortly after his arrival. This made him feel somewhat wary. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to lift the barrier of his cave. Before him stood a female cultivator, approximately 18 years of age, her skin as flawless as snow, delicate enough to be pierced by a breath. She possessed a tall and graceful figure, her enchanting eyes shimmering like autumn waters, betraying a hint of allure in her gaze. The female cultivator outside, noticing someone had emerged, felt a twinge of disappointment. Based on her experience, the occupant should have perished by now, and the resources of that individual would naturally have been hers. With a gentle smile, she spoke softly. "Are you the new junior brother? We are neighbors, as I reside at the other end of the mountain." She gestured casually towards the desolate depths of the mountain. Chapter 4. The Female Cultivator's Ambush. "Ah, it is senior sister. I pay my respects," Ye Chen replied, feigning reverence as was customary in the sect. Newcomers were expected to show respect to those of higher cultivation. The female cultivator nodded in satisfaction, yet her gaze remained fixed upon him, scrutinizing him with keen interest. The faint, intoxicating fragrance wafting from her left him feeling slightly dizzy. "May I inquire what brings you here, senior sister?" "Nothing of great import. I merely noticed someone cooking here, so I thought I would come take a look. My name is Chen Qian. From now on, you may call me Senior Sister Chen." Ye Chen sensed an air of arrogance in her demeanor. Although he felt a sense of discontent, he maintained his respectful tone. "Yes, Senior Sister Chen." Chen Qian was indeed a striking beauty, renowned in the outer sect, often the object of many male cultivators' affections. Yet, the individual before her appeared utterly oblivious to her charms, exhibiting a remarkable lack of interest. With a glance around, she smiled sweetly and said, "Could it be that junior brother is unfamiliar with the customs of hospitality? Will you not invite your senior sister inside for a moment?" Ye Chen's expression turned awkward as he replied, "Senior sister, I arrived only yesterday and have yet to tidy the place. Once I have organized things, I would be honored to invite you in for a chat." Chen Qian had intended to make her move once inside the cave, but upon hearing his verbose response, she could no longer contain herself. Her expression shifted dramatically, turning cold and menacing. She unleashed a spell that rendered Ye Chen immobile and dragged him into the cave. Fear surged within Ye Chen, yet recalling the sect's rules against wanton slaughter, he regained his composure and managed to smile. "Senior sister, may I ask what transgression I have committed to offend you?" With a disdainful snort, Chen Qian demanded, "Let us discuss what transpired last night." "Nothing occurred last night. I had only just entered the sect and retired early," Ye Chen replied earnestly, his face a mask of confusion. "Is that so? There were no irregularities?" "None. The night was calm and uneventful," Ye Chen insisted, his expression sincere and perplexed. After Chen Qian fell silent, her eyes caught sight of a bottle of elixir on the table, and a look of relief spread across her face. Without hesitation, she placed it into her storage bag. This was the first time Ye Chen had witnessed a treasure capable of storing items, which piqued his curiosity. After Qin Xian had taken the elixir, she began to search the cave meticulously but found nothing. With a stern voice, she inquired, "Where are the spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen finally comprehended that she had come to rob him. "Senior sister, the spirit stones were taken by senior brother Lu Wentai, who brought me here yesterday, claiming they were temporarily borrowed." Disappointment washed over Qin Xian's face, yet she continued to search the cave with a lingering sense of doubt. "You, young man, are remarkably fortunate. Do you not know that one should not reside here on the night of the full moon?" she admonished. Ye Chen responded, feigning confusion and innocence. "You are quite handsome. Take care of your health during this time, so you can serve me well later," she added. Ye Chen, bewildered by her words, soon realized that she desired not only riches but also to impose her will upon him. With a cold smile, the female cultivator gestured a spell, and with a resounding bang, the bindings around him vanished, leaving him feeling unshackled. As she departed, Ye Chen let out a long sigh of relief, contemplating the ruthless nature of the demonic sect. Here, there was no camaraderie, only the law of the jungle. After securing the cave's defenses, he promptly settled into a meditative position, embarking on an arduous journey of cultivation that stretched day and night. Despite the absence of elixirs and spirit stones, he could feel the Jade Pendant continuously supplying pure spiritual energy, far superior to that found within the sect. On the second full moon night, a foul stench of blood suddenly enveloped the cave, ensnaring Ye Chen once more. However, something remarkable occurred. The Jade Pendant emitted a radiant glow, absorbing all the malevolent energy. Ye Chen was astounded, realizing that this pendant possessed such extraordinary capabilities amidst the strange occurrences of the demonic sect. One day, after releasing a long breath of turbid air, he joyously discovered that he had unknowingly advanced to the second tier of qi refinement. Although it was merely a slight elevation, he could distinctly feel the acceleration in the absorption of spiritual energy within him. An abundance of spiritual energy surged into his body, impacting his meridians and continuously refining his bones, ultimately coalescing into a mass of pure energy within his dantian. This was the condensation of magical power. The more pure energy accumulated in the dantian, the greater one's strength. Having gathered a significant amount of magical power in his dantian, he was finally prepared to learn some spells from the elementary spell explanation. He decided to first practice the fireball technique. After silently reciting the incantation, he summoned the magical power from his dantian, and before long, a flicker of light appeared between his index and middle fingers. Seeing this, Ye Chen's heart surged with excitement. But at that moment, the glowing orb vanished at a visible speed. The reason was none other than his initial unfamiliarity with casting spells. Understanding the reasons for failure, I subsequently engaged in repeated practice. After spending 10 days, a formidable fireball finally took shape. The fireball transformed from a small glimmer between my fingers into a roaring blaze that struck the cave wall with a thunderous sound. Having mastered one spell, I then proceeded to learn the ice spike technique, the quicksand technique, and the thunderstrike technique. The remaining spells were acquired in a brief span. As these had been simplified by the sect, overly complex spells would only undermine the confidence of newly initiated disciples. I had been calculating the days, preparing mentally for how to respond. Initially, I believed Qin Xian would arrive after 3 months, yet after waiting several days, I unexpectedly encountered a woman. The cave's restrictions were as nothing to Li Muxue, who had silently appeared behind me. Her face was flushed, her body radiated heat, and her eyes were clouded. Since the last incident, she had discovered that the poison was exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely. As it began to flare up again, she felt compelled to seek me out. "Disciple greets ancestrally," I acknowledged. Li Muxue did not respond. Her gaze suddenly turned icy as she swiftly cast a spell. I was taken aback, momentarily stunned. As a chilling sensation enveloped me, I realized my garments had disintegrated in an instant, and my body was ensnared by her magic. When I awoke the next day, I found myself exceedingly fatigued, with a dull ache on either side of my waist. As I surveyed my surroundings, I discovered that the beautiful ancestor had long departed, leaving 3 vials of elixirs and 20 spirit stones on a distant table. Sighing, I shook my head in resignation, yet a flicker of surprise surfaced. These were elixirs meant for core formation cultivators. Upon opening the vials, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped me, and the quality was exceptional. At that moment, I was in dire need of such elixirs, so I consumed 3 of them in quick succession. Once ingested, a warm energy surged through my limbs and bones, bringing immense comfort as the fatigue dissipated, seemingly infused with pure spiritual power. Overcome with excitement, I promptly settled into a meditative posture to diligently cultivate. Chapter 5. Disputes Among Peers, Part 1. At this moment, Li Muxue found herself in a different state of mind. Upon returning to her dwelling, she appeared utterly despondent. After shedding her outer garments and thin veil, she stepped slowly into a vast bathing tub. The air was thick with mist, and a multitude of crimson petals floated upon the surface. As the water cascaded, a sound of weeping echoed through the space. The poison she had encountered was exceedingly vile, rendering her, once proud and aloof, utterly helpless. The adversary was merely a chi refinement stage cultivator. If word of this were to spread, how could she face others? Fortunately, she had refrained from slaying him at that moment. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. I had completely refined the 3 vials of elixirs and the 20 spirit stones, unknowingly elevating my cultivation to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. My gaze now sparkled with clarity, and my heart brimmed with joy. Reaching the 3rd layer of chi refinement meant I would not be relegated to the status of a sect laborer. In the introduction to the blood-hidden sect, it was mentioned that external disciples, upon reaching the 3rd level, must register and acquire more cultivation resources at the Demon Sect Hall each month than before. The Demon Sect Hall is situated on Demon Mountain, and a steady stream of cultivators arrives to collect these resources. Curiously, these external disciples hurriedly donned black cloaks and heavy masks, swiftly departing after obtaining their supplies, seemingly fearful of being recognized and having their rightful resources snatched away. At that moment, Ye Chen shivered, acutely aware that he was the only cultivator without a mask, like a tempting morsel in the eyes of the crowd. The process for obtaining cultivation resources was straightforward. One merely needed to present their identification token for a record to receive the resources. Ye Chen felt a wave of anxiety, recalling how the last time he had just received his resources, they were snatched away by the Liu clan disciple and Chen Qian before he could even make use of them. Unfortunately, his fears were soon realized. Just as he stepped out of the Demon Sect Hall, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Junior brother, here to collect your cultivation resources?" Ye Chen's heart sank as he turned to see the speaker remove his mask, revealing a warm smile. Resigned, he respectfully replied, "Greetings, Senior Brother Liu." Lu Wentai, pleased by Ye Chen's deference, noticed the spirit stones in his hand, his eyes brightening. "It has been quite some time since I last saw you, Junior brother. Let us catch up today." Ye Chen, feeling cornered, had no choice but to follow him. They ventured to a secluded area devoid of onlookers, where Lu's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he said, "Junior brother Yi, I have been eyeing a magical artifact lately and find myself short on funds. Might I borrow some spirit stones from you?" Though Ye Chen was averse to the idea, he dared not show it and thus handed over the stones with utmost respect. Upon receiving them, Lu Wentai laughed heartily. "Thank you, Junior brother. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." With the spirit stones in hand, Ye Chen hesitated before speaking. "Senior brother Lu, I have recently encountered a troublesome matter." "Do tell," Lu Wentai replied, his interest piqued. "There is a female cultivator in the outer sect named Chen Qian. She previously seized my elixirs and later claimed that these spirit stones also belonged to her." Hearing this, Lu Wentai's expression darkened with irritation. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up, and he laughed. "Ah, so it is that female cultivator. It seems you may have some romantic entanglements in your future. Although she possesses a low cultivation level, many in the sect hold her in high regard. I cannot intervene directly, but I shall lend you a talisman to intimidate her should you cross paths again." After handing Ye Chen a talisman, he departed without looking back. Watching Lu's retreating figure, Ye Chen's expression darkened further. He felt a deep dissatisfaction, having lost the spirit stones he had just acquired, effectively being robbed once more. Gazing once more at the talisman in hand, ethereal energies flowed across its surface, hinting at formidable power and a considerable value, which brought a sense of balance to his heart. After carefully stowing the talisman away, he hurriedly returned to the cave. Each elixir bottle contained 10 pills. Without hesitation, he consumed one. The pill was slightly bitter, a product of the sect's lower-tier offerings, mediocre in quality, as the outer disciples possessed average talents. The sect was reluctant to squander superior spiritual herbs. This particular elixir proved ineffective, clearly inferior to the one provided by Li Muxue, prompting him to shake his head in disappointment. Due to the subpar quality of the pills, he consumed 5 in quick succession. Not long after, a sudden heat surged within him, as the pills unleashed a powerful spiritual force that began to assault his limbs and bones. Ye Chen quickly settled into a meditative posture, gradually guiding the spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body, ultimately converging in his dantian. The refinement of these 5 pills consumed 2 whole days. And after expelling a breath of turbid air, he felt a pang of hunger and commenced to prepare a meal. After dining, the day had turned late, and he resumed his meditation, preparing to consume more pills. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the cave. Ye Chen furrowed his brow and chose to ignore it, continuing his cultivation. After several shouts from the woman, her frustration boiled over, and she angrily declared, "Junior brother, today I shall demolish your cave." Although the cave was protected by prohibitions, the formation was feeble, and under Chun Qian's forceful assaults, it began to emit cracking sounds. Reluctantly, Ye Chen interrupted his training and swiftly disabled the barrier. "Senior sister, you've arrived," he said with a hint of a smile. Chun Qian's face bore a scowl, and with a flick of her long sleeves, a surge of immense magical power struck him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Upon entering the cave and surveying the surroundings, her anger gradually dissipated upon spotting the elixir bottles on the table. She demanded, "Why did you only disable the barrier now?" "Senior sister, you misunderstand. I was in the midst of crucial cultivation," Ye Chen replied. "Is that so?" Chun Qian scoffed, her disbelief palpable. "It seems you are not entirely useless, having reached the third layer of qi refinement. Aside from these pills, where are the spiritual stones?" Ye Chen's expression turned bitter as he replied. "The spiritual stones were taken by senior brother Lu." "What?" Chun Qian's brow furrowed, disbelief etched on her face as she began to search the cave. After rummaging through everything without finding the stones, she coldly stated, "Junior brother, since there are no spiritual stones, you shall serve me." Ye Chen pretended to be puzzled. "I do not comprehend what senior sister means." Ignoring his feigned confusion, she swiftly closed the cave door and set down the almost shattered barrier. Sensing the lack of security, she retrieved a soundproof formation from her storage bag. Turning back to see Ye Chen's serious expression, she sneered, "Junior brother, your abundant vitality, what a waste it would be to squander it. In time, you shall understand that this is the nature of the demonic sect." Witnessing this, Ye Chen felt a cold snort of disdain rise within him. Thus, without further hesitation, seizing the moment when the opponent had loosened her garments, he unleashed the fireball technique. Perhaps due to a lack of proficiency, the glimmer at his fingertips was swiftly detected. Chun Qian, in a flurry of movement, exclaimed in exasperation, "How dare you plot against me?" Chapter 6. Intersect Rivalry, Part 2. Chun Qian's fury was palpable, her eyes wide enough to seem as if they could emit flames. With her hands weaving intricate gestures, a surge of potent magic surged forth. Following a resounding explosion, dust billowed throughout the cavern. Fortunately, Ye Chen evaded just in time, otherwise, he would have suffered severe injuries. Observing this, Chun Qian was taken aback, gritting her teeth as she remarked, "Well done, junior brother. You have made considerable progress over these past few months." In any case, it was a matter of life or death for one of them that night. Ye Chen resolved to retaliate, summoning his magic to unleash a series of lightning strikes. Instantly, the cavern was illuminated with fiery bursts, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Chun Qian, taken aback by the ferocity of his counterattack, was secretly astonished, never having anticipated that he would so swiftly master such spells in a mere few months. As the lightning strikes rained down, Chun Qian adeptly evaded, feeling both vexed and amused. Having entered the sect early and practiced for many years, she was a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. Once she steadied her mind, she immediately activated her protective shield. Ye Chen, noticing the faint blue aura surrounding her, realized that his lightning attacks were futile against her barrier. With a slight shake of her head, a smirk gracing her lips, she said, "Junior brother, do not waste your efforts. With your current cultivation, it is nothing but a delusion to think you can harm me. Yet, I must admit, you possess quite the audacity. You truly are a disciple of the demonic sect. Junior brother, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." With a light laugh, Chun Qian began to stride toward Ye Chen, contemplating that it would not be long before his magical energy would be depleted. The cavern was rather small, and after retreating a few steps, Ye Chen found himself with no avenue for escape. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the talisman given to him by a cultivator of the Lu clan, uncertain of its efficacy. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved it. The talisman, a condensation of magical energy, required only a minimal input of power from the user to activate. Upon seeing Ye Chen holding a talisman, particularly a mid-level one, Chun Qian's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "You little rascal, that talisman belongs to me. You are not permitted to use it." Having uttered those words, she swiftly performed a series of hand seals, casting a spell in rapid succession. In a flash, Ye Chen gritted his teeth and activated the talisman. It ignited almost immediately, a brilliant light exploding forth, raising the temperature within the cavern dramatically, followed by a massive fire serpent surging toward her. The potency of this fireball far exceeded that of his earlier attack. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed through the cave, followed by the shattering of the protective shield. The cavern was engulfed in smoke. Chun Qian's barrier had shattered, and she collapsed to the ground, her body rising and falling in distress. Clutching her abdomen, her complexion turned pale, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Ye Chen was taken aback with joy, pondering to himself, "I never anticipated that the talisman bestowed by the surname Lu would be so remarkable. It appears that the spirit stones were not given in vain." Yet, he had forgotten that this talisman was merely lent to him by the cultivator of the Lu clan for the purpose of intimidating his adversary. In this moment of peril, All prior thoughts had been cast aside, and his sole objective was to eliminate the opponent, disregarding even the rules of the blood-hidden sect. Determined not to allow his foe to swiftly regain her vitality, Ye Chen immediately unleashed the ice spike technique, directing a multitude of icy blades towards the female cultivator. Although Chen Qian was significantly injured, upon witnessing Ye Chen's menacing demeanor, she sensed something was amiss. Her intention was merely to plunder, not to face death. At this juncture, she regretted having hastily erected a soundproof barrier, as otherwise, her sect would undoubtedly have detected the unfolding events. With a swift motion, she summoned a black defensive artifact to shield herself, as the icy blade struck against it with a cacophony of sounds. Despite Ye Chen expending vast amounts of magical energy in his assault, he soon realized that her spells and artifacts surpassed his own. To subdue her, he could only resort to the flying sword artifact hidden within the cave. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Qian's mouth as she approached Ye Chen slowly, wielding her protective shield. Upon seeing him manipulate an ordinary flying sword with continuous hand seals, she remained unconcerned. Junior brother, it seems I shall have the pleasure of tormenting you thoroughly, so that you may learn some manners, she thought. After swiftly casting his hand seals, Ye Chen infused a considerable amount of magical energy into the ordinary flying sword. It resonated with a hum, emanating a pale blue glow, and began to tremble violently. Observing the sword's incessant quaking, Chen Qian scoffed, attributing it to Ye Chen's lack of magical prowess. With a mocking tone, she declared, Junior brother, it appears that you shall not escape this night. No sooner had she uttered those words than the flying sword, under Ye Chen's command, erupted with immense power, expanding in size and exuding an overwhelming chill. This was the result of the life and death technique operating fervently within him, channeling a profound reservoir of magical energy. The sword surged toward Chen Qian, and with a resounding crash, the black defensive artifact shattered into countless fragments, followed by a piercing scream. The cave was left in disarray, dust swirling in the air, revealing Chen Qian collapsed on the ground, her garments tattered, blood streaming from her mouth, her eyes wide open in fury and disbelief. She had sustained injuries to her vitality when confronted with the talisman, and now, caught off guard by the flying sword's assault, she had unwittingly lost her life. After executing the spell, Ye Chen found himself utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Unbeknownst to him, the life and death technique continuously siphoned the spiritual energy from his body. Had it not been for the unrefined primal Yin energy within him, he would have been incapable of manifesting such a technique. Gazing upon the vibrant corpse of the female cultivator, a wave of trepidation washed over him. This marked his first act of taking a life. The rules of the blood-hidden sect clearly stated the prohibition against harming fellow disciples, with violators facing the dire consequence of having their souls extracted and refined. As I contemplated this, a shiver coursed through my body, and after a prolonged moment of stupor, I regained my senses. I first rummaged through Chen Qian's lifeless form and retrieved her storage bag. Upon infusing it with a hint of my spiritual energy, I directed the bag toward the ground, releasing a cascade of items that tumbled forth. A vibrant array of garments littered the ground, alongside several undergarments and an assortment of cosmetics and jewelry. What brought me the greatest joy, however, were the resources for cultivation. My spirits soared upon discovering 10 bottles of flame pills and 30 spirit stones. It appeared that Chen Qian had indeed swindled many male cultivators, and her desperate struggle had not been in vain. In addition to these treasures, I found an ordinary flying sword, 2 unnamed magical artifacts, and a tome titled Yin Yang Secret Art. Upon opening this book, I realized it was a rather risque text concerning intimate matters, vividly illustrated and exceedingly intriguing. I then unearthed a jade box containing spirit herbs from within the pile of clothing. After my search concluded, I summoned the scant spiritual energy within me to conjure a massive fireball. Under the fierce flames, the cold corpse and the heap of garments were swiftly reduced to ashes. Exiting the cave, I impassively excavated a pit, depositing the ashes within and finally covering it with a layer of yellow dirt. In this manner, no one would be the wiser. The sudden influx of cultivation resources and the dilemma of concealing the artifacts became apparent. Should the sect's members discover Chen Qian's artifacts on my person or within the cave, I would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. After pondering various hiding spots, I shook my head. Any place could be uncovered with diligent searching. My gaze then fell slowly upon the jade pendant around my neck, and a thought began to take shape in my mind. Chapter 7. Unveiling the secret of the Jade Pendant and the threat from Lu Wentai. Previously, my entry into the Jade Pendant had been through consciousness alone. It was only after acquiring some foundational cultivation that I comprehended it as my own divine sense. During these days of intense training, I had neglected to study the pendant. Thus, I carefully removed it, examining it closely before infusing a trickle of spiritual energy within. Under the impetus of my energy, the pendant gradually brightened, emanating a soft white glow. I then cautiously employed a spell to retrieve items from afar, guiding the flying sword toward the luminous orb. To my astonishment, the sword vanished upon contact with the light. Realizing this anomaly, I immediately directed my divine sense into the pendant, and indeed, I beheld the flying sword within its spatial confines. This unexpected discovery suggested that the pendant was a spatial treasure, and I had merely misused it before. After a brief moment of contemplation, I was overwhelmed with excitement. With the pendant as my spatial artifact, I had effortlessly resolved a significant dilemma. I proceeded to place the artifacts and formations left by Ye Chen into the storage bag, and then, with utmost care, I stored them within the pendant space. The Jade Pendant is truly extraordinary. Within it lies a stone tablet inscribed with a cultivation method, and it possesses the ability to store items. Regrettably, one's physical form cannot enter. Ye Chen found himself captivated by the spiritual herb contained within the jade box, sensing the pure spiritual energy it exuded. However, it was disheartening to discover that the herb had already begun to wither. Had it been in decent condition, it could have fetched a handsome price. As he sighed deeply, a sudden inspiration struck him. He decided to bring the jade pendant closer to the herb to observe any potential reaction. Upon channeling a sliver of magical energy into the pendant, it emanated a radiant white light, enveloping the withered herb. After a brief moment, the white light dissipated, revealing a pristine spiritual herb before Ye Chen's eyes. Restored? Ye Chen was astounded, overwhelmed with excitement, utterly unprepared for such a remarkable feature of the pendant. If he could cultivate spiritual herbs and sell them, he might amass a substantial fortune in spirit stones, thereby alleviating his shortage of cultivation resources. After a considerable time, he managed to calm his exhilarated spirit. Reflecting on the sect's impending investigation into Ye Chen's disappearance, he began to devise a strategy. When questioned by the sect, he would feign ignorance. The demonic sect was notoriously ruthless, thriving on the weak, and it was imperative to elevate his cultivation level swiftly. Ye Chen murmured, his resolve intensifying. Currently, he was a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement. Having slain Ye Chen, he had acquired a wealth of cultivation resources, and the pills in his possession would suffice for an extended period of training. Consequently, he decided to increase the quantity of pills he consumed. Upon swallowing a handful of flame pills, a surge of potent spiritual energy unfurled within him, radiating throughout his limbs and colliding with his meridians. The powerful influx of energy inflicted immense pain upon Ye Chen, as if his body were ablaze, contorting his features and causing him to tremble and gasp for breath. After 2 hours, the agony gradually subsided, and he recognized it as a side effect of the pill's inferior quality. In the ensuing 3 months, through diligent practice, his cultivation advanced steadily, and the barriers he faced began to loosen. Estimating that he would soon reach the 4th level of qi refinement, he anticipated a significant enhancement in his strength. During the waiting period for the investigation, he felt a restless anxiety, fearing that someone might come to inquire or discover his marvelous jade pendant. As the time approached to collect resources from the sect, Ye Chen, having learned from past experiences, donned a cloak and mask, making a hasty departure and return, avoiding any interaction with others. However, his apprehensions came to fruition. One day, an old acquaintance appeared outside the cave, none other than Lu Wentai. Lu Wentai was an inner sect disciple who had joined the outer sect a year prior under the guidance of Elder Lu Shiyao, tasked with mentoring newly initiated disciples. Having practiced for many years, he had reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. I wonder what brings you here today? Ye Chen asked respectfully. Lu Wentai regarded Ye Chen coldly, surveying the cave before suddenly releasing a powerful aura of spiritual pressure. The disparity in realms between the two individuals was significant. Ye Chen simply could not withstand it, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, his face flushed and eyes wide with shock, while his bones creaked ominously. What offense had his junior brother committed against Brother Lu? I ask you, did you slay Chen Qian? Lu Wentai's gaze was fierce as he questioned sharply. No, brother. Ye Chen insisted vehemently. Dare you lie? Why are there traces of fire serpent talismans within the cave? Do not presume that your tidying up has obscured the evidence from my sight. Lu Wentai seemed to have uncovered the truth, and he intensified his oppressive aura. Brother, this is a grave injustice. I have only met Sister Chen once, and besides, my cultivation is exceedingly low, rendering me incapable of harming her. Did you not previously mention that Sister Chen had many acquaintances among the cultivators? Could it not have been their doing? What a silver-tongued deceiver you are. Unable to clarify the traces of fire serpent talismans in the cave, you shall accompany me to the law enforcement hall, where there are numerous tortures to extract the truth from your lips. Brother, this is a miscarriage of justice. On the last night of the full moon, an overwhelming aura of blood appeared in the cave. I know not why it entangled me, prompting me to use that talisman in a moment of terror. Ye Chen, adhering to his principle of denial, fabricated excuses. Upon hearing this, Lu Wentai's brow furrowed, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. He had no faith in Ye Chen's defense, and his spiritual pressure escalated even further. The arrangement for Ye Chen to cultivate here was at the behest of Elder Lu Shiyao from the outer sect, who was well aware of the issues at hand and knew that several disciples had perished within this cave over the years. Now, discovering the valuable talismans wasted by the individual before him, he was filled with rage and sorrow, coldly remarking, "I distinctly mentioned that the talisman was lent to you. Have you forgotten, junior brother?" Ye Chen glanced at the spirit stones he had just received on the table, quickly responding, "I have not forgotten. I have acquired spirit stones again, intending to deliver them to you when time allows. You demonstrate some sense." Lu Wentai extended his hand, retrieving the spirit stones while gradually retracting his spiritual pressure. As the pressure dissipated, Ye Chen exhaled in relief. The gap in their realms was immense, making him feel as insignificant as an ant before Lu Wentai. After placing the spirit stones into his storage bag, Lu Wentai, with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, remarked, "The outer sect has already begun investigating Chun Qian's disappearance. Although our blood-hidden sect is a demonic sect, we do not permit fellow disciples to kill one another." In truth, Lu Wentai had long since concluded that Ye Chen was the culprit. Now that he had the upper hand, he was determined not to let go. Whether you can extricate yourself from this matter concerning Chen Qian depends on your future conduct. Ye Chen was left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing this. "I see your cultivation is progressing well, unlike the previous assessment of your 4-attribute inferior spirit root. Remember, you must reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement within 2 years. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to handle the matter of your slaying a fellow disciple according to protocol." Ye Chen was unclear about Lu Wentai's intentions and hastily protested, "This is a wrongful accusation. Truly a slippery eel," remarked Lu Wentai with a cold laugh before swiftly departing. Watching Lu Wentai's retreating figure, Ye Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Reflecting within, one cannot help but feel the arduousness of survival in the demonic sect, ensnared by the machinations of others, pondering what schemes the Lu family might be orchestrating. Chapter 8. A reunion with Li Muxua. Days turned into weeks, and the anxious period of uncertainty finally drew to a close. For several months, no inquiries or investigations had emerged, and tranquility reigned supreme. The experience of taking a life for the first time lingered, leaving an indelible mark of trepidation. It was a profoundly unique sensation that was both exhilarating and terrifying. It later came to light that the upper echelons of the outer sect had conducted a brief investigation, only to discover that the woman in question possessed a low cultivation level, relying solely on her beauty to engage in unsavory liaisons with numerous outer sect disciples. A deeper inquiry might have instigated widespread unrest among the outer disciples, leading to scandalous rumors. Thus, a decisive order was issued to halt the investigation. One day, Ye Chen exhaled a long, heavy breath, gradually opening his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminating his features. At that moment, he realized that he had unknowingly progressed to the 4th level of Qi refinement, signifying the conclusion of the initial stage of his cultivation. However, before he could fully embrace his elation, a fragrant breeze wafted through, heralding the silent arrival of Li Muxua within the cave. Her long hair brushed against her face, adorned in a black outfit trimmed with red, her eyes exuding both brilliance and melancholy. With porcelain skin and a curvaceous figure, she was breathtakingly enchanting, capable of captivating anyone with a mere glance. Her demeanor was strikingly aloof, as if she were unattainable, yet she managed to muster a faint smile in Ye Chen's presence. After a prolonged absence, she noticed that he had grown remarkably handsome, his physique now robust, and his aura seemed more profound than that of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. Li Muxua felt a surge of satisfaction within her, secretly astonished by his transformation. Upon beholding the ethereal beauty of Li Muxua once more, Ye Chen's eyes widened, fixed upon her with unwavering intensity. Despite previous intimate encounters, he had never studied her features so closely. Feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze, Li Muxua's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to feign a cough. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor. Ye Chen finally regained his composure and respectfully bowed. "Ancestor, am I so ancient?" Li Muxua frowned slightly, a hint of annoyance flickering in her eyes. Realizing her lapse in decorum, she swiftly redirected the conversation. "It seems your cultivation has progressed more rapidly than many within the sect, surpassing my expectations. Clearly, bringing you back was a wise decision." Ye Chen felt a bitter pang. This was a sect notorious for its ill repute, yet he found himself bullied. Noticing his prolonged silence, Li Muxua surmised his thoughts, offering a gentle smile. "Do not be disheartened. Whether in righteous or demonic sects, the path to enlightenment and longevity is accessible. This storage bag contains cultivation resources. I hope you will practice diligently. You currently reside within a demonic sect, but as long as you possess the heart for the great Dao, even this tainted realm can serve as a crucible for growth. Enduring hardships now will pave the way for future enlightenment. Upon hearing of the cultivation resources, Ye Chen's expression shifted, a wave of excitement surging within him. And he promptly bowed in gratitude. Li Muxua, witnessing his reaction, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Shaking her head slightly, her gaze fell upon the humble cave. And she couldn't help but sigh at the simplicity of his training environment. Elderly, although this place is somewhat remote, it is blessed with tranquility and serenity, making it quite suitable for cultivation, is it not? Upon hearing these words, Li Muxua recalled the myriad moments spent within this cave, her complexion flushing once more. However, her expression soon darkened as she executed a spell with her usual resolve. Ye Chen's limbs were once again ensnared, rendering him immobile. As a silken ribbon gracefully floated towards him, gently covering his eyes. It turned out that Li Muxua had sought to alleviate the toxins within her body with pills, only to inadvertently stimulate their proliferation, compelling her to seek out Ye Chen. Given their prior intimate encounter, and with dawn yet to break, she cast a soft glance at the slumbering Ye Chen, sighed softly, and swiftly returned to the cave. In a pristine pool, she tirelessly cleansed her body, her demeanor reflecting a sense of vexation, anger, and anguish. As the sound of water cascaded around her, she emerged slowly, draped in a thin veil. She found herself weeping unconsciously. Once regarded as a celestial being in the eyes of many, a cultivator at the core formation stage, she had not anticipated such vulnerability and madness within herself. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Ye Chen, with drowsy eyes, gradually opened them. Upon surveying the surroundings, he realized that the celestial maiden had departed. Curiosity piqued, he noticed a storage bag on the table and gently infused it with a hint of spiritual energy. To his astonishment, he retrieved 50 spirit stones, 5 bottles of flame pills, a fire serpent talisman, and a protective shield. Such an abundance of cultivation resources? Ye Chen was taken aback, never expecting such generosity from her, yet a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. However, upon feeling the intense pain radiating from his sides, he found solace in the thought that he had contributed significantly as well, deeming these resources as rightfully his. To err on the side of caution, he stored all the temporarily unnecessary cultivation resources within his Jade Pendant. Upon opening the pill bottles, a potent medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. He took out a single pill, noticing a layer of spiritual essence enveloping it. This flame pill far surpassed the pills distributed to outer sect disciples by the sect. It was indeed a testament to the quality of the pills refined by the core formation elders. In the ensuing 2 months, Ye Chen devoted himself to rigorous training, prioritizing the consumption of the pills provided by Li Muxua. Once ingested, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, rapidly exploding within his body. The high-quality pills did not accumulate excessive pill toxins. Instead, their effects were remarkable, as immense spiritual energy surged through his meridians, flushing out a multitude of impurities after a thorough refinement. Upon consuming all the pills gifted by Li Muxua, he faintly sensed the presence of a barrier. With the pills exhausted, he began to grasp the spirit stones tightly, fervently drawing upon their energy. Yet after utilizing 5 or 6 stones, he hesitated, reluctant to expend more. There remained many future needs for spirit stones, such as acquiring new cave restrictions, purchasing high-quality pills, or obtaining superior magical artifacts. Indeed, there were numerous expenditures ahead. In the midst of his distress, a sudden inspiration struck him. The Jade Pendant in his possession could nurture spiritual herbs, so why not purchase some spiritual seeds? If cultivated successfully, the returns could be immensely profitable. Shilon City, being in close proximity to the sect, boasted a marketplace frequently visited by disciples of the sect. The shops within the marketplace were arrayed like scales, some selling magical artifacts, others spiritual beasts, some talismans, and still others various establishments of leisure and dining. Among them, the most renowned was undoubtedly the Duobao building, where one could find a plethora of magical implements, talismans, formations, and elixirs. As Ye Chen stepped into the establishment, he was immediately greeted by a fragrant breeze. A charmingly dressed female attendant with exquisite features and a radiant smile approached him. Female cultivators of the demonic path were often bold and unrestrained. This particular cultivator, possessing a cultivation level around the 7th layer of Qi refinement, did not regard Ye Chen's lower cultivation with disdain or coldness. "What can I assist you with, esteemed friend?" The female attendant inquired with a smile. "I seek the seeds for refining the flame pill, but not too many, please," Ye Chen responded somewhat bashfully, subtly indicating his financial constraints. The female attendant had encountered numerous cultivators and was well versed in the ways of the world. She knew not to underestimate those purchasing seeds, for they might be spiritual plant masters or alchemists. Perhaps today they were down on their luck, but tomorrow they could achieve remarkable feats. With a graceful sway of her hips and a flirtatious glint in her eyes, she beckoned, "Esteemed friend, this way, please." Her figure was exceptionally alluring, with proportions that were quite rare even among the sect's ranks. Inside the elegant chamber, the decor was lavish, with incense wafting through the air and ancient calligraphy adorning the walls. The female cultivator slightly tilted her head, a blush gracing her cheeks, as she gracefully produced spiritual tea and various culinary utensils. With an effortless elegance, she presented a pot of fragrant spiritual tea before Ye Chen. This tea, named by Yang, may appear unremarkable in color, but it offers tremendous benefits for cultivation. Please, esteemed friend, indulge. As promised, the spiritual tea, upon tasting, released a peculiar spiritual energy that spread throughout his body, soothing his meridians and invoking an indescribable comfort. Indeed, Ye Chen nodded slightly, though the thought of his scant spiritual stones made him feel somewhat uneasy. Esteemed friend, my name is Lu Wanner. You may call me Lu Mei from now on. Aside from the seeds for refining the flame pill, is there anything else you require? The female attendant was keen to sell more than just low-margin spiritual seeds. I also need a restriction for a cave dwelling, just enough to suffice. Ye Chen replied, feeling a sense of trepidation, fearing that the store might take advantage of him. Lu Wanner was initially taken aback, but then smiled gently, surmising that he was indeed a spiritual plant master, albeit one of modest means. It would be prudent to cultivate a steady stream of spiritual stones from such cultivators. Please enjoy the spiritual tea while I fetch what you need, she said, swaying as she gracefully departed. Such a captivating enchantress, Ye Chen thought, watching her retreating silhouette, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After stabilizing her emotions, a sense of trepidation washed over her, as she hoped that what the other party presented would not be excessively costly. Shortly thereafter, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, heralding the entrance of the enchanting Lu Wanner, who entered with an array of items. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, I apologize for keeping you waiting, dear friend, Lu Wanner said, her expression tinged with guilt. After a brief flurry of activity, around 10 packets of seeds and a fine array formation were laid before Ye Chen. These are the seeds for concocting the blazing flame pill. All meticulously selected and of superior quality, Lu Wanner explained with great care as she opened the packets, revealing 5 seeds in each, totaling 50. Relieved by the modest quantity, Ye Chen exhaled softly and inquired, what is the price? Lu Wanner giggled. Oh, not expensive at all, merely 20 spirit stones. The mention of 20 spirit stones sent a jolt through Ye Chen. He had not anticipated such a sum. Rest assured, these spiritual seeds will not leave you regretting your purchase. Each seed is plump and of exceptional quality, with a significantly higher success rate than ordinary seeds. Lu Wanner assured him. Feeling somewhat helpless, Ye Chen could only nod slightly. And what of the array formation? This formation is extraordinary, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators. We are currently offering a discount, which is why I specifically selected this array for you. Lu Wanner had indeed put considerable thought into her selection, knowing that a financially constrained customer could only opt for items marked down in price. Moreover, recognizing that the cultivator before her was inexperienced, she adeptly began to promote the items. Dear friend, this formation is said to be a treasured heirloom of a renowned array master. Many have inquired about it, and fortuitously, you arrived just as we are preparing to sell it. How fortunate you are. Lu Wanner smoothly spun this narrative into an opportunity for Ye Chen. And how many spirit stones does it require? Ye Chen asked, feeling parched. Not much at all, only 50 spirit stones. Ye Chen's expression fell, embarrassment flooding his features as he wished he could vanish into the ground. You must be a spiritual planter, correct? Our store offers discounts for spiritual planters. For the seeds and the array formation, after the discount, I will only charge you 30 spirit stones. I hope you will support my business in the future. At this, Lu Wanner's face bore an expression of difficulty, as it seemed selling these items left her at a loss. Very well, Ye Chen thought, a tumult of emotions churning within him as he reluctantly produced 30 spirit stones. At that moment, he pulled out additional spirit stones. Please help me find a concealment formation. But it must not be too expensive. Of course, just a moment, she replied. This young man indeed possessed a fair amount of spirit stones. Perhaps she had been a bit lenient earlier, Lu Wanner mused. Once he acquired the concealment formation, Ye Chen departed hastily. Lu Wanner watched him leave with keen interest, thinking of the considerable commission she would earn, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh, saying to herself, fool. Upon returning to the cave he called home, Ye Chen dismantled the crumbling barrier and meticulously began to arrange the formation according to the manual. He retrieved a compass to carefully verify the orientation, cautiously positioning 16 black flags in place, followed by strategically placing the formation stones and spiritual stones. Once the focal point was established, a mere infusion of mana was all it required to activate it. With a resonant hum, a robust protective array was formed, its surface occasionally flickering with ethereal rhythms. When subjected to external forces, golden runes would illuminate, activating the defense. Lu Wanner had boasted that it could withstand the attacks of foundation-building cultivators, a claim Ye Chen found difficult to believe. After all, considering it was a discounted formation, it likely could only fend off the strikes of ordinary chi refining practitioners. After arranging the formation, he proceeded to cultivate a spiritual field on the opposite side of the cave. In due course, a small plot of land was established, and with great care, he sowed the seeds one by one, followed by a gentle watering. Once the sowing was complete, he concealed the formation and resumed his cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and half a month slipped by unnoticed. On this day, Ye Chen expelled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Upon gazing at the spiritual field, he was taken aback by a lush green expanse. The seeds he had planted 2 weeks prior had begun to sprout. However, of the 50 seeds, less than half had taken root, which left him somewhat despondent. Yet, he reassured himself that the subsequent use of the Jade Pendant for ripening would far surpass any losses. He chose one of the spiritual herbs and brought the Jade Pendant closer to the seedling. Under the influence of his mana, the pendant emitted a soft white mist, enveloping the young plant. To his astonishment, the spiritual herb began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. As the white mist thickened, the tender green leaves gradually transformed into a deeper shade of green. Ye Chen's heart swelled with excitement. He understood that the older the spiritual herb, the higher its potential market value. However, when he attempted to use the pendant again to hasten its growth, it appeared to have lost its luster and ceased to produce the white mist. Clearly, the pendant also required the absorption of earthly spiritual energy to function effectively. In the days that followed, Ye Chen utilized the spiritual herb for experimentation, waiting until the pendant had accumulated enough spiritual energy before employing it to accelerate the herb's growth. After several days of nurturing, the herb's hue deepened, occasionally releasing a rich aura of spiritual power. In the future, he could quietly sell these herbs in exchange for elixirs and spiritual stones, thereby resolving his resource issues for cultivation. Contemplating this, Ye Chen felt an immense joy swelling within him. Chapter 10. The threat from the Chun clan cultivator. On this night of the full moon, a surge of blood energy once again flooded into the cave. Ye Chen observed the spectacle with keen interest, but as the Jade Pendant absorbed all the blood energy, it began to emit a faint glow. Seizing the moment, he gripped the pendant tightly and let a drop of his blood fall upon it. Strange occurrences unfolded next, as his entire being unexpectedly manifested within. A dazzling light enveloped him, and a pure essence of spiritual energy rushed forth. Indeed, as Ye Chen had contemplated for days, he had finally utilized the blood chi technique to enter the space within the Jade Pendant. Beneath his feet lay a familiar marble plaza adorned with engraved stone tablets, and further afield, a plot of black earth spanning 3 acres. Since the pendant had the capability to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs, how splendid it would be to sow the seeds of these herbs in such fertile ground. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen swiftly began his planting. As anticipated, the growth of the spiritual herbs in this locale was remarkably accelerated, yielding superior results. It turned out that Chen Qian had a biological brother. One day, after completing his cultivation of the life and death technique, Ye Chen ventured to the transmission hall, eager to learn new spells from the disciples. However, he was met with shocking news. Some cultivators whispered, "It is said that today as transmission senior brother hails from Chen Qian's family." Ye Chen remained outwardly composed, though his heart raced with unease. Not far away stood the transmission senior brother, tall and fair-skinned, exuding an air of refinement. A late-stage chi refinement cultivator. He regarded Ye Chen with a thoughtful gaze. Since the perilous act of eliminating Chen Qian, Ye Chen had exercised great caution, and upon sensing someone else's interest in him, his heart skipped a beat, instantly suspecting that the individual might have deduced his secret. Once the transmission concluded, adhering to the principle of swift escape when necessary, Ye Chen prepared to leave the premises promptly. Yet, at that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. "Junior brother Ye, wait there. I have matters to discuss with you." A wave of tension surged through Ye Chen, but he quickly steadied himself, for the sect had long ceased investigations into the matter. When the hall was devoid of others, Ye Chen respectfully inquired, "What is it that senior brother seeks?" The Chun surname cultivator scoffed, his gaze sharp, and with a flick of his long sleeve. An immense pressure descended upon Ye Chen, followed by an iron grip tightening around his throat. With a cold smirk, the Chun cultivator remarked, "I have heard that you and my sister have had several encounters." "Sister?" Ye Chen feigned a look of profound confusion, struggling for breath. "Pray tell, who might this sister of yours be?" "Enough pretense," the cultivator retorted. "My sister is Chen Qian. I have been informed that she visited your residence on multiple occasions. Do you dare claim ignorance?" This cultivator, named Chen Lei, was Chen Qian's cousin. Although the sect had ceased inquiries into the disappearance, he relentlessly pursued the truth in secrecy. During a chance investigation, he learned that Chen Qian seemed to harbor affections for a new disciple of the sect. initially doubting that a mere novice could engage in such affairs. However, upon discovering the profound aura of the individual before him, he began to harbor suspicions. In truth, Ye Chen diligently practiced the life and death technique daily, unwittingly enhancing his physical and spiritual prowess far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. He had long prepared his defense, repeatedly asserting that at that time, he had only been at the first layer of chi refinement, posing no threat whatsoever. The rapid enhancement of his skills can be attributed to his acquaintance with a senior who had reached the golden core stage, who had bestowed upon him some elixirs. In the absence of any support within the sect, he has now been compelled to invoke the name of Li Muxue. Is that so? Chen Lei expressed skepticism, yet his gaze remained fixed on the storage bag. Within it lay the elixirs gifted by Master Li and his esteemed senior, Li Muxue, and the bag itself was a present from Master Li. Ye Chen realized that he could only produce the elixirs given by Li Muxue to earn Chen Lei's trust. At that moment, as he struggled to breathe, his face flushed, he implored, "Senior brother, if you do not believe me, you may inspect my storage bag." "Very well. If you lie, I shall dismantle you piece by piece." Upon opening Ye Chen's storage bag, Chen Lei discovered 3 spirit stones and half a vial of elixirs, which were indeed of superior quality, fiery elixirs. Such high-quality elixirs were a rare treasure for him. He promptly stowed the vial into his own storage bag, and the hand that had been constricting Ye Chen was released. He could hardly fathom that this newly initiated disciple had ties to Li Muxue, given such valuable items. "You are aware of the customs, correct?" Ye Chen understood that Chen Lei was solely after the elixirs and would not pursue him further, so he quickly replied, "Of course. Should any exceptional cultivation resources arise in the future." At that moment, Lu Wentai unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the great hall. Upon seeing him, Chen Lei's expression shifted dramatically, yet after a brief exchange of glances, a smirk crept onto his lips. It was evident they had a prior conflict. Chen Lei snorted coldly and swiftly departed. Watching Chen Lei's retreating figure, Lu Wentai, with a grave countenance, inquired, "What transpired?" Ye Chen, noticing the discord between the two, thought to stoke the flames, and hastily remarked, "Senior brother Chen took all the spirit stones and elixirs I had prepared for you." Lu Wentai scoffed, "Is that so?" After Ye Chen recounted the events, Lu Wentai's expression darkened. He was aware of the situation with Li Muxue, and had not anticipated that she would take special care of this individual. If Ye Chen indeed had such backing, it would complicate matters in the future. The Lu clan cultivator replied nonchalantly, "Now that you have reached the 4th layer of chi refinement, I grant you a year to advance to the 5th layer. At that time, I shall assign you new tasks." Ye Chen recognized the ulterior motives behind this. The sect had a stipulation that one must collect tasks from the mission hall upon reaching the 5th layer of chi refinement. After returning from the transmission hall, Ye Chen fell into contemplation. In the demonic sect, camaraderie among peers was non-existent. It was a realm of selfishness and self-interest, where the strong preyed upon the weak. When the opportunity arises, he must escape this sect. The chi refinement period is divided into initial, middle, and later stages, culminating in the pinnacle of chi refinement. The first 4 layers of the initial stage are the easiest to cultivate. He was merely one step away from breaking through to the 5th layer. Yet even this layer poses challenges that require an abundance of elixirs for assistance. In these times, the only glimmer of hope lies in utilizing the Jade Pendant to hasten the maturation of an abundance of spirit herbs, which would then be sold to procure suitable elixirs. Half a year has swiftly passed, and the air within the Jade Pendant space is suffused with the fragrance of spirit herbs. Remarkably, among the 20 or so spirit herbs, none have withered or perished. After harvesting half of the spirit herbs and duly reporting to the sect's registry, I hurriedly made my way to the market. Within a refined chamber of the treasure pavilion, Lu Wanner diligently brewed a cup of aromatic spirit tea. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "Might I ask what you wish to purchase today?" Ye Chen noticed that the rouge she applied today was considerably more pronounced than before, her skin appearing even more delicate, and her attire noticeably lighter than their last encounter, stirring a sense of intrigue. However, pressing matters necessitated my attention. With a smile, I replied, "Lu Daoyu, I intend to sell spirit herbs this time. I wonder what price your esteemed shop can offer in spirit stones." Lu Wanner responded with a gentle smile, her voice soft. "The price of spirit herbs depends on their age and variety. If I am not mistaken, you are selling herbs suitable for refining the blazing flame pill, correct?" "Indeed. Those are the very herbs. I had sown some of these years ago, and they have now matured," I stated, retrieving the herbs directly from my storage bag. Upon witnessing this, Lu Wanner's brow furrowed slightly, realizing the laxity with which I stored the spirit herbs. Such careless storage would have caused their medicinal properties to dissipate. Chapter 11. A farce and the breakthrough to the 5th layer of chi refinement. In truth, I understood the reasoning behind proper storage, yet the jade box was prohibitively expensive, and thus I did not concern myself with such matters. Hence, After hastily harvesting the spirit herbs from the Jade Pendant space, I rushed to the market. My friend, I estimate these spirit herbs to be around 10 years old. Ultimately, the amount of spirit stones you receive will be determined by the cultivator managing the herbs. The shopkeeper remarked. That is only natural, I replied with a smile. Lu Wanner, her beautiful eyes sparkling, gracefully exited the chamber. Before long, a middle-aged cultivator at the 10th layer of chi refinement hurriedly entered. This individual had an oily complexion, a smile that was more ambiguous than genuine, and his eyes darted about restlessly, one hand occasionally stroking his two prominent mustaches. Upon seeing a youthful lad of modest cultivation, a look of surprise and disbelief crossed his face. Nevertheless, he courteously introduced himself. My friend, I am Chun Buke. Are these the spirit herbs you have cultivated? I calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Buke scrutinized the herbs carefully, and after a moment of solemnity, a smile finally broke upon his face. Not bad, he remarked. Hearing this, I let out a sigh of relief, fearing he might make things difficult for me. Just then, Chun Buke sighed and shook his head, saying, however, it's quite regrettable. Regrettable? I asked, perplexed. Chun Buke cleared his throat and slowly elaborated. These spirit herbs are thriving. Had they aged a bit longer, they could be used to refine high-quality blazing flame pills. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's heart swelled with joy. His expectations were modest. He merely wished for Duo Bao Tower to agree to the acquisition. As for the maturation period of the herbs, he would naturally pay attention to that in due time. Hearing that Lu Wanner mentioned he was a spirit herb master, he inquired about the various spirit herbs available on their side. Noting the other's attempt to gauge his hand, Ye Chen smiled and replied, indeed, I possess some spirit herbs, yet the time for harvesting is not yet ripe. My master has instructed me to procure additional seeds. Understanding the reluctance to divulge details, Chun Buke nodded in acknowledgement. I see, he said, feigning a cough. He harbored doubts about the other's true identity as a spirit herb master, suspecting instead that they might have stumbled upon or pilfered the knowledge. The prospect of easily profiting from Duo Bao Tower stirred a tinge of jealousy within him. Nonetheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, stating, young friend, we shall acquire all these spirit herbs. Should you require anything further, Lu Wanner will provide you with excellent service. Chun Buke produced a storage pouch and swiftly collected all the spirit herbs from the table before departing the elegant chamber. Ye Chen had endured considerable hardship over the years, having encountered all sorts of individuals. If pressed for clarity, he would invoke the name of Li Muxiue, a revered elder within the sect. The revelation of his Jade Pendant's ability to hasten the maturation of spirit herbs could lead to dire consequences. Not long after, Lu Wanner entered the chamber, her smile radiant and her form leaning closer to Ye Chen. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and the sight of her pale attire stirred one's blood. She gently parted her lips, addressing him in a soft tone. Dear friend, the total for these spirit herbs amounts to 80 spirit stones. Would you care to purchase some additional items? Ye Chen was taken aback with delight, never expecting to sell such a substantial amount of spirit stones. Realizing he possessed only a worn flying sword, he replied, I would like to acquire some seeds for refining pulse-protecting pills and essence-consolidating pills, as well as a few talismans and magical artifacts. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner beamed with excitement, exclaiming, please hold on a moment. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the chamber, laden with an assortment of goods. Dear friend, she announced, these 2 large bags contain spirit herb seeds, along with 3 primary golden shield talismans, 6 primary fireball talismans, and a low-grade artifact, the Fong Tian seal. Once a man of modest means, Ye Chen now found himself exhilarated by the sudden acquisition of such protective items. At this moment, Lu Wanner's delicate fingers had grazed his arm, and she smiled sweetly as she said, the total comes to 100 spirit stones. But you may settle the remaining 20 upon your next visit. Having navigated the marketplace for years, Lu Wanner knew precisely how to engage with lower-tier cultivators. As she leaned in closer, poised to nestle into his embrace, Ye Chen dispensed with formality, wrapping his arms around her. Lu Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze sultry, and she let out a soft hum. Should the situation lead to further intimacy in the privacy of a chamber, she would not oppose it. However, that was the extent of it. After toying with her for a while, Ye Chen let out a soft snort within, for this woman was merely a superficial beauty. Just as she harbored expectations, Ye Chen abruptly ceased his actions. Fellow Taoist, I have matters to attend to. Let us continue another time. After tidying up his belongings, Ye Chen swiftly departed from the Duo Bao building. Watching Ye Chen's retreating figure, Lu Wanner, with her intoxicated gaze, gently licked her ruby lips, once again stirring with excitement. Ye Chen hurried along the path, constantly vigilant for any pursuers. Upon confirming his safety, he slipped into a secluded area, vanishing from sight. He had only sold half of the spiritual herbs and wished to avoid drawing attention from the Duo Bao building. Clad in dark attire and wearing a large conical hat to obscure his features, he slowly entered another alchemy shop. Before long, the cold-featured figure emerged, having exchanged for 6 bottles of mid-grade fire elixir, sufficient for him to break through to the 5th level of chi refinement. After ensuring no one was following, he hastened toward the direction of his sect. Upon returning to his cave, Ye Chen planted the seeds he had purchased in the Jade Pendant space and diligently began his cultivation. As a dedicated practitioner, he was either training or hastening the growth of spiritual herbs. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. One day, while cultivating in the cave, Ye Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, he was invigorated, his eyes bright. He had reached the 5th level of chi refinement. In truth, he had entered the 5th level 2 months prior, but had been consolidating his realm. The first 4 levels of chi refinement were relatively easy to cultivate, yet many practitioners found themselves stagnated at this juncture, unable to progress further. Now, his dantian brimmed with spiritual energy, his physical body was significantly stronger than before, and the range of his spiritual consciousness had expanded greatly. Unavoidably, thoughts of Li Muxua surfaced. It had been a considerable time since she had sought him out. To be honest, each time he recalled her smooth skin and soft gasps, his heart would flutter involuntarily. First, he placed all the ripened spiritual herbs into the Jade Pendant space. He had previously conducted experiments and found that the preservation of herbs within was no less effective than that in jade boxes. In a few days, he planned to sell all these herbs, and the thought of the substantial influx of spirit stones made Ye Chen chuckle with delight. During these 2 months, he had inexplicably perused the yin-yang art he obtained from Qin Qian. This technique was divided into 2 parts. The upper half focused on unilateral harvesting and cauldron techniques, while the lower half pertained to dual cultivation. As long as both parties were in sync, deeply connected in sentiment, they could enhance their cultivation together. Although Ye Chen held some disdain for this technique, given his current affiliation with the demonic sect, he needed to remain cautious of his fellow disciples as well as the enchanting and beautiful female practitioners. Thus, he diligently studied the yin-yang art. Once he had fully grasped it, he leisurely unsealed the restrictions of his cave abode. According to the sect's regulations, one must undertake a task at the mission hall upon reaching the 5th level of chi refinement, but prior to that, it is necessary to pay a visit to a certain individual surnamed Lu. Chapter 12. Becoming a spirit herb cultivator. After searching among several peaks of the outer sect, Ye Chen finally located Lu Wentai. "Greetings, senior brother," Ye Chen said, exhibiting the customary respect. "Indeed, it appears I have not misjudged your potential," Lu Wentai remarked with satisfaction after scrutinizing Ye Chen's cultivation level. "What task would you like me to undertake, senior brother?" Lu Wentai stroked his smooth chin, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Come with me to the mission hall, and you shall find out." The mission hall, situated on Tongxian Peak, consists of a grand main hall and several subsidiary halls, bustling with cultivators making their way to and fro. Among them were numerous chi refinement practitioners, as well as several foundation establishment cultivators. As an outer sect disciple, one could only go to the subsidiary halls to receive tasks. Inside the subsidiary hall, a late-stage chi refinement cultivator was idly perusing a manual. Upon spotting Lu Wentai, he immediately broke into a broad smile. "Senior brother Lu, it has been quite some time. What brings you here today?" Lu Wentai responded with a smile. "This is a dear acquaintance of mine, Ye Chen, who has just entered the 5th level of chi refinement." "Oh, it is nothing of great importance. I did not expect to accompany you for such a trivial matter." The cultivator surnamed Lu replied politely. Seeing that the coast was clear, Lu Wentai smiled while discreetly handing over a pouch of spirit stones. Whispering a few words in Lu's ear, Ye Chen gazed at the heavy pouch of spirit stones, feeling a mix of emotions. Knowing that many of them must have been his own savings, now borrowed by this Lu fellow. The cultivator surnamed Lu could hardly conceal his joy, saying, "Senior brother Lu, we have been friends for many years. There is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat." As Lu swiftly stowed the spirit stones into his storage bag, he regarded Ye Chen with satisfaction. "Junior brother Ye, I am Lu Xian. You may simply call me senior brother Lu from now on. Present your identity token, and I shall arrange a sect task for you." Ye Chen respectfully handed over his identity token, watching as Lu Xian wielded a peculiar pen, devoid of ink, drawing and writing in the air, conjuring a multitude of golden characters. He then formed a hand seal, casting a spell that infused the golden characters into the identity token. Finally, he inscribed Ye Chen's specific sect task into the mission roster. Once the matter was settled, Lu Wentai engaged in some small talk with Lu Xian before hastily bidding farewell. Upon reaching a secluded area, Lu Wentai remarked nonchalantly, "From now on, you shall go to the Alchemy Pavilion." The Alchemy Pavilion? Ye Chen could hardly believe he had received such a task. It is known that the path of alchemy is fraught with difficulties, typically pursued by cultivators hailing from prominent families. given the high failure rates in early-stage pill crafting that necessitate substantial family resources. Noticing Ye Chen's astonished expression, Lu Wentai snorted coldly. What are you thinking? You will serve as a spirit herb cultivator in the alchemy pavilion. Spirit herb cultivator? Is there a problem? No, I am quite satisfied. Ye Chen maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart brimmed with joy. The task of nurturing spiritual plants appeared to be quite promising. Lu Wentai stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, if you fail and are dismissed by the Dan Pavilion, Lu, do not harbor useless individuals. In that case, I shall have no choice but to report Chen Qian's matters truthfully. Having uttered these words, he departed without a backward glance. Observing Lu Wentai's retreating figure, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, when my strength increases in the future, what leverage will you possess over me? You spent so many spirit stones to send me to the Dan Pavilion. It seems your intentions are far from simple. The Dan Pavilion is perched atop the luminous peak, shrouded by an immense formation. The mountain is suffused with rich spiritual energy, and one can catch a whiff of various medicinal fragrances from afar. This place is a sacred ground of the sect, heavily fortified, with foundation establishment practitioners leading the disciples of artifact crafting in ceaseless patrols around the perimeter. Ye Chen hesitated, unsure of how to approach the situation, when suddenly a voice rang out, demanding, who goes there, skulking about? The speaker was a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Noticing the grim expression on the individual's face, Ye Chen nervously explained his purpose. Oh, I see. Follow me. I shall escort you to the medicinal herb garden, the guarding practitioner replied nonchalantly. The herb garden lay at a considerable distance from the Dan Pavilion. From afar, one could see various protective formations of differing sizes, beneath which lay an array of spiritual fields. Just as they were about to enter the herb garden, a sharp voice filled the air with curses. Useless. Why have my spiritual herbs withered? Watch how I deal with you. The speaker was a portly late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. The unfortunate spiritual planter on the ground was in dire straits, spitting blood, with both legs broken, pleading for mercy. The heavy-set practitioner, seemingly unsatisfied, continued to stomp mercilessly on the already injured planter. The downed spiritual planter, already gravely wounded and barely clinging to life, soon succumbed to unconsciousness under the weight of the portly practitioner's foot. After a bout of torment, the practitioner's complexion shifted from green to pale in fury as he addressed the other spiritual planters. If you do not work diligently, this shall be your fate. Dispose of this fellow. He brings ill fortune. Upon hearing this, the other spiritual planters hastily used their magic to gently lift the unfortunate practitioner and quickly exited the herb garden. The portly practitioner, seeing the guards approach, slightly cupped his hands with a smile. His gaze then turned to Ye Chen, and he spoke irately. You are here to be a spiritual planter, are you not? You have seen the consequence of failure. Young brother understands, Ye Chen replied. Before he could finish, the portly practitioner impatiently interrupted. Hand over your identity token. I wonder what sort of disciple Lu Xian has sent. Ye Chen dared not say much. He had experience caring for spiritual herbs, and his Jade Pendant possessed extraordinary capabilities, requiring minimal effort on his part. After verifying the identity token, the portly practitioner led Ye Chen through a series of twists and turns to a modest herb garden. This garden was not extensive, merely 3 acres in size, yet it was lush with a variety of spiritual herbs. Above, there exists a minor restriction. Without a specialized jade token, entry is utterly impossible. The corpulent cultivator impatiently elucidated the varieties of spiritual herbs and the essential considerations for their management. Noticing several familiar spiritual herbs, Ye Chen immediately comprehended that these were utilized by cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. I am Chen Depang, and the spiritual herbs of the Dingxi Garden area are now under your jurisdiction. The tasks of sowing, fertilizing, watering, weeding, and pest control require meticulous attention. Do not be negligent. After this admonition, he spoke with an imposing demeanor. This is the jade token that grants access to this area of spiritual herbs. Guard it well. Should you lose it, beware of the consequences. Seemingly still uneasy, he added, if there is anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to consult other herbalists. Here is a book concerning the management of spiritual plants. Take the time to study it thoroughly. Upon completing his remarks, Chen Depang swaggered away to inspect other areas. Ye Chen observed a wooden cabin amidst the garden, designated for the residence of the herbalists. The 3 acres of medicinal herb garden were rich in spiritual energy, and with a gentle breeze, the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Upon entering the modest wooden cabin, he discovered it was quite simple, containing merely a bed, a table, and a meditation mat. Fortunately, it provided shelter from the wind and rain, and Ye Chen held no grievances. However, he did not intend to reside here permanently. Occasional visits sufficed, as the previous cave, albeit remote, allowed for undisturbed meditation. Moreover, he He often found himself reminiscing about the enchanting fairy and her alluring form. Chapter 13. The Library. After stabilizing his mind, he diligently perused the book on spiritual herb cultivation provided by Chen Dapeng. The text was replete with detailed descriptions, crafted by an author who seemed anxious that the herbalists might struggle to comprehend, hence the inclusion of numerous illustrations. Upon finishing, Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief. Managing the spiritual herbs was not as daunting as he had initially feared. Having merely skimmed through the herbs earlier alongside Chen Dapeng, he resolved to inspect them thoroughly. Thankfully, upon careful examination, he discovered several herbs with withered roots. If left unaddressed, the consequences could be dire. As night fell, taking advantage of the solitude, he quietly excavated the withered herbs. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he began utilizing the Jade Pendant for restoration. Before long, the previously withered herbs had returned to their former vitality, free of any ailments. In the ensuing days, Ye Chen followed the methods outlined in the book for sowing, fertilizing, watering, weeding, and pest control during the day, while dedicating his nights to rigorous cultivation in his cave. A month later, the 3 acres of spiritual fields were flourishing, with vast expanses of healthy spiritual herbs, devoid of any signs of wilting or pestilence. When Chen Dapeng arrived to harvest the herbs, he appeared somewhat astonished. After collecting a significant quantity, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Not bad. Henceforth, the medicinal herb garden will provide you with 4 spirit stones each month." Ye Chen feigned excitement, replying, "Thank you, senior brother." Chen Dapeng feigned a look of embarrassment and said, "Junior brother, I must admit that I am currently in a bit of a financial bind. I shall return these spirit stones to you at a later date." Ye Chen had never expected the medicinal herb garden to provide additional spirit stones, and since he was secretly cultivating spirit herbs for sale, he was hardly in need of them. Thus, he pretended to be respectful and replied, "Brother Chen, you flatter me. Were it not for your kindness in taking me in, I would not have had the opportunity to engage in the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Consider these spirit stones a token of gratitude from your junior brother." Upon hearing this, Chen Dapeng burst into hearty laughter and quickly replied, "Excellent, very good." After harvesting the spirit herbs, Chen Dapeng hurriedly departed for another spirit field. Naturally, the familiar shouts and curses resumed. "You worthless fool, get out of the medicinal herb garden. With such poor management, you shall receive no spirit stones this month." Ye Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Were it not for the miraculous Jade Pendant, he might have already been expelled from the medicinal herb garden. After dealing with Chen Dapeng, Ye Chen meticulously secured the prohibitions of the medicinal herb garden before making his way to the library. Although he had successfully entered the cultivation sect, he remained largely ignorant of the vast majority of cultivation knowledge. The library was situated in the heart of the blood-hidden sect, serving as a core asset of the sect. From a distance, one could see the library enveloped in a faint blue protective formation, with patrolling guards constantly surveying the area. The disciples making their way to the library appeared considerably more relaxed, no longer attempting to conceal their heads, for compared to collecting elixirs, the library was a much safer haven. The library comprised 3 stories. Although not particularly tall, it exuded a grandiose atmosphere. Supported by 30 massive stone pillars on a vast expanse of pristine white marble, the imposing plaque bore the 3 powerful characters that spelled library. Disciples in the Qi refining stage were only permitted to select techniques from the first floor, while those in the foundation establishment stage could access the second floor. The third floor contained the sect's secret techniques, accessible only with the consent of an elder at the core formation stage. However, the more profound techniques reserved for the core formation and nascent soul stages were either stored in the sect's treasury or belonged exclusively to certain cultivating families, thus not available here. On either side of the library stood 4 disciples in the late Qi refining stage. Upon presenting his identity token, Ye Chen observed as one of the disciples gently tapped a large jade stone at the entrance with the token. Instantly, the jade stone emanated a soft blue glow. "You may enter," the guarding disciple nodded slightly. Upon stepping into the library, Ye Chen was greeted by an expansive interior. The first floor was vast, lined with countless towering bookshelves. The second floor mirrored this, but with the added presence of several elegant chambers. Just as Ye Chen prepared to approach a bookshelf to select a tome, an elderly man at the book registration desk cleared his throat deliberately. Ye Chen turned his gaze towards the elder, noting that he was a foundation establishment practitioner with graying hair, yet his eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. "Young friend, is this your first visit to the library?" "Indeed, Master Uncle," Ye Chen replied candidly. The elder spoke softly. "The library has a time limit. 5 spirit stones for half an hour. If you wish to copy a cultivation method, the price is different." "So expensive?" Ye Chen pondered, realizing that 5 spirit stones for half an hour was quite steep, especially since the sect only allocated 7 spirit stones per month. Just as he hesitated, the elder, with narrowed eyes, added, "As a newcomer, You may receive a discount on your first attempt to copy a cultivation method. Ye Chen nodded slightly, recognizing his current lackluster strength. He resolved to swiftly enhance his cultivation and knowledge, reluctantly handing over 5 spirit stones. Upon receiving the stones, the elder expressed satisfaction, saying, "I see that you possess considerable potential. You will surely find a suitable cultivation method." Ye Chen, unwilling to waste time, hurried to the shelves to meticulously select his choice. The number of shelves was vast, each adorned with a plethora of books. There were texts in various forms: paper, jade slips, bamboo scrolls, and silk manuscripts, covering topics such as cultivation methods, sword techniques, spells, and the diverse arts of cultivation, including alchemy, talismans, puppetry, and formations. The collection included introductions to prominent sects in the realm of cultivation and snippets about renowned figures, as well as both orthodox sect methods and authentic demonic arts. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that many of the methods were of low rank, including sword techniques and spells, with even the arts of cultivation being rather elementary. Nonetheless, these texts would suffice for a Qi refinement practitioner, providing some degree of enlightenment. Yet, having diligently practiced the life and death technique, Ye Chen had already gained a certain understanding of advanced methods, and thus found little value in these offerings. He could not help but feel deceived. Had he known, he might as well have sought alternatives in the sex market or elsewhere. After surveying the shelves, he found himself increasingly despondent as time slipped away. At that moment, while passing a jade slip, he felt a faint tremor emanating from it. This jade slip lay at the bottom of the shelf, shrouded in a thick layer of dust. Wiping away the dust, he pressed the slip to his forehead, revealing extensive ancient characters and a peculiar map within. Intrigued, Ye Chen proceeded to the registration desk and presented the jade slip to the elder. The elder examined it with astonishment, shaking his head in disappointment. "Young friend, the jade slip you hold is to be disposed of by the library. You need not copy it. It is a gift to you." "Thank you, master." Ye Chen's spirits lifted upon hearing this. 5 spirit stones were still too costly, but receiving the jade slip for free was a fortunate turn of events. He placed the jade slip into his storage bag, preparing to leave. Just then, a gentle breeze caressed his face, accompanied by a faint whiff of floral fragrance. Chapter 14. An unexpected encounter with Li Muxue. Ye Chen instinctively turned his gaze, and there he beheld a woman of striking height and grace, her long, lustrous black hair cascading like silk, her skin smooth and fair, her elegantly long neck, slender waist, delicate fingers, and exquisite features were enough to captivate the heart of any cultivator. Draped in an exquisite black attire, her graceful figure was rendered strikingly evident. Upon a closer inspection of her visage, one could not help but feel a pang of surprise and embarrassment. The person before him was none other than Li Muxue, who, with an air of coldness, was ascending to the 3rd floor, seemingly aware of the intense gaze upon her, and instinctively glanced in that direction. The elderly guardian, bowing his head, dared not utter a word, nor did he have the courage to meet her eyes. When Li Muxue recognized that the individual before her was Ye Chen, she appeared taken aback, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. After all, in the library, it was inappropriate to exhibit excessive emotions. Thus, she feigned aloofness and inquired softly, "Have you found a suitable cultivation technique?" Ye Chen respectfully replied, "Master Ancestor, I have yet to find one." The repeated reference to her as Master Ancestor did not sit well with Li Muxue, her brows knitting together as she commanded, "Follow me." The elder steward of the library, witnessing the interaction, appeared somewhat ill at ease. Access to the 3rd floor was not granted to just anyone. Yet he dared not oppose a golden core elder. The 3rd floor, though vast, had a lamentable scarcity of bookshelves. Li Muxue casually selected a private room and stepped inside. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, the space was rendered spotless, starkly contrasting with the 1st floor. Seated languidly in the room, Li Muxue relaxed, her entire being exuding a more alluring aura. Observing Ye Chen's dazed expression, she smiled subtly, reflecting, "For many years, this body has captivated countless souls. Now, it has fallen into your hands. Are you not satisfied?" As if a thought struck her, she conjured a soundproof barrier. Indeed, she had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, her cultivation speed rivaling that of typical inner disciples. "I hear you have entered the spirit herb garden?" Ye Chen was utterly astonished by her concern for him, yet he hesitated to disclose how he gained access. Thus, he quickly responded, "I was merely fortunate." Li Muxue nodded, smiling as she remarked, "Cultivating and identifying spirit herbs will not only prepare you for a path as a spirit planter, but may also lead you down the road of alchemy." Ye Chen nodded incessantly, understanding that the cultivation of spirit herbs relied heavily on the extraordinary Jade Pendant, and he possessed no remarkable abilities of his own. The alchemical path appeared promising, especially since he had an abundance of spirit herbs at his disposal. Though the books on the lower levels were not of high caliber, it was imperative for you to become well-read. Many formidable figures excel in alchemy, talismans, formations, and puppetry. In the realm of cultivation, the more knowledge one acquires, the longer one may thrive. Li Mu Shui earnestly expounded, having spoken more today than she had in an entire year within the sect. Have you encountered any difficulties in the sect? She inquired gently. Ye Chen contemplated revealing the threats posed by Lu Wentai and Chen Lei, but the words faltered at the precipice of his lips, leaving him feeling embarrassed. Sensing his discomfort, Li Mu Shui surmised the nature of his plight. Her own journey had not been without its trials, and she had faced numerous setbacks within the sect. She intended to offer words of comfort, but hesitated, feeling that it might not be appropriate. Both parties remained silent for an extended period, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Li Mu Shui, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, stated, "From now on, you are to read every book in the first and second floors of the library. I shall conduct a review later." Although this place belongs to a demonic sect, it possesses a profound historical foundation, having once been a righteous sect. Li Mu Shui believed that since she had brought him into the demonic sect, she had a degree of responsibility to oversee him. Allowing one who had saved her to languish within the sect would inevitably lead to the birth of inner demons. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was taken aback, for he was aware that the elder steward would demand a considerable amount of spirit stones. He could only respond honestly, "This place is too expensive." Li Mu Shui smiled gently and replied, "Accept this jade token from me. You will have unrestricted access to the books on the first 2 floors, and the steward will not trouble you." After speaking, she retrieved a jade token from her storage bag and handed it to Ye Chen, followed by several jade slips and 10 bottles of elixirs. These contain some cultivation techniques and elixirs. Make good use of them. In the path of cultivation, one must strive diligently, for it is a competitive journey where stagnation leads to regression. Though you are in a demonic sect, do not lose your righteous heart. "Yes, I will remember, Master," Ye Chen replied respectfully. Li Mu Shui nodded slightly, her tone becoming solemn as she whispered, "I possess 3 cultivation techniques. Do not disclose this to anyone else." "Understood." Ye Chen, filled with curiosity, accepted the jade slips and quickly placed them into his storage bag. At that moment, a look of concern crossed Li Mu Shui's face. She had originally intended to search for some antidotes on the 3rd floor, but upon releasing her spiritual sense to investigate, she found nothing. The poison was exceedingly peculiar, a blend of various strange spiritual herbs. Despite employing numerous methods, she had only managed to alleviate half of it. Sighing, she said, "Focus on your cultivation from now on." With that, she led Ye Chen down the stairs. After a brief exchange with the elder steward, who appeared astonished, he harbored no further thoughts after receiving a bottle of elixir from Li Mu Shui. Watching her graceful figure depart, Ye Chen felt a surge of gratitude. The elder steward smiled and said, "Young friend, my surname is Foam. You may call me Uncle Foam from now on. With the jade token in your possession, you may browse the library without time restrictions and without incurring any spirit stone fees." By the time Ye Chen returned to the cave, night had fallen. Lying on his bed, he meticulously examined the jade slip. The exterior was ancient and worn, seemingly having endured the passage of millennia. However, when he pressed the jade slip to his forehead, he found it devoid of any content. Ye Chen shook his head in resignation, realizing why the library had bestowed this jade slip upon him without charge. Just then, a look of excitement crossed his face as he seemed to recall something. He swiftly formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy and activating the life and death technique, infusing the jade slip with the resultant magical power. To his disappointment, the jade slip showed no reaction at all. Just as he was about to give up, a faint azure light began to emanate from the jade slip. A brilliant beam of light shot forth, directly piercing into Ye Chen's sea of consciousness. Within this realm, several golden characters appeared, inscribed with the words, "Immaculate Sword Technique." A sword of purity capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Not only did ancient inscriptions flood into his awareness, but a phantom also manipulated the flying swords with deft precision. These swords, under the guidance of the specter, demonstrated various sword forms and formations, continuously showcasing an array of sword techniques. This sword technique consisted of 12 levels, each formed from a combination of sword techniques and formations. To his delight, upon executing the first move of the sword technique, a beam of sword light struck the cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble. This sword technique surpassed the sword mastery bestowed by the sect by a significant margin, though it regrettably demanded a considerable amount of magical energy. Chapter 15. Diligent Cultivation and the 6th Layer of Qi Refinement. Subsequently, he meticulously examined the 3 jade slips given by Li Mu Shui. The slips retained a faint, alluring fragrance, seemingly infused with the essence of her cosmetics. The 3 slips were titled Spell Advancement, Vedic Heart Mantra, and Yin Yang Technique. Spell Advancement was an advanced version of the Sword Control Technique, Fireball Technique, Ice Spike Technique, Earth Trap Technique, and Thunder Strike Technique. Vedic heart mantra was merely a straightforward scripture, while the yin-yang technique was peculiar, presenting only half of its content. Currently lacking in strength, he recognized the urgent need for improvement. In the days that followed, he spent his mornings tending to the spirit herbs in the elixir garden and occasionally perusing the library, while dedicating his nights to cultivation in the cave. Unbeknownst to him, a year had slipped by. During this time, he had read extensively in the library, broadening his horizons and making considerable advancements in his cultivation. He mastered all the spells and spell advancement, although their potency was diminished due to his low cultivation level. The Vedic heart mantra proved to be an extraordinary scripture. With daily recitation, the bitterness within him notably diminished. In truth, it served as a method to dispel inner demons, significantly aiding his breakthrough in cultivation over prolonged practice. Yet, the half-completed yin-yang technique remained obscure and convoluted, yielding no progress over 6 months. Throughout that year, Ye Chen devoted the majority of his training time to the death and life technique, which vastly enhanced both his physical body and consciousness beyond that of ordinary cultivators. After considerable effort, he finally grasped the 30 sword forms of the first layer of the immaculate sword technique. Aside from his significant progress in cultivation, overseeing the elixir garden went remarkably smoothly. Thanks to the assistance of the Jade Talisman, the spirit herbs he tended thrived impressively, far surpassing those in other gardens. One day, Chen Depang swaggered into the elixir garden under Ye Chen's care. After inspecting the premises, a satisfied expression spread across his face, and he nodded with a smile, saying, "Let us go? I never expected you to possess some talent. I shall transfer you to a more valuable elixir garden." The prospect of changing gardens startled Ye Chen, yet he dared not oppose. Having spent time together, he had come to understand Chen's temperament. Deliberately donning a cheerful expression, he replied, "I will follow your arrangements, senior brother. Rest assured, the benefits this time will certainly come your way." With that, Chen Depao led Ye Chen to the new spirit herb garden. As promised, the garden was filled with rare and exquisite spirit grasses of a superior grade, intended for the cultivation of the families of practitioners. He emphasized the importance of safeguarding these spirit grasses, warning that any negligence would lead to a fate akin to that of the previous gardener. Chen Depao had calculated that if the spirit grasses were well tended, the rewards in spirit stones from the sect would be substantial. And all those spirit stones would belong to him. "Yes, please rest assured, senior brother," Ye Chen replied with a respectful demeanor. Once Chen Depao departed, he began to inspect the growth of the spirit grasses, determined not to face humiliation or manipulation. For the spirit grasses that were already sickly and yellowed, he discreetly discarded them, planting them in the space of his Jade Pendant, intending to nurture them until they thrived before replanting them into the herb garden. Days passed in a tranquil manner, filled with the tasks of selecting seeds, sowing, fertilizing, nurturing seedlings, transplanting, pest control, and watering. The remaining time was devoted to diligent cultivation, during which he faintly sensed the presence of a barrier. Once he broke through this barrier, he would ascend to the 6th level of qi refinement. In the context of the demonic sect, strength was paramount. Only through continuous elevation of his realm could he hope to subdue the 2 individuals who posed a threat to him. At the thought of Lu Wentai and Chen Lei, his expression grew exceptionally cold. That night, dark clouds loomed overhead, and the air was oppressively humid. Ye Chen felt restless and once again retrieved the Mingyang Ju. He was curious as to why he had made no progress while practicing the Mingyang Ju, whereas Li Muxue had urged him to keep it a secret. This half of the Mingyang Ju was divided into 8 layers, yet he found himself unable to even cultivate the first layer. As the text began with the words, "Reshape the meridians, burn the heart and bones, the great path must be achieved," he wondered if Li Muxue had ever practiced it, and if he should seek her guidance. At that moment, a tremendous clap of thunder resonated through the night sky, followed by successive flashes of lightning that tore through the heavens, making the night appear menacing under the storm. Soon, torrential rain began to pour, filling the surroundings with a cacophony of sounds. The herb garden remained unharmed due to the protective barriers in place. In the darkness, the sky was interwoven with electric webs, resembling a series of paintings. Ye Chen gazed up at the tumultuous weather, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, a smile crept across his lips, and he began to move with exuberance. At that moment, it seemed he had grasped the essence of the Mingyang Ju. Reshaping the meridians and burning the heart and bones did not imply the complete destruction of the existing meridians for the purpose of recultivation. Rather, it suggested a practice of alternating between the flow of the meridians in both directions. The introduction served as a fundamental principle, playing a decisive role in the cultivation of the technique. Without understanding it, one could not comprehend its essence. As the saying goes, all things are governed by yin and yang, with the extraordinary and the ordinary leaning upon each other, lengths and shortness forming contrasts, sounds harmonizing, and precedents following sequences. No wonder this technique is called the yin-yang formula. for yin represents the utmost darkness, while yang embodies the utmost strength. With this understanding, he promptly settled into a meditative posture for cultivation. As he swiftly formed hand seals, an abundance of pure spiritual energy surged into his body, nourishing the meridians throughout his limbs and bones. He then guided the energy to flow in reverse through the meridians, striking against a profound gateway within his body. At this moment, Ye Chen's eyes were tightly shut, attentively sensing the operation of the technique. As hour after hour passed, his face flushed crimson, his expression one of struggle, and various parts of his body glowed a fiery red. With a resounding bang, the previously obstructed meridians began to flow freely. The reverse flow of spiritual energy proved to have such astonishing effects, leaving Ye Chen utterly astounded. The yin-yang formula carved its own path, utilizing the reverse flow of spiritual energy to unlock the gateways and acupoints within the body, thereby enhancing cultivation. Practitioners, depending on their respective realms, exhibited different gateways and acupoints. Upon realizing that the reverse flow of spiritual energy posed no danger, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and began alternating between two methods to strike at the acupoints and gateways. However, this form of cultivation seemed to inflict a form of torment and destruction upon the body. Fortunately, having practiced the life and death formula, his physical body and spirit were far stronger than those of ordinary practitioners. After half a month of diligent training, Ye Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Currently, he possessed 72 acupoints and 8 major gateways, and during this period, he astonishingly broke through 5 acupoints and 1 gateway. After consuming several fire essence pills, spiritual energy flowed into the acupoints, the pure essence coursing through the meridians, ultimately being refined and gathered in the dantian. The yin-yang formula not only facilitated the breaking through of acupoints and gateways, but also accelerated the body's absorption of spiritual energy. He could distinctly feel a vast accumulation of spiritual energy within, continuously impacting his internal organs. As days passed, his physical condition reached a critical point. One day, Ye Chen suddenly shouted, and a thick mist enveloped him. With the aid of the yin-yang formula, he had finally reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Chapter 16. The thoughts of the cultivators in the treasure pavilion. With the elevation of his realm, his surrounding magical power surged forth, and both his physical body and spiritual consciousness grew increasingly formidable. Rapid advancement was not necessarily a boon, particularly within demonic sects, as it could draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Contemplating this, Ye Chen executed a technique to conceal his aura, reducing his cultivation level to the 5th layer of qi refinement. He let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "It's time to venture out." In the Jade Pendant space, he gathered some spiritual herbs in preparation for a trip to the market. This time, he donned a black cloak and a heavy hat, making every effort to avoid detection by other cultivators as he lowered his head and entered the treasure pavilion. "Ah, my dear friend, it has been quite some time since your last visit. What do you require this time?" Lu Wanner immediately recognized him, her smile radiating satisfaction as she inquired. Within the elegantly appointed chamber, Ye Chen leisurely sipped the fragrant spiritual tea, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke, just like last time. "I am here to sell spiritual herbs. Are you in a hurry, my esteemed friend?" Lu Wanner refrained from summoning other cultivators directly, instead adopting a coy demeanor as she replied, "My dear friend, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly." With that, she slowly approached Ye Chen, awaiting his casual selection. As Ye Chen beheld Lu Wanner's swaying figure and her voluptuous, alluring form, he felt a sudden dryness in his throat and decided to play along with the charade. Moments later, the chamber was filled with Lu Wanner's breathy whispers. "You are such a rogue." Upon witnessing her dazed expression, an inexplicable distaste surged within Ye Chen. After a playful exchange, his demeanor turned icy as he stated, "There are matters to attend to. Please seek out the cultivator who purchases spiritual herbs." "Very well, my dear friend, I shall summon Brother Chen at once." As he watched her depart, Ye Chen pondered, although she is indeed striking, her excessive libertinism may hinder the sales within this establishment. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged cultivator Chen Buke entered the chamber with measured steps. "Ye, my friend, it feels as though we have known each other for ages. It has been too long. How many spiritual herbs do you wish to sell today?" Chen Buke's face radiated warmth. The Duobao Tower was known for its keen sense of information, and he had already learned that Ye Chen was a skilled spiritual plant master. Ye Chen offered a slight smile and exchanged pleasantries before carefully arranging the spiritual herbs upon the table. He had deliberately selected herbs of varying ages for this occasion. Chen Buke's eyes gleamed with delight upon seeing the quality of the herbs before him, clearly meticulously cultivated and far superior to the last batch, with many having exceptionally long ages. "Excellent, truly excellent," he praised repeatedly. Then, with a knowing smile, he regarded Ye Chen, suspecting that the latter was indeed a spiritual plant master overseeing a vast medicinal garden, perhaps even pilfering some herbs on occasion. It seemed they could forge a long-term partnership. After estimating the value of the herbs, Chen Buke quietly stated the amount of spirit stones, emphasizing that no other shop could offer such a sum. Very well. I am not in a rush for the spirit stones. This time, I intend to purchase some cultivation resources from your esteemed shop. In that case, I shall call Warner in. Once Chen Buke departed, Lu Warner entered the chamber with an enchanting grace, her demeanor now markedly more intimate. She frequently drew close, allowing Ye Chen to feel the warmth of her skin. My dear friend, what would you like this time? Lu Warner inquired with a sultry gaze. 5 vials of mid-grade flame pills, along with a vial of pulse protection pills and a vial of essence condensing pills. As for the rest, you may decide. But do keep it within reasonable limits. Understood, I shall fetch these for you at once. Before long, Lu Warner returned, bearing a plethora of items. In addition to the vials, there were 2 low-tier magical artifacts and a jade box. My dear friend, here are the elixirs you requested, all of exceptional quality. Lu Warner gently opened a vial, pouring out a single pill with utmost confidence as she spoke. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's satisfaction, he pointed to one of the magical artifacts and said, "This is the flying blade, its edge razor-sharp, requiring only a minimal infusion of spiritual energy to soar swiftly through the air. The Black Wind Banner, a common tool of our demonic sect, upon activation, not only emits corrosive black smoke, but also generates a multitude of wind blades. Within this jade box lies a formidable thunder pearl, potent enough to overwhelm even a foundation-building cultivator." After the introduction, Lu Warner, visibly pleased, approached Ye Chen and softly inquired, "My dear friend, are you satisfied with these items?" "Indeed," Ye Chen replied with a gentle nod, a smile gracing his features. However, after a moment's pause, he added, "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Lu Warner, seemingly reluctant, chuckled, "My dear friend, my residence is not far from here. Why not visit me? Allow me to offer you a massage." Upon observing her alluring demeanor and recalling her entanglements with countless male cultivators, Ye Chen felt a surge of aversion. Nevertheless, he politely declined. Time is of the essence, perhaps another occasion. He swiftly gathered the items from the table into his storage pouch and departed in haste. As Ye Chen's figure faded from view, Lu Warner stomped her foot in frustration and muttered, "Next time. What will happen next time?" At that moment, Chen Buke, having entered the room unbeknownst to them, narrowed his eyes and moved closer to Lu Qingxiao, his hand growing restless. With a soft huff, Lu Warner exclaimed, "Did we give that fellow too many spirit stones? Those spiritual herbs were originally pilfered. It's an utter bargain for him. He thinks he can take advantage of me. How naive. The arrangements are already in place," Chen Buke stated coldly. "Is that so?" Lu Qingxiao responded, both surprised and delighted. Chen Buke clapped his hands, and a cultivator slowly entered the room. "Chen Lei, this is a disciple of your esteemed sect. You are at the 10th level of qi refinement. Do not fail in your task. Rest assured, I have his life secured, but do not forget the spirit stones afterward." Chen Lei's expression twitched, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Very well, I trust in your prowess. After all, this is not our first collaboration. This individual has always been shrouded in mystery within the sect. I shall interrogate him thoroughly this time," Chen Lei replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Having distanced himself from the Duobao building, Ye Chen turned towards another location. He had only relinquished a small portion of the spiritual herbs to Duobao building, keeping the majority concealed, for one must always remain vigilant against potential treachery. Before him lay the black market, a place where trade occurs without question of the origins of goods. This black market was established by a family of rogue cultivators, guarded by a core formation practitioner, and has maintained a long-standing reputation for safety. In addition to powerful cultivators, patrols ensure order. Any who dare to cause a ruckus here would meet immediate execution. Thus, the commerce in this locale thrived splendidly. In the shadowy realm of the black market, anonymity reigns supreme. No one knows the identity of another. For all who gather are clad in black garments, their faces obscured by masks or veils, their voices raspy as they engage in clandestine transactions. Beyond the necessity for outward disguise, a sophisticated array of formations has been meticulously arranged, within which cultivators are stripped of their spiritual perception, rendering them unable to discern each other's prowess. Chapter 17, Black Market Transactions. Furthermore, under the suppression of this grand array, the utilization of magical energy or spells becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, as security increases, the reputation of the black market flourishes. After tendering 5 spirit stones, Ye Chen stepped cautiously into the trading area. Numerous cultivators were stationed at makeshift stalls, displaying a variety of items for barter: magical artifacts, talismans, formations, cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, and elixirs. However, the items on display were scarce, A stall selling magical artifacts exhibited but a single piece, while another offering talismans showcased merely one. Ye Chen observed a cultivator purchasing a magical artifact, and upon concluding their haggling, the buyer swiftly handed over spirit stones and departed. The vendor, having received the payment, also quickly vanished into the throng, only to re-establish a stall elsewhere. This behavior stemmed from a mutual desire to remain unrecognizable, as, despite the protective array safeguarding both parties, recent events involving spirit insects tracking individuals had instilled a sense of trepidation, thus fostering this mode of transaction. Such trading protocols delighted Ye Chen. He was eager to ascend in cultivation level and evade the threats posed by the two late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Consequently, he found an unoccupied space, laid out a black cloth, and retrieved several quality spiritual herbs from his storage bag. As soon as they were displayed, they attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. One individual, Voice Horse, inquired, "Friend, what is the price of these spiritual herbs?" After contemplating the acquisition price from the Duobao Tower, Ye Chen gestured, deliberately inflating the cost. To his astonishment, the individual exhibited no hesitation, eyes gleaming as they promptly produced spirit stones, fearful of a potential retraction. Astonished, Ye Chen realized that selling spiritual herbs in this venue yielded far greater profits than at the Duobao Tower. It appeared that Chen Bujue was indeed a cunning fox. Once the transaction was complete, Ye Chen swiftly dismantled his stall and blended back into the crowd, confirming that no one was trailing him. He set up another stall in a different location to continue selling his spiritual herbs. Thus, after several transactions, his stock of herbs was rapidly depleted, and his storage bag brimmed with spirit stones. Ye Chen suddenly recognized that this black market seemed tailor-made for him. Alleviating his concerns about how to sell the surplus spiritual herbs from his Jade Pendant space, allowing him to bypass the Duobao Tower altogether. The treasures within the black market were indeed plentiful. One black-clad cultivator even presented a mid-grade magical artifact for sale, a remarkable item typically reserved for foundation establishment cultivators. Those capable of selling mid-grade magical artifacts are, more often than not, cultivators at the late stage of Qi refinement or foundation establishment. Fortunately, within this clandestine market, no one can discern the identity of another. The artifact, entirely ebony and measuring 3 feet in length, resembles a slender rod of mysterious iron. A layer of spiritual resonance occasionally flickers across its surface. Although marred with imperfections, it is more than adequate to contend with typical low-grade magical artifacts. Cultivators of Qi refinement generally utilize low-grade artifacts. Thus, the revelation of this mid-grade artifact drew considerable attention from many. When the vendor announced a price, several onlookers promptly turned away without hesitation. The artifact was not new, its usability uncertain, yet it demanded such a hefty sum of spirit stones, leaving the crowd unimpressed. Observing the departing figures, the cloaked vendor remained unperturbed, settling onto the ground to meditate. Noticing one individual scrutinizing the artifact closely, the vendor, without opening his eyes, calmly stated, 100 spirit stones, and not a penny less. Ye Chen, captivated by the artifact, felt an irresistible urge to touch it. Upon seeing this, the vendor gasped in astonishment and whispered, "Friend, the rules of the black market dictate that artifacts may be viewed but not touched. Should you infuse it with your spiritual energy, I would incur a significant loss." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen appeared to have an epiphany, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he rasped, "My friend, I shall take it." The vendor, taken aback, confirmed he had not misheard, and replied in a hoarse voice, "This item has been used many times. While its power is average among mid-grade artifacts, it is more than sufficient against low-grade ones." Only after Ye Chen handed over a pouch of spirit stones did the vendor cease speaking. Thus, they executed the transaction with an exchange of goods and payment. As Ye Chen turned to meld into the crowd, the vendor quietly called out, "Friend, I also possess a brand new mid-grade artifact." Ye Chen furrowed his brow, instantly becoming alert. Typically, after a transaction, cultivators would hastily depart to avoid being marked by some secret technique or spirit insect. "Do not worry, my friend. I, Qian Fu Lai, conduct business with utmost propriety, and my reputation in this black market is well established. I will be setting up my stall at that corner shortly. If you are interested, we may discuss another transaction, though the spirit stones required for this artifact are considerable." He gestured with his fingers before swiftly departing the area. Such an exorbitant price, Ye Chen gasped, realizing that if he proceeded with this purchase, the spirit stones he had just acquired would scarcely have warmed in his pocket before being spent again. Nevertheless, the allure of a brand new mid-grade artifact was undeniable. Its formidable power could even allow him to fiercely resist a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. After meandering through the black market, he eventually arrived at the designated corner. There, he found Qian Fu Lai's stall rather desolate, void of patrons. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the vendor nodded repeatedly, having anticipated his arrival. Thus, he concluded his stall and, with a hoarse voice, smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is not a place for business discussions. Let us go to a tea house." Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Qian Fulai led Ye Chen into a tea house within the black market, directly entering a private room. After ordering a pot of spiritual tea, he casually cast a soundproof barrier. After sipping a cup of spiritual tea, Qian Fulai smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please enjoy this tea without reservation." Ye Chen, however, did not share his leisurely demeanor and replied coolly, "Taoist Qian, time is of the essence. Let us discuss serious matters." Upon hearing this, the other party was slightly taken aback, but then nodded in consent. Although they were in a private room, Qian Fulai still carefully surveyed the surroundings before cautiously retrieving a brand new magical artifact from his storage bag. Before them lay a pristine, mid-grade magical artifact, its surface smooth and unmarred by any blemishes. With such a grand gesture, Ye Chen surmised that the other party must be a Foundation establishment cultivator. In truth, Qian Fulai was also observing discreetly. He was quite curious about Ye Chen's background. After their previous transaction, he had noted Ye Chen's generous spending, his lack of unnecessary chatter, and his seasoned demeanor, suggesting he too was a cultivator of considerable standing. Ye Chen had perused magical artifact diagrams in the library and was not unfamiliar with the artifact before him. The mid-grade Qiankuan sword boasted formidable power among mid-grade artifacts. At present, as he practiced the unblemished sword technique, he was in dire need of such a high-quality flying sword. The more he gazed at this sword, the more he admired it, nearly pressing his face against it. Possessing the mid-grade Qiankuan sword would greatly enhance his ability to deal with those two late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Though he did not wish to harm his fellow disciples, one must remain vigilant, and acquiring this magical artifact was imperative. Upon confirming its authenticity, Ye Chen spoke in a hoarse voice, "Taoist Qian, might there be a possibility for a discount?" Upon hearing the word discount, Qian Fulai, who had just finished his cup of spiritual tea, nearly choked. His initial offer had already been quite low. Any further reduction could risk his profit margin. Hesitantly, he replied, "This discount is already quite generous, given the goodwill from your recent purchase of a magical artifact." However, he did not wish to lose such a customer and added with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, I can offer to inquire about a matter for you free of charge, though it must remain within my capabilities." Seeing the other party's firm stance on not providing a discount, Ye Chen considered that an additional inquiry might not be a bad trade-off. Suddenly, he recalled the Mingyang technique that Li Mengyao had provided him. He only possessed half of it. Why not have the other party investigate? With this thought in mind, he said calmly, "Since you are so considerate, I shall not be polite. Might you have heard of the Mingyang technique? I wish to learn about its origins and how to acquire this cultivation method." Qian Fulai was taken aback. This was a righteous cultivation technique, one that demonic cultivators typically scorned. Who exactly was this person to be so audacious in the domain of demonic cultivators? Qian Fulai scrutinized the figure before him, yet the individual wore their hat low, exercising utmost caution, while a voluminous black robe enveloped their entire being. Truly, a person of prudence. Qian Fulai's thoughts raced. His singular focus was on profit, indifferent to the distinctions between righteousness and malevolence. After swallowing hard, he solemnly declared, "My friend, rest assured, I will uncover the truth within a year." A year? Ye Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, deeming the time excessively long. "My friend, I must investigate this matter thoroughly. I would never deceive you." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded slightly and swiftly retrieved spirit stones from his storage pouch. Closing 2 commendable deals in a single day left Qian Fulai quite satisfied as he counted the stones, casting a lingering glance at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, in turn, hastily stowed away the mid-grade flying sword in his storage pouch, departing the tea house without a moment's hesitation. Upon leaving the black market, he deliberately meandered through the city, ensuring no one was following him and that he bore no marks of pursuit before heading toward the sect. Though this area lay close to the sect and within its influence, the path still led him through a dense forest, which felt somewhat distant for one at the Qi refining stage. The sudden gusts of wind amplified the eeriness of the woods. The forest was eerily silent, and upon glancing up, Ye Chen saw other senior brothers soaring through the air on their swords, stirring a deep envy within him. Although he had learned to fly, he could only sustain it for a few miles before needing to pause and replenish his magical energy. With thunder beads, talismans, magical tools, and elixirs all secured in his storage pouch, he clutched 2 talismans in hand, conscious of the potential threat of rogue cultivators. However, halfway through his journey, a chilling and familiar voice resonated. "Junior brother, it has been a while." Ye Chen looked up to see Chun Lei, the elder brother of Chen Qian. The latter's gaze was fixed on Ye Chen's storage pouch, and he remarked with a significant tone, "Junior brother, it seems the income from the spirit plantation has been quite substantial. How could it be you?" Ye Chen responded, slightly taken aback. Chun Lei had achieved the 10th level of Qi refining, The difference in their cultivation levels posed significant risks should they engage in combat. Nevertheless, Chun-Lei possessed several magical tools, and yielding without a fight would mean greater losses. Noticing Ye Chen's readiness to retaliate, Chun-Lei felt a mix of anger and amusement. To him, Ye Chen's cultivation was hardly worth considering. With a sneer, he coldly stated, "What? Do you still dare to resist? Leave your belongings behind, and I shall let you go this time." Ye Chen's heart bore a cold smile, though he feigned respect on the surface, replying, "Since you are interested, brother, please take these items." With that, he waved his long sleeve. A resounding bang echoed as he activated the talismans hidden within his sleeve, unleashing two massive fireballs that surged toward Chun-Lei with blinding speed. In an instant, the forest erupted into a spectacle of flames and thunderous sounds. Chun-Lei never anticipated that his opponent would strike first. Caught off guard and unprepared, his outer garments were charred by the ensuing flames. "Young man, it seems you prefer punishment over the pleasure of a toast." Enraged, Chun-Lei retrieved a low-grade magical artifact from his storage bag. This artifact, a black banner commonly wielded by demonic practitioners, emitted a hissing sound as it absorbed his spiritual energy. As he waved it vigorously, powerful gusts of wind surged forth. Observing the formidable might of the black banner, Ye Chen summoned the dark iron shield bestowed upon him by Li Muxue. Upon activation, a faint blue barrier enveloped him, while the shield floated nearby, poised to deflect any incoming attacks. Chun-Lei, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, you possess a mid-grade artifact. Speak, from whence did it come?" His recollection of the source of Ye Chen's elixirs ignited a spark of excitement within him. "It seems you have quite a collection of treasures. Utilizing them is a sheer waste. Last time, that fellow Lu ruined my plans, but this time, you shall not escape." Determined to claim Ye Chen's mid-grade artifact for himself, Chun-Lei's face contorted with murderous intent. "Go," he commanded, unleashing a barrage of wind blades from the black banner. The air was filled with a deafening roar as the blades hurtled toward Ye Chen. Although his throat ran dry from anxiety, given his relative inexperience in combat, he soon found solace. His concerns were unfounded. Under the protection of the dark iron shield, the multitude of wind blades struck the barrier, producing a cacophony of crackles as they were deflected. "Humph. Is that all you've got?" Ye Chen remarked coolly. "Impressive, but as a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, how long can you sustain this?" A grimace crossed Chun-Lei's face as he stomped his foot, growling menacingly. As he continued to channel vast amounts of spiritual energy into the black banner, a torrential rain of wind blades descended upon Ye Chen once more. The shield reverberated with loud thuds in response. True to Chun-Lei's words, Ye Chen felt his spiritual energy depleting rapidly. Prolonged confrontation would surely lead to exhaustion and defeat. Thus, he swiftly retrieved 3 newly acquired condensing yuan pills from his storage bag and consumed them in one go. Chun-Lei winced at the sight. Perceiving those elixirs as his own, his face twisted in anguish as he snarled, "Young man, with a single wave, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence." Chapter 19. Duel of Magic. Seeing that the black banner was ineffective against his opponent, Chun-Lei summoned a black longsword, embedded with several diminutive skulls, each resembling that of an infant. After casting a spell, wisps of dark energy emanated from the blade, exuding a powerful aura. This sword, nearing the status of a mid-grade artifact, was the most prized possession he had amassed over the years. "Young man, to have compelled me to wield such a weapon, your death is indeed warranted." With a resounding buzz, the black skull atop the long blade suddenly magnified, emitting an infantile sound that instilled an intense sense of dread in the air. Was this a demonic entity? Merely a test from the adversary? Yet this very probe compelled Ye Chen to instinctively retreat several paces. Observing this, Chun-Lei chuckled softly, swiftly maneuvering closer to Ye Chen. As he approached within a distance of 20 paces, he channeled his full power, commanding the long blade to strike. Ye Chen, feeling the pressure, concentrated all his spirit energy into the Xian iron shield. Bang! Upon contact between the Xian iron shield and the long blade, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by a flash of sparks. Ye Chen experienced a wave of tingling sensation coursing through him, staggering back several dozen steps, utterly unprepared for the blade's formidable force. Chun-Lei, witnessing this, was taken aback, astonished that a practitioner at the mid-stage of Qi refinement could withstand his full assault. According to his past experiences, those at the early stage of Qi refinement would be unable to endure such power. Little did he know, Ye Chen had been diligently cultivating profound techniques, his abilities significantly surpassing those of others at the same level. Finding himself in a passive position, Ye Chen's mind raced. His expression shifted, and with a smile, he addressed Chun-Lei, "Senior brother, we are of the same sect after all. This item is a gift from the elders of our sect. If you desire it, I shall gladly offer it to you." Chun-Lei, preparing to channel a substantial amount of spirit energy, was elated to hear the other's willingness to cease hostilities. Since his opponent was ready to concede, this was for the best. Prolonging the conflict would be unwise. Junior brother, it seems you are a wise individual. After all, we are fellow disciples. I shall let you off this time, he replied. Thank you, senior brother. Ye Chen had already noticed a glint of coldness in Chun Lei's gaze and was well aware of his intentions. Since you are willing to spare me, please take a few steps back, and I shall present the elixirs and artifacts to you one by one. Very well, junior brother, do not attempt any tricks. My skull blade is not to be trifled with. Who would dare? I am but a lowly practitioner with insufficient power, hardly your match. Once Chun Lei had retreated several paces, Ye Chen slowly retracted the Xian iron shield. The shield had drained considerable spirit energy, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then retrieved a bottle of mid-grade flame elixir from his storage bag, gently lifting it with his spirit energy and presenting it across the space. This was a recent acquisition from the treasure pavilion of superior quality. As Chun Lei readied himself to activate the skull blade at a moment's notice, he cautiously opened the elixir bottle. A peculiar fragrance wafted from within, confirming it was indeed the flame elixir and of mid-grade quality. A surge of excitement coursed through Chun Lei, prompting him to laugh heartily. Junior brother, splendid. It seems you have fared well over the years. Continuing to rummage through his storage bag, Ye Chen next produced the low-grade artifact, the square heaven seal. Chun Lei's demeanor shifted to one of concern, fearing the opponent might channel spirit energy into it, and his grip on the skull blade tightened in anticipation. Feigning a pained smile, Ye Chen reassured, Senior brother, do not misunderstand. I shall hand over the square heaven seal to you now. Chun Lei examined the Fong Tian seal in his hand with an overwhelming sense of delight. This object had been used only a handful of times and was considered superior among low-grade magical artifacts. He was convinced that his junior brother had indeed pilfered a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden. Otherwise, how could he possess such a plethora of high-quality artifacts? At that moment, Ye Chen slowly retrieved the Xiantai staff from his storage pouch. What? A mid-grade artifact? Chun Lei exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, an average Qi refinement practitioner would possess no more than 3 or 4 low-tier artifacts, while mid-tier artifacts were generally wielded by foundation establishment practitioners or those at the peak of Qi refinement. Quickly, toss that Xiantai staff over here. All right, brother. Ye Chen responded, feigning the display of his magical power as he levitated the staff through the air. Noting his opponent's unwavering focus on the mid-grade artifact, he sensed an opportunity arising. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen unhesitatingly hurled the Thunder Pearl while swiftly crushing a protective talisman in his hand. Only then did Chun Lei regain his composure, but an immense explosion soon followed, illuminating the forest with flames. The tremendous shockwave knocked Ye Chen, who had been sheltered by the protective talisman, to the ground. The power of the Thunder Pearl was indeed formidable. Lu Wanner had boasted that even foundation establishment practitioners would find it difficult to withstand. However, as the smoke cleared, Ye Chen discovered that Chun Lei's body was nowhere to be found. There he was, ensconced within a pale blue protective barrier, coldly assessing Ye Chen. Junior brother, you are still too naive. At this moment, Chun Lei cast aside all pretense and directly infused his skeletal blade with magical energy. Observing the sinister expression on his opponent's face, Ye Chen swiftly reached into his storage pouch and produced the mid-grade artifact, the Qiankuan sword. The mid-grade Qiankuan sword was regarded as one of the pinnacle artifacts within its tier. Is that all you've got? Chun Lei remarked. Though taken aback, he remained composed, doubting that Ye Chen could unleash the sword's full potential. He had encountered far too many artifacts today and was determined to eliminate his foe at all costs. Ye Chen initiated the assault, sweeping his long sleeves to shatter 2 talismans, sending a massive fireball hurtling toward his opponent. Merely a trifling skill. Chun Lei scoffed with a derisive smile. Yet, just as he dismissed the threat, a far more powerful explosion erupted. This was the might of the Fire Serpent Talisman. As the Fireball Talisman ignited, Ye Chen stealthily summoned the Fire Serpent Talisman. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding blasts echoed through the forest. Chun Lei suffered a significant setback. His protective barrier shattered, sending him crashing to the ground in disarray. Bang. A magical artifact swiftly surged toward him. After several rounds of magical confrontation, Ye Chen showed no signs of depleting energy. Rather, after consuming several pills, his power swelled even further. Ah, you have reached the 6th level of Qi refinement? Chun Lei gasped in disbelief. At this juncture, Ye Chen unleashed the first layer of the immaculate sword technique. Chun Lei beheld a dazzling display of sword light before him, utterly confounding him as to the direction of the impending assault. Furthermore, the flying sword seemed imbued with potent magical energy, occasionally captivating the very soul. Chun Lei was utterly astonished, a flicker of regret surfacing within him. However, Ye Chen was not faring much better. His cultivation level was inherently inferior to Chun Lei's, and now, after exhausting his strength in a fervent assault, his magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Realizing this, A faint smile crept upon Chun-Lei's lips as he shook his head and remarked, "Junior brother, what a pity." Chapter 20. It was indeed I who killed Ye Chen's expression grew grave, his thoughts racing. Currently, wielding the Qian Kuan sword required him to mobilize his internal magical energy, yet he found himself with scarcely any left. Continuing to expend it could lead to dire consequences. He suddenly recalled the untapped, formidable power residing within his dantian. Neglecting to harness, it could jeopardize his very life. Faced with this critical situation, he made a resolute decision. He summoned all his strength to activate the life and death art, refining a small portion of that immense power. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. The Qian Kuan sword, having absorbed a fraction of this formidable force, emitted a radiant green glow. With a low shout, he commanded, "Go!" Chun-Lei, witnessing the sword's overwhelming momentum, initially intended to evade it. However, considering his position as a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner several realms above Ye Chen, he dismissed the threat and channeled his magical artifact to meet the attack. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left Chun-Lei dumbfounded. Upon collision with the opposing artifact, the skeleton blade emitted a blinding light, followed by a sharp crack. To his astonishment, the skeleton blade shattered into two halves. "Ah!" Chun-Lei winced in pain. "Kid, you certainly possess exceptional skill." In haste, he shattered a talisman, releasing a cloud of black smoke into the forest. Had he fled? As the smoke dissipated, Ye Chen discovered that his adversary had already vanished. Today, it was either his own demise or that of Chun-Lei. Following the trail of blood, Ye Chen swiftly located Chun-Lei hiding deep within the thicket, gradually revealing his form. The demonic sect had its regulations. To slay a fellow disciple was to extract their soul and refine their essence. Yet, Ye Chen paid little heed to such constraints. Should he allow Chun-Lei to escape today, it would be his own downfall tomorrow. Thus, he retrieved the flying blade from his storage pouch. After infusing it with a modicum of magical energy, the blade soared through the air, targeting Chun-Lei with haste. A distant scream echoed as Chun-Lei was struck in the leg by the blade, collapsing onto the ground. Unwilling to accept his fate, he lamented, "I had such a promising path ahead. Who could have foreseen my end here?" Now trapped in despair, he pleaded, "Junior brother, spare me. Everything in this storage pouch is yours. Should I kill you, the storage pouch will naturally become mine." Ye Chen replied, sweeping his arm with a flourish. The flying blade circling back before swiftly attacking once more. The forest filled with Chun-Lei's anguished cries as his limbs were grievously wounded, rendering any attempt to cast spells utterly futile. "Junior brother, if you are willing to spare me, I shall reveal the identity of the mastermind," Chun-Lei implored through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. "Is that so?" Ye Chen responded coldly. Chun-Lei, sensing the murderous intent from his adversary, swallowed hard and confessed. It was the Duobao building that instigated this. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's expression shifted dramatically, despite his cautiousness. He had not anticipated that those two would still pursue him relentlessly. "Do you know where they reside?" Ye Chen inquired coldly. "I know the address of Lu Wanner. She has always been promiscuous. However, I am unaware of Chun Buke's whereabouts," Chun-Lei replied. After obtaining Lu Wanner's detailed address, Ye Chen nodded with a subtle smile. Observing this, Chun-Lei exhaled deeply, believing that his peril had passed. Yet, Ye Chen sighed profoundly and stated, "Senior brother, I have heard that you have been investigating the circumstances of your sister's death. It is no longer a secret. I was the one who killed her." "What? Is it truly you?" Chun-Lei gasped in disbelief. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the flying blade glided gently across his throat. Blood gushed forth as Chun-Lei collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Once assured that his foe had drawn his last breath, Ye Chen released a sigh of relief. First seizing Chun-Lei's storage bag, and then, with a stoic expression, casting a fireball to obliterate the evidence. However, upon examining the contents of the storage bag, he shook his head in disappointment. Unexpectedly, Chun-Lei turned out to be a rather impoverished cultivator, possessing merely 2 low-grade magical artifacts, 40 spirit stones, and a few talismans, less affluent than Chun Qian, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. It was no wonder he had taken on the task from the Duobao building, nor why he had been so constrained during the battle. Subsequently, Ye Chen sought a secluded location, consumed a few medicinal pills, and began to meditate. After several hours, his vitality had been restored. Instead of returning to the sect, he opted to revisit the market. According to the plans of the two from the Duobao building, they would be waiting at home for favorable news. Entirely unprepared for Ye Chen's return, upon arriving at the market, darkness enveloped the sky. Ye Chen stealthily approached Lu Wanner's residence. The dwelling was exquisite, yet situated in a somewhat remote part of the city. To his astonishment, there existed a high-level protective array outside the premises, far more formidable than the array he had previously purchased. This woman, only 1 level above him in cultivation, possessed such a powerful protective barrier, which was truly enviable. Contemplating his actions for the night, he found himself hindered by this formidable defense, prompting a sigh of frustration. Just then, a strikingly beautiful female cultivator approached from a distance, her slender figure exuding an alluring charm. Ye Chen swiftly concealed himself in the shadows. The enchanting female cultivator arrived at the entrance, surveying her surroundings. Upon confirming that no other cultivators were nearby, she retrieved a jade token from her storage bag, with a gentle touch upon the barrier. A creaking sound echoed as the door slowly swung open. The woman appeared somewhat excited. After disabling the barrier, she strode directly into the room, leaving the door ajar. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Chen felt a surge of elation and silently slipped into the courtyard. Inside, he could hear the conversation of two individuals, their affectionate silhouettes visible through the window. "Sister, you have forgotten to deactivate the barrier once again," Lu Wanner said in a delicate voice. "Hee, Sister Wan. I shall attend to it immediately. Just a moment," replied the enchanting female cultivator, her graceful figure captivating to behold. The tender exchange between the two women stirred a sensation in Ye Chen, rendering him momentarily weak in the knees. He dared not act recklessly, holding his breath as he scanned the surroundings for any other cultivators. After a thorough inspection, his spirits soared upon discovering that only these two female cultivators occupied the courtyard. What transpired next astonished Ye Chen, causing his blood to race with excitement. Behind a screen stood a large bathing tub, within which the two beautiful female cultivators were indulging in a bath. Chapter 21. Ruthless Blossom, Slaying Lu Wanner. The room was shrouded in mist, the sound of water echoing throughout. "Sister Wan, do you think Chen Lei will succeed? He has yet to return with news after such a long time," Lu Wanner mused. "Humph, it would be a farce if a 10th tier Qi cultivator could not best a 5th tier one. That boy has acquired numerous treasures from the Duobao Tower." Upon hearing her words, Ye Chen's expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Although taking on both at once would typically be perilous, a sudden attack at this moment would surely inflict severe damage upon them. Moreover, given that they were preoccupied, he resolved to seize the opportunity and launch a surprise assault. With a thunderous crash, the door swung open, and a gleaming flying sword hurtled towards the two women. Startled, the female cultivators in the tub were caught off guard. Before the newly arrived beauty could react, a sickening thud echoed as she fell to the ground, lifeless, blood gushing forth. Ye Chen executed the immaculate sword technique, the speed of his sword unparalleled, claiming his first victim in an instant. Lu Wanner, taken aback, leapt from the tub, hastily donning a sheer garment as she scrambled to retrieve her storage pouch. Observing this, Ye Chen smiled faintly, unwilling to grant her the opportunity. Without hesitation, he thrust another sword toward Lu Wanner. Alarmed, she could only evade. In that fleeting moment, Ye Chen seized Lu Wanner's storage pouch. Seeing that she could neither retrieve her pouch nor wield her magical artifact, Lu Wanner's face grew pale, her eyes ablaze with fury as her body trembled. Devoid of her formidable artifacts, she found herself at a disadvantage, relying solely on her spells. Ye Chen smiled slightly, taking the time to scrutinize her. Beneath the delicate fabric of her garment lay Lu Wanner's fair skin and alluring curves, undeniably a beauty of this world. It was a pity that to slay her now would be tantamount to waste. Noticing that he had ceased his assault, Lu Wanner's eyes sparkled as she offered a coy smile, her voice sweetly teasing, "Little brother, have I frightened you?" After uttering these words, a seductive glimmer danced in her eyes as she gracefully approached Ye Chen. He soon felt her grasp his hand, leading him to touch her. In that fleeting moment, an enigmatic sound echoed once more, and Ye Chen felt as if he had fallen into a dream, intoxicated and entranced, unable to discern reality from illusion. As her gauzy garment slowly slipped away, Lu Wanner led Ye Chen into a realm of unabashed indulgence. Before him materialized an opulent chamber, while a melodious laughter akin to silver bells graced his ears. At that moment, Ye Chen perceived a refreshing energy coursing through his body, surging directly into his mind. Emanating from the jade pendant he wore, as this cool aura meandered within him, he gradually regained his clarity. Seduction technique? Indeed it is. Ye Chen suddenly recalled that female cultivators of the demonic path excelled in such arts, designed to ensnare the hearts of men, rendering them unable to resist. A wave of curses washed over him in his heart. How infuriating. Just as Lu Wanner believed, she had successfully ensnared him with her charm and reached for her storage bag. A sudden chill gripped her neck. Ye Chen had already pressed his flying sword against her chin. "My dear friend, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Wanner exclaimed in panic. Ye Chen's eyes were icy as he coldly retorted, "Should you entertain any further thoughts, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Please, my friend, calm your fury," Lu Wanner replied, her complexion pale and a sense of helplessness evident as she nodded in fear. "Where does Chen Buke reside?" Ye Chen inquired. Chen Buke was a practitioner of the 12th level of Qi refinement, his cultivation level far surpassing hers, She would welcome any opportunity for him to meet his demise. With a smile, she gently replied, I thought you had something of great importance to discuss. It turns out you are merely seeking him. I shall provide you with his address. Satisfied with the information he acquired, Ye Chen nodded in approval. Seeing that his hostility had subsided, Lu Wanner swayed her delicate form and softly proposed, My friend, the night is already quite late. Shall we? Ye Chen, feeling a cold disdain, calmly inquired. What is Chun Buke's true cultivation level? Why does he wish to conceal his aura? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner's eyes glinted mischievously as she replied. He is merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, employing a trivial technique to mask his presence. Is that so? Ye Chen murmured to himself. Not swayed by her charm, Lu Wanner gently suggested, Since you harbor reservations towards me, why not allow me to seal my powers right now? After uttering those words, Lu Wanner formed a seal with her hands, temporarily sealing her own powers. Ye Chen merely observed her with an impassive expression. Confident that the situation was entirely under her control, Lu Wanner now aimed to lure him to the bed and activate the mechanisms within. My friend, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. Come now. Just as Lu Wanner wore a triumphant smile, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation at her neck, followed by a sharp pain. Astounded, her eyes widened as she pointed at Ye Chen, asking you. It was then that Ye Chen decisively activated his flying sword. Just moments ago, Ye Chen recalled the yin-yang technique that Chen Qian had left behind, initially considering the possibility of absorbing its essence. However, upon noticing a hint of coldness in her demeanor, he abandoned any hope for her, feeling a surge of murderous intent within. Lu Wanner's eyes were filled with resentment, confusion, and regret. After swiftly collecting 2 storage bags, Ye Chen, with an impassive expression, unleashed 2 fireballs upon the fragrant corpses, commencing the obliteration of evidence. Having slain 3 individuals in a single day, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He retrieved the 2 female cultivators' storage bags, aimed them at the ground, and cast a spell, causing the contents to spill forth with a clatter. Upon meticulous inspection, he merely shook his head in disappointment. The bags contained an abundance of colorful, intimate garments, and a mere 30 spirit stones, alongside some inferior quality magical artifacts. Shaking his head slightly, he cast another fireball to cleanse the scene, ensuring no traces remained before quietly departing. Chapter 22. The fairy returns. Upon returning smoothly to his cave, Ye Chen sat cross-legged, silently reciting the Brahma heart mantra. After several repetitions, his restless heart gradually found tranquility. Reflecting on the gruesome demise of the 3, he felt no regret. In the path of demonic sects, one must possess a ruthless heart to establish oneself. With the Chen siblings dealt with, the only remaining threat within the sect was Lu Wentai, and perhaps that Chen fatty from the Spirit Herb Garden could be considered a threat as well. However, the individual from the Treasure Pavilion, Chen Buke, would certainly not let the matter rest. Contemplating this, Ye Chen's expression darkened significantly. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted in, carrying a familiar scent. It was none other than the core formation elder of the sect, Li Muxue. Her exquisite features appeared as though sculpted, her fair skin reminiscent of winter's snow, and her proud figure boasted alluring curves. Junior pays respects to the ancestor, Ye Chen greeted with reverence. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Li Muxue's face. While she was indeed much older, such formalities seemed unnecessary. Though she had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, her use of concealment spells was rather rudimentary. I possess a technique called Hidden Breath Technique that can counteract the probing of Nascent Soul cultivators. Thank you, Ancestor. Ye Chen exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the jade slip. Li Muxue felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that such address emphasized the distance between them. Ever since their last encounter in the library, the toxins within her body had been gradually accumulating. Despite taking antidotes, the effects were minimal and, in fact, seemed to exacerbate the toxin's growth. It was evident that this poison was specifically concocted to target her. The human heart was treacherous within the sect. Her unparalleled beauty had attracted many covetous eyes. Over the years, she had rejected numerous suitors and offended many, and with her close ties to righteous sects and cultivators, it was only natural that some would seek to undermine her. Now, as the toxins continued to increase, seeking an antidote necessitated her turning to Ye Chen. Li Muxue, feigning authority, inquired about various cultivation matters. Having numerous queries of his own, he seized the opportunity to voice them all at once. Li Muxue nodded continuously, utterly astonished that he could pose such questions. Several of them required her careful consideration before she could provide answers. After addressing Ye Chen's inquiries, she gently remarked, "It seems you have indeed dedicated yourself to rigorous training over the past year, not squandering your time, especially in our sect." "Yes, Master Ancestor," Ye Chen replied with utmost respect. Subsequently, Li Muxue assessed some additional knowledge related to cultivation, to which Ye Chen responded effortlessly. She nodded approvingly, then scrutinized him closely. The individual before her bore little resemblance to the one she had first encountered years ago. He had become remarkably handsome and matured with age. Contemplating this, a faint blush crept onto Li Mushue's cheeks. Noticing her intense gaze, Ye Chen, reminded of past events, felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. At this moment, Li Mushue's complexion grew increasingly radiant, realizing it was imperative to detoxify. Suddenly, she summoned her powers, waving her arm, binding Ye Chen's limbs once more and obscuring his vision. Before dawn, she discovered that the toxins within her had significantly diminished, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief before quietly departing. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, she immersed herself in a bath. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, both affection and aversion intertwined. Yet this time, tears did not fall. Instead, upon recognizing Ye Chen's enhanced abilities, a look of contentment graced her features. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, as was customary, awoke to find the place deserted. Upon noticing 5 bottles of elixirs and 50 spirit stones left on the table, he could only smile and shake his head. His beautiful master had many admirable traits. Yet this peculiar habit was indeed strange. A month later, it was once again the day for the sect to distribute spirit stones and elixirs. Just after obtaining his cultivation resources, he encountered Lu Wentai, who bore a cryptic smile. A wave of anxiety washed over Ye Chen. It had been quite some time since he last crossed paths with him, leaving him uncertain of his intentions. Thus, he followed Lu Wentai to a secluded spot. Noting the absence of others, Lu Wentai, still smiling enigmatically, inquired, "Junior brother, when do you intend to repay the spirit stones you owe me?" Ye Chen was momentarily at a loss, recalling only then that he had previously utilized Lu Wentai's intermediate talismans and had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to enter the medicinal herb garden. Hesitantly, he replied, "Brother, might you allow me a little more time? Once I have accumulated enough, I shall certainly repay you." Lu Wentai's expression turned serious. "Surely, you do not mean to suggest that you have not earned any spirit stones in the medicinal herb garden these past few months? That garden is a crucial asset of our sect, and the monthly rewards are substantial." Ye Chen inhaled sharply, recounting the convoluted circumstances he had faced. Lu Wentai, upon hearing this, retorted sharply, "So your implication is that you have no intention of repaying the spirit stones?" Ye Chen found himself at a loss for words. "It seems you are deliberately opposing me. Or perhaps the sect should thoroughly investigate the cause of Chen Qian's death, or even conduct a soul search on you." Ye Chen chuckled coldly to himself, his gaze flickering slightly. "What evidence is there to support the claim that I killed Chen Qian?" He had long anticipated the thoughts swirling in his opponent's mind. After all, arranging for him to enter the herbal garden was merely a ploy to facilitate the theft of precious herbs. After a moment of silence, Ye Chen replied, "Senior brother Lu, please do not jest. I am in no way connected to Chen Qian's demise. However, I recently discovered several rare herbs within the garden. Might you be interested?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wentai chuckled silently. "You are indeed clever. All the herbs you require are contained within this jade slip. Do not say I have nothing to offer. You have 1 month to fulfill this, or bear the consequences." 1 month. Is that not a bit too tight? Ye Chen feigned a raised voice. "Humph. That is not my concern. Should you fail to procure the herbs by then, you will face the consequences." With that, Lu Wentai swiftly departed, clutching the spirit stones Ye Chen had just received. Watching his opponent leave, Ye Chen's eyes turned icy. Pressing the jade slip to his forehead, the information regarding the herbs flooded his mind. Although the 10 herbs sought were indeed rare, they were merely used by qi refining practitioners. They could easily be found within the herbal garden he guarded, and the seeds were available. It was simply a matter of nurturing them properly with the Jade Pendant to hasten their maturation. However, the 1-month time frame felt rather rushed. The herbs might not reach the desired age, and he was uncertain if they would ultimately meet Lu Wentai's expectations. It appeared he needed to deal with this person swiftly. Ye Chen pondered briefly before heading toward the herbal garden. Chapter 23. The Black Market for Lives. Upon entering the herbal garden, he was met with the sound of Chun Fatty's curses. "You worthless fool. You can't even tend to the herbs properly. If you don't want to be here, then get out of the herbal garden. I tell you, the spirit stones for this month will not be issued." Slap. Bang. Shortly thereafter, the groans of the herbalist echoed as he fell to the ground. Considering that the herbalist would still need to eliminate pests and diseases, Chun Fatty's strikes were somewhat measured. After venting his frustrations, Chun Fatty turned to leave. As he passed by Ye Chen, he remarked coolly, "This is the consequence of wrongdoing." Simply because a single herb exhibited signs of pests, he resorted to physical violence against a herbalist. Pest infestations are a common occurrence in herb cultivation. Once one plant is affected, it can swiftly spread. Thus, Chun Fatty reacted as he did. However, there are various techniques to manage such infestations. If a practitioner utilized their spiritual energy to drive them away day and night, it would indeed yield some effectiveness. The beaten herbalist was someone with whom Ye Chen had a reasonably amicable relationship, albeit limited to superficial politeness. His cultivation level was at the 8th layer of qi refining. Named Gohong, several years older than Ye Chen, with slender, elongated eyes. Given their frequent encounters, Ye Chen promptly helped him up, expressing genuine concern. Gohong was somewhat out of breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggling to maintain his balance. As Chen the fatty departed, a chilling murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Thank you, junior brother. This Chen is akin to a ravenous wolf. He has sought to punish me simply because he deemed the quantity of spirit stones I provided him this month insufficient. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was struck with a sudden realization. May I inquire how many spirit stones you typically allocate to him each month? Gohong asked, curiosity piqued. For the revenue from overseeing the rare herb garden was considerable. Ye Chen let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Witnessing the peculiar expression on Ye Chen's face, Gohong was taken aback. Junior brother, do you mean to say you have received not a single spirit stone? Ye Chen silently nodded. Although Gohong had endured hardships, he still managed to acquire some spirit stones, and he was utterly astonished at the plight of his fellow disciple. After some reflection, Gohong's anger diminished significantly. Junior brother, your cultivation is presently too weak. You must devote yourself to rigorous training. One day, you shall rise above the rest. Ye Chen remained silent, adhering to the principle that excessive words may lead to misfortune, and merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Gohong's eyes glinted with defiance as he remarked, Chen the fatty, relying on his status as an inner sect disciple, has subjected us to endless humiliation. One day, I shall ensure he pays for his arrogance. Ye Chen continued to withhold his words, yet he wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Chen the fatty would inevitably face retribution. However, as an inner sect disciple, Chen was still a formidable figure, and Ye Chen knew that once he ascended to that rank himself, he would not need to show him any deference. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Gohong, Ye Chen stepped into the herb garden he was responsible for and proceeded to unlock its enchantments. Gohong, observing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a cold gaze upon Ye Chen's herb garden, murmuring, how does this individual manage the herb garden? It all seems rather peculiar. Could it be that he possesses some hidden treasures? Oblivious to Gohong's thoughts, Ye Chen remained focused on the pressing task of cultivating herbs for Lu Wentai. Upon returning to the herb garden, Ye Chen began to search for the seeds of the herbs Lu Wentai required and quietly planted them within the garden. In truth, it was nearly impossible to steal herbs from the garden without the collaboration of several individuals. Each month, Chen the fatty meticulously counted the quantity of herbs. And even if a cultivator attempted to leave the garden, they would be subjected to a dual inspection by spirit beasts and guarding cultivators. Lu Wentai was well aware of this situation. However, having invested considerable spirit stones, he was determined to reap his rewards. Yet, Ye Chen, armed with a mysterious jade pendant, felt no fear of these inspections. When the time came, he would merely transfer the cultivated herbs into the pendant's space, eluding detection by the guarding cultivators. Time flew by, and throughout that month, Ye Chen dedicated himself to overseeing the herb garden while tirelessly cultivating, not daring to slacken his efforts. A month later, he returned to the outer sect's Demon Gate Hall, quietly handing over the ripened herbs to Lu Wentai, albeit the herbs were not of significant age. To Ye Chen's surprise, Lu Wentai did not express any anger. Rather, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face, though it was fleeting. Very well, indeed. You still owe me a substantial amount of spirit stones. Next time, it shouldn't just be this trifling matter. Understood, senior brother. A surge of inexplicable wrath welled up within Ye Chen, for the individual before him was insatiably greedy. He pondered the purpose behind the acquisition of these spiritual herbs. Were they to concoct elixirs, or for trade? If this continued, it might arouse suspicion and ultimately expose the secret of the Jade Pendant's ability to hasten the ripening of spiritual herbs. Watching the other party depart with an air of triumph, Ye Chen suddenly conceived a plan. However, before implementing this scheme, he first needed to cultivate a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Half a year later, Ye Chen reappeared in the market, but this time he headed directly for the black market. After wandering around the black market, he finally located Qian Fulai, who was selling magical implements at a stall. The business of magical artifacts was rather lackluster. Although many cultivators inquired about prices, Qian Fulai's demands were exorbitant, and after haggling, he offered little concession. Over time, the stall became increasingly deserted. Ahem. Ye Chen deliberately coughed twice. Qian Fulai, who had been half asleep, slowly opened his eyes. Oh, it is you, my friend. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Qian Fulai was overjoyed, swiftly clearing his stall and leading Ye Chen towards a tea house. Being familiar acquaintances, after creating a soundproof barrier in a private room, Qian Fulai smiled and inquired, what can I assist you with this time, my friend? Ye Chen had always suspected this man to be a foundation establishment cultivator, given his capability to safeguard high-quality magical artifacts. He replied nonchalantly, my friend. This time I wish to buy a life. Qian Fulai, seemingly unfazed by this declaration, appeared accustomed to such matters. After leisurely sipping a cup of spiritual tea, he smiled and said, selling magical implements is my forte, but murder and robbery are beyond my purview. Oh, it seems I have sought the wrong person. Ye Chen feigned disappointment, gesturing with his hand as if to leave. Observing Ye Chen's intent to depart, Qian Fulai chuckled and remarked, while I do not engage in killing, I am acquainted with individuals who partake in such trades. I just need to know whom you intend to kill. Perhaps I could offer some assistance. This was precisely the response Ye Chen desired. Once he was assured that no one was nearby, he leaned closer to Qian Fulai and whispered, Friend Qian. The targets are two individuals. One is a foundation establishment cultivator, and the other is his attendant, a qi refinement cultivator. Upon hearing this, Qian Fulai's curiosity was piqued. His shifty eyes darted about as he yearned to learn the identities of these unfortunate souls. Ye Chen, noting Qian Fulai's intrigue, casually revealed, their true identities are Fan Qixing, an outer sect steward of the blood-hidden sect, and his companion, Lu Wentai. Chapter 24. Disappointment. Qian Fulai was somewhat taken aback. He had heard of Fan Qixing, a notably self-important cultivator among the outer sect stewards. However, he could not recall who Lu Wentai was at that moment. Nevertheless, since the latter was merely a qi refinement cultivator, he thought little of it. The life of such a being was hardly worth much. At this moment, I involuntarily scrutinized the individual before me, clad in voluminous black garments, adorned with a substantial conical hat, and obscured further by a dark veil. I wished to employ a spell to discern their true nature, yet the oppressive force of the surrounding black formation thwarted my efforts. After a brief silence, Ye Chen broke the stillness, inquiring, What? Is this a formidable task? Qian Fulai, who had been pondering the identity of this enigmatic figure, erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing the prompt. A trivial matter indeed, though it requires a considerable amount of spirit stones. I wonder if my esteemed friend has brought enough. In response, Ye Chen, maintaining an air of composure, produced a storage bag filled to the brim with an abundance of ripened spirit herbs. With a simple gesture, he directed the bag's opening towards the ground, and a magnificent array of spirit herbs materialized before them. Ah, so many, Qian Fulai exclaimed, a mixture of confusion and astonishment washing over him. Among the herbs were those aged 40, 50, and even 60 years, totaling 150 specimens. Yet, within this collection, a few rare herbs were also discerned. Nevertheless, they were predominantly those consumed by qi refining cultivators. Could it be that this individual truly was a qi refining practitioner? Doubt flickered in Qian Fulai's mind. However, the sudden presentation of such a vast quantity of spirit herbs seemed ill-fitting for a mere qi refining cultivator. Perhaps the individual was deliberately concealing their true identity by showcasing such a collection of herbs. After weighing the possibilities in his mind and failing to ascertain the stranger's origins, Qian Fulai finally declared with conviction, My friend, I shall accept this transaction. Await good news in 6 months. Seeing the certainty in his words, Ye Chen nodded slightly and departed without a backward glance. Qian Fulai watched him intently until he vanished amidst the throng of cultivators. Who exactly was this person? Such an intriguing figure. He first shook his head in disbelief, but then, after collecting the considerable pile of spirit herbs before him, nodded in satisfaction. The potential profit from selling these herbs would be substantial. After leaving the tea house, Ye Chen discovered he was not being followed. He sought out an open space and began to sell the spirit herbs. Although the need to relocate after each sale consumed time, the contents of the storage bag were soon depleted, as his prices were notably lower, by a full 20%, than those of his competitors. With 200 spirit stones acquired, he had sufficient resources for half a year of cultivation. Thus, he made a decisive purchase in the black market, acquiring 8 bottles of medium-quality fire elixirs and various spirit herb seeds, ensuring he procured those suitable for foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, even as mere seeds, those associated with foundation establishment naturally commanded exorbitant prices. Despite the Jade Pendant's ability to hasten the growth of spirit herbs, such prolonged low pricing would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. A recent attempt on his life by Chun Lei, dispatched by the Treasure Pavilion, served as a stark reminder. After much contemplation, Ye Chen resolved to invest a significant sum of spirit stones to acquire around 20 plump seeds. Upon acquiring his desired possession, Ye Chen, with a grave expression, swiftly returned to the sect. Upon reaching his spiritual herb garden, he established protective barriers, allowing the rich spiritual energy of the area to envelop him, leading him to unconsciously absorb the pure essence. After 3 hours of cultivation, having made significant progress, he sought an empty plot to commence his planting. He began by loosening the soil, then meticulously sowed the seeds he had purchased, and finally fetched a bucket of spiritual spring water from the well, gently irrigating the newly sown seeds. His spiritual herb garden now flourished with a variety of spiritual herbs, which in Ye Chen's eyes represented both spiritual stones and elixirs. In the days that followed, he diligently practiced the life and death art, and as time passed, he could distinctly perceive the enhancement of his magical power, consciousness, and physical form. Concurrently, the yin and yang art was also progressing slowly, though regrettably, after his last realization. He had only managed to open 3 acupoints in 6 months. The 8 bottles of medium-quality flame pills he had purchased from the black market had dwindled to just 1. Yet his cultivation level had not improved. One day, after completing his practice, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. The Qi refinement stage was divided into 13 layers, and each breakthrough demanded a considerable amount of resources. Moreover, his inferior aptitude made his progress considerably sluggish. Ye Chen pondered. Breakthroughs in cultivation require accumulation, and achieving significant accomplishments within a mere 6 months was ultimately unrealistic. Half a year swiftly passed, and the privately cultivated spiritual herbs thrived splendidly. Yet, there were moments of sorrow, as many seeds purchased from the black market had failed to take root, highlighting their poor quality. Especially disheartening was the fact that among the spiritual herb seeds meant for foundation establishment cultivators, only one had grown robustly. Having been deceived, Ye Chen could only blame himself for lacking discernment regarding the seeds. Often, one must not merely rely on appearances, but should also utilize consciousness for inspection. Unfortunately, the black market was shrouded by a formation that allowed unscrupulous individuals to exploit the situation. Ye Chen shook his head, realizing that procuring seeds and similar items should be reserved for reputable stores. On a day when Ye Chen had just watered the spiritual herbs, he donned a black cloak and hurriedly made his way to the demon sect hall. For 5 consecutive months, he had discreetly monitored the conditions of Deacon Lu and Lu Wentai, yet each time, he was met with a solemn countenance. Both individuals remained unharmed, and Lu Wentai had even tasked him with stealing 10 spiritual herbs. The half-year time frame mentioned by Qian Fulai had now elapsed. If there was still no movement, he would truly be at a disadvantage. Upon arriving at the demon sect hall, Ye Chen noticed an increased presence of guarding cultivators compared to usual. He intended to inquire further, but the cultivators coming to collect pills and spiritual stones were, as always, eager to depart swiftly. With no other option, Ye Chen hurriedly retrieved the latest pills and spiritual stones. However, when he sought out Lu Wentai at their agreed meeting place, he waited for a considerable time, but saw no sign of his counterpart. Did he truly take the life of his opponent? As Ye Chen pondered this thought, an immense joy surged within him, as if a colossal stone weighing heavily on his heart had been lifted away. After waiting for another half an hour, yet seeing no sign of the person surnamed Lu, Ye Chen's demeanor relaxed, just as he let out a long sigh of relief. A familiar voice suddenly echoed. "Have you obtained the items I instructed you to acquire last time?" Ye Chen's heart trembled violently, and he found himself momentarily stunned. The speaker was none other than Lu Wentai. This man had not perished, nor had he sustained any injuries. Ye Chen felt as though his efforts had amounted to nothing. Noticing Ye Chen's peculiar expression, Lu Wentai impatiently inquired, "Where are the spirit herbs?" "Oh, here they are." Ye Chen, with a sense of resignation, retrieved 2 jade boxes from his storage pouch. Chapter 25. News of the second half of the Mingyang technique. After examining the spirit herbs, Lu Wentai appeared quite pleased. Observing the other's joyful demeanor, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to inquire, "Senior brother, may I ask what has transpired within the demon sect? It seems that there are significantly more cultivators on guard than usual." Lu Wentai replied coldly, "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you." However, after uttering these words, he seemed to reconsider, for the other had just assisted him in procuring the spirit herbs. Thus, he lowered his voice and added, "The external sect's steward Fan has been assassinated. This is merely a feud among foundational cultivators. I advise you not to seek trouble unnecessarily." Ye Chen was taken aback, followed swiftly by a profound sense of disappointment. He was astonished that Qian Fulai possessed such capabilities, managing to eliminate a foundational cultivator. Yet he was disheartened by the fact that Lu Wentai had been left unscathed. Could it be that Qian Fulai was still testing him? A thought flickered through Ye Chen's mind. Most assuredly, that old fox. Ye Chen concluded confidently. Lu Wentai, noticing Ye Chen's strange expression, coldly remarked, "With such significant events occurring in the external sect, this place may no longer be safe. I shall inform you of a new meeting location." Ye Chen feigned concern, expressing, "Steward Fan is a powerful cultivator. Is it not perilous for us Qi refining disciples?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wentai smiled slightly and suddenly unleashed a formidable pressure. The overwhelming force left Ye Chen bewildered, and he realized that Lu Wentai had concealed his true cultivation level, which was actually at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, rather than the previously perceived 10th layer. "I, Lu, am not to be trifled with. Yet it seems that the threat to Steward Fan comes from foundational cultivators, and it does not yet concern me," he stated before departing swiftly, leaving Ye Chen in a state of astonishment. At this point, Ye Chen felt compelled to visit the black market to gather information, for he had only fulfilled half of his initial request. After wandering around the black market, he eventually located Qian Fulai. This time, Ye Chen deliberately feigned great delight. The two of them sat in the elegant chamber of a tea house, just as they always did. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen remarked, "Friend Qian, you truly are a remarkable individual. You have managed to accomplish this task." He refrained from mentioning that there remained a qi refining cultivator yet to be dealt with. Qian Fulai squinted his eyes with a smile, saying, "It is indeed refreshing to see a fellow cultivator making such a straightforward offer. Otherwise, how could we possibly proceed with this matter?" In truth, Qian Fulai had been awaiting the mention of the not-dead qi refinement cultivator. If his counterpart brought it up, it would indicate that the person before him was indeed a qi refinement cultivator. Such an individual could purchase valuable magical artifacts and possess a plethora of spirit herbs, which hinted at the possibility of possessing rare treasures. However, after waiting for a considerable time, his companion remained silent on the matter, prompting Qian Fulai to scrutinize him further. A new judgment began to form in his mind. Could it be that this person was truly a foundation establishment cultivator? Qian Fulai continued to ponder until Ye Chen presented a well-cultivated spirit herb commonly used by foundation establishment cultivators, thus awakening him to the reality. Gazing at the herb radiating spiritual energy, he dismissed any lingering doubts about his counterpart being merely a qi refinement cultivator. Instead, he spoke more courteously. "What might your intention be, fellow cultivator? Is this a gift for me?" Ye Chen chuckled coldly to himself. Had it not been to alleviate Qian Fulai's suspicions, he would not have offered the spirit herb for sale. Deliberately smiling, he replied, "Qian Daoyu, might this spirit herb fetch a higher price in the black market? You are aware that those shops are far more unscrupulous than here." Qian Fulai nodded in agreement. Initially, he had merely glanced at the spirit herb without much thought. However, upon closer inspection, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. To his surprise, his companion possessed such a spirit herb, which was a crucial material for concocting the Xianling pill. Ye Chen, feeling disheartened by the fact that Lu Wentai was still alive, had not examined the spirit herb in detail before. Now, upon closer inspection, he too was taken aback. Having perused numerous texts in the library, he recognized that this spirit herb was called Fenglong grass. Though it appeared ordinary, it was essential for late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Now that it was entrusted to Qian Fulai for handling, it seemed a tad late to reclaim it. Aware of the herb's value, Qian Fulai promptly retrieved a black magical artifact from his storage bag without hesitation. "Fellow cultivator, this is a mid-grade magical artifact known as Thunderstrike. It requires minimal mana input to activate, subsequently forming a vast electric net." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a surge of joy. With such an artifact, dealing with Lu Wentai in the future would be significantly simpler. Yet, he sought to maintain a composed demeanor, replying casually, "It appears to have numerous cracks already. I wonder how many more uses it has left. Is one Thunderstrike truly sufficient?" Qian Fulai was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting his miscalculation. He quickly responded, "Forgive my oversight." He then produced a large pouch of spirit stones and graciously extended it to Ye Chen. Just then, Qian Fulai suddenly had an epiphany, slapping his forehead in excitement, and hastily retracted the pouch, his face glowing with joy. "Fellow cultivator, I have news regarding the Mingyang Ju you asked me to inquire about." Ye Chen was greatly astonished yet profoundly impressed by Qian Fulai's astuteness in business. "I have confirmed that the Luo family will hold an auction 6 months from now, where this technique will be available for sale." Ye Chen was filled with unexpected joy. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and the essence of cultivation lies in the integration of knowledge. It was time to explore what the latter part of the Mingyang Ju contained. The individual before him was, after all, cunning and experienced, and Ye Chen was reluctant to impose too much difficulty upon him. Very well. Upon uttering these words, he stowed away the magical artifact, the thunder slash, and swiftly departed from the location. Qian Fulai, witnessing the other's departure, finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his features as he gazed upon the spirit herb before him. After leaving the tea house, Ye Chen noticed that no one was watching him from behind, and thus began to set up a stall to sell the spirit herbs he had on hand. Once he had sold out of the herbs, he exited the black market and turned his attention to seeking rare seeds in various shops. However, after wandering through the sect's marketplace for half a day, he found no suitable seeds. It seemed that the seeds of rare spirit herbs, particularly those suitable for foundation-building cultivators, were tightly controlled, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain them. Reluctantly, Ye Chen shifted his gaze towards the Duobao Tower, renowned in the realm of cultivation. Duobao Tower also had branches within the territories of other sections. Yet, ever since he had slain Lu Wanner, he felt a twinge of guilt and hesitated to go there. Nevertheless, high-quality spirit herb seeds could only be procured from such prominent establishments. After much contemplation, Ye Chen resolved to visit Duobao Tower once more. This time, his attire was akin to that in the black market. A voluminous black robe, a wide-brimmed hat, and a veil obscuring his face. He had completely concealed his aura, appearing no different from a mere mortal. The rationale behind this was simple. He wished to avoid drawing the attention of Chen Buke. Chapter 26. Purchasing spirit seeds. When such an eccentric figure entered Duobao Tower, it did not attract the attention of the store's patrons. They had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings. There were several other cultivators dressed similarly, all wishing to keep their identities concealed. What could this esteemed gentleman desire? A melodious voice chimed in, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. The speaker was a female cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Her skin as white as snow and as smooth as fine jade, exuding an extraordinary charm, her voice tinged with a delicate sweetness. She was even more enchanting and endearing than Lu Wanner. Recalling the sordid affairs of Duobao Tower, Ye Chen snorted coldly within and replied in a hoarse voice. I seek seeds required by foundation-building cultivators. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, only to be replaced by a radiant smile. Her attire unconsciously slipped down, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Ah, it is an esteemed senior. I am Su Linger. May I inquire as to which seeds you require? The spirit herbs utilized by foundation-building cultivators are numerous, ranging from ordinary to rare varieties. Before Su Linger could finish her sentence, Ye Chen coldly interrupted her, stating directly, the spirit herbs for refining the Xianling pill. Upon hearing this, Su Linger's expression suddenly darkened, as if she were caught in a dilemma. She spoke softly, fellow cultivator. These spirit herb seeds were recently taken by a mysterious individual. Would you consider substituting them for others? Ye Chen, taken aback, inquired impatiently. What seeds do you have for foundation-building cultivators? Su Linger replied with familiarity. We have only a limited selection of spirit herb seeds for foundation-building cultivators, currently around 10 varieties. Ye Chen, unfamiliar with the market value of these seeds, hesitated to ask for more and simply stated, then I shall purchase 20 of the most expensive seeds. His decision to buy 20 was influenced by the prices he had encountered during his last transaction in the black market. Su Linger displayed a peculiar expression. Her suspicion regarding his cultivation level deepened as she scrutinized him closely. However, it seemed he employed a sophisticated concealment technique, making it impossible for her to discern his true strength. Ye Chen furrowed his brow and asked nonchalantly, is there a problem? No problem at all. It was my rudeness. Su Linger said, a hint of panic flashing across her face. If he were indeed a foundation-building cultivator, she feared she might be in serious trouble. Thus, she respectfully added, Senior, the most expensive spirit herb seeds are priced at 10 spirit stones each, totaling 200 spirit stones for 20. Are you certain you wish to purchase this quantity? Ye Chen gasped inwardly, taken aback by the exorbitant prices that far exceeded those in the black market. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, recalling how he had been deceived previously. What kind of seeds are these that they are so costly? He asked. Senior, these seeds are meant for peak foundation-building cultivators. Hence their high price. Su Linger continued to probe the man's cultivation level, suspecting that if he could not afford the spirit stones, he was most likely a Qi refining cultivator. Ye Chen's mind raced. If he used the Jade Pendant to hasten their growth, he could sell them for an even greater profit, and it seemed the matured spirit herbs would yield seeds as well. Resolutely, he declared, I want these seeds. No further discussion. Upon hearing this, Su Linger's doubts dissipated. It appeared that this man was indeed a foundation-building cultivator. Her face lit up with joy as she smiled brightly, saying, please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I shall fetch them for you right away. Su Linger was taken aback by the man's unexpected generosity and, fearing he might leave, eagerly poured him a cup of spirit tea, leaning closer, almost suggestively, as if inviting him to explore further. Ye Chen smirked inwardly, but merely gave her a light pat on her backside, urging her to fetch the items quickly. With a huff, she swayed her slender waist and hurried off to retrieve the seeds. Ye Chen understood the game being played. Many female Qi refining cultivators were willing to trade their allure for cultivation resources, hoping to attach themselves to foundation-building cultivators. Yet, these women could hardly compare to the enchanting elderly Mu Shui from his sect. They were merely superficial and ordinary. Before long, Su Linger returned with Chen Buke in tow, and upon seeing them, Ye Chen's expression soured considerably, grateful for the cover of his hat and veil. Chen Buke observed the individual before him with furtive eyes, and then smiled, saying, Senior, here are the seeds you requested, totaling 200 spirit stones. Ye Chen discerned the other's intentions. He was contemplating that if he were an Qi refining cultivator, he would undoubtedly pursue and eliminate him. Yet if he were a foundation establishment cultivator, he would cease his actions. Ye Chen calmly retrieved the spirit stones from his storage bag and extended his other hand. However, After a prolonged wait, Chun Buke did not hand over the seeds. Ye Chen's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, "Aren't you two supposed to give me the spirit grass seeds?" After a lengthy appraisal, Chun Buke found himself unable to ascertain the situation, and upon hearing the urging, he quickly handed over the seeds. He then respectfully added, "You must be a spirit planter. Would you care to sit in a private room? I have many questions I wish to consult you on." "Consult? You are not yet worthy, and I am quite busy." Ye Chen understood the other's intent to pry and coldly declined. Taken aback by this response, Chun Buke, adhering to the principle of civility in commerce, merely smiled. Ye Chen swiftly placed the seeds into his storage bag and departed in haste. The two watched as the enigmatic figure in black quietly left, their feelings of dissatisfaction palpable. Su Ling'er furrowed her brows in concern and anxiously asked, "Chun, that person is about to disappear from sight. Did you discern his cultivation level?" Chun Buke stroked his long beard and, with a disdainful snort, replied, "I perceive this person to be merely a chi refining cultivator. If he were a foundation establishment cultivator, why would he act so pretentiously?" After speaking, he seemed to recall something and, as if enlightened, remarked, "However, there have been numerous reports of missing foundation establishment cultivators lately. It is possible he could indeed be one." After a long analysis, they reached a definitive conclusion. The cultivator who had just purchased the spirit grass seeds must be a foundation establishment cultivator. Ye Chen, oblivious to their discourse, felt considerable tension as a disciple of the demonic path. After leaving Duobao building, he returned to the black market, exchanging the remaining spirit stones for mid-grade flame pills. Once assured that no cultivators were tailing him, he hastily made his way back to the sect. He was resolute in his determination to spend a year breaking through to the 7th level of chi refining. Upon returning to the sect's entrance, he noticed an unexpected increase in the number of patrolling cultivators. However, just as the guarding cultivators verified his identity and prepared to return to the spirit herb garden, a remark from the guards left him stunned, his complexion paling as if struck by thunder, rendered speechless. He overheard two foundation establishment cultivators quietly discussing, "Recently, several foundation establishment cultivators have gone missing. Not long ago, it was the outer sect steward Fan Qixing, and now it's the outer sect steward Wang. Some things should not be carelessly spread. It is possible that the two seniors have gone out to complete a task. I doubt it. Their names are not even on the external task registration." Ye Chen felt a parching dryness in his throat. He recalled Lu Wentai mentioning that Fan Qixing had been assassinated. Yet these two foundation establishment uncles spoke of him as missing. Had he been deceived, spending money for nothing? All those spirit herbs wasted. And the money truly seemed like a trick. After a brief moment of distress, Ye Chen listlessly returned to the spirit herb garden. As he passed Gohong's spirit field, he once again heard the harsh voice of Chun Depang, who, after delivering a kick to Gohong, strutted away with an air of arrogance. As he departed, he mockingly remarked, "You should learn more from Ye Chen." Startled by these words, Ye Chen pondered what he could possibly teach. Was it the cultivation of spirit herbs? The Jade Pendant that could hasten the growth of spirit herbs was his greatest secret. Or perhaps it was about dutifully handing over all the spirit stones owed. Gohong appeared haggard, unable to respond, standing there in a daze as if lost in thought. Upon seeing Ye Chen, his face suddenly brightened with a warm smile. "Junior apprentice, you're back. Come sit with me." However, Ye Chen noticed an odd expression on Gohong's face as he spoke. Though he had initially hesitated to enter, the passage of time and their proximity as neighbors made their relationship not entirely unfavorable. Once inside Gohong's jurisdiction of the spirit herb garden, Ye Chen subtly released the array of the garden. A sense of indescribable oppression filled his heart. Despite being at the 8th level of chi refinement while he was at the 6th, he had no fear of confrontation. His true concern lay in the sect's potential investigation. If that occurred, not only would the tasks of the spirit herb garden vanish, but he would also face the sect's punishment and Lu Wentai's threats. "Junior apprentice, you know how long we've known each other. Don't you know what kind of person I, Gohong, am?" Ye Chen found something peculiar in his tone and remained silent. "Junior apprentice, you are the only one in this spirit herb garden who has not faced punishment. Could you perhaps assist your senior brother?" Ye Chen was taken aback, but managed to maintain a gentle demeanor as he asked, "How may I assist you?" "I have already surrendered all my spirit stones to Chen Depang. Look at these spirit herbs. They are beginning to wither. With my current cultivation skills, I am utterly powerless. Might I trouble you to keep them for a few days?" Had Gohong begun to suspect him of possessing a treasure? Was this a deliberate probe? A wave of sorrow washed over Ye Chen. Since joining the demonic sect, he had maintained a reasonably amicable relationship with this senior brother. Yet, if he outright refused now, they might very well become enemies. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Ye Chen smiled and replied, "Senior brother, these two spirit herbs are beyond saving. But let us leave them with me and see if fortune favors us." Though he said this, he had no intention of reviving the two herbs. His gentle wording was merely an effort to avoid a direct rejection. Gu Hong, overjoyed by the response, smiled broadly and said, "Your cultivation skills and spirit planting are unparalleled. They 1TB beyond saving. I am truly grateful." With that, he directly cast a spell to uproot the 2 withering spirit herbs, dirt and all, and handed them to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, feeling helpless, took his leave after collecting the spiritual herbs. The saying goes, "A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. A person who excels among others is often the target of envy." In his room, he gazed at the 2 spiritual herbs in a daze. Many had become individuals he needed to be wary of, and now another threat emerged in the form of Gu Hong. His senior brother, Lu Wentai, was his sworn enemy. The black market dealer, Qian Fu, sought to deceive him. Chun Buke from the treasure pavilion aimed to kill him for riches, and Chun DePeo, the overseer of the spiritual plantation, was extorting him. The multitude of adversaries truly exemplified the treachery of the demonic sections. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a surge of anger welled up within him. With a swift kick, the withered spiritual herbs snapped in 2, and he unleashed a fireball technique, incinerating the remnants to ashes. After calming his mind, he diligently resumed his cultivation. 10 days later, he heard Gu Hong's jovial voice from outside the courtyard. "Junior brother Yi, are you available now?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. Opening the courtyard door, he noticed Gu Hong seemed eager to rush in. Ye Chen intercepted him with a smile, inquiring, "What brings you here, senior brother?" Gu Hong, taken aback by the cordiality, glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, "Last time, you mentioned you would assist me. I wonder how those 2 spiritual herbs are faring now?" Ye Chen feigned ignorance, responding with a puzzled expression, "Senior brother, I believe you may be mistaken. When did you ever give me any spiritual herbs?" Gu Hong's anger flared, almost overwhelming him. His previously cheerful demeanor turned icy in an instant. He contemplated uttering some venomous words, but restrained himself, ultimately saying, "Junior brother, it seems I was in error." With that, his gaze turned cold, and he swiftly departed from Ye Chen's spiritual herb garden. The Jade Pendant capable of ripening spiritual herbs was Ye Chen's greatest secret, and he preferred to offend Gu Hong rather than reveal it. However, judging by Gu Hong's behavior today, his refusal was entirely justified. It was likely that Gu Hong would trouble him in the future, but if he could slay Chen Lei, who had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, what could Gu Hong possibly do? Watching Gu Hong leave, Ye Chen firmly shut the courtyard door and activated the protective barrier. In the following period, Ye Chen felt a sense of security, noticing no signs of Gu Hong seeking retribution. However, he also realized he hadn't heard Chun DePeo troubling Gu Hong for quite some time. It was clear Gu Hong had surrendered all the spirit stones he owed to Chun DePeo. As half a year slipped by, Ye Chen sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough, having touched upon the barrier that restrained him. Should he surpass this threshold, his cultivation would ascend to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet, just as he prepared to press on with renewed vigor, the sect became tense once more. This disruption stemmed from the recent unexplained disappearance of 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, which had initially failed to garner the sect's attention. However, the recurrence of such bizarre incidents had thrown the sect into a state of unrest. In an effort to pacify the populace, the elder cultivators at the core formation stage were compelled to investigate. Even the spirit herb garden managed by the Qi refinement cultivators was not spared. In the eyes of these golden core elders, the culprit was likely to be hidden among them. Strangely enough, Lu Wentai had not sent anyone to seek spirit herbs in the past 6 months. The mere thought of this person irritated Ye Chen. Yet his adversary's absence brought an unexpected sense of delight. He contemplated visiting Li Muxue, but given the current precarious situation, he ultimately refrained. After all, he was merely a lowly Qi refinement cultivator. Even if he were to visit her cave dwelling, she might not deign to meet him. For now, he could only remain quietly within the spirit herb garden or a cave, daring not to stray a step from the sect, awaiting the Golden Core Elders' investigation. Chapter 28. The Luo family auction. However, after waiting for half a month, there was still no sign of the Golden Core Elders coming to inspect. As he reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, the elixirs in his possession were woefully insufficient, and more pressing was the impending auction organized by the Luo family, as mentioned by Qian Fu. Thus, he was compelled to venture into the market. Just as he exited the herb garden, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Hong, who greeted him with a beaming smile and inquired, "Might I ask where my junior brother is headed?" Ye Chen smiled lightly and casually replied, "Just going for a stroll." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. Ever since their falling out, he had grown wary of Gu Hong. Observing this, Gu Hong's face darkened with a hint of coldness, and he stealthily followed. In the market, after much inquiry, Ye Chen finally discovered the location of the Luo family's auction. The entrance was an inconspicuous shop that specialized in forging magical artifacts, manned by 4 disciples who welcomed the arriving guests. After observing for some time and noticing that many cultivators entered, he dismissed his doubts. "Friend, are you here to attend the auction organized by the Luo family?" asked one of the disciples stationed at the entrance, noticing Ye Chen draped in a voluminous black robe, wearing a conical hat and a veil that obscured his face. A rather peculiar sight. In a hoarse voice, Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." A beautiful foundation establishment female cultivator inside took note of Ye Chen's odd appearance. Unable to discern his cultivation level, she felt a twinge of suspicion, yet recognized that all visitors were guests. Thus, she courteously informed him, "Friend, there is an entrance fee of 10 spirit stones to participate in the auction." Such an exorbitant fee. Although Ye Chen had prepared for this expense, he still felt a pang of discomfort. Nevertheless, he displayed no hesitation as he retrieved the spirit stones from his storage bag. The enchanting foundation establishment female cultivator smiled and asked, "Might you have items to auction? This is a decadal event, and many cultivators are participating." Ye Chen, wary of drawing too much attention too soon, inquired with concern, "Is it possible to register auction items during a break in the auction?" Upon hearing this, the female cultivator revealed a faint smile and replied, "Certainly." With this single exchange, Ye Chen gleaned crucial information. The individual before him was either an inexperienced chi refinement cultivator or possessed something of value. As the beautiful foundation-building female cultivator speculated, Ye Chen pondered for a moment before retrieving 3 jade boxes from his storage bag. The female cultivator, filled with curiosity, was utterly astonished upon opening the boxes, as a waft of fragrant spiritual herbs greeted her senses. Inside lay 3 stalks of 20-year-old Ziluan grass. While their age was modest, their rarity was undeniable. Ye Chen, however, did not present all of his spiritual herbs. From his previous purchase at the Duobao building, only 8 seeds had successfully sprouted. Among the 10 seeds, 2 stalks of spiritual herbs were designated for cultivation, allowing them to grow gradually. The remaining 3 would depend on the auction's outcome. Should the market be favorable, he would continue to auction them. Otherwise, he would sell them at the Duobao building. The enchanting female cultivator nodded appreciatively, her demeanor towards Ye Chen softening as she graciously led him toward the rear entrance. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they arrived at an expansive doorway, flanked by foundation-building cultivators on guard. Guided by the beautiful female cultivator, they faced no inquiries. Inside, a cacophony of voices echoed, and upon entering, they were met with a grand sight. It was a vast auction hall, exquisitely decorated, divided into upper and lower levels. The upper tier featured private rooms for esteemed guests, while the lower tier was populated with rows of ordinary seating for cultivators to occupy at their leisure, with a substantial display platform at the center. After a brief hour of anticipation, the auction commenced in earnest. The host, a white-bearded elder and a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, beamed with joy as he addressed the audience. "Esteemed friends, the auction hosted by the Luo family is now officially underway. This event will consist of 3 sessions." He cautioned the attendees to remember the auction's rules. After surveying the crowd, he slowly announced, "Let us begin the first session. I would like to invite forth the initial item for auction." A beautiful female cultivator entered, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. When the elder removed the cloth, a splendid magical artifact was revealed to the assembly. "Esteemed friends, this is a high-grade artifact known as the Wulong Duo. Upon activation, it will unleash 6 formidable sword intents." His words elicited a buzz of excitement from the audience. The starting bid for the Wulong Duo was set at 200 spirit stones. Ye Chen inhaled sharply. Such a price was beyond his means, relegating him to the role of an observer. 230 spirit stones, called a lavishly dressed young man. 300 spirit stones, a female cultivator exclaimed anxiously. 350 spirit stones, a composed elderly cultivator responded. 500 spirit stones, declared a middle-aged cultivator adorned with a hat, bringing an immediate hush over the auction hall. Magical artifacts are categorized into inferior, medium, high, and exquisite grades. The exquisite artifact imbued with the essence of swordsmanship appeared to be worth far less than its asking price. The elder presiding over the auction, noticing the absence of higher bids, joyfully declared the item successfully sold. The subsequent items for auction included various elixirs, formations, spiritual herbs, and talismans, intensifying the fervor and excitement of the event. In particular, the cultivators in the private chambers on the 2nd floor were particularly generous in their bids, leaving Ye Chen in awe. He had previously encountered such celestial treasures solely within the pages of books. To his astonishment, 3 sprigs of purple twin grass fetched an unexpected price of 300 spiritual stones, ensuring a return on investment. Ye Chen had been patiently awaiting news regarding the Mingyang art, and at long last, the 2nd session of the auction arrived, focusing on the bidding for martial arts manuals. However, disappointment settled in as there was no mention of this particular technique. Suddenly, he recalled that the Mingyang art was a legitimate technique, unlikely to appear in the auction of demonic cultivators. With that realization, He could not help but harbor resentment towards Qianfu. As the excitement of the auction escalated, Ye Chen's spirits grew increasingly heavy. At that moment, the elder announced, "A year ago, we engaged in a fierce clash with the righteous sects, seizing numerous martial arts manuals. While these techniques lack the potency of our demonic arts, some possess redeeming qualities, and thus, I shall present them for auction." He began with 3 manuals, the Divine Intent Fist, Thunderclap Palm, and Spirit Motion Swordplay, with an opening bid set at 50 spiritual stones. Yet, the elder found himself in an awkward position as the assembled cultivators merely scoffed, offering no bids. Reluctantly, he continued to showcase other techniques. The next 3 manuals included the Ice Palm, Misty Swordplay, and, to Ye Chen's delight, the Mingyang Art. Upon hearing its name, his heart soared, yet anxiety clenched at him. The elder intentionally lowered the starting price, stating, "The opening bid is 10 spiritual stones." The mere valuation of 10 spiritual stones filled Ye Chen with exhilaration, prompting him to be the first to call out a bid of 11 spiritual stones. The crowd responded with faint smiles, and a few probing gazes scrutinized Ye Chen. Just as he believed he could easily secure the item, a distant voice declared, "I bid 21 spiritual stones." Ye Chen's heart sank. 20 spiritual stones were not a substantial amount. He promptly countered, 22 spiritual stones. To his surprise, someone exhibited keen interest in the item, awakening the previously drowsy audience. 40 spiritual stones, the opposing bidder stated decisively. Ye Chen sensed something amiss. The rivals' bids doubled each time, leading him to suspect that they might be a hired hand from the Luo family. However, a scan of their aura revealed they were similarly attired and concealed their cultivation level. Feeling parched and anxious, Ye Chen quickly called out, 41 spiritual stones. Yet, before he could finish speaking, the rival declared, 80 spiritual stones. For outer disciples of lower ranks, if they did not undertake tasks, their monthly earnings were merely 7 spiritual stones, totaling no more than 80 in a year. Should one undertake the task, there would be a meager income of 5 spirit stones over the course of a month, barely sufficient for cultivation. If the price were to be raised, and the opposing party retaliated with a double bid, how might one respond? Should one refuse to concede, the escalating bids would inevitably draw the attention of others. Ye Chen decided to bide his time. The elder presiding over the auction could never have anticipated that what was initially deemed relinquished would return, along with its accrued interest. With a smile, the elder commenced the first inquiry, 80 spirit stones, first call. No one in attendance responded, many casting significant glances at Ye Chen. Within, Ye Chen contemplated, perhaps this cultivation technique was not as rare as it seemed, acquired after a skirmish. Yet, to forsake such a technique would be a grave misfortune, as it evidently could hasten one's cultivation speed. While Ye Chen pondered, the second inquiry commenced, 80 spirit stones, second call. At that moment, Ye Chen noticed the opposing figure swaying slightly, likely taken aback by his silence. It became evident that some were indeed attempting to disrupt the proceedings. Just as the elder was about to call for a third time, Ye Chen calmly interjected, 100 spirit stones. The instant those words escaped his lips, the opposing party immediately countered, 200 spirit stones. The proclamation left the crowd in stunned silence, all eyes turning towards Ye Chen. A subtle smile graced his lips as he settled back comfortably. The elder presiding over the auction was exceptionally pleased, initiating the third round of inquiries. During the first inquiry, Ye Chen remained indifferent. The second inquiry met with the same disregard. By the third inquiry, the opposing party appeared increasingly anxious, yet under the scrutiny of the crowd. Ye Chen remained unfazed. Although the Mingyang Ju was of great significance, he had no desire to appear foolish. After all, he might encounter it again in the future. Revealing his prowess too openly could invite trouble. These techniques held little value in the eyes of demonic cultivators. What was once deemed worthless, barely worth 10 spirit stones, had found its way into the hands of the opposing party, whose mood was undoubtedly buoyed. As the auction continued, Ye Chen offered 3 stalks of purple twin grass, netting 300 spirit stones. Ultimately, during the third auction, which attracted higher-level cultivators, Ye Chen unhesitatingly withdrew, intending to procure medicinal pills in hopes of swiftly breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Just as he prepared to depart, the cultivator who had raised the bid against him emerged as well. Ye Chen noted this individual with a cold smirk. It seemed he was indeed a plant. Could it be that this person sought to trouble him? With this thought, he quickened his pace. After exiting the auction house, he meandered through the market at a leisurely pace, heading toward the Duobao building. Yet, at that moment, he still perceived the shadow of his pursuer behind him. A surge of alarm coursed through Ye Chen. He had been confident in his methods of evasion. As my mind raced to recall where things had gone awry, I soon came to the realization that the other party must have left a mark upon me. After winding through several turns, I arrived at a secluded corner and meticulously examined myself. Ultimately, I discovered a trace at the edge of my shoe, pollen, commonly seen in the medicinal herb garden. Though this particular mark was no larger than a fingernail, this was the crux of the matter. Without hesitation, I wiped away the pollen mark before entering the treasure pavilion. Upon my arrival, Su Linker greeted me with a charming smile, her voluptuous figure swaying as she intended to engage in casual banter. However, I spoke with a brusque tone, stating my desires plainly. I swiftly procured 10 vials of medium-grade flame elixirs, followed by several talismans, before preparing to return to the sect. The journey back required traversing through a patch of woods, and as I passed through, I deliberately slowed my pace. After walking for a while in the dense forest, I smiled and remarked, "Friend, shouldn't you reveal yourself now?" After a brief wait, a familiar figure emerged from the thicket. A voice I recognized echoed through the trees. "Junior brother, it seems you have reaped quite a bounty this time. I never expected you to discover me." I was taken aback, for the voice belonged to none other than Guhong, and there was a palpable resentment in his tone. It became clear that he had been tailing me all along, yet I felt little surprise at this revelation. I coldly replied, "It seems elder brother is well informed. I wonder how the righteous techniques have aided you?" Guhong, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, hurling his conical hat to the ground and gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I can't believe I fell into your trap. What a pity for the spirit stones I have painstakingly amassed over the years." After uttering these words, he produced 3 techniques acquired from the auction, his hands trembling slightly, a testament to the pain of spending such a fortune, before hastily stowing them away in his storage pouch. I distinctly caught sight of the yin-yang technique, and my heart surged with excitement. "Junior brother, I am quite curious about your motives. Why did you purchase these 3 righteous techniques?" Guhong inquired, having spent a significant sum. "Elder brother, I was merely bored. I never anticipated anyone would spend such a considerable amount of spirit stones," I replied, prompting Guhong to bristle with indignation, nearly driving himself to distraction. He then shifted the topic with a menacing tone. "Do not think I am oblivious to your secrets. Do you possess a treasure for cultivating spirit herbs?" "Elder brother, you jest. Cultivating spirit herbs requires talent. Perhaps my aptitude is merely a tad superior," I retorted. Though unafraid of him, I was wary of the possibility of other cultivators lurking nearby, thus I refrained from divulging any deeper secrets. Guhong, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, remarking, "It seems junior brother still has much to endure." Chapter 30. The true Guhong. A wave of desolation washed over me as I reflected on how a once dear friend had quickly become a foe. Is that so? We shall see what elder brother is truly made of. A jest? I am at the 8th layer of chi refinement, while you are merely at the 5th. If you wish to avoid suffering, obediently relinquish the spirit stones and treasures for nurturing your spiritual plants from your storage bag. "Oh, is that so? Since senior brother desires it, then take it," Ye Chen exclaimed as he tapped his storage bag, revealing a mid-grade magic artifact, the Xian Iron Shield. "Ah, it is actually a mid-grade artifact." Guhong gasped in astonishment. Chi refiners typically wield low-grade artifacts, while mid-grade and high-grade artifacts are reserved for those at the 12th layer of chi refinement and foundation establishment. Indeed, junior brother conceals his talents well. It seems today another artifact has been added to his collection. Guhong composed himself, replacing his surprise with a warm smile, as if this artifact rightfully belonged to him. Ye Chen scoffed inwardly. Seizing the opportunity while Guhong was distracted, he hurled several fireball talismans towards him. Massive fireballs surged towards Guhong, and explosions echoed through the forest, flames erupting. However, amidst the cacophony of explosions, Guhong stood unfazed, casting a cold smirk at Ye Chen. It turned out he had been prepared, activating his protective barrier in that very moment. The talismans Ye Chen had unleashed were of a lower grade, while they appeared formidable. Their lethality was minimal. "Junior brother, what a pity, you almost succeeded," Guhong sneered. Ye Chen returned the disdainful laugh, swiftly retrieving a black wind banner from his storage bag. This artifact, often employed by demonic cultivators, not only released corrosive black smoke upon activation, but also generated numerous wind blades. Guhong, surprised that Ye Chen could manipulate 2 low-grade artifacts simultaneously, soon dismissed the thought, recalling that he was at a significantly higher cultivation level than Ye Chen, ensuring no unforeseen circumstances would arise. As Ye Chen infused the black banner with spiritual energy, it began to emit a rustling sound. With a vigorous shake, wisps of black mist billowed forth. Concurrently, a powerful gust emanated from the banner. This was Ye Chen's inaugural use of the artifact. Witnessing its substantial power, he decided to channel a considerable amount of spiritual energy into it. The black banner swelled further, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Observing this, Guhong smiled slightly and swiftly retrieved an ancient flying sword from his storage bag, albeit one with some damage. After performing a quick hand seal, the sword enlarged dramatically, radiating a bluish glow, transforming into a massive sword measuring 2 feet wide and 10 feet long. The wind blades produced by the black banner clashed with the giant sword in midair, generating flashes of crimson light. After 10 breaths, Ye Chen was astonished to find that the black mist had been devoured by the red light. Determined, he resolved to amplify his spiritual energy input, vigorously shaking the black banner. Meanwhile, Gohong also performed hand seals, continuously infusing his giant sword with spiritual energy. This is a mid-grade artifact. Though it has seen frequent use, it is more than sufficient to deal with your black banner. As the colossal sword struck with a resounding boom, a brilliant red light erupted, instantly dissipating the wind blades conjured by the black banner. Ye Chen's expression grew grave. Through his earlier probing, he discerned the formidable power of this immense sword. Realizing that the black banner was utterly incapable of contending with the opponent's weapon, he no longer held back and swiftly retrieved the mid-grade magical artifact, the Qiankuan sword, from his storage pouch. A mid-grade artifact, Gohong exclaimed in surprise. Junior brother, it seems you harbor quite a few secrets. Ye Chen replied with a cold smirk. Senior brother, it appears we are equally matched. I wonder which is mightier, my sword or your colossal blade. Prepare to receive my strike. Infused with spiritual energy, the Qiankuan sword suddenly expanded in size. At that moment, Ye Chen noticed a continuous flow of energy being drawn into the sword, though it lasted only briefly. The blade began to tremble, emitting a resonant sound, and radiating a cerulean glow. With a swift gesture, Ye Chen unleashed the Qiankuan sword with a force akin to a battering ram. However, after wielding the Qiankuan sword, Ye Chen staggered slightly. Moments later, a deafening noise erupted from the forest as Gohong's colossal sword shattered into 3 pieces. This caused Gohong's heart to ache, for few Qi-refining disciples could afford such mid-grade artifacts. His expression twitched as he hastily formed seals with his hands, resolute in his decision to swiftly eliminate his opponent, fearing that Ye Chen might suddenly flee the scene. Thus, he quickly summoned a small black tower from his storage pouch. This tower, entirely obsidian in hue and measuring 1 foot in height, began to spin and emit a humming sound once Gohong infused it with his spiritual energy. From a distance, the artifact appeared remarkably ancient, a superior grade artifact, though its purpose remained uncertain. Although Gohong's cultivation was not on par with Chen Lei, whom he had faced previously, his meticulous mind made him quite a formidable adversary. Ye Chen, meanwhile, retained 2 more artifacts within his storage pouch, vowing not to employ them unless absolutely necessary. Curiosity gnawed at him regarding the origin of the small tower. Just as Ye Chen pondered, the rotating tower suddenly expanded, growing to a height of 10 feet, and began to exert a tremendous gravitational pull from its base. This attraction intensified, drawing in the branches and leaves of the trees around them. The peculiar force continuously attracted spiritual energy. Ye Chen never anticipated Gohong possessed such an extraordinary object. On several occasions, he considered directing his artifact against Gohong, yet the tower's interference rendered him unable to do so. Gohong's face gleamed with delight as he fervently manipulated the tower. A flicker of fear crossed Ye Chen's features, and at that moment, he suddenly recalled the few thunder pearl beads nestled within his storage pouch. With a decisive motion, he struck the pouch, sending several thunder pearls hurtling toward the tower under the immense pull. Gohong, noticing this, smiled slightly. As the thunder pearls approached the tower, they erupted violently. A thunderous roar reverberated through the forest, filling the air with swirling smoke. As the smoke dissipated, only the vanishing figure of Gohong remained. Ye Chen, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, extended his consciousness to search the surroundings, yet found nothing. However, he understood that his opponent must be nearby. Employing some peculiar technique, just as Ye Chen's thoughts raced, an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged towards him. Gohong reappeared not far from Ye Chen, erupting into hearty laughter. At this moment, Gohong exuded the formidable aura of a 12th-layer Qi refinement, his true strength significantly surpassing that of Chen Lei from before. Although Ye Chen was startled, he managed to chuckle. I did not expect Brother Gu to conceal his cultivation so astutely. Have you perhaps pilfered a fair share of rare spiritual herbs? Humph. Had it not been for the precious spiritual plants in the medicinal garden, I would have long since applied to enter the inner sect. Chapter 31. Opportunities amidst crisis. At this moment, observing the chilling intent emanating from Gohong, Ye Chen felt an acute sense of tension. Gohong smiled faintly and remarked, I am a practitioner of the righteous path, having infiltrated your demonic sect for many years. Were it not for the discovery of your extraordinary treasure, I would not have revealed my identity today. A practitioner of the righteous path? Ye Chen pondered, increasingly perplexed by the complexities within the sect. Gohong continued, however, I can grant you a more comfortable demise. At this juncture, Ye Chen decided not to dwell further on it, responding coolly, I never imagined that a dignified practitioner of the righteous path, with such high cultivation, would willingly endure the indignities of that portly Chen. Truly a remarkable character. Upon hearing Ye Chen expose his vulnerabilities, Gohong's expression shifted slightly. Coldly, he retorted, "Just now, I considered our previous camaraderie and intended to offer you a swift end. It seems I must take my time to torment you demonic cultivators after all." With that, Gohong unceremoniously activated the Black Tower once more. The Black Tower spun in the air before expanding into a colossal structure, hurtling directly towards Ye Chen. The disparity in their strengths was immense in this dire moment. Ye Chen activated his protective barrier, channeling all his energy to withstand the formidable pressure. Observing Ye Chen struggle, Gohong wore a faint smile, then burst into laughter. "I am eager to see just how much strength you possess. I hope you do not disappoint me." At that moment, Gohong regarded Ye Chen with disdain, having slain numerous demonic cultivators over the years, and found low-level practitioners like Ye Chen to be all too common. As Ye Chen fought to maintain his protective shield, he simultaneously began to refine the primordial yin power within him. This was the tremendous force accumulated by Li Muxue over a century. The last time, he had only refined a small portion, which was sufficient to slay Chen Lei, who was at the 10th layer Qi refinement. Now, facing an opponent at the 12th layer, he had no choice but to confront him head-on. As the life and death sutra continuously circulated within him, the hidden immense power within Ye Chen was awakened. At that moment, he discovered a vast spiritual energy coursing through his limbs, tirelessly cleansing his meridians. A tremendous pain enveloped him, distorting his features, widening his eyes, and causing his entire being to tremble. The immense spiritual energy within surged relentlessly against his physical form. Had it not been for his prior cultivation of the life and death technique, which rendered his body extraordinarily resilient, he might have perished at this very moment. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he could not help but cry out. From a distance, Gohong observed this with a cold smirk, casually remarking, "What a pity." After approximately half an hour had passed, Gohong's curiosity was piqued. Typically, a cultivator would succumb within a mere quarter of an hour, yet this individual managed to endure. The life and death technique continuously circulated within him, with waves of potent spiritual energy traversing his body, flooding into his dantian. As he acclimated to this state, Ye Chen suddenly realized that the shackles that had previously confined him at the 6th level of Qi refinement were loosening. With a resounding crack, his meridians aligned, and he ascended directly to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Gohong, witnessing this, was greatly intrigued. It became apparent that Ye Chen was indeed a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, rather than the 5th, as he had previously thought. "Huh, such a cunning demon cultivator. I shall see just how much strength you truly possess." After uttering these words, Gohong intensified his infusion of spiritual power into the Black Tower. The life and death technique continued to accelerate within Ye Chen, as a vast amount of spiritual energy was refined, augmenting his physical form, consciousness, and magical power. As he swiftly formed hand seals, his power grew increasingly substantial, and he began to push towards the 8th level of Qi refinement. From a distance, despite the elevation in his cultivation, a red aura enveloped him, his body trembled, eyes tightly shut, and his expression was one of agony. Threads of spiritual energy incessantly battered his meridians, cleansing the congested areas. Ye Chen realized that this pace was far too sluggish. He needed to advance swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the yin-yang technique. As the spiritual energy around him began to flow in reverse, he found himself on the brink of collapse, his legs buckling beneath him. Just as he felt he could bear no more, his acupoints began to open one by one. First, one opened, then a second. In this critical moment, he forcefully unlocked 10 acupoints and 2 profound gateways. At that instant, his spiritual energy erupted, and the primordial yin force within his dantian was refined in abundance. A faint smile crept across Ye Chen's lips, for he had unwittingly shattered the confines of the 7th level and ascended to the 8th. What? Such a phenomenon exists? Gohong, observing Ye Chen's consecutive breakthroughs, was incredulous. Reflecting on his own past cultivation, he had spent several years achieving such progress. However, he deemed Ye Chen's current 8th level of Qi refinement to pose no threat to him. His curiosity about how long this state could persist led him to continue channeling energy into the Black Tower. After opening 10 acupoints and 2 profound gateways, Ye Chen felt invigorated. His previously unstable knees and wavering body began to regain their normalcy. However, the oppressive force emanating from the small Black Tower above his head grew increasingly formidable. At this perilous juncture, the process of refining the immense power within his body, though fraught with physical agony, posed no threat to his life. Instead, it facilitated the elevation of his realm. To be candid, all of this was a boon bestowed by Gohong. Now that he had ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement, it was imperative that he seize the opportunity to make a decisive breakthrough into the latter stages of Qi refinement, aiming for the 9th level. In doing so, he would stand on more equal footing with Gohong in their subsequent duel. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen exerted himself to the fullest. employing the life and death technique, as torrents of immense energy surged within him, battering against his limbs and bones. The chasm between the mid and late stages of qi refinement is vast. Practitioners typically endure years of gradual refinement, ultimately relying on elixirs to reach the latter stage. A feat such as Ye Chen's, transcending several realms in a single night, is exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation, perhaps even unprecedented. The two ancient techniques circulated within him, complementing and contradicting one another. For an ordinary individual, this would surely be a fate worse than death. Yet, given Ye Chen's tumultuous life, this pain was but a trifling matter. At this moment, a resolute expression graced Ye Chen's face as he continuously formed hand seals, striving to break through and open the acupoints and gateways within his body. Thus, the Mingyang technique accelerated within him. In the distance, Guhong was left utterly dumbfounded. Should his opponent manage to break through to the late stage of qi refinement, he would undoubtedly bring Ye Chen back to the righteous sect for thorough examination by its formidable masters. Chapter 32. Slaying Guhong an hour later. Ye Chen suddenly let out a furious roar, emitting a cloud of white mist from his entire being. Following this, a series of resounding thuds echoed around him. This sound emanated from within Ye Chen as, under the onslaught of abundant spiritual energy, he unlocked 10 additional acupoints, along with 2 more gateways. Yet, it was still insufficient. Ye Chen continued to circulate the Mingyang technique within him. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged anew, this time inflicting greater torment. With a thud, Ye Chen fell to his knees, struggling to support the immense black tower looming above him. His body trembled under the weight of the dual oppressive forces, and he found himself on the verge of collapse. The spiritual energy within him crashed against his internal organs while the formidable pressure of the black tower loomed overhead. Observing this, Guhong shook his head, unable to believe that his opponent could truly ascend to the 9th level of qi refinement. Should he falter, the individual before him would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Just as he let out a cold snort, he witnessed the black tower begin to sway. Just as it seemed poised to crush Ye Chen beneath its weight, it began to rise slowly. At this moment, Ye Chen's dantian was brimming with power, and a smile crept upon his lips. Although he had yet to successfully advance to the 9th level of qi refinement, he was now merely a step away from breaking through, with only the final invisible barrier remaining. With a period of focused cultivation, he would undoubtedly reach the 9th level of qi refinement. What? Guhong exclaimed in astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, such a prodigy exists, and this individual possesses a treasure of great significance. At this moment, Ye Chen has resolved not to strive for another breakthrough, understanding that the act of hastening growth will inevitably lead to backlash. He still harbors a considerable amount of profound energy within, which will be necessary for his future advancement in foundation establishment. Thus, he cannot exhaust it all at once. With this thought, Ye Chen, brimming with magical energy, gestured with his hands, exerting force upward as the small black tower gradually ascended into the sky. At this juncture, Guhong, with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely false, remarked, "Congratulations, junior brother, on your advancement." Ye Chen cast a calm gaze upon him, uncertain of the ulterior motives lurking within Guhong's mind, yet aware that his secret had already been uncovered by this individual. The elimination of Guhong had become imperative. Noticing the fluctuations in Ye Chen's demeanor, Guhong smiled and said, "Junior brother, it is such a pity to see you in the demonic sect. Why not accompany me to the righteous sect?" Ye Chen feigned interest and inquired, "May I ask which righteous sect you refer to, senior brother?" Guhong, thinking of how effortlessly he could bring Ye Chen back to the sect, replied with a polite smile, "I hail from the Xianyu sect, which stands at the pinnacle of righteous sections." "Surely, junior brother, you have heard of it." Ye Chen was indeed aware of the Xianyu sect, a formidable righteous sect ranked among the top 3. "Junior brother, I too have been sent on a mission, infiltrating the Blood Shadow sect. Currently, the Blood Shadow sect is merely a minor sect within the demonic path, far inferior to the Xianyu sect. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. If you return with me to the Xianyu sect, you will directly become an inner disciple of the righteous sect, far superior to your cautious existence in the Blood Shadow sect." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen feigned agreement, nodding his head in pretense. In truth, he was indifferent to the sect he belonged to. His heart was tethered to a certain fairy. If he were to depart from this sect, it would become exceedingly inconvenient for elderly Muxua to seek him out after he achieved the Golden Core stage. Seeing that he had seemingly swayed Ye Chen, Guhong proceeded to mention his family. "Junior brother, our Gu family holds significant standing within the Xianyu sect, boasting not only 3 Golden Core cultivators, but also a revered ancestor overseeing the sect. Aligning with our Gu family will not bring you any misfortune." Guhong, confident in his family's strength, believed that many cultivators flocked to them for their techniques and resources, convinced that Ye Chen could not remain unmoved by such prospects. However, as Ye Chen listened to the conditions presented, he perceived a hint of coldness in Gu Hong's gaze. He understood that he harbored many secrets. Following Gu Hong into the righteous sect might yield unfavorable outcomes. Gu Hong posed a question, "Junior brother, what have you decided?" With a smile that betrayed a hint of impatience. Ye Chen resolved to no longer hesitate, feigning excitement as he declared, "Senior brother, I have made my decision to accompany you to the Xianyu sect." That is precisely the right choice, junior brother. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth for the Xianyu sect at once. Ye Chen purposefully feigned surprise, stating, "I shall rely on you in the days to come, senior brother." "Of course, junior brother, you are too courteous." At that moment, when Gu Hong was completely off guard, Ye Chen summoned a few thunder pearls he had retained and swiftly activated his protective shield. Lu Wanner from the Duo Bao Tower had boasted that even Foundation establishment cultivators could not withstand the thunder pearls. Gu Hong, upon witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat, preparing to halt his incantation, but it was too late. The moment the thunder pearls approached Gu Hong, they erupted violently. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, engulfing the surroundings in flames, with the air thick with the scent of blood. As the smoke cleared, Gu Hong appeared, his garments tattered. Staring incredulously at Ye Chen with wide eyes, the remnants of his small tower shattered around him. Previously, Gu Hong had used this magical artifact primarily as a support tool, never anticipating that Ye Chen would possess thunder pearls. Despite his significant advantage in cultivation, he found himself ensnared and felt an unwillingness to accept this outcome. Observing this, Ye Chen let out a cold chuckle and swiftly summoned the flying blade, infusing it with his spiritual energy before sending it spiraling through the air. After encircling once, the flying blade swiftly sliced beneath Gu Hong's neck, and his head rolled away. After confiscating the opponent's storage bag, Ye Chen casually conjured a fireball to incinerate it completely. He then buried the fragments of the small tower underground and departed for his sect without looking back. Chapter 33. The fairy desires a cup of spirit tea. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, with Gu Hong's demise, the soul lamp left behind in the family extinguished. The patriarch of the Gu family was taken aback, swiftly waving his arm to cast a sound transmission talisman. Shortly thereafter, a green rainbow approached, revealing a stunning female cultivator. Gu Hong was deeply concealed and had great potential. I did not anticipate such an incident. You are to investigate, but proceed with caution. Understood, patriarch. The beautiful female cultivator replied respectfully before gracefully exiting the grand hall. This time, Ye Chen chose to fly with his sword, as his cultivation level rose. It seemed to consume little spiritual energy. Upon returning to his cave, he eagerly opened Gu Hong's storage bag. Inside, he found scant spirit stones. And aside from 2 mid-grade magical artifacts, only 3 orthodox cultivation manuals recently acquired from an auction. He placed the mid-grade artifacts into his Jade Pendant space, wary of using them carelessly, for should the sect discover he had slain a fellow disciple, the consequences would be dire. With a gleeful smirk, Ye Chen eagerly delved into the Mingyang Ju, curious to discern its differences from the one he already possessed. However, after a thorough examination, he stood in stunned silence, his once excited expression now marred by a bitter smile. It turned out that this Mingyang Ju was identical to the one in his possession, with not a single difference. With a long sigh, he conjured a fireball, incinerating the 3 orthodox manuals completely, and then brutally stamped on the ashes with his foot. At this moment, one could only lament their unfortunate fate. However, profound and esoteric cultivation techniques are rarely obtained with ease. It was during this time that Ye Chen discovered a subtle clue beneath his feet. Amidst a pile of ashes, he unearthed a golden foil. Holding it carefully in his hands, he examined it closely, and under the sunlight's reflection, a multitude of tiny characters emerged. Ye Chen's heart swelled with excitement as he read it word by word. After half an hour, a rare smile graced his lips. It turned out that the inscriptions on the gold foil were none other than the latter half of the Mingyang Ju. Previously, he had encountered a bottleneck while practicing the Mingyang Ju, leading to numerous confusions. However, as he meticulously perused the latter portion of the technique, enlightenment dawned upon him. The latter half of the Mingyang Ju was far more detailed. Had he continued solely to ponder and practice the first half, not only would his progress have been excruciatingly slow, but he would have also ventured astray. If the first half represented the framework, then the latter half constituted its branches and leaves. With newfound insights, Ye Chen devoted himself to rigorous training. Months later, he successfully opened 10 acupoints and 2 mysterious gateways in his body, employing the Shengxi Ju to refine the primordial yin energy within. He gained a deeper understanding of the Mingyang Ju, realizing it was a technique capable of enhancing a cultivator's innate talent. Now, he was but a step away from reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement and becoming an inner disciple. Although mentally prepared, The journey to advance to the latter stages of qi refinement proved to be immensely arduous, requiring a considerable investment of time for cultivation. A breakthrough in the short term was impossible. Just as Ye Chen let out a long sigh, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. His heart leapt with joy, and he quickly turned to look. Approaching him was Li Muxue, radiant in her beauty, with flowing hair like a cascading waterfall, skin as fair as porcelain, and a graceful demeanor that exuded elegance. Her eyes sparkled like water, enchanting and captivating. "Junior pays respects to the ancestor," Ye Chen said with reverence. Upon hearing this, Li Muxue cast a sidelong glance at him, yet still smiled and nodded gently. After surveying the modest cave around her, she kindly inquired, "What is your current level of cultivation? Withdraw your concealment technique and let me see." Observing the simplicity of his dwelling, Li Muxue could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Ye Chen. He was either a diligent practitioner or lacking in spirit stones. Once she gathered her thoughts, she turned her gaze back to Ye Chen with a tender expression. However, her demeanor shifted from warmth to astonishment. She recalled that he had only been at the 6th layer of qi refinement last time. In just over a year, he was on the verge of reaching the 9th layer. Seeing the astonishment on Li Muxue's face, Ye Chen initially intended to explain the circumstances. However, the slaying of Gohong was indeed a breach of sect rules, and claiming that he was an undercover agent of the righteous sect bore no evidence. Thus, he simply mentioned that he had attempted to refine some of the primordial yin energy within him. Upon hearing this, Li Muxue's understanding deepened, and a blush crept onto her face. She appeared slightly embarrassed, even a bit annoyed that he had not heeded her earlier advice. At this moment, Li Muxue shifted the conversation to other matters, inquiring about his cultivation. Ye Chen had always practiced in solitude, but after receiving guidance from Li Muxue, his cultivation had made remarkable progress. However, each encounter with her required a long wait, prompting him to express all the issues he faced during his training. Subsequently, Ye Chen incessantly posed questions, while Li Muxue provided explanations, and they engaged in discussions on various cultivation matters. Li Muxue spoke until her throat was parched, yearning for a cup of spiritual tea, yet upon observing the barren cave, she could only shake her head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen broached the subject of Gohong, hoping to raise Li Muxue's awareness amidst the complexities of sect affairs. He merely mentioned that this individual was an insider planted by the Xianyu sect, hailing from the renowned Ge family. Upon hearing this, Li Muxue maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Having been in the sect for many years, she was well aware of the numerous spies within. And although Gohong belonged to the Ge family, he was merely a qi-refining cultivator, akin to a discarded member of his clan. As time passed, the two found themselves at a loss for words, leading to an awkward silence. Ever since Li Muxue brought Ye Chen back to the sect, she had harbored concerns for him, feeling a degree of responsibility for introducing a mere youth into the demonic sect. Over the past year, she had secretly sought various rare herbs to counteract the poison, yet all attempts only exacerbated the toxin's growth, leaving her with one method to truly remedy the situation. She pondered who had poisoned her, but she was certain it was not the unfortunate, emaciated elder. She realized she had fallen into someone's trap. With this thought, a sense of loss washed over her, and she sighed deeply, softly advising, "In the days to come, cultivate diligently and do not disappoint me." Li Muxue then cast a spell towards Ye Chen, and they were soon enveloped in familiar circumstances. With his eyes covered, Ye Chen attentively sensed every movement from her. Shortly thereafter, Li Muxue departed swiftly, continuing her routine of bathing, although her expression this time was notably serene. Upon awakening, Ye Chen discovered 5 vials of elixirs, 100 spiritual stones, a letter, and a jade slip arranged on the table. Curiosity piqued, he opened the letter, only to chuckle in surprise. It seemed that he had unconsciously wished for a cup of refreshing spiritual tea. Spiritual tea, an essential for high-level cultivators, was a luxury for Ye Chen, whose spiritual stones were entirely spent on elixirs and magical artifacts. Yet, knowing the fair maiden's preference, he dared not neglect this matter. Chapter 34. The Veiled Female Cultivator. The other jade slip contained techniques related to body refinement. Upon reviewing it, Ye Chen was filled with joy, realizing that the fairy genuinely cared for his well-being. This body refinement technique was one Li Muxue had sought from the sect, designed to strengthen a cultivator's bones, flesh, and vital energy. In truth, this ethereal being harbored a personal motive. She sought to enhance Ye Chen's physical strength, enabling him to better assist her in antidote preparation in the future. The elixirs and spirit stones left by Li Muxue were ample for Ye Chen's cultivation for an extended period. After dispelling distracting thoughts, Ye Chen settled into a meditative posture. In the ensuing days, apart from overseeing the herb garden, he devoted himself to diligent practice. Time flew by, and soon it was once again the day to receive the sect's elixirs and spirit stones, concealing his aura to the 5th level of qi refinement. He donned a black robe and a mask, making his way to the demon's sect hall. As before, Ye Chen swiftly departed after collecting the elixirs and spirit stones. However, at that moment, he noticed from the corner of his eye that Lu Wentai had also arrived, surprisingly accompanied by a masked female cultivator. Although Ye Chen harbored disdain for Lu Wentai, he found himself compelled to remove his mask and approach slowly, as the other held leverage over him. Satisfied by Ye Chen's deference, Lu Wentai remarked coolly, "This is not a place for conversation. Follow me." Lu Wentai led Ye Chen and the female cultivator to a secluded spot, ensuring that no one was around before bowing respectfully and stating, "This is the Ye Chen I mentioned to you." Ye Chen was intrigued by Lu Wentai's actions. This location was one of the few secluded areas within the sect, where many cultivators had met grim fates. Moreover, the masked female cultivator, at merely the 10th level of Qi refinement, elicited such reverence. Could she possess a concealed aura? Or perhaps have a formidable background? Or was she sent by the sect to investigate the matters concerning Chunlei, Qinxian, and Gohong? The thought filled him with dread, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, respectfully addressing her. "I am Ye Chen, a junior, and I greet the esteemed fairy." His attitude was even more reverent than Lu Wentai's. Upon hearing the term fairy, the masked woman scoffed lightly and said to Lu Wentai, "You may leave now." Ye Chen observed a fine sheen of sweat forming on Lu Wentai's brow. Hearing her words, he seemed greatly relieved and hastily departed. "May I inquire what matters the fairy wishes to discuss with this junior?" Ye Chen asked respectfully. The masked female cultivator remained silent, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Ye Chen's cultivation. After confirming there were no abnormalities, she inquired, "When did you enter the sect, and how did you gain entry?" Ye Chen responded truthfully, omitting any mention of the Jade Pendant's teleportation. The masked woman nodded slightly and said, "I have heard that you possess talent in spirit herb cultivation. I have several spirit herbs that require your care. I merely consider myself fortunate, as I seem to have some affinity with spirit plants." Ye Chen replied with respect. The masked woman smiled slightly, producing 3 jade boxes and a set of minor concealment formations from her storage bag. "Return here in 2 months on this very day to meet me. If my spirit herbs are damaged, your presence will be of no use." With a fierce tone, the masked female cultivator cast a cold glance at Ye Chen before retrieving a flying artifact from her storage pouch and departing from the location. Ye Chen, filled with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, refrained from immediately opening the jade boxes. Instead, he swiftly placed the 3 jade boxes along with the formation into his storage pouch and made his way to the spiritual herb garden he oversaw. Upon returning to the garden and establishing protective barriers, he methodically opened each jade box. Within the 3 boxes lay indeed the spiritual herbs, 3 specimens approximately 500 years old, vibrant green and exuding a subtle medicinal fragrance. Ye Chen quickly identified 2 of the herbs as essential materials for alchemical concoctions, typically utilized by late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. It became clear that they belonged to a female cultivator of the same stage, which explained Lu Wentai's profound fear. Upon further inspection of the 3rd herb, he found it entirely unfamiliar. Notably, while the roots of these 3 herbs showed signs of slight yellowing, it was evident that without proper nurturing, they would soon wither. Ye Chen smiled gently, knowing that restoring them with the Jade Pendant would pose no challenge. After his examination, he secured the 3 jade boxes back into his storage pouch and resumed his cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had swiftly passed. One day, Ye Chen arrived at the rendezvous point specified by the masked female cultivator, only to find that she had arrived before him. Her demeanor was somewhat displeased as she coldly inquired about the cultivation of the spiritual herbs. Ye Chen respectfully replied that he had successfully restored them and invited her to take a look. Upon hearing this, the masked cultivator offered a slight smile. But her expression froze as she opened the jade box. She discovered that the damaged roots had fully recovered, and the entire spiritual herb showed no signs of decay. This revelation prompted her to regard Ye Chen with newfound respect. Previous attempts by several spiritual planters had failed to achieve such results, and she was astonished that this individual possessed such capabilities. Consequently, she cast a spell to ascertain whether he possessed any magical artifacts. Ye Chen had prepared for this moment, ensuring that all valuable items were safely stored within the Jade Pendant, leaving him with only a broken sword, 10 spirit stones, and a vial of elixirs. After her investigation, the masked female cultivator wore a look of disappointment, albeit with a hint of surprise. It seemed this person had not fared well within the demonic sect. "Well done this time," she remarked. "Now, tell me about your spiritual herb garden." With a sigh of relief, Ye Chen detailed the size of the garden, the number of spiritual planters, and the various herbs cultivated there. He also recounted how Chun Daping had withheld spirit stones and bullied the spiritual planters. The masked female cultivator appeared intrigued, posing several questions throughout the conversation. When Ye Chen casually mentioned Gohong, His curiosity was piqued as he realized she was from the Gu family, sent to investigate the matter. Ye Chen's thoughts raced, and with a feigned expression of sorrow, he remarked, "Senior Brother Gu treated me well, but it has been quite some time since I last saw him. The spiritual herb garden I was previously responsible for has been reassigned to new cultivators." The masked female cultivator nodded lightly in response. At this moment, Ye Chen embellished his words, stating that Brother Gu had not been spared from the bullying of the rotund Chen. Upon hearing this, the masked female cultivator inquired with a hint of indifference, apart from that Chen, which other practitioners have conflicts with him. If Ye Chen had merely harbored doubts about the woman's origins from the Gu family, he could now ascertain it with certainty. However, he knew better than to speak carelessly. Thus, he respectfully replied, "As a junior who spends my days in the spirit herb garden, I have not heard of any grievances involving Brother Gu with others." The masked female cultivator nodded slightly, then retrieved a small jade box from her storage bag, stating, "Your cultivation is rather low, yet you possess a remarkable talent for nurturing spiritual plants. Inside are some seeds of spiritual herbs. Should you cultivate them well in the future, the benefits shall not elude you." Chapter 35. Appraisal of medicinal pills. Ye Chen accepted the jade box, perplexed, and asked, "How shall I find you in the future?" "Esteemed fairy, do not fret. I shall seek you out in due time," the masked female cultivator replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was taken aback, his face displaying a peculiar expression. He pondered the scenario. If the elder of the sect, Li Muxue, were to seek him out while the masked woman also appeared, what would he do? Noticing the strange look on Ye Chen's face, the masked female cultivator smiled faintly and presented him with a vial of medicinal pills. "This time you have done well. This vial contains pills that will enhance your cultivation." Ye Chen promptly expressed his gratitude. After handing the pills to him, the masked female cultivator ascended into the sky on her flying vessel. Feigning respect, Ye Chen bowed and swiftly departed from that secluded place. Upon returning to the spirit herb garden, he opened the jade box to find around 20 plump seeds inside. He selected a discreet area within the garden, set up a concealment formation, and planted all the seeds. Afterward, he merely needed to wait for the seeds to sprout and use the Jade Pendant to gradually nurture them. As for the pills given by the masked female cultivator, Ye Chen was cautious not to consume them recklessly. These pills were not the blazing pills distributed to chi refining cultivators by the sect, and the vial bore no name. Nevertheless, the pills emitted a rich fragrance, faintly pulsating with a wave of spiritual energy. Ye Chen was entirely unfamiliar with what kind of medicinal pill this was. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit the market to inquire whether the Duobao building would accept such a pill and, in the process, have it appraised. A month later, after tending to the spirit herb garden, he set out for Duobao building, still clad in his black robe and mask. Upon his arrival, the enchanting and voluptuous Su Linger, recognizing the voice of the returning practitioner, immediately brightened up. Previously, she and Chun Buke had concluded that he was a foundation establishment cultivator. Now that business had come knocking, she was determined to provide him with a warm welcome. Her eyes sparkled with charm, and in a moment of allure, she leaned closer, her hands resting on Ye Chen. The overwhelming scent of her perfume caused Ye Chen to frown slightly. With pressing matters at hand, he managed a faint smile and lightly pinched her arm. Su Linger seemed to tremble all over and intentionally pretended to slip into Ye Chen's embrace. With her delicate lips slightly parted, she gazed at him with affection and inquired, "Friend, what do you wish to purchase this time? I wonder if this humble girl may catch your discerning eye." Ye Chen's heart harbored a cold sneer. Having learned from the previous lesson with Lu Wanner, he was unwilling to become this woman's prey. He grasped the delicate Su Linger and gently lifted her up, stating casually, "I have some elixirs. I wonder if your establishment would be interested." "Elixirs?" Su Linger asked, recalling that the person before her had previously purchased spirit herb seeds for foundation-building cultivators. Now, with elixirs for sale, it seemed he was well versed in alchemy. If she could align herself with this foundation-building senior, the future benefits would undoubtedly be plentiful. With a smile, Su Linger replied, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the alchemist." After saying this, she swayed her enchanting figure and exited the private room. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man in the late chi refining stage entered the room. He scrutinized the black-clad cultivator before him, noting the adept concealment technique employed, which made it impossible to discern his cultivation level. However, he displayed no signs of astonishment. His sole responsibility was to assess the elixirs, and he had no interest in anything beyond that. "I hear you have elixirs for sale?" Ye Chen nodded slightly, gesturing to produce half a vial of elixirs given to him by a masked female cultivator. The elder calmly took one elixir into his hand and examined it closely. He then leaned in to sniff it, almost tempted to swallow it whole. Although Ye Chen harbored doubts about the origin of the elixir, suspecting it might have been tampered with, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the elixirs provided by foundation-building cultivators were not easily surpassed in quality. After a meticulous examination and a careful whiff, the elder scraped a fine powder from the elixir with his nail and tasted it. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stroked his long white beard and nodded in approval. After a moment, his face exhibited signs of astonishment. The once composed elder now displayed an excited and warm smile. "Friend, we at the Treasure Pavilion will gladly accept this elixir. Might I inquire about its origin?" Ye Chen felt a jolt of realization. This elixir was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Casting a subtle glance at the elder, he smiled and replied, "As for the origin of the elixir, I believe it is unnecessary to disclose that, is it not?" The elder, hearing this, smiled faintly and remarked, "Could it be that you crafted such an elixir yourself?" Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, "This elixir was refined by a friend of mine. I am merely acting at their behest." "Oh, I see." The elder's expression briefly reflected a hint of disappointment. "Is there an issue with this elixir?" Ye Chen inquired. The elder shook his head vigorously, explaining, "This elixir is of high quality, and it is rare to produce such a thing nowadays. I was indeed too presumptuous." Noticing the apparent dissatisfaction of the person before him, he added, "As for the price, we shall not be stingy. We will offer this amount for each elixir." Ye Chen was taken aback when the old man raised 2 fingers. Given the precious nature of the elixir, he certainly had no intention of parting with it. Thus, he replied coolly, "Allow me a moment to contemplate." With that, he exited the door without hesitation. Outside, Su Linger observed this scene with great perplexity. She intended to say something, but upon witnessing Ye Chen's hurried pace, she abandoned the thought of pursuing him. Upon returning to the private chamber, she respectfully inquired, "Master, does the potion seller present any issues?" The old man, now exuding an imposing aura, spoke with a measured tone. "It appears this young man is no ordinary individual. Yet he remains merely a chi-refining cultivator, indulging in theatrics within the Treasure Pavilion." He then waved his arm, casting a sound transmission talisman. Before long, a chi-refining cultivator at the 12th level entered. It was none other than Qin Buke. "Greetings, Master," the cultivator bowed respectfully. The old man replied calmly, "This individual is merely a chi-refining practitioner, yet he harbors numerous secrets. I have inscribed a mark upon him. We shall retrieve him when the time comes." "As you command," Qin Buke responded, a peculiar smile gracing his face. After leaving the Treasure Pavilion, Ye Chen felt a sense of unease. After wandering through several alleys and confirming he was not being followed, he made his way into the black market. His visit to the sect also had another purpose, to procure some high-quality magical artifacts. During his previous encounter with Gohong, he had suffered significant losses. Although he had been deceived out of a considerable amount of spirit stones, he found the seller to be relatively reliable, with the artifacts offered being of commendable quality. Chapter 36. Acquiring new artifacts. After perusing the black market, he finally found Qian Fulai. The merchant's business remained lackluster, with his stall nearly deserted, yet he appeared unperturbed, nearly dozing off with squinted eyes. "Qian, your business seems to be thriving," Ye Chen remarked with a smile. Upon recognizing a familiar voice, Qian Fulai looked up and, as if reuniting with a long-lost relative, promptly closed his stall and led Ye Chen to a tea house. Inside the tea house, Qian Fulai's gaze was intense as he pondered the visitor's background. Unfortunately, the black market was enveloped in formations that prevented any probing of one's spiritual sense. Nevertheless, he regarded the visitor as a veritable harbinger of wealth, deeming it unnecessary to overthink the matter. With this in mind, he smiled and asked, "What can I assist you with today, my friend?" The previous life and death matter had not come to fruition, although Ye Chen had garnered some spirit stones. He was reluctant to be deceived again. He had already resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would ensure that this individual returned the excess spirit stones. However, the most pressing concern at present was acquiring high-quality magical artifacts. Recalling the old man's avaricious gaze at the Treasure Pavilion and that of Qin Buke, Ye Chen was determined to invest substantially this time. With a smile, he inquired, "Qian, do you have any high-quality magical artifacts available?" Qian Fulai nearly spat out the spirit tea he was sipping. High-quality magical artifacts were not something one could simply acquire at will. His interest in the person before him grew increasingly intense, yet he feared the loss of this fortunate benefactor. With a heart full of trepidation, he spoke, "My friend, I emerged in haste today. I possess a high-grade magical artifact, albeit rather antiquated." Qian Fulai nodded at Ye Chen, retrieving an ancient sword from his storage pouch. Its surface was marred and worn, seemingly having weathered numerous battles. Ye Chen examined it closely but could discern no remarkable qualities that justified its classification as a high-grade artifact. His displeasure was evident as he remarked, "What is so special about this ancient sword, my friend Qian?" Qian Fulai, narrowing his eyes with a subtle smile, surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of others nearby. He leaned in and whispered, "This sword was recently unearthed from an ancient tomb. Try infusing it with your spiritual energy." After several exchanges with Ye Chen, Qian Fulai deliberately lowered his guard. eager to unveil the true nature of his counterpart. However, Ye Chen refrained from initiating the infusion, courteously stating, "It would be improper for me to do so." Seeing this, Qian Fulai did not press further. He infused a trace of his own magic into the sword, which began to resonate with a powerful hum. Ye Chen, observing this, felt a surge of skepticism, muttering internally, "This old trickster, it's merely a broken sword, yet he orchestrates such a grand display." Just as he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt the inner workings of his technique, the life and death formula, stirring to life. Could there be a connection? Ye Chen's heart raced. Yet, after multiple dealings with this cunning fox, he feigned disinterest, stating nonchalantly, "If there are no exceptional high-grade artifacts, let us consider a medium-grade one." Qian Fulai, particularly invested in the ancient sword, felt his excitement wane slightly upon hearing this. Noticing Ye Chen's lack of enthusiasm, he set the sword aside and retrieved a medium-grade artifact from his storage pouch. It was a 3-foot-long conical artifact, with a razor-sharp tip and an obsidian hue. Qian Fulai smiled, saying, "My friend, this medium-grade artifact was recently acquired from a master craftsman. Its tip is exceedingly sharp, while the base is substantial, granting it formidable power." Ye Chen inspected it closely, intrigued, and inquired, "How many spirit stones for this?" Qian Fulai swallowed hard, mentally calculating the spirit stones he believed Ye Chen possessed. After some deliberation, he respectfully stated, "This medium-grade artifact has never been used and possesses great power. Considering our previous dealings, I propose this price." Ye Chen gazed at Qian Fulai's outstretched finger, gasping in surprise at the exorbitant cost of the artifact. His gaze then swept over the ancient sword. And with a smile, he said, "If you include this ancient sword, I shall add a few more spirit stones. What do you say to this offer?" Ye Chen gestured the number of spirit stones he was willing to provide. This maneuver left Qian Fulai at a loss. He was uncertain of Ye Chen's true interest in the artifacts. The amount of spirit stones proposed was indeed below his expectations. Yet he held a particular fondness for the ancient sword, which was proving difficult to sell. After numerous transactions, he was convinced that the other party possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones. Initially, he believed that this time he could make a substantial profit. However, this turn of events significantly diminished his potential gains. If he were to refuse the other party, it was possible that neither of the two magical artifacts would sell. Qian Fulai felt a moment of hesitation. Observing this, Ye Chen let out a cold snort inwardly. Over the years, the other party had profited handsomely from him. And today was the first time he witnessed such indecision from Qian Fulai. At that moment, Ye Chen sipped a cup of spirit tea, meticulously recalling the details from earlier at the treasure pavilion. He had an inkling that the old man was extraordinary and likely concealed his true cultivation level. Having inadvertently piqued the other party's interest, it seemed he would need to adopt a different guise when visiting the treasure pavilion in the future. Just as Ye Chen was lost in thought, Qian Fulai finally spoke, "Fellow Taoist, let us finalize the deal." Ye Chen could see that although the words were agreeable, there was a hint of reluctance in Qian Fulai's eyes regarding the ancient flying sword. Ye Chen, no longer feeling the need for politeness, retrieved the spirit stones from his storage bag and unapologetically claimed the two magical artifacts. Without looking back, he exited the black market. As Qian Fulai watched Ye Chen depart, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The ancient sword, which could have fetched a high price, had been given away at a discount. After leaving the black market, Ye Chen deliberately took a long detour through the city. His reasons were twofold. He did not trust that Qian Fulai was a man of his word, and he was concerned about being targeted by other cultivators. Just when he thought he was free from pursuit, he suddenly noticed someone stealthily following him. This individual had been seen in the black market before. Although dressed in a black robe, he was quite familiar. Upon realizing that Ye Chen had noticed him, the figure revealed himself by removing his black mask. Ye Chen gasped in shock. Indeed, it was a well-known acquaintance, Chun Buke from the treasure pavilion. To have followed him all the way to this place, was it possible that he bore a mark from this person, or was it the work of that old man? Ye Chen quickened his pace, hastily moving towards the city outskirts while constantly scanning his surroundings. However, after an extensive search, he found nothing amiss. At that moment, Ye Chen finally comprehended that this was the doing of a cultivator of a higher realm, one whose presence he could not detect with his current abilities. Meanwhile, Chun Buke, who was tailing him, remained unhurried, as if observing a prey that was already in his grasp. Although Ye Chen had previously slain a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement, that encounter had been a stroke of luck, largely relying on a surprise attack. A sense of crisis began to emerge, leaving Ye Chen with a throbbing headache. Chapter 37. Intense battle. Ye Chen hurried along, deep in thought, strategizing his response. As he reached a critical juncture, he realized that his methods of defense were alarmingly scant. Aside from a few magical artifacts, he possessed very few practical attack and defense formations, nor did he have any formidable secret techniques. The only advanced technique at his disposal was the immaculate sword art, along with several spells of lesser potency. In a secluded area outside the city, Ye Chen ceased his flight and instead consumed several pills, settling into a meditative posture. Soon after, he slowly opened his eyes, which radiated a fierce, killing intent as a tall figure appeared in the distance. Chen Buke had arrived. Humph, such theatrics. I had thought you were a foundation-building cultivator, Chen Buke sneered, his face filled with disdain as he regarded the cloaked figure before him. He casually retrieved a massive axe crackling with faint lightning from his storage bag. Previously, he had been informed by the landlord that his opponent was merely a chi-refining cultivator. Being a 12th-layer chi-refining cultivator himself, he felt assured of his superiority. I advise you to surrender, lest you suffer physical torment, Chen Buke stated brusquely. Ye Chen offered a slight smile, curiosity piquing as he inquired. Pray tell, how did you manage to track me down? The individual at the black market must have been you, correct? Huh. Sharp eyes indeed, Chen Buke replied dismissively. You might want to examine your hair. Ye Chen, slightly doubtful, recalled having searched several times without any findings. Now, releasing his consciousness for a meticulous probe, he finally discerned a tiny insect, no larger than a grain of rice. His expression turned pale with astonishment as he recognized it as a black spiritual insect capable of concealing its presence. After crushing the insect, Ye Chen calmly remarked, I appreciate your assistance. Chen Buke coldly retorted, were it not for my intention to capture you alive, I would not squander so much time. Ye Chen remained silent, calmly retrieving the ancient flying sword he had just purchased from his storage bag. Upon channeling his mana into it, the sword emitted a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of mana flooding uncontrollably into its form. This had not occurred when Xian Fu had been present at the Duobao building. In the face of imminent danger, Ye Chen had little time to ponder the implications. Noticing Chen Buke's dismissive expression, Ye Chen resolved to strike first. As he continuously formed hand seals, the ancient flying sword glimmered with a pale blue aura, a chilling wave of frost erupting instantaneously. Chen Buke, intrigued by the sound of the sword's cry, scrutinized it closely and, upon realizing it was a weathered old sword, shook his head lightly, recalling his opponent's inferior cultivation. Go, Ye Chen commanded, initiating his assault. With a swift incantation, the ancient flying sword surged forward at remarkable speed. Observing this, Chen Buke smiled faintly, hastily forming hand seals to empower his massive axe to meet the attack. Moments later, there was a resounding crash, followed by a burst of blue light. The ancient flying sword clashed with the giant axe, holding its ground unexpectedly. Chen Buke, taken aback, marveled at how a dilapidated ancient sword could withstand a superior grade magical artifact. Haha, quite impressive, but I wonder if you can withstand my next move. Chen Buke channeled a substantial amount of magical energy into the colossal axe, which radiated a crimson glow in the air, while tendrils of lightning crackled ominously. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen felt a jolt of alarm. He activated his spiritual energy and commenced the third layer of the immaculate sword technique. While the third layer typically employed a formation of swords, Ye Chen lacked an abundance of high-grade flying swords, and thus could only execute the sword moves and momentum of this level. This tier of swordsmanship required not only a significant amount of magical energy, but also the infusion of vital blood. Without hesitation, Ye Chen bit his finger, releasing a considerable flow of his essence into the mix. Under the stimulation of his blood, the ancient flying sword transformed from a pale blue hue to a fiery red, its resonant cry echoing relentlessly. Go! With a sweeping motion of his arm, Ye Chen sent the ancient flying sword forth, emanating a powerful crimson light as it charged towards Chen Buke. Dark arts? Chen Buke coldly scoffed, forming a hand seal in response. Ye Chen's expression hardened as he unhesitatingly summoned the Thunder Strike, an artifact he had procured from Qian Fu but had yet to employ. This mid-grade artifact required minimal magical energy to activate, subsequently creating an expansive electric net. At that moment, Chen Buke's attention was entirely fixated on the colossal axe and the ancient flying sword, momentarily neglecting the other artifact that Ye Chen had unleashed. Boom! Bang! The two artifacts collided with a thunderous roar, sending ripples of spiritual energy surging through the surroundings. Chen Buke's countenance shifted, for he discerned a slight crack appearing on the colossal axe, causing him considerable distress. He could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent. Although the cloaked cultivator before him was of a lower cultivation level, his methods were unpredictable. Just as Chen Buke was retracting the high-grade colossal axe, he suddenly noticed the air around him alive with flashes of lightning, as a vast electric net enveloped him and the surrounding area. Thunder rumbled, and the ground trembled slightly. Without delay, Chen Buke conjured a protective barrier, pouring his magical energy into it with all his might. Ye Chen, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. He formed a hand seal, continuously channeling spells into the barrier. The sound of thunder erupted, crackling against Chen Buke's protective shield. The contest had transformed into a battle of magical energy between the two, with Ye Chen holding an advantage due to his greater number of artifacts, while Chen Buke's oversight became his disadvantage. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Buke's brow. After regaining his composure, he exhaled a breath of stale air and cursed. "You brat, let us see how much magical energy you possess." After uttering these words, he retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage pouch and consumed it. As the potion coursed through his body, Chen Buke's magical energy gradually intensified, alleviating his previous strain. Ye Chen, observing this, suddenly recalled the elixirs that Duo Bao Tower sought after and, steeling himself, swallowed 3 pills in quick succession. Upon entering his body, the elixirs expanded like a searing iron plunged into water, their potent essence surging through him with astonishing force. Despite continuously employing the life and death technique to resolve his predicament, Ye Chen found it utterly futile. Regretting his haste in consuming excessive elixirs, he observed with growing alarm as Chen Buke noted the diminishing thunder and lightning around them. Seeing Ye Chen's form sway unsteadily, Chen Buke's heart swelled with delight. "Huh. It appears the pills you ingested were counterfeit. Fortune favors me today. I shall capture you and present you to the master for a thorough soul search." With that, Chen Buke retracted his protective barrier and slowly advanced towards Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen was engulfed in excruciating physical pain. The mention of the master startled him. With Chen Buke approaching, he had no time to unleash the thunder strike or the ancient sword, so he hurled the recently acquired 3-foot conical artifact. The dark, swift artifact shot forth, glimmering with azure light, catching Chen Buke off guard as he hastily erected a protective barrier. Yet, it seemed his efforts were in vain. The conical artifact whistled through the air and shattered Chen Buke's barrier with ease, followed by a piercing scream. Ye Chen, meanwhile, was in agony, his eyes tightly shut, his body aflame with pain, as waves of spiritual energy erupted within him. After what felt like an hour, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a flicker of surprise illuminating his gaze as he realized he had broken through the constraints and ascended to the 9th level of chi refinement. Surveying the chaotic surroundings, he found no trace of Chen Buke. Though he had distinctly heard the latter's scream, indicating injury, the foe was nowhere to be seen. Expanding his consciousness to search yielded no results, plunging Ye Chen into contemplation. Chen Buke had come at the behest of the master. Failure to complete his task would surely invoke punishment. Why then had he suddenly ceased his assault? Could it be that Ye Chen had dealt a fatal blow? A wave of exhilaration surged within him. But where could Chen Buke be hiding? Had he retreated to his abode to recuperate? With these thoughts in mind, Ye Chen resolved to return to the city in search of answers. In truth, there was no pressing need for him to return. After their confrontation, he remained masked, and his true identity had not been unveiled. Upon reaching the city, he noted the late hour. Recalling the address given by Lu Warner, he stealthily made his way there. The location was a grand courtyard, devoid of any protective barrier, resembling the home of an ordinary family. Could this truly be the residence of a chi refinement expert? Doubt crept into Ye Chen's mind, leading him to question whether Lu Warner had been deceiving him. He then expanded his consciousness for a meticulous investigation. The estate boasted 50 to 60 rooms, divided into outer, middle, and back courtyards. The outer courtyard housed various maidservants and attendants, while the middle courtyard was occupied by children, women, and the elderly. All appeared entirely mundane, lacking any cultivators among them. Ye Chen wore a countenance of disappointment, yet as his spiritual sense probed into the courtyard, a peculiar expression emerged upon his face. Indeed, the presence of cultivators lingered within, 3 female practitioners at approximately the 6th level of chi refinement. They were gathered around a severely injured middle-aged man, who turned out to be Chen Buke. It became evident that he was gravely wounded, a conical artifact having pierced through his dantian, resulting in the near-total destruction of his cultivation. The several female practitioners wept incessantly, their lamentations echoing in the air. With his cultivation obliterated and all magical energy dissipated, no amount of medicinal pills could remedy his plight. For years, Chen Buke had schemed within the treasure pavilion, tirelessly amassing wealth and establishing a family. Along the way, he had undoubtedly made numerous enemies, and in light of this calamity, the fates of the 3 beautiful chi refinement practitioners were all too predictable. Chen Buke gasped for breath, attempting to articulate something. Yet as words hovered on the tip of his tongue, his wide eyes filled with terror. For at that moment, Ye Chen had stepped into the room. The 3 lovely female cultivators ceased their weeping, instinctively understanding that this masked figure in black was an adversary of their husband, their faces betraying a palpable fear. Chen Buke seemed to recall something, trembling hands retrieving a storage bag as he gasped, "The storage bag is yours, spare me." Before he could finish, his eyes widened, and he drew his last breath. Ye Chen took the storage bag, meticulously inspecting its contents. which included a handful of spirit stones and some ordinary magical artifacts. It appeared that Chen Buke had indeed concealed a fair amount of valuables. With a disdainful flick of his wrist, he cast the storage bag to the ground. Now that it was confirmed that his foe had perished, he could depart this place. However, adhering to the customary practices of demonic sect cultivators, all individuals within this residence were to be executed. Yet, before Ye Chen could utter a word, the three beautiful female practitioners transformed their expressions from one of profound sorrow to a coy demeanor. "Esteemed senior, if you could spare our Chen family, we sisters are willing to serve you," one of the elder female practitioners ventured cautiously. The other two, albeit somewhat disdainful of such tactics, nodded in agreement, recognizing the paramount importance of their survival. Ye Chen observed them closely. Despite their low cultivation levels, the three were strikingly beautiful, each a potential paragon of allure. Particularly the youngest among them. Her alluring gaze and exquisite attire accentuated her voluptuous figure, resembling a magnificent landscape painting. Noticing Ye Chen's gaze, she boldly loosened her belt. The other two followed suit, presenting themselves as ripe for the picking. Ye Chen was taken aback. He had never encountered such an overt display. Moreover, Chen Buke's prolonged absence would undoubtedly alert the master of the treasure pavilion, placing him at considerable risk. Thus, he activated the life and death technique within him. And moments later, clarity surged through his mind. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly locate the treasures concealed by Chen Buke. He coldly remarked, "I harbor no interest in any of you three." The three female cultivators were taken aback, their beauty being their sole asset. After adjusting their garments, a flicker of trepidation appeared in their eyes. Ye Chen casually stated, "Your husband has been entangled with the Duobao Tower for years. Surely, he cannot be reduced to this mere trifle within his storage bag." The three women exchanged glances, seemingly burdened by unspoken truths. The eldest among them whispered, "For all these years, my husband has been in search of alchemical formulas, and recently, he spent everything at the auction." "Alchemical formulas? What sort of formulas?" Ye Chen inquired with keen interest. The three women lowered their heads slightly, the elder stammering, "To be honest, we have only heard rumors. We do not know the specifics." "What? Are you attempting to deceive me?" Ye Chen slammed his palm on the table, a resounding crash echoing through the hall as the table disintegrated into splinters. The three beautiful female cultivators hastily knelt, and the previously silent one quickly spoke up, "Senior, my husband has recently been ensnared by a seductress from Duobao Tower, and many of his belongings are stored there." Yes, that seductress named Su Linger," the other two chimed in unison. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's thoughts raced. Indeed, Su Linger was enchanting, yet possessed modest cultivation. However, the words of these three women seemed to hint at a diversion of blame. Since retrieving the items was not an option, perhaps it would be wise to eliminate all individuals within their residence. Yet, after some contemplation, Ye Chen sighed deeply. Although he was a cultivator of the demonic path, his identity remained hidden, and widespread slaughter would inevitably contravene the natural order. Moreover, with the tragic demise of Chen Buke, this family had already begun to decline. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Chen turned away without a backward glance. The three female cultivators, astonished by his sudden departure, whispered among themselves, "He must be a righteous cultivator, otherwise, how could he resist the allure of our beauty?" Furthermore, he did not even claim the storage bag on the floor, which only solidifies our suspicion. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, a mysterious smile flitted across the faces of the three female cultivators. Chapter 39. The masked female cultivator and body refinement techniques. Ye Chen raced onward, occasionally glancing back to ensure he was not being followed. Fortunately, his journey was smooth, and he soon found himself back in his cave. The day had been fraught with peril, yet he was ultimately fortunate. After a refreshing cleanse, he comfortably reclined upon his bed. Having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, he could now apply to become an inner sect disciple, thereby doubling the resources allocated to him. However, breaking through several realms in such a short span would inevitably attract scrutiny. After considerable reflection, he had to temporarily relinquish the idea, deeply concerned about the possibility of being discovered by those with ulterior motives. The thought of forsaking readily available elixirs and spiritual stones caused a faint pang of regret within him. Meanwhile, his curiosity about the alchemical formulas mentioned by the three beautiful female cultivators continued to grow. Chen Buchao had already reached the 12th level of Qi refinement, and he was undoubtedly in search of methods to establish his foundation. The pill formula he possessed was likely for the foundation establishment pill. With this thought, Ye Chen felt a surge of energy, rendering him unable to sleep. The quest for Su Linger was fraught with peril. If it were a trap, it would spell trouble. As Ye Chen pondered, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, though it bore an unfamiliar essence. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a masked female cultivator before him. It seemed the next time he would have to upgrade the restrictions of his cave dwelling, otherwise, any high-level cultivator could trespass with ease. He hadn't anticipated that she would arrive so soon to inspect the task of nurturing the spiritual herbs he had entrusted to her. However, the seeds of those spiritual herbs were indeed peculiar, having yet to sprout, which left Ye Chen feeling a wave of anxiety. "I, a junior. Pay my respects to the fairy," Ye Chen said, bowing respectfully. Yet, the masked cultivator remained silent, lost in thought. While Ye Chen waited patiently for her to speak, he suddenly felt a powerful force binding him. A sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that his slaying of Gu Hong had come to her attention? Almost immediately, a black mask was placed over his head, plunging him into darkness. The masked female cultivator then cast a spell, causing his garments to disintegrate completely. A chill ran through Ye Chen. Though he had slain Gu Hong, he did not deserve such humiliation. Was she intent on disemboweling him or performing some form of castration? At that moment, not only were his limbs ensnared by formidable magic, rendering him incapable of casting spells, but his mouth was also sealed, leaving him voiceless. Ye Chen braced himself for the impending cold embrace of her magical artifact. However, the next scene unfolded quite differently. The masked female cultivator proceeded to set up a protective barrier within the cave. After casting a soundproofing spell, she gradually approached Ye Chen. He noticed that her face had turned an intense crimson, and she appeared somewhat hesitant. Ye Chen realized he had been immersed in a vivid dream. He was unsure how much time had elapsed when he finally opened his eyes to find himself alone in the cave, free from all restraints. Yet, a look of shock crossed his face as he discovered a new surge of primal Yin energy within his dantian. On the table, there appeared to be familiar objects, 3 vials of elixirs. After glancing at them, Ye Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he sighed deeply. It was only then that he noticed a vivid splash of red upon the bed. It seemed to indicate that it was her first time. She had not drawn any essence from him. What had transpired with her? Ye Chen was left in a state of bewilderment. Subsequently, Ye Chen took a bath and gradually began to consume the elixirs to restore his vitality. This process felt even more arduous than when he had faced Li Muxua. His entire being felt utterly depleted. It took a full 10 days of recuperation before he could fully recover. The allure of women is truly terrifying. Ye Chen mused to himself. Once his body had fully recovered, Ye Chen's gaze turned towards the 3 elixirs left by the masked female cultivator. The concoctions within the vials were identical to those he had received previously, suggesting that this enigmatic figure displayed genuine concern for him. After consuming such elixirs last time, his cultivation level had ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. And the attention garnered from the owner of the Duobao building indicated that these elixirs were indeed of exceptional quality. In the realm of cultivation, aside from his familiarity with spiritual plants, Ye Chen found himself lacking in the art of alchemy, the arrangement of formations, and their manipulation. His encounters in battle had only served to highlight his deficiencies. Enduring such treatment for too long, he realized it was time to swiftly enhance his physical prowess. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen retrieved the body refinement technique bestowed upon him by Li Muxua, diligently contemplating and practicing it. This technique was known as the Xiantian sacred body, comprising a total of 12 layers. Other texts within the library had mentioned this technique, noting its difficulty and the rarity of individuals achieving mastery over it. Initially classified as a non-demonic technique, it only gained such a label after a rogue cultivator inadvertently perfected it, causing a stir throughout the cultivation world. Moreover, the substantial consumption of spiritual stones and elixirs required for its practice deterred many, leading to widespread disapproval whenever it was mentioned. Even among cultivation families with ample resources, practitioners would abandon it upon realizing that progress was slower than anticipated. Li Muxua's choice of this technique was born out of necessity. She held no expectations for Ye Chen to master it, only wishing for him to complete the first 3 layers. Without hesitation, Ye Chen commenced his cultivation after thoroughly examining the jade slip. Upon consuming the elixirs provided by the masked female cultivator, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted within him. Harnessing this potent energy, he devoted himself to the first layer of the Xiantian sacred body. A month later, after depleting a significant quantity of elixirs, he finally completed the first layer. This revelation astonished Ye Chen, for the rigorous practice of this body refinement technique had consumed all the elixirs given by the masked cultivator. Other elixirs paled in comparison to these. Consequently, he was compelled to pause his cultivation of this technique. Now that he had the capability to nurture and accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs, why not learn some alchemical skills? With this thought, Ye Chen resolved to visit the market to purchase an alchemical furnace. During this time, he also heard a peculiar rumor. Chen Depeo had been attacked by a strange cultivator but emerged unscathed. It was later revealed that a late-stage core formation cultivator from his sect happened to be patrolling at the time of the attack, which allowed Chen Depeo to escape without harm. Connecting the dots, Ye Chen surmised that the masked female cultivator must have suffered a significant setback, as he could distinctly detect an unusual medicinal scent. Chapter 40. acquiring magical artifacts and an encounter with Su Ling on this day. Ye Chen harvested several privately cultivated spiritual herbs from the spiritual herb garden. Among these were herbs suitable for the qi refinement stage, as well as those for the foundation establishment stage. To his surprise, the seeds of the elixir given by the masked female cultivator finally sprouted. Although the quantity was limited, it was just enough to facilitate ripening, providing a plausible explanation for their future encounter. Reflecting on the masked woman, Ye Chen felt she was even more formidable than Li Mu Shui. However, having taken advantage of her, he felt a twinge of guilt. He could no longer visit the Duobao Tower, should he inadvertently reveal any clues. It would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Upon arriving at the market, he made his way directly to the black market trading area, with the primary objective of acquiring an alchemy furnace and recipes. However, after perusing several stalls, he found nothing to his liking. Thus, he began selling his spiritual herbs. And once they were all sold, he finally approached Qian Fu Lai's stall. To Ye Chen's astonishment, he discovered that Qian Fu Lai's business had significantly improved, with a steady stream of customers. According to black market customs, stall owners typically changed locations after each transaction, yet Qian Fu Lai remained stationary. Upon noticing Ye Chen's arrival, Qian Fu Lai smiled and gestured for him to wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, he finished his business and led Ye Chen to a tea house. This had become their customary practice for conducting business, with Ye Chen emerging as Qian Fu Lai's most valued client. After savoring a cup of spiritual tea, Qian Fu Lai, in high spirits, inquired, "What might my friend be seeking this time?" Ye Chen, rather than directly stating his desires, curiously asked, "Might I inquire what treasures Brother Qian has procured that attracts so many buyers?" Qian Fu Lai narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard concealed by the mask, and joyfully replied, "Soon, an ancient tomb will be opened by powerful individuals, rumored to contain numerous opportunities. Many cultivators are coming to purchase magical artifacts, just in case." Realizing this, Ye Chen understood the situation. Considering his relatively low cultivation level, venturing forth carried too much risk, and he dismissed the thought. He then asked, "Do you have any fine alchemy furnaces or recipes?" Qian Fu Lai, intrigued by Ye Chen's inquiry, smiled and said, "I fear I may disappoint you. Alchemy furnaces are hard to sell, and recipes are monopolized by major trading alliances. Even if such items exist in the black market, distinguishing the genuine from the counterfeit is nearly impossible. Over time, such items have practically vanished from the black market." Ye Chen finally comprehended why these items were elusive in the black market, and his expression grew serious. After finishing another cup of spiritual tea, Qian Fu Lai quietly inquired, "Last time, you sought top-quality magical artifacts. Regrettably, I was rushed, but this time I have reserved one for you." Ye Chen's interest was piqued. Qian Fu Lai carefully retrieved a 1-foot-sized box from his storage pouch, excitedly proclaiming, "My friend, the top-quality magical artifact is within. Please take a look." As the jade box opened, a wisp of pure spiritual energy wafted out. Ye Chen peered inside and discovered 10 translucent flying needles. Qian Fu Lai elaborated, "My friend, this flying needle artifact is highly sought after. I have been reluctant to part with it, keeping it reserved just for you. The flying needle can be employed for stealthy attacks, particularly the superior grade ones, which many foundational cultivators often equip themselves with. My set of flying needles is swift and lightweight. Infusing a touch of spiritual energy allows for an unanticipated strike that is difficult to defend against." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a surge of desire but feigned indifference, casually inquiring about the price. Qian Fu Lai smiled slightly, gesturing towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen sensed that the artifact might be overpriced. This time, his counterpart had learned well and refrained from presenting any other artifacts. Consequently, Ye Chen boldly negotiated a lower price. Qian Fu Lai feigned a look of difficulty, which was, of course, a common tactic in business. Before long, Ye Chen placed the coveted flying needle artifact into his storage bag. After departing from the black market, he wandered through the shops within the city, only to find that the prices for alchemy furnaces and recipes were exorbitant, forcing him to abandon his pursuit. Intentionally avoiding the treasure pavilion, he purchased some medicinal pills for cultivation and fasting elixirs before preparing to return to his sect. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted the graceful figure of Su Ling in the street. It seemed as though he had been searching for her without success. His heart raced with excitement as he quietly followed her. Su Ling appeared anxious, and after winding through several streets, she halted before a secluded courtyard. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching before she cast a sound transmission talisman inside. After a brief moment, the gate creaked open, and she cautiously stepped inside. Her peculiar behavior piqued Ye Chen's curiosity. The courtyard appeared unremarkable, leaving him to wonder what secrets lay within. Thus, he extended his consciousness to probe the area. Discovering that the courtyard was sealed with a formation, seemingly awaiting Su Ling's arrival. In the innermost room of the courtyard, there were 2 cultivators present. while the rest of the premises seemed unremarkable. Exercising caution, Ye Chen scanned his surroundings and, seizing the opportunity, stealthily entered. He then set up a minor formation at the entrance to prevent others from intruding and added a soundproof formation to avoid drawing attention with any noise. The courtyard was rather desolate, suggesting that it was not frequented by inhabitants. Treading carefully towards the innermost room, he could overhear the conversation between the two cultivators, one being Su Ling and the other a male practitioner. Su Ling, being merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, was relatively easy to handle. However, the male cultivator concealed his presence, making it impossible to gauge his strength. Given that Su Ling had previously allied with Chun Buke, who was at the 12th level of qi refinement, it was evident that this male cultivator was not to be underestimated. Initially, their discussion revolved around treasures from ancient tombs, touching upon medicinal pills and artifacts, followed by the rustling of their garments. This was an opportunity. Ye Chen, observing from the shadows, was determined not to let it slip away. First, the handsome male cultivator was to be slain, and thereafter, Su Ling would be coerced into surrendering Chun Buke's elixir formula. Thus, an ancient flying sword was drawn from the storage bag, and after infusing it with mana, a swift incantation was cast to strike at the unsuspecting handsome male cultivator. A thunderous boom resonated through the room. For Ye Chen, this strike was sufficient to vanquish his opponent, taking advantage of their complete lack of guard. However, the subsequent scene sent his heart racing. Chapter 41. A bloodthirsty intent. The male cultivator, engrossed in his revelry alongside Su Ling, was taken aback, particularly Su Ling, whose face flushed with embarrassment, while the handsome male cultivator's countenance darkened with fury. In response to Ye Chen's fierce onslaught, he swiftly maneuvered, his movements so rapid that they dazzled the eye. Thus, Ye Chen's attack fell short. In that fleeting moment, Ye Chen quickly turned to the two storage bags on the ground and seized them. At that instant, Su Ling hastily rose, donning a sheer veil, retreating to a corner to observe the unfolding confrontation. When she glanced back at the handsome cultivator, he too had donned his outer robe, his expression now brimming with murderous intent. Though Ye Chen failed to eliminate his adversary in this exchange, the storage bags were firmly in his grasp, effectively placing him in control of the situation. Yet, the prowess exhibited by the handsome male cultivator was not to be underestimated. Without the storage bags, he could not wield magical tools or talismans, and was left to rely solely on his mana to conjure spells. As he swiftly executed his incantations, several massive fireballs surged toward Ye Chen. Easily evading these fiery projectiles, Ye Chen was soon met with a barrage of lightning spells. The handsome cultivator had initially believed that an ostentatious display of power might draw the attention of patrolling disciples from the sect, but after launching a plethora of spells, he realized that a protective and soundproof barrier had already been established in the vicinity. Ye Chen could clearly sense that this male cultivator was at the 11th layer of qi refinement. Although his cultivation level surpassed Ye Chen's, the absence of magical tools placed him at a distinct disadvantage. Linger, keep this rogue occupied while you swiftly deactivate the barrier, the handsome cultivator urged Su Ling, his expression fraught with tension. However, what transpired next astonished him greatly. Su Ling remained unfazed, merely observing their duel with an indifferent gaze. She had recognized the newcomer. If he could eliminate Chun Buke, then what was a mere handsome male cultivator to her? Had it not been for his striking appearance, Su Ling might have been entangled with a far more formidable cultivator. Seeing this, Ye Chen let out a cold snort within his heart and intensified his assault. Recognizing his opponent's agility, he resolved to ensnare him with a lightning net. He tapped his storage bag, and from it erupted the Thunderstrike magical tool. After channeling a surge of mana, he unleashed a series of lightning-crafted nets towards the handsome male cultivator. At this juncture, the handsome cultivator found himself unable to evade, compelled to erect a protective barrier. Observing this, Ye Chen increased the flow of mana, causing the Thunderstrike tool to emit a cacophony of crackling electricity. The two individuals unexpectedly found themselves in a standoff. Although Ye Chen had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, he far surpassed his counterpart of the same realm. Prolonging this contest would offer the handsome male cultivator no chance of victory. Soon, the handsome male cultivator's face turned pale, a clear indication that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Ye Chen had no desire to engage in a prolonged tug-of-war. With a low shout, a dark, conical magical artifact emitted a glimmer of azure light and surged towards the handsome cultivator's protective barrier. Upon seeing the swiftly approaching azure light, which was the exceedingly sharp conical artifact, the handsome cultivator's eyes widened in shock, and he hastily reinforced his defenses. At that moment, Ye Chen noticed that the strength of the barrier above had suddenly weakened. With a slight smirk, he made a subtle gesture. A silent flying needle stealthily struck from above the handsome cultivator, and a piercing scream echoed within the room. The handsome cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ye Chen. The flying needle penetrated his crown, shattering his sea of consciousness with tremendous force. Then, with a thud, the handsome cultivator's neck tilted, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ye Chen exhaled deeply and swiftly retracted the magical artifact and the flying needle. His gaze slowly turned to the ethereal Su Linger, and he congratulated her warmly. Su Linger smiled, modestly lowering her gaze. Ye Chen was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been fiercely battling the handsome cultivator, and now she smiled radiantly at him. Such a female cultivator was most formidable, he mused inwardly. At this juncture, Su Linger shed her veil, revealing her alluring figure. She was confident that the man before her held an interest in her, in terms of physique and beauty. She was a rare gem of the Duobao Tower. Ye Chen had come for Su Linger, and he inquired nonchalantly, "What were you discussing just now?" Su Linger appeared slightly surprised, not expecting him to avoid gazing directly at her. If her beauty could not captivate him, that would pose a dilemma. With a tone of mild grievance, she replied, "Senior, that person just spoke to me about venturing to the ancient tomb. I never expected him to lack spirit stones, forcing me to secretly copy a map for him at Duobao Tower. Is that so?" Ye Chen questioned, somewhat incredulous. "Senior, if you doubt me, simply open the storage bag and you shall see," Su Linger responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded slightly. The ancient tomb was mentioned for the second time today. He had initially harbored no interest in the matter, yet it suddenly piqued his curiosity. However, the most pressing concern at hand was the pill formula. Ye Chen's tone turned frosty as he asked, "What about the pill formula from Chen Buke?" "Pill formula? What pill formula?" Su Linger inquired, puzzled. Her confusion may have been genuine, and at that moment, Ye Chen began to doubt whether he had been deceived by Chen Buke's 3 wives. A surge of anger welled within him as he unleashed his spiritual power, gripping Su Linger's neck tightly. At that moment, her face flushed red, her body trembled, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Su Linger stammered, "Senior, I am unaware of any elixirs. Chen Buke never discusses such matters with me. He is merely enamored with my beauty and physique." As she uttered these words, tears streamed down her face. "Is that so?" Ye Chen inquired coldly. At that moment, the conical artifact gradually ascended, hovering in midair, awaiting Ye Chen's command to strike. Realizing her life was in jeopardy, Su Linger desperately pleaded, reiterating, "I truly know nothing about the elixirs. I am completely ignorant." At this juncture, Ye Chen comprehended that he had been deceived. He should have eradicated the Chen family entirely from the outset, never anticipating that he would fall into the trap set by the 3. He chided himself for his momentary weakness, having been captivated by their physical forms. It was no wonder that Chen Buke had hurried home first after his injury. Undoubtedly, those 3 had already alerted the master of the treasure house, and any further search would be fraught with peril. Contemplating this, Ye Chen cast a calm glance at the pristine white lamb before him. The girl was indeed beautiful, her figure commendable, but such allure was regrettable. With that thought, Ye Chen suddenly tightened his grip on Su Ling. She struggled frantically, her eyes gradually losing their luster. And soon, she breathed her last. Next came the task of obliterating the corpse and inspecting the contents of the storage bags. Ye Chen had no interest in the few artifacts belonging to the handsome male cultivator. He could easily sell them at the ghost market. After collecting the spirit stones, elixirs, and the ancient tomb map from the 2 storage bags, he swiftly departed the area. Chapter 42. The arrival of the fairy upon returning to the cave. Ye Chen exhaled deeply, curiosity piqued as he examined the map he had acquired. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, he finally discerned that it was a map to a secret realm, known as the Land of 10,000 Tombs, a battlefield from the ancient conflict among cultivators. The map indicated several significant burial sites. Exploring secret realms was a double-edged sword for cultivators. Seizing the opportunity could yield remarkable fortunes, while poor luck could result in death. Although he possessed a mysterious Jade Pendant that could hasten the growth of spiritual herbs, the extensive sale of rare herbs would inevitably draw attention. Ye Chen recognized the numerous deficiencies he faced during confrontations. After much contemplation, he resolved to journey to this land of 10,000 tombs in search of an opportunity. With a goal in mind, he began to prepare for cultivation. However, having slain 2 cultivators today, an inexplicable turmoil stirred within him. He questioned whether he had overstepped, whether he should have spared Su Linger. Yet, the formidable backing of the treasure house's core formation cultivators compelled him to act as he did. Thus, he sat cross-legged and recited the Buddha's heart mantra given to him by Li Muxue. After 2 hours, his agitated state finally settled, as if the recent bloodshed had never transpired. Gazing at the scripture in his hands, Ye Chen smiled faintly, reflecting on the peculiar nature of this text. At that moment, a sudden waft of fragrant air enveloped Ye Chen, indicating the arrival of Li Muxue. Indeed, upon seeing Ye Chen holding the Buddha's heart mantra, Li Muxue nodded in satisfaction. Ye Chen, upon encountering the celestial maiden, promptly bowed and said, Junior pays respects to the ancestral master. Hearing the term ancestral master, an uncomfortable feeling arose within Li Muxue. Despite being significantly older than Ye Chen, this title underscored the vast chasm that lay between them. As she surveyed the cave, disappointment washed over her when she found no spiritual tea or similar items present. Did this individual truly lack spiritual stones? Sensing her discontent, Ye Chen hastily spoke. Not long ago, I procured some spiritual tea. I hope the ancestral master will indulge in it. Li Muxue, puzzled, noted the absence of any tea sets moments prior. However, Ye Chen then retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch, followed by the necessary tools for concocting the brew. Upon opening the jade box, an enticing aroma wafted forth. This seed of spiritual herb had been acquired at a high price from the black market, reputedly sought after by many foundational stage predecessors. With the aid of a jade pendant, Ye Chen had hastened its growth to the appropriate age. Li Muxue recognized this type of spiritual tea, and the traces of her earlier displeasure gradually dissipated. After a process of cleansing, drying, and grinding, a fragrant cup of spiritual tea was soon ready. Having previously attempted to procure this tea in various locations without success, she was pleasantly surprised to encounter it here today. Sipping the tea, she was greeted with the familiar flavor, prompting a smile and nod of approval from her. Witnessing Li Muxue's delight, Ye Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. With several more of these spiritual herbs in his storage pouch, he eagerly presented 10 jade boxes filled with them. Li Muxue's excitement was palpable, as she realized that acquiring such a bounty must have cost a substantial number of spiritual stones, causing her to feel somewhat guilty. Her visit to this location was spurred by a resurgence of toxins within her body, coupled with lingering thoughts of Ye Chen. When her gaze fell upon the table, she noticed a jade slip resting there. Curiosity piqued, she casually picked it up. Upon probing with her spiritual sense, she discovered that it contained a map of the land of 10,000 tombs. Though she possessed a version herself, it was far less detailed than this one, leading her to regard Ye Chen with newfound respect. The land of 10,000 tombs is a secret realm that opens once every 500 years. Are you truly intent on venturing there? Li Muxue asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I seek to uncover a chance for opportunity, Ye Chen replied earnestly. Li Muxue shook her head, cautioning. While there are opportunities within, many cultivators have met tragic ends there over the years. Fewer than 20% survive. Although Ye Chen heard her repeated warnings about the dangers, he was unwilling to forego such a rare opportunity. Moreover, given that this place only opens once every 500 years, the rare spiritual herbs within had matured over centuries. Who could resist such a lure? Noticing his silence, Li Muxue concluded that he was indeed determined to embark on this journey. With a gentle inquiry, she asked, please dispel your concealed aura, allowing me to observe the extent of your current cultivation. Ah, quite impressive. You have indeed ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Why have you not reported to the sect to apply for admission as an inner disciple? Ye Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. As soon as Li Muxue uttered those words, she regretted them, hastily shifting the conversation. By the way, have you practiced the body refinement technique I left for you last time? Upon broaching this topic, Li Muxue felt a hint of shyness. Her intentions were not entirely altruistic. It was primarily due to Ye Chen's relatively low cultivation level. While he might not advance to the foundation establishment stage swiftly, this body refinement technique would serve a commendable purpose, causing a faint blush to appear on her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen replied sincerely, I have completed the first layer. However, Li Muxue was taken aback. This body refinement technique was notoriously challenging, and it was nearly impossible to master the first layer in less than a few years. But what? She queried with curiosity. Ye Chen sighed softly and explained, this technique consumes an extraordinary amount of elixirs. My reason for venturing into the secret realm is to seek opportunities, hoping to discover some ancient alchemical cauldrons or recipes. Although Ye Chen was aware that she would provide him with some elixirs, he understood that the quantity required for the Xian Tian sacred body was immense. Li Muxue remained silent, retrieving 6 talismans from her storage bag. With a gentle tone, she said, when the secret realm opens, I shall accompany you. Within these are 6 talismans. One is a life-saving talisman. When the time comes, shatter it, and I will come to your aid. Ye Chen respectfully accepted the talismans. Examining them closely, his heart racing. Aside from the life-saving talisman, the remaining 5 were of superior quality among mid-tier talismans. Such talismans could withstand not only foundation establishment cultivators, but could also contend with core formation experts. Noticing Ye Chen's astonishment, Li Muxue remarked, the deeper you venture into the secret realm, the more perilous it becomes. You need only remain on the periphery. These talismans will suffice for your protection. Though Ye Chen felt a sense of reluctance, he did not dare to refuse, respectfully stating, I shall comply with the arrangements made by my esteemed ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Muxue infused him with a surge of spiritual energy. Ye Chen experienced a vivid dream. Though this time it was prolonged and less chaotic, he truly began to comprehend the remarkable nature of the body refinement technique. Chapter 43. The Wanbao building in Tianwu City, however, despite being at the first layer of body refinement, he still could not withstand the prowess of a core formation elder. Upon awakening, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming fatigue. At that moment, the fairy had vanished, leaving behind a dozen vials of elixirs, a jade slip, and a letter. Ye Chen opened the letter first, which detailed the time and location of the secret realm's opening. The timing was neither too early nor too late, allowing him a whole year to prepare. He then uncorked the elixir vials, releasing a fragrant aroma. Inside was another variety of high-quality elixir, distinct from the blazing flame pill consumed by the chi refinement cultivators of the sect. Pressing the jade slip against his forehead for a meticulous examination, he discovered it to be a secret technique known as the chasing wind ethereal art. This profound method enables cultivators to move with remarkable swiftness, particularly during confrontations, where it manifests multiple illusory figures, rendering opponents unable to strike. The technique comprises a total of 12 tiers, extendable until the yuaning stage. The ability to traverse rapidly is indeed a vital skill for survival, and Ye Chen found himself irresistibly drawn to this esoteric art. As time flew by, half a year had swiftly passed. During this period, Ye Chen made astonishing progress in his cultivation. With the aid of Li Mushue's elixirs, he not only successfully advanced the body refinement technique to the second tier, but also completed the first 2 tiers of the chasing wind ethereal art. Now, he merely needed to elevate these 2 arts to the 3rd tier, thereby achieving a significant mastery in the chi refining stage. However, he still found himself in dire need of elixirs. Had he possessed a substantial quantity, his cultivation would not have stagnated at the 9th level of chi refining. Indeed, Ye Chen had contemplated refining the primordial yin energy within himself, but the excruciating pain he experienced during previous encounters haunted him. Li Mushue was correct. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, especially since he still harbored 2 potent strands of primordial yin energy. Yet, if he did not promptly break through to the 10th level of chi refining, he would face even greater peril within the secret realm. Resolute, Ye Chen decided to harvest all the spiritual herbs he had cultivated during this time and venture to another market of the sect. Before departing, he cast a glance at the spiritual herbs nurtured by the masked female cultivator. After a moment's hesitation, he plucked 3 specimens. He could not quite identify these herbs. Some appeared unsuitable for foundational cultivators. Was it possible that the masked female cultivator was an elixir-forming practitioner? Ye Chen found this hard to believe. He could not fathom that the Gu family would dispatch an elixir-forming cultivator to investigate Gu Hong's demise. However, this market was located quite a distance from the sect, notorious for its hazards, a well-known lawless zone. Within the market, alongside the demonic cultivators of the blood-hidden sect, numerous righteous practitioners also mingled. Typically, sect members traveled in pairs to this distant marketplace, but Ye Chen, having gained experience over the years, did not wish to reveal his trump cards. Thus, he concealed his aura, disguising himself as a 5th-level chi refining cultivator, and set off alone. The journey proved arduous. Apart from flying with his sword, he needed to conserve energy and walk. He could not help but recall the graceful figure of the masked female cultivator gliding on her flying vessel. If only he possessed such a vessel, this journey would be far less taxing. This distant marketplace was situated within Tianwu City. Although the city itself was not expansive, its jurisdiction was connected to various righteous sects, making it unsurprising to encounter numerous righteous cultivators within. The harmonious interactions between righteous and demonic practitioners indeed opened Ye Chen's eyes. The city buzzed with activity, with shops lined up in a delightful array. Despite its remote location, the vibrancy was on par with the markets he had frequented before. After strolling through the marketplace and observing the various shops, he began to formulate a plan. In the bustling marketplace, the largest establishment is named Wanbao Pavilion. Towering 3 stories high, with an area even more expansive than that of Duobao Pavilion. Ye Chen, cloaked in black and wearing a mask, concealed his aura completely as he slowly stepped inside. The hall was alive with the clamor of voices, and among the crowd were numerous cultivators dressed similarly to him. "May I inquire what you seek, esteemed friend?" asked a beautiful, slender female cultivator with alluring eyes and a radiant smile. Not receiving a response, the female attendant gently suggested, "Perhaps I could show you around?" The first floor of Wanbao Pavilion was particularly crowded with cultivators, serving as a hub for those seeking various elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and formations tailored for chi refinement practitioners. The selection here far surpassed that of Duobao Pavilion, leaving Ye Chen regretting not having arrived sooner. The experienced female attendant, merely by guiding him through the bustling hall, discerned that he was but a chi refinement cultivator and began contemplating what goods to offer him. Ye Chen's gaze first drifted to the talisman section, Acquiring some talismans was essential, as they wield great power and conserve mana. Next, he observed the formation area, brimming with diverse types. Since he was heading to perilous secret realms, it was imperative to purchase several sets of both offensive and defensive formations. As for magical artifacts, he already possessed a fair number and decided against further acquisitions. After a thorough exploration, the enchanting female attendant led Ye Chen to a private room. After brewing a pot of exquisite spiritual tea, she smiled and inquired, "I trust you have considered what you require?" Ye Chen nodded, pondering the pricing in this establishment, not feeling rushed to speak. Noticing his silence, the attendant continued with a smile, "Esteemed friend, our Wanbao Pavilion boasts an excellent reputation. We have branches in various countries, ensuring both quality and the safety of our patrons." Although Ye Chen had never ventured to such distant places and was previously unaware of Wanbao Pavilion, the sight of the numerous cultivators here, far exceeding those in Duobao Pavilion, provided him with some reassurance. After savoring a cup of spiritual tea, Ye Chen gradually articulated his desired talismans and formations. The beautiful female attendant nodded slightly and replied, "Currently, these talismans and formations are subject to price increases. So I believe it prudent to clarify the costs up front." Price increases? Ye Chen felt a twinge of displeasure. "Indeed, esteemed friend, the secret tomb is soon to open, and many cultivators are purchasing various formations, talismans, and magical artifacts." Understanding the situation, Ye Chen was nonetheless taken aback by the substantial number of spirit stones required. Though his own supply of spirit stones was limited, he still had some spiritual herbs in his storage bag, particularly those cultivated for the masked female cultivator. Sensing her doubt about his financial capacity, he decided to present one of his spiritual herbs for sale. "I possess a fine spiritual herb. Might your esteemed establishment be interested in acquiring it?" Ye Chen stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator appeared unfazed and gently remarked, "Oh, since there are spiritual herbs for sale, I shall promptly inform the cultivators responsible for the procurement of such herbs to come and verify." Ye Chen observed that the larger the establishment, the more haughty the female cultivator's demeanor became. Though the woman before him was alluring and beautiful, she seemed to possess an air of superiority. Before long, the female cultivator returned with a middle-aged man, his chin adorned with a long beard. This man was at the 12th level of Qi refinement, exuding a robust aura. However, he remained courteous in the presence of guests. He nodded slightly at Ye Chen and stated, "I have heard that you have spiritual herbs for sale. If their quality and age are commendable, our establishment would be interested in acquiring them." Yet, Ye Chen noticed a trace of disdain in the man's eyes, perhaps stemming from the knowledge that Ye Chen was merely a Qi refinement cultivator and likely lacked anything of value. Nevertheless, this establishment valued its reputation and was reluctant to offend any visiting cultivators. The middle-aged man treated the encounter as a mere formality, seemingly indifferent. However, once the jade box was opened, the man's previously contemptuous expression transformed into one of peculiar astonishment. His eyes widened, filled with excitement, and he instinctively leaned in to inhale the fragrance. Ye Chen felt an illusion that if the man were to open his mouth, he could almost swallow the spiritual herb whole. After a careful examination, satisfaction spread across the man's face. "Esteemed friend, we at Wanbao Building shall acquire this spiritual herb. But may I inquire as to its origin? I am a spirit planter, and I cultivated it myself," Ye Chen replied, opting to elevate his status slightly without further concealment. "Ah, I see. If you have any other spiritual herbs, Wanbao Building would be eager to acquire them as well," the middle-aged cultivator surmised, realizing that as a spirit planter, Ye Chen likely possessed more than just this single herb. Ye Chen was not so naive, and addressing the female cultivator, who seemed to doubt his wealth of spirit stones, he calmly inquired, "Might I retrieve the items I previously mentioned?" The beautiful female cultivator's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she hurriedly responded, "Of course, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed drastically. Understanding the previous tension between the two, he cast a serious glance at the female receptionist and subtly gestured with his finger. The female receptionist grew even more flustered, hastening to fetch the formations, talismans, and other items Ye Chen had spoken of. Before long, she returned with 3 sets of formations and over 20 mid-grade talismans. Ye Chen was somewhat astonished to see such resources in exchange for just a single spiritual herb. The female cultivator, noticing Ye Chen's nod, began to detail the items. "Esteemed friend, this set is an offensive formation known as the Thunder Formation. It can be arranged swiftly, and once activated, it will unleash lightning and fireballs. The second set is an illusion formation, and the last set is a confinement formation. Among the 20-odd mid-grade talismans, there are 5 Fire Serpent talismans, 5 Thunderstorm talismans, 5 Thunderstrike talismans, and 5 Sword talismans. Additionally, I shall gift you 3 invisibility talismans." The beautiful female receptionist, after completing her introduction, respectfully stated, The ancient tomb's restrictions will soon be lifted. These items will undoubtedly assist you. The middle-aged cultivator smiled and added, if you have such spiritual herbs, our shop will certainly not shortchange you. This was precisely the assurance that Ye Chen sought, suggesting that the spirit stones required for these talismans and formations were not exorbitant. He then regarded the middle-aged cultivator with a calm demeanor and inquired, do you have any alchemical furnaces available? Indeed, we have plenty, the cultivator replied enthusiastically. I shall fetch one for you immediately. The beautiful receptionist, having set aside her previous haughtiness, hurriedly began brewing spiritual tea for Ye Chen. With her deft hands, a fragrant cup of tea was soon presented before him. After sipping the tea, Ye Chen remarked, you may leave now. The once arrogant female cultivator sighed internally at the thought of missing out on a substantial commission. Not long after her departure, a wave of fragrant air heralded the arrival of a strikingly attractive female cultivator, clad in revealing attire, her tall figure and delicate features complemented by a cheerful smile. Following her were several lower-tier cultivators pushing a door open with an alchemical furnace. Lastly, the middle-aged cultivator entered the room. After a bit of fussing, four alchemical furnaces of varying colors were displayed before Ye Chen. The middle-aged cultivator smiled at Ye Chen and said, please examine these furnaces carefully. Once you have made your selection, do let me know. The furnaces, and you shall be in good hands. With that, he shook his head jovially and left the elegant chamber with the other cultivators. The newly arrived female cultivator was not only beautiful, but also possessed a melodious voice. Her revealing garments hinted at her pristine curves, shrouded in a mystical aura. She gently parted her lips. Dear friend, I hear you are in search of an alchemical furnace. I apologize for the wait. These are our latest arrivals. May I introduce them to you? The enchanting receptionist had evidently put thought into her selection of furnaces. Dear friend, behold this purple furnace, 2 zhang in size. It is said to be a treasured heirloom of a renowned alchemist. With this artifact, you shall surely become a master in the art of alchemy. Ye Chen, however, remained silent, feeling utterly uninformed about the selection of furnaces. Noticing his indifference, the beautiful receptionist continued her introduction with a brown furnace. Esteemed guest, this brown furnace was procured through special channels. What splendid fortune you have to arrive just in time. Just as she prepared to introduce a third furnace, Ye Chen inquired about the prices. The attractive receptionist appeared slightly taken aback, but responded with a smile. The price for the purple furnace is 800 spirit stones. The brown furnace is 500 spirit stones. The blue 3-legged furnace is 400 spirit stones. And for the last furnace, she hesitated, as she had never encountered this particular furnace before. Upon hearing the price, Ye Chen involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, as the cost alone had already eliminated the first 3 alchemical furnaces from consideration. What then was the price of the last small cauldron? Ye Chen felt a dryness in his throat, inwardly hoping it would not be exorbitant, for he had no desire to squander the precious spiritual herbs of the masked female cultivator. The beautiful female receptionist, gazing at the dark little cauldron that had been stored in the warehouse for many years, casually remarked, this alchemical furnace is merely. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's heart soared with delight. Excellent, I shall take this furnace, he exclaimed, his curiosity piqued as he examined the cauldron. The enchanting receptionist fell momentarily speechless, a wistful expression crossing her face, as if she felt she had missed an opportunity. However, the transaction was set, and it was not appropriate to voice further thoughts. Yet, the task assigned by the middle-aged cultivator remained unfulfilled. At that moment, the lovely female cultivator, with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, leaned languidly against Ye Chen, enveloping him in a fragrant aura. Her gaze, dreamy and soft, she gently suggested, dear friend, we have many treasures in our store. Perhaps you would like to acquire more? Ye Chen, feeling somewhat flustered, replied directly, do you sell the recipe for the foundation establishment pill? The alluring and scantily clad female cultivator fell silent for a moment. Such a recipe was a closely guarded secret in any sect, and even the formidable Wanbao Tower had never offered it for sale. Noticing her speechlessness, Ye Chen smiled faintly and retrieved the spiritual stones needed for the furnace from his storage bag. Without looking back, he swiftly departed from Wanbao Tower. Chapter 45. Senior Sister. After leaving Wanbao Tower, Ye Chen took a circuitous route, ensuring no one was pursuing him before he felt at ease. He now possessed talismans, formations, and an alchemical furnace. The only elements lacking were the pills and their recipes. Although Wanbao Tower felt somewhat safer than Duobao Tower, Ye Chen's previous encounter there had instilled in him a wariness against selling all his spiritual herbs. He slowly entered another shop specializing in medicinal pills and soon emerged in haste, his form vanishing into the crowd. Indeed, he had purchased a considerable quantity of pills from that establishment, drawing the attention of several individuals. As he exited, a slight smile graced his lips as he activated the wind-chasing illusion technique, disappearing amidst the bustling marketplace. The scheming cultivators, witnessing this, could not help but feel exasperated. Ye Chen, akin to a startled bird, resolved to return to his sect immediately. Throughout the journey, he remained alert, employing the wind-chasing illusion technique at the slightest sound. After several days of travel, weariness began to take its toll, prompting him to seek a brief respite. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst dense woods. Probing with his consciousness, he discovered an ominous atmosphere within, realizing that he had inadvertently taken a different route back to the sect. His spiritual awareness was considerably stronger than that of an average cultivator, yet it extended only to a range of 60 yards. Shaking his head slightly, Ye Chen ascended a large tree, casting a protective barrier around himself, and began to rest. After resting for several hours, I was abruptly awakened by the sound of a fierce battle. Taking a deep breath, I felt a mix of tension and curiosity, prompting me to stealthily approach the source of the commotion. I beheld 3 cultivators at the 12th level of Qi refining besieging a female practitioner of the same realm. On the ground lay 2 injured cultivators clad in white, gravely wounded. The female practitioner's veil had been knocked off, revealing her exquisite beauty. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her features delicately crafted, and her sharp, oval face framed a pair of alluring, expressive eyes, complemented by her luscious, crimson lips. However, her garments were tattered, and despite her youth, she exuded a captivating allure that stirred the imagination. The 3 male cultivators attacking her were dressed in white robes, their sleeves adorned with golden symbols, indicating their affiliation with the righteous sect, the Xianyu sect. You demoness, I hadn't anticipated you possessed quite a few treasures. We shall see how you perform. If you serve us well, we may spare your life, the leader of the trio remarked with a glint of greed in his eyes. Bah! The female practitioner retorted furiously, retrieving a black wind banner from her storage pouch. The 3 men were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps. In that fleeting moment, after channeling her spiritual energy, the wind banner began to stir violently. With a commanding shout, she declared, "Slash." Under her incantation, a multitude of flying swords shot forth from the banner, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, raining down upon the righteous cultivators present. I was struck with astonishment. This item was indeed a superior magical artifact, its power unmistakable. Yet, the female practitioner's strength was insufficient to unleash its full potential. The 3 white-robed male cultivators were taken aback. One was caught off guard and struck by several swords, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The previously downed cultivators, already gravely injured, succumbed to the onslaught of flying swords, meeting their demise. After expending her magical energy with the black wind banner, the female practitioner's reserves were utterly depleted, leaving her unable to suppress her injuries, and she spat out blood. The remaining 2 white-robed cultivators erupted into laughter. The leader, swallowing hard, gleefully remarked, "It seems you cannot hold on much longer. Today, I shall savor the essence of this demoness." The female practitioner's face turned pale. She intended to retrieve a talisman from her pouch, but was taken aback to discover that she had exhausted all her resources during the previous skirmish. As the 2 cultivators slowly advanced towards her, a flicker of terror crossed her face, and she cried out, "Don't come any closer. My father is an elder of the demon sect. He will not spare you." "Ah, so you are the daughter of an elder of the demon sect. We must taste her now," one of the male cultivators leered, his demeanor lecherous. At that moment, I inhaled sharply, realizing that her magical energy had been entirely spent. If left unattended, it would indeed weigh heavily on my conscience. One of the white-clad monks cast a spell upon the female cultivator, rendering her limbs immobile. Subsequently, the 2 approached with smiles gracing their faces. Tears welled in the eyes of the female cultivator as she tightly closed them, contemplating suicide, yet found herself utterly unable to move. An opportunity had arisen. This was indeed a chance. Ye Chen, no longer hesitating, immediately unleashed his magical prowess. Wielding his flying needle artifact with all his might, whoosh, the needle shot forth swiftly and silently. Just as the 2 righteous cultivators were indulging in their sinister laughter, a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by a dazed expression as they turned to glance behind them. Caught off guard, they had never anticipated the presence of a hidden cultivator lurking in the shadows. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Ye Chen. Murmuring as if to articulate something, Ye Chen offered a chilling smile. "Not dead yet?" With a swift motion of his arm, 2 flying swords sped away, piercing through the 2, leaving behind gaping wounds. The female cultivator, lying on the ground, displayed a look of astonishment at the sight. Ye Chen slightly bowed and respectfully said, "Sister, I apologize for the fright." At that moment, the female cultivator appeared flustered, her attire disheveled and quite awkward, and she snapped, "Unbind the spell." "Yes, sister." Upon realizing her command, Ye Chen cast a spell to release her. The moment she felt the restraints lift, she urgently instructed, "Turn around, do not peek." Ye Chen feigned embarrassment and promptly turned away, though he had already caught a glimpse of her, undeniably a beauty of the mortal realm. Just as Ye Chen's thoughts wandered, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, a flying sword gleaming menacingly. Sister, what is this? Ye Chen could scarcely believe her betrayal. You rascal! Why did you not act sooner? The female cultivator exclaimed in anger. Ye Chen hurriedly explained, Sister, you see, I am merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement. I could only wait for the right moment. Acting recklessly would only lead to my demise. Her fury had already begun to dissipate, and upon Ye Chen's reminder, she realized he was indeed at the 5th layer of qi refinement. With a cold demeanor, she commanded, You may turn around now. Chapter 46. Return to the sect with great caution. Ye Chen turned back to find the female cultivator transformed, her appearance now a stark contrast to her earlier despondence. You must swear to keep today's events a secret, otherwise your head will roll, she said, her expression somewhat hesitant as she waved the flying sword at his neck. Ye Chen, eyeing the glimmering blade with trepidation, quickly assured, Of course, I swear, as your junior disciple, to keep today's events locked away within. Satisfied with his oath, she slightly nodded. After addressing the matter concerning Ye Chen, her gaze shifted to the corpses of the white-clad cultivators, her expression turning cold as she approached with her flying sword in hand. Seemingly consumed by deep-seated enmity, she dismembered the bodies of the white-clad monks, her demeanor softening somewhat only after the gruesome task was complete. Witnessing this bloody scene, Ye Chen felt a twinge of fear towards her. However, if it truly came to a contest of strength, she was not without her chances. She merely hesitated due to the fact that the other party claimed her father was an elder of the demon sect. Subsequently, the female cultivator settled into a meditative posture, consuming a pill to restore her vitality, while instructing Ye Chen to stand guard nearby. Ye Chen cautiously glanced over. Indeed, she was exceedingly beautiful, prompting memories of earlier, exhilarating scenes to flood his mind. 3 hours later, the female cultivator gently opened her eyes, exuding a serene aura. She spoke softly, Return to the sect. From her storage bag, she retrieved an exquisite flying boat, and after channeling a spell, the craft began to shimmer with ethereal energy and expanded dramatically. Moments later, a vessel 3 zhang in size materialized before them. Ye Chen marveled at the boat's intricate design, thinking how delightful it would be to possess such a vessel himself. The female cultivator shot Ye Chen a glance of disdain and boarded the boat first. Noticing that he was still examining the flying vessel, she coldly remarked, If you wish to return on foot, that is also an option. Ye Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. The dense forest might harbor numerous ferocious beasts, prompting him to hastily board the boat. The female cultivator slowly infused her mana into the craft, casting a protective shield around it. As the mana surged, the flying boat began to tremble slightly before soaring rapidly into the sky. The vessel's speed was astonishing, skimming through clouds and leaping over peaks, leaving Ye Chen utterly astonished. Observing Ye Chen's curious and naive demeanor, the female cultivator smirked and inquired, What is your name? Senior sister, I am Ye Chen, an outer sect disciple. He replied respectfully, What brings you here? Why aren't you cultivating diligently in the sect? Senior sister, I heard that the secret tomb is about to open, and I wish to seek some opportunities, contemplating purchasing some talismans and artifacts, Ye Chen explained. The female cultivator shook her head slightly, saying, That secret place is exceedingly dangerous. It is not as simple as you might think. The conflicts between sects are intensifying, and many cultivators are heading to that secret tomb. It is not a place for someone like you. Ye Chen had made ample preparations for this matter and did not nod in agreement. Thereafter, a prolonged silence enveloped them. Ye Chen inhaled the faint fragrance in the air, recalling the vivid scenes, and could not help but chuckle internally. The woman before him furrowed her brows, seemingly lost in thought. Finally, Ye Chen cautiously asked, Senior sister, how should I address you? The female cultivator glanced at him and replied coolly, Lu Ting. Oh, seeing that she seemed burdened with thoughts and maintained an icy demeanor, Ye Chen chose to remain silent. Days later, as they neared the sect, Lu Ting's eyes glimmered with coldness as she warned, Remember your oath. Should you tarnish my reputation, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall certainly extract your soul and refine your essence. Ye Chen, feigning fear, assured her, Rest assured, senior sister, I, Ye Chen, would never engage in such actions. Upon hearing this, Liu Ting's expression softened slightly as she retrieved a medicinal vial from her storage bag and remarked nonchalantly, Your cultivation level is insufficient. Take these pills. Afterwards, we shall owe each other nothing. Senior sister, I do not require these pills, Ye Chen replied, though inwardly he pondered the implications. He dared not consume them haphazardly. For what if she had tampered with them? What? Are you afraid I might poison you? Liu Ting teased, to which Ye Chen smiled and inquired, Might I ask if you possess any alchemical formulas? I am eager to learn the art of pill refining. Liu Ting regarded him with a dismissive glance, amusement flickering in her heart. A mere fifth-layer Qi refinement practitioner aspired to delve into the arduous path of alchemy? The road to mastering this craft was fraught with challenges, requiring substantial resources. Were you perhaps from a cultivation family? Not at all. Ye Chen gently shook his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Liu Ting reflected that he had saved her life, and after some contemplation, she said, "Upon returning to the sect, I shall assist you in your quest. Please provide me with your residence and the duties you undertake within the sect, lest you vanish and I cannot find you." Ye Chen's heart leaped with joy as he detailed his abode and his responsibilities overseeing the spiritual herb garden. "You are a spirit herb cultivator? I shall visit the garden you tend to," Liu Ting remarked, her surprise evident. Ye Chen observed her subtle change in demeanor. Despite her youth, her thoughts were astute. Why? He wondered, would the daughter of an elder take an interest in spiritual herbs? Soon, the two returned to the sect. Indeed, she held considerable standing. As their flying vessel gracefully descended towards the renowned Tontian Peak, a sanctuary rich in spiritual energy where the core elders resided. The mountain was majestic, fortified by a formidable three-layer protective array. Liu Ting produced a token and, with a gentle touch, entered the protective barrier. Nearby cultivators immediately bowed respectfully, greeting her with, "Greetings, young Mississippi." Not far away stood a middle-aged cultivator with a long beard, exuding a profound aura, indicative of his mid-core formation stage. Upon seeing Liu Ting return, he exhaled in relief and joyfully asked, "Well, did you procure the items?" "Uncle, I have secured them," Liu Ting replied with a serious countenance. "Good, very good. Who is this person accompanying you?" "I encountered some righteous cultivators on the way, and he happened to save me. He has rendered me a great favor," Liu Ting casually explained, refraining from divulging further details. The middle-aged cultivator regarded Ye Chen with mild curiosity before losing interest, considering him merely a fifth-layer Qi refinement practitioner, easily dealt with by simply providing him with resources for cultivation. "What is your name?" "Ye Chen," he replied. "Ah, excellent. Since you have saved the young miss, here are 100 spirit stones. You may take your leave now." Ye Chen could not help but bitterly smile inwardly at the thought that the daughter of their esteemed family was valued at a mere 100 spirit stones. Though he felt discontent, he did not dare to show it, so he accepted the spirit stones, bowed respectfully, and hurriedly departed down the mountain. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, LV Ting felt an inexplicable sense of indebtedness towards the other party. However, recalling her commitment to assist in the search for the alchemical formula, the fleeting sense of obligation soon dissipated. Chapter 47. Deliberate upon returning to the cave, Ye Chen unveiled the alchemical furnace he had purchased and scrutinized it with great care. The furnace was not particularly large, merely 3 feet in size, with an ancient texture and an exterior marred by rust. It was no wonder that Wanbao Tower had sold it at such a low price. With the furnace in hand, he now only lacked the alchemical formula, which proved to be unexpectedly elusive. It seemed he would have to wait a while longer. In the days that followed, Ye Chen devoted himself to tending the spiritual herb garden while also seizing every opportunity to cultivate his skills. Observing the spiritual herbs concealed within the array, which were initially sown from seeds given by the masked female cultivator, he noted that they had flourished remarkably. Yet he had not seen the person who had bestowed them upon him. To prevent any inadvertent discovery, Ye Chen decided to harvest all the spiritual herbs that day and place them into a prepared jade box, intending to transport them back to his residence for planting. Just as he finished organizing the spiritual herbs, he heard a knock at the door of the herb garden. When Ye Chen opened the door, he was greeted by Chen DePeo, accompanied by a female cultivator. After impatiently knocking open the courtyard gate, Chen DePeo cordially introduced the woman before him, saying, "Senior sister, this is Ye Chen." The woman was none other than LV Ting. Initially, he had thought her words were but a casual remark, never anticipating her actual arrival. "Greetings, senior sister," Ye Chen said respectfully. Chen DePeo, smiling at Ye Chen, remarked, "Senior sister has heard of your prowess in cultivating spiritual herbs and has come to inspect your work. Please, senior sister." Chen DePeo cheerfully ushered LV Ting inside. Upon seeing the thriving spiritual herbs in the garden, LV Ting was taken aback, astonished by the abilities of the individual before her. Chen DePeo, however, was caught off guard by Ye Chen's ability to attract LV Ting's attention, and a shadow of unease crept into his heart, his eyes already veiled with frost. Yet, he did not reveal his feelings. Having pursued this woman for some time, he was wary of any rival cultivators emerging unexpectedly. Though he felt Ye Chen posed little threat, he remained cautious. After a brief tour of the garden, they departed together with Chen DePeo. Ye Chen had already sensed the glint of coldness in Chen DePeo's eyes and felt a twinge of concern for him. This man was ruthless and insatiable. Although he possessed the strength to eliminate Chen DePeo, the previous injuries suffered by the masked female cultivator had deterred him from such thoughts. It was wise to avoid provoking members of such a cultivation clan. Before long, Chen DePeo indeed sought out Ye Chen again. Brother, please come in. Junior brother. Your cultivation of spiritual plants is commendable, but some matters are best left undisturbed. I believe the herb garden could use some fertilizer. Ye Chen understood the veiled threat in his words and clarified, Brother, I am merely a fifth-layer qi refining cultivator, focused solely on nurturing spiritual herbs and uninterested in other affairs. Very well, Chen DePeo replied, visibly pleased, though upon reflection, he realized he may have been overly cautious. Once the affairs at the spirit herb garden were concluded, Ye Chen promptly made his way back to his cave dwelling. However, midway through his journey, he was greeted by a waft of fragrant air. It turned out that Lu Ting had been waiting for him. With a smile, Ye Chen inquired, Sister, have you come to provide me with the formula for the elixir? Lu Ting returned a subtle smile and replied, Your proficiency in spirit herbs is indeed commendable. If you can assist me with a particular task, I can offer not only the formula but also access to the inner sect. Intrigued by her proposition, Ye Chen urged her to elaborate. Lu Ting's expression shifted slightly, taking on a more serious demeanor as she said, Accompany me back to Tongtian Peak, and all will be revealed in due time. With a wave of her hand, she summoned her magical power, enveloping Ye Chen within her cloak, and together they soared through the mountains on a flying vessel. Upon reaching their destination, Ye Chen discovered that he had been brought into a spirit herb garden of Tongtian, teeming with a plethora of flora he had never encountered before. Indeed, it was a high-level cultivator's garden, incomparable to his own. Lu Ting spoke in a calm tone. Junior brother, I possess a spirit herb that is somewhat withered. Given the multitude of onlookers outside, I thought it prudent to bring you back to Tongtian Peak. She then produced a jade box from her storage pouch. Ye Chen cautiously opened it, only to find that the herb was far more desiccated than she had indicated. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Ting stated directly, You have 10 days to revive it. Should you fail, we shall settle both old and new accounts. Noticing the cold glint in her eyes and the murderous intent emanating from her gaze, Ye Chen felt a pang of regret for having spared her life. What? Are you incapable? Lu Ting questioned frostily. I will accomplish this within 10 days. Please rest assured, sister. Very well, you have your 10 days. Should you deceive me, prepare for the consequences. Once Lu Ting departed, a wave of disdain and animosity surged within Ye Chen. It seemed that rescuing a practitioner of the demonic path, especially one from the sect, was a perilous endeavor that ultimately led to one's own misfortune. With Lu Ting's absence, he felt a sense of urgency. He needed to nurture this spirit herb, for her journey to Tianwu City hinged upon it. Ye Chen carefully extracted the herb from the jade box and planted it in the spirit pressure garden. After applying fertilizer and watering it, he set it aside, opting not to interfere further. While using the Jade Pendant to restore the herb's vitality would yield swift results, it would also risk exposing his secret should anyone come to investigate the next day. Thus, he focused his mind and diligently resumed his cultivation. The area, located within the core of the sect, was rich in spiritual energy, enveloping Ye Chen in a profound sense of comfort. However, that night, several streams of divine consciousness began probing into his being, rendering him quite uncomfortable. As dawn broke, Lu Ting indeed returned. Upon witnessing that the herb had withered further, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Observing her reaction, Ye Chen could not suppress a cold snort of disdain within himself. Lu Ting cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chen before departing without a word. On the third day, she returned, unable to suppress her fury, and demanded, What do you mean by this? Is it intentional? Ye Chen replied calmly, This spirit herb was already severely damaged prior to this, and I have exerted my utmost efforts. However, I do not perceive the situation as dire. If it truly fails in 10 days, then you may come to seek retribution. Lu Ting, upon hearing this, merely snorted coldly and left. On the fourth day, Lu Ting returned once more, her heart filled with urgency as she observed the spirit herb's deteriorating condition. She could have sought the assistance of other spirit herbalists within the sect, but the intricate relationships and power struggles among the factions made her reluctant to do so. Now, it seemed she had made a grave error in choosing Ye Chen, and it was too late to find another herbalist. With a fierce glare, she spat out, Do not think I would hesitate to kill you. Ye Chen remained unfazed, curious to see how her torment would unfold over the coming days. Furthermore, the multitude of probing consciousnesses at night deterred him from revealing his extraordinary jade pendant. On the fifth day, Lu Ting continued her visits. By the sixth day, her faith in the spirit herb had evaporated, as it had withered to half its former vitality. This time, she uttered no words, merely casting a resigned glance at Ye Chen. That night, Ye Chen distinctly sensed a lack of probing consciousness, indicating that certain individuals did not wish for the spirit herb's revival. On the seventh day, Lu Ting did not appear. Ye Chen waited throughout the night for the probing consciousnesses, but they never materialized. He then decided to cast a protective array nearby. Although it might not withstand the scrutiny of a core formation practitioner, he felt an unsettling unease without it. Within the protective barrier, he hunched over and cautiously brought the Jade Pendant close to the spirit herb, channeling a hint of spiritual energy into it. A white light enveloped the spirit herb, and soon, it began to regain its vitality. Finally, he set up a concealment array above it. On the 8th day, Ting still did not arrive, nor did any probing consciousnesses make an appearance. It was not until the 10th day that a pale-faced Ting entered the medicinal herb garden. Ye Chen had yet to dismantle the protective and concealment arrays. Ting surveyed the alchemy garden with a heavy heart and said, "This is the formula you desired. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Ye Chen had anticipated an outburst of rage or an attempt on his life, yet the outcome was surprisingly mild. It seemed that despite her sharp tongue, her heart was not entirely devoid of kindness. "Are you not leaving? Do you intend to stay here permanently?" Ting finally erupted in anger. Holding the formula in his hand, Ye Chen smiled and said, "Sister, do you see what this is?" Ting, impatient, glanced in the direction he indicated, only to behold that the spirit herb had fully recovered, devoid of any signs of decay. Once lost, she now seemed to radiate vitality, her face aglow with astonishment as she gazed repeatedly at the wondrous sight before her. Indeed, it was that enchanted herb, fully restored. Her father's ailment finally had hope for salvation. "How did you accomplish this?" Lu Ting inquired, her expression one of sheer amazement. Ye Chen smiled and gestured for silence. And in an instant, Lu Ting comprehended his intent. With utmost care, she unearthed the herb and placed it within a jade box, casting a gaze at Ye Chen filled with newfound tenderness. "If senior sister has no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave," Ye Chen said with a gentle smile. After uttering these words, he swiftly departed, leaving Lu Ting somewhat bewildered in his wake. As she watched him retreat, she pondered, "This individual is truly remarkable. Had the herb been restored earlier, it might have drawn unwanted attention and interference." The most pressing concern now was for her father to refine this herb, after which all would be well. However, after taking a few steps, Ye Chen turned back, having noticed the numerous restrictions that now adorned Tongtian Peak. "Might I trouble senior sister Lu to escort me?" he said with a smile. Lu Ting, with a slight grin, took his hand, preparing to personally guide him away. Along the way, she animatedly recounted the delights of Tongtian Peak, expressing her hope that Ye Chen would visit often in the future. Yet, as their laughter resonated, they suddenly stumbled upon a group of individuals restraining a female cultivator. The woman was imprisoned within a large iron cage, surrounded by chains and arrayed with formations of confinement. The massive cage was perched atop a colossal triangular rhinoceros, and the woman wore a mask. Ye Chen felt an unsettling familiarity with her. As they passed, a scent wafted to him that ignited surprise within his heart. The masked cultivator also seemed to notice Ye Chen, casting several fleeting glances in his direction. Seeing Ye Chen's curiosity, Lu Ting smiled and explained, "This woman is a righteous cultivator from the Xianyu sect, who once attacked our sect's disciples and was recently captured by my father." Ye Chen nodded in acknowledgement, wishing to avoid drawing any attention. As they neared the exit of Tongtian Peak, he inquired about the woman's fate. Now viewing Ye Chen as a close acquaintance, Lu Ting replied with a smile, "This cultivator possesses formidable strength, being at the mid-stage of the core formation realm. If my father remains unharmed, he will certainly return her to the Xianyu sect. Given that you have successfully nurtured this herb, it appears she will be released soon." "I see." Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had previously crossed paths with the masked cultivator, having taken her first encounter, and still bore within him her primordial yin energy. He sincerely wished for her well-being. It seemed this individual from the Gu family had endured considerable hardship within her sect. As they continued their journey through the mountains, Lu Ting gradually unfolded tales of the sect's internal affairs. Ye Chen began to grasp the existence of two dominant factions within the sect. One faction is inclined towards the righteous sect, not only due to its proximity to the righteous path, but also because, long ago, this sect was indeed part of the righteous lineage. It was only several centuries ago that it succumbed to the infiltration of demonic forces, transforming into a demonic sect. Conversely, another faction has aligned itself with the demonic forces, which have dominated for hundreds of years. Their rationale is quite sound. Even if this sect were to pledge allegiance to the righteous forces, it would not garner any significant regard. As the situation grows increasingly precarious, the Xianyu sect of the righteous path has expressed an intention to deal with the blood-hidden sect. Should they align with the righteous faction, they could evade the catastrophe of extermination. However, the demonic alliance is unlikely to relinquish the blood-hidden sect easily. Consequently, the internal discord between the two factions has led to an escalating division within the sect. Naturally, there are also several neutral factions, with the L family being one such neutral force. Their strategy is to navigate the delicate balance between the righteous and demonic paths, avoiding offense to either side. Yet, with the Xianyu sect's growing strength, Such a notion appears rather naive. After departing from the Tontian Peak, Ye Chen increasingly felt the urgency to elevate his cultivation. He had no desire to become a practitioner of the demonic path, nor did he wish to forfeit his life in vain. Initially, he attended to the spiritual herb garden before returning to his cave. Glancing at the alchemical formula provided by El Ting, he noted it detailed 3 concoctions suitable for qi refinement practitioners, specifying the required spiritual herbs and various preparation steps. Upon reviewing the herbs mentioned in the formula, Ye Chen realized that he could locate all of them within his own spiritual herb garden. This made the task significantly simpler. He merely needed to sow the seeds of these herbs and wait for them to take root and sprout before hastening their maturation. Thus, he could alleviate the distress caused by a lack of medicinal pills essential for cultivating body refinement techniques. In the days that followed, Ye Chen dedicated himself to rigorous practice. Before long, 3 months had elapsed, and after consuming a substantial quantity of purchased medicinal pills, he finally broke through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. He now felt a surge of power within him, instilling greater confidence in his ventures into the mysterious realms. During these 3 months, subtle developments unfolded. The most significant was the release of the masked female cultivator, coinciding with the recovery of El Ting's father. The previously tense relationship between the blood-hidden sect and the Xianyue sect transformed into a state of tranquility. Remarkably, this masked female cultivator later became an envoy for the Xianyue sect. However, Ye Chen had no interest in delving into these matters. For him, the paramount concern remained the enhancement of his cultivation, striving to survive within the sect. He increasingly perceived the demonic sect as perilous and resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly extricate himself from it. On the day the sect distributed medicinal pills and spirit stones, after collecting his cultivation resources, Ye Chen fortuitously encountered Lu Wentai nearby. It had been quite some time since Lu Wentai last troubled Ye Chen or demanded spiritual herbs and stones. "Ah, it is my junior apprentice brother," Lu Wentai remarked with a bemused expression. The last time Lu Wentai showcased his prowess before Ye Chen, he was at the 12th level of qi refinement. It is uncertain what his current strength might be. Perhaps he has ascended to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Ye Chen felt uncertain, at least. He could not afford to confront Lu Wentai openly just yet. He could only follow him to a secluded area. After confiscating Ye Chen's spiritual stones, Lu Wentai shamelessly presented the directory of the spiritual herbs required for this occasion. Upon seeing the list, Ye Chen feigned astonishment. For Lu Wentai had not only doubled the quantity of herbs needed, but also specified their required ages. At this moment, Ye Chen inquired, "Senior brother, could the quantity be reduced?" Lu Wentai, with a slight squint of his eyes, replied, "Oh, have you perhaps forgotten how Chun Xian disappeared from the sect? I have heard that the law enforcement hall has been rather idle lately. I believe they would be quite interested." Ye Chen's heart surged with fury upon hearing this. Yet he restrained himself and responded with a smile, "Senior brother, you certainly have a knack for humor. The items required cannot be diminished. I know you possess the capability to procure them. Otherwise, how could that masked female cultivator have spared you? You have 3 months," he concluded, and with that, Lu Wentai swaggered away. The spiritual herbs he required were all related to revitalizing energy and healing wounds. Could it be that he too sought to venture into the secret realm? The thought sent a glint of cold light into Ye Chen's eyes. Upon returning to the cave, Ye Chen fell into deep contemplation. It was imperative to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement swiftly. Only then would he possess a trump card. The 2nd layer of the mysterious heavenly sacred body had reached a critical juncture, merely requiring a breakthrough to surpass that obstacle and ascend to the 3rd layer. Meanwhile, the 3rd layer of chasing wind ethereal technique was halfway completed. As his realm gradually elevated, he would ultimately achieve great success. However, the most pressing need remained alchemical elixirs. Just as Ye Chen was consumed by this dilemma, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted in. Turning to see who had arrived, a smile graced Ye Chen's face. Junior pays respects to the ancestor. He had not anticipated that elixirs would arrive so promptly. The visitor was none other than Li Muxue. Ever since she had lost herself to Ye Chen, she found herself reminiscing about him from time to time. Hearing him refer to her as ancestor again stirred displeasure within her heart, yet according to the sect's customs, she had no choice but to comply. "No need for excessive formalities. I have come to see how your cultivation progresses," Li Muxue said gently. After uttering these words, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her visit was not solely to check on him, but also to seek his help in detoxifying herself. As Li Muxue surveyed the cave, she shook her head, finding it too austere. When Ye Chen dispersed the concealment of his cultivation, she joyfully nodded. "Indeed, you have made progress." Upon discovering that Ye Chen had actually broken through to the 2nd layer of body refinement, she was somewhat taken aback. Finally, witnessing Ye Chen demonstrate the chasing wind ethereal technique, now at the 3rd layer, filled her with immense satisfaction. She could distinctly sense that Ye Chen's strength surpassed that of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner by a considerable margin. Although he was merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement, his prowess was comparable to that of a 12th level practitioner. Ye Chen had long been curious about which faction this celestial maiden belonged to within the sect, so he inquired about the affairs of the sect. However, Li Muxue was reluctant to divulge much, merely stating, "The world is unpredictable. Focus on enhancing your cultivation for now. If a sect war were to occur, a Qi refinement practitioner like you would be nothing more than cannon fodder. In sect wars, it was often the lower-tier practitioners who suffered the most. These Qi refinement practitioners stood no chance against those of the foundation establishment stage, although there were customary agreements to engage only within the same cultivation ranks. Who truly adhered to such rules? Contemplating this, Li Muxue couldn't help but sigh, uncertain of what her fate would be when the time came. The destruction of the sect might leave her as a mere handmaiden to a high-tier practitioner or force her to flee to distant lands. These thoughts troubled her. Currently, she was poisoned by a mysterious individual, with no antidote in sight. Could it be that this enigmatic figure wished to see her brought low? Ye Chen, observing the myriad expressions on Li Muxue's face, dared not speak further. Last time you mentioned wanting to concoct elixirs. How has your progress been? He asked. I intended to start refining after returning from the forbidden area, but time is indeed tight. Li Muxue nodded gently. Just as Ye Chen pondered her thoughts, a surge of magical energy suddenly approached. Li Muxue swiftly conjured a protective barrier followed by a soundproofing shield before gradually approaching Ye Chen. After an unknown duration, she slowly opened her eyes to reveal a table adorned with a dozen vials of elixirs. Upon uncorking the vials, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. These were exquisite elixirs, indicating that the celestial maiden had invested great care into his well-being. One day, I too shall become a golden core practitioner, Ye Chen declared with unwavering resolve. With such an abundance of elixirs, he had ample resources to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Only upon reaching this stage would his physical form be sufficiently robust to withstand magical artifacts. Moreover, at the 3rd level of body refinement, he would also gain access to commonly used fist and palm techniques. It was only by breaking through to this level that one could truly achieve the dual cultivation of body and spirit. With this thought, Ye Chen was filled with exhilaration. After dedicating 10 days to refining his body, he resumed his diligent practice. 2 months later, he had consumed all the elixirs gifted by Li Muxue and finally broke through to the 3rd level of body refinement. At that moment, a surge of magical energy enveloped him, his aura dense and formidable. Ye Chen could not help but laugh heartily within the cave. Soon, during the expedition into the secret realm, he vowed that Lu Wentai would not escape. He was resolute in his determination to exact vengeance for the past humiliations he had endured. Chapter 50, The Reward from the L Family. Upon entering the 3rd level of body refinement, one could learn techniques for fist and palm attacks. At this moment, Ye Chen, guided by the intricate patterns, incantations, and mental techniques of the 3rd tier of his cultivation method, began to unleash the power of his double fists. His movements flowed with an effortless grace, and supported by the internal energy, his speed increased exponentially, creating ephemeral shadows that danced in the air. With each agile maneuver and the application of the wind-chasing technique, the potency of his body-refining arts was significantly amplified. In an instant, a single punch shattered a boulder into dust. Days later, Ye Chen wore a satisfied smile, having achieved a modest success in the 3rd tier of his body refinement technique. Yet, this was merely the preliminary stage. To attain full mastery of the 3rd tier would demand a considerable amount of time and an abundance of elixirs. With a heavy sigh, he reflected on his limitations. While the miraculous Jade Pendant could hasten the growth of some spiritual herbs, the quantity was finite. Moreover, the prolonged sale of spiritual grasses would inevitably attract unwanted attention, as evidenced by the previous incident involving the spirit insect tracking employed by a core formation cultivator from the Duobao Pavilion. Just as Ye Chen shook his head in contemplation, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Is the junior brother here? The speaker was a male cultivator, his tone imbued with utmost respect. Rarely did cultivators visit this secluded place, causing Ye Chen to furrow his brow. He quickly concealed his aura, disguising himself as a 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. After obscuring some of the spiritual herbs within the cave, he exited hastily. Before him stood a tall-faced cultivator, approximately at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, peering around inquisitively, particularly fixated on the distant Crimson River. Ye Chen, observing this, smiled slightly and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, senior brother?" The tall-faced cultivator appeared slightly embarrassed, having failed to notice Ye Chen's presence until now. Upon a closer inspection, disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated confronting a formidable practitioner, only to find a mere 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. His demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming rather haughty as he replied coolly, Come with me to Tontian Peak. The master wishes to see you. The master? Ye Chen echoed, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Ancestor Lu wishes to meet you. Do not dawdle, the tall-faced cultivator retorted impatiently. With no other choice, Ye Chen followed him, a sense of unease settling in his heart. He was certain the meeting pertained to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. And if his possession of the extraordinary treasure were to be discovered, he might face dire consequences. Noticing Ye Chen's distracted demeanor during their journey, the tall-faced cultivator shook his head in confusion. He could not fathom why his junior sister held such high regard for this individual. Cultivators of the demonic path were known for their decisiveness in battle and fearlessness in death, yet this person appeared rather inept, a stark contrast to the glowing praise his junior sister had bestowed upon him. As they approached Tontian Peak, they were required to cross a shallow stream. A familiar sight for Ye Chen. However, this occasion differed from the past. He observed an influx of female cultivators frolicking in the water. Each of these enchanting maidens, draped in sheer veils, splashed water at one another, engaging in playful pursuits that filled the air with laughter and joy. The gauzy garments, some in red and others in white, danced in the wind with the playful movements of those frolicking in the water. The female practitioners of the demonic path have always been unrestrained, willing to employ any means necessary to enhance their cultivation. The art of dual cultivation and resource acquisition is a method frequently employed by them. Over time, these women have become objects of aversion within the realm of cultivation, with virtuous individuals like Li Muxue and El Ting being exceedingly rare. After all, these female cultivators are backed by powerful families of practitioners and have no need to curry favor with other cultivators. They often leverage their allure to obtain spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual herbs from those unwilling to become their alchemical furnaces. In an era where cultivation resources are increasingly scarce, they see no wrongdoing in their actions. The sect does not prohibit such practices, hence, on several days each month, a multitude of beautiful female cultivators congregate in this locale to attract male practitioners. Ye Chen observed this scene with a dismissive snort, unimpressed. How could these superficial beauties compare to the enchanting fairy, Li Muxue? The long-faced cultivator before him was wide-eyed, captivated by the alluring beauty, emitting sounds of astonishment. After a prolonged gaze, he finally returned to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Turning to Ye Chen, who displayed no interest, he felt a surge of disdain and coldly remarked, "Let us depart." Shortly thereafter, the long-faced cultivator escorted Ye Chen to the grand hall of Tontian Peak, where El Ting and her father awaited. El Ting had shed her usual aloofness. Her demeanor now significantly softened. Her father, a middle-aged cultivator of the core formation stage, emanated a potent aura, his presence commanding, with a long beard and a gaze that was icily scrutinizing. Upon seeing Ye Chen, his eyes grew even colder. "Father, this is the spirit planter who successfully cultivated the spiritual herbs," El Ting said. The El family's core formation cultivator regarded Ye Chen with a detached expression and suddenly unleashed a wave of oppressive energy. Ye Chen sensed the formidable pressure, realizing it was a test of his strength. Though he was originally a body cultivator capable of enduring for a time, he chose to collapse to the ground. "Father?" El Ting exclaimed, her face a mix of anxiety and confusion. After the assessment, the El family cultivator softened slightly and inquired, "Your contribution to this cultivation of spiritual plants has been substantial. What do you wish for in return?" Without hesitation, Ye Chen replied, "At present, my cultivation is still low, and I only require some elixirs." "Ha ha ha. So simple," the cultivator replied. "I heard from El Ting that you aspire to pursue the path of alchemy. But as an outer disciple, you are not permitted to engage in alchemical practices according to sect rules. Fortunately, your expertise in spirit planting is remarkable, and in due time, someone will take you under their wing." After speaking, he retrieved several elixirs from his storage bag, gently levitating them before Ye Chen with his spiritual energy. There were 5 vials in total, undoubtedly of exceptional quality, as they were bestowed by a core formation elder. Ye Chen promptly expressed his gratitude and respectfully bowed. The long-faced cultivator, witnessing Ye Chen's acquisition of the elixirs, displayed a flicker of jealousy and a hint of greed. After receiving the elixirs, Ye Chen offered a few flattering words and hurriedly took his leave. After ensuring that the grand hall was devoid of anyone, El Ting, with a hint of astonishment, inquired, "Father, why not allow Brother Yi, who possesses commendable talent in spirit plant cultivation, to enter Tontian Peak and oversee the spirit herb garden?" "Humph. Our El family does not permit just anyone to enter. I have seen many who, with merely their beguiling appearance, ensnare female cultivators. Do not claim that there is nothing between you and him." Upon hearing this, El Ting recalled the day when he had stared at her unabashedly, causing her cheeks to flush. "Father, you are overthinking. He merely saved my life, and besides, his cultivation level is exceedingly low. How could I possibly take an interest in him?" "Haha, that is splendid." "Humph, Since he desires to learn alchemy, I shall facilitate his wish. A fierce expression surfaced on the face of the L family's core formation cultivator. Chapter 51. The scheme of the long-faced cultivator. The long-faced cultivator followed Ye Chen to a secluded spot and casually remarked, "Junior brother. My senior brother has recently been striving to break through a bottleneck, consuming a considerable amount of medicinal pills. Might I borrow some from you?" He was incredulous that a mere fifth-layer qi refining cultivator would dare to refuse him, looking down at Ye Chen with disdain. Ye Chen cast a brief glance at him, and, considering that he had not yet left Tongtian Peak, responded coolly, "It seems senior brother intends to seize these medicinal pills here?" The long-faced cultivator was taken aback by Ye Chen's audacity and scrutinized his cultivation level closely. Indeed, he was merely at the fifth layer of qi refining, yet this individual dared to refuse him. At that moment, his eyes glinted with coldness, and his skin twitched as he unleashed a formidable pressure. "Junior brother, I am merely borrowing, not robbing." Ye Chen, upon witnessing this, chuckled coldly. Now that he had made some progress in his physical cultivation, he felt no fear. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "Junior brother." It was L Ting, who had felt that the L family's treatment of Ye Chen was somewhat lacking. Although they had previously provided him with a medicinal formula, that was merely to save her life. This time, in cultivating spirit herbs, it appeared to be of greater significance to the L family. Yet her father had only offered a few bottles of pills in return. The long-faced cultivator, who had originally intended to teach Ye Chen a lesson through spells, now had to restrain himself and smiled instead, addressing her, "Senior sister." Observing the situation, L Ting nodded slightly and said, "You may return for now." The long-faced cultivator, feeling reluctant and wanting to say something further, could only retreat in disappointment upon seeing L Ting's frosty demeanor. "Junior brother, I still have some medicinal pills here. Please take them," L Ting said gently. Ye Chen, however, adamantly refused to accept them. "Junior brother, do not be like this. Your cultivation level is currently low, and you need to elevate it swiftly. Consider this as me lending them to you. You can return them to me in the future." After saying this, before Ye Chen could protest, she pressed the pills into his hands and departed hastily. Watching her leave with a radiant smile, Ye Chen felt a surge of emotions. Upon returning to his cave, he eagerly opened the vial in his possession. Before him lay 10 bottles of medicinal pills. Enhancing his third-layer body cultivation technique would pose no challenge now. Before consuming the elixirs, Ye Chen recalled the loathsome visage of the long-faced cultivator, apprehensive that the latter might seek him out in the coming days. Consequently, he set up a confinement array around the cave, employing a set of formations acquired from Tianwu City. Afterward, he began to ingest the elixirs. With each pill swallowed, a tremendous surge of spiritual power unfurled within him. Indeed, these were high-quality elixirs. Procuring them externally would be impossible without a substantial amount of spirit stones. In truth, the elder cultivator of the L clan had been rather generous regarding the elixirs, and his reluctance to allow Ye Chen to ascend to Tongtian Peak stemmed primarily from concern for his daughter. Moreover, practitioners of the demonic path esteemed strength above all, and to acquire greater cultivation resources, one must rely on their own capabilities and prowess. As the formidable spiritual energy coursed through his limbs and bones, the simultaneous cultivation of the two techniques, Xiantian's sacred body and life and death formula, fortified his physical form. Various sounds emanated from within his body, his bones creaked, and his skin flushed a deep crimson. After executing a set of boxing techniques, a spectral figure darted about, accompanied by the howling winds of his punches. Following the application of a series of palm techniques, the cave resonated with thunderous claps. Though his realm had not yet ascended, he had successfully cultivated the third layer of the Xiantian sacred body to perfection, awaiting the next elevation to the foundation establishment stage to advance to the fourth layer. Subsequently, Ye Chen devoted his primary focus to the life and death formula, as it was the cornerstone of his existence, embodying the essence of law, body, and soul. Days turned into nights as Ye Chen immersed himself in rigorous training, finally pausing on the night of the full moon. Each time this celestial event occurred, a surge of blood energy would assail him. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to it, even finding intrigue in watching the blood mist gradually absorbed into his Jade Pendant. While he awaited the next occurrence, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. It was the sound of the formation activating, prompting Ye Chen to rush out. There, within the confinement array, stood a masked cultivator. Astonished as he scrutinized the formation before him, a faint smile graced Ye Chen's lips as he inquired, "May I ask which esteemed individual has come to visit?" The masked cultivator offered no response. Instead, he retrieved a magical artifact from his storage bag and relentlessly assailed the formation. Despite the thunderous impacts, the array remained impervious. "Oh, I did not expect a low-tier cultivator such as yourself to possess such a powerful array," the long-faced cultivator remarked, recognizing Ye Chen's voice. Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, Junior brother. The sect has regulations. The slaughter of fellow disciples can result in the extraction of one's soul and the refinement of their essence. Having expended considerable energy in his fruitless attacks, the long-faced cultivator maintained an air of arrogance. Junior brother, I have come to borrow some elixirs this time, with no ulterior motives. Oh, so my esteemed senior brother enjoys donning a mask to borrow items? Ye Chen replied with a hint of mockery. Regrettably, you have arrived too late. I have consumed all the elixirs. With that, he tossed out the empty vials of the 10 elixirs. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the long-faced cultivator found himself engulfed in doubt, unwilling to accept the reality before him. Trapped within the confines of the formation, with no means of retreat, he continued to plead, Junior brother, you are mistaken, utterly mistaken. Senior brother, you have long been a stalwart of our sect. It is said that on the nights of the full moon, a blood mist envelopes this place, and I have yet to witness its true power. Perhaps you might experience it first. A flicker of recollection crossed the long-faced cultivator's visage, his expression morphing into one of terror as he cast his gaze toward the riverbank. Junior brother, let us converse civilly, he implored, a forced smile gracing his features. Observing this, Ye Chen merely scoffed, preparing to depart. Junior brother, the long-faced cultivator, seeing Ye Chen turn away, felt a surge of urgency. At that moment, a crimson hue began to surface along the banks of the river. The long-faced cultivator's face drained of color. While he had heard tales, to witness it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Among the low-ranking disciples within the sect, there existed a rumor of a malevolent entity that thrived on human lifeblood. After weighing his options, the long-faced cultivator hastily declared, Junior brother, I possess a considerable number of spirit stones and elixirs within my storage bag, which I have no immediate use for. I would like to offer them to you. Ye Chen, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and replied nonchalantly, I presume that your storage bag is not easily accessible. However, come tomorrow, once you have perished. This storage bag shall naturally belong to me. The long-faced cultivator's heart quaked at these words. He was a 12th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, a direct disciple of the Tongtian Peak. The thought of dying here without clarity was intolerable. Chapter 52. The veiled female cultivator returns. Seeing that the other party continued to speak softly, he steadied himself and, with a tactful analysis of the situation, said, Junior brother, I acknowledge my previous offenses against you, yet our demonic sect operates in such a manner. Your current weakness makes you a target for others. I find myself in dire straits, but should I perish here, you too will face scrutiny from the sect, as the enforcement hall will first investigate you. In that eventuality, it is likely that you will not escape suspicion. Ye Chen, with a faint smile, replied, Many have perished here. One more soul makes little difference. I have no time to linger with you. With that, his demeanor grew solemn as he began to depart. The long-faced cultivator, realizing that neither threats nor pleas would sway Ye Chen, found himself with no recourse as the crimson mist drew nearer. Thus, with a sudden resolve, he respectfully stated, Junior brother, I am willing to consume the bone-eroding pill and utilize my techniques. Should I fail to heed your commands in the future, I shall meet my demise. As he uttered these words, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. It was unthinkable for a 12th-layer Qi refinement practitioner to submit to a mere 5th-layer cultivator. Such news would be utterly humiliating. Yet, faced with the imminent threat to his life and the prospect of a brighter path ahead, he could not afford to perish so easily. Ye Chen had engaged in this back and forth merely to elicit such a concession. If the long-faced cultivator were to fall here, both Tongtian Peak and the enforcement hall would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, ultimately leading to the unearthing of certain truths. Now that the other party had shown willingness to relent, Ye Chen welcomed the opportunity. The elder brother is indeed decisive, yet I am not a villain of great malice. If you comply in the future, I shall not make things difficult for you. The long-faced cultivator, upon hearing this, remained silent and retrieved a large black elixir from his storage bag. This potion, entirely ebony, exuded a noxious, corrosive scent. After consuming the elixir, he began to chant incantations, proclaiming his name and swearing to follow Ye Chen from henceforth, with the dire consequence of self-detonation should he renege on his vow. The individual was named Hien, and as Ye Chen observed the completion of his spell, he chuckled heartily. Now, he had someone within the sect to utilize. However, relying solely on the elixir's control might breed discontent in Hien's heart. Thus, he chose not to conceal his aura any longer. His true strength was revealed in an instant, unleashing a formidable pressure capable of subduing cultivators at the 12th level of Qi refinement. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback by this display. As the blood mist drew nearer, Ye Chen formed a hand seal to dismantle the confinement array, subsequently employing the wind-chasing ethereal technique along with body refinement techniques to pull Hien away into the distance. Initially, Hien felt a sense of shame, but his underestimation of Ye Chen was swiftly eradicated. though his cultivation level was not particularly high. His body refinement techniques were undeniably among the strongest for cultivators of qi refinement. Moreover, very few individuals practiced such techniques, and upon completion, they rendered one significantly more powerful than the average cultivator. At this moment, Hien respectfully declared, "Junior brother, from now on, I, Hien, shall obey your commands." "Very well. Return to the Tongtian Peak for now. I will inform you when the need arises," Ye Chen replied with a nod. Hien was utterly astonished by Ye Chen's accommodating demeanor. He neither demanded spirit stones nor elixirs. This night, he felt as though he had traversed realms of life and death. Upon receiving Ye Chen's command, he was eager to depart. After bowing in gratitude, he hastily left the area. Once Hien had departed, Ye Chen smiled gently and concealed his cultivation back to the 5th level of qi refinement. However, just as he prepared to return to the cave, a familiar, cold voice reached his ears. "It seems you are not as simple as you appear." Ye Chen's heart jolted, and he turned to see the masked female cultivator. "What became of the spiritual herbs I asked you to nurture?" The masked cultivator's gaze was stern, her demeanor remarkably frigid. "Senior Fairy, they have all been cultivated successfully. I shall retrieve them for you at once." Upon hearing herself still addressed as Senior Fairy, the masked cultivator inwardly scoffed. She followed Ye Chen into the cave, where she observed its simplicity, yet it was exceptionally clean. The memory of being poisoned and subsequently losing her virtue flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. At that moment, she had contemplated slaying him outright, yet she found herself unable to do so, for it was her first experience. Yet, as days passed, regret inevitably crept in. As a righteous cultivator hailing from a family of practitioners, how could she bear the shame of having lost her virtue to a lowly demonic cultivator? Would it not tarnish the reputation of her sect and her family? Upon reflection, the intention for this night was originally to confront Ye Chen. However, it was precisely at that moment that I chanced upon the spectacle of Ye Chen engaged in a duel with the long-faced cultivator, which piqued my curiosity. A cultivator at the 3rd level of body refinement is a rarity in both orthodox and demonic sects, with few achieving success. Amidst the conflicting emotions of the masked female cultivator, Ye Chen, on the opposite side of the cave, dispelled the concealment array and retrieved the spiritual seeds he had previously mentioned for planting. As she beheld several robust spiritual herbs, the masked female cultivator felt an overwhelming joy, utterly astonished that these seeds could thrive in such an environment. Yet, being a dignified golden core cultivator, she was not without resentment at being outmaneuvered by a younger practitioner of the demonic path. Ye Chen observed her extracting a dark whip from her storage bag, crackling with arcs of lightning, its power seemingly formidable. A wave of trepidation washed over him. The might of a golden core cultivator was far beyond what he, a mere qi refining cultivator, could withstand. With a resounding crack, the upper half of Ye Chen's clothing was instantly reduced to tatters, his body crashing against the wall like a stone. The cave trembled, dust swirling in the air. Yet, for Ye Chen, the pain was not unbearable, as his 3rd level of body refinement enabled him to endure the blow. Acknowledging the animosity within his opponent, he refrained from any further complaints, bracing himself for what he deemed deserved. The second lash followed swiftly, and Ye Chen felt stars dance before his eyes as his body collided once more with the wall. His internal organs churned violently, yet his skin remained unscathed. The 3rd strike came, and seeing Ye Chen withstand the first 2, the masked female cultivator intensified her magical energy. A sharp crack echoed as he once again slammed into the wall, a crimson mark appearing on his body, and for the first time, he truly felt the sting of pain. Noticing this, the masked female cultivator quickened her strikes. At that moment, Ye Chen's internal energy surged chaotically, his meridians suffering damage. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be beaten to death. Just then, the life and death art within him began to operate incessantly, continuously fortifying his body and mending his damaged meridians. This torment persisted for an indeterminate duration, and when Ye Chen eventually regained consciousness, realizing he was still alive, he let out a sigh. However, in the days that followed, Ye Chen's suffering was only beginning. As long as the masked female cultivator appeared, he would inevitably endure a barrage of beatings. This relentless situation bred a deep-seated animosity within Ye Chen towards the masked female cultivator. Initially, he could bear it, having felt guilt in his heart. Yet as time progressed, her madness seemed to escalate, nearly to the point of extracting his soul and refining his essence. In a desperate bid for survival, Ye Chen hastened his cultivation. As the days drew closer, he prepared to focus entirely on the secret tomb. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had nearly passed, yet a perplexing piece of news emerged. Originally, the entrance to the secret realm was set to open soon. However, after deliberation among the prominent sects of both righteous and demonic paths, the decision was made to postpone its opening for 3 years. The underlying reasons for this delay remain unknown to the lower-ranking cultivators. Ye Chen, who once brimmed with confidence and prepared to showcase his prowess within, now felt as though his ambitions were akin to drawing water with a basket, futile. Subsequently, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the sect, as several foundational cultivators had mysteriously vanished. The previously mentioned investigation began to unfold methodically within the sect. One day, after tending to the spirit herb garden, Ye Chen was startled by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Open up, bellowed Chen Depang, in a rather irritable tone. Ye Chen, concealing his realm at the fifth layer of qi refinement, cautiously opened the courtyard door. It was unusual for Chen Depang to arrive so suddenly before the harvesting of the spirit herbs. After casting a glance at Ye Chen Depang impatiently commanded, "Come with me." Ye Chen was taken aback, his complexion paling instantly. Sensing his reaction, Chen Depang, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "The Golden Core Elder is here for an inspection. Follow me." In Chen Depang's eyes, Ye Chen had always been seen as feeble, timid, and rather easy to intimidate. Within the grand hall of the spirit herb garden, a considerable number of qi refinement cultivators had already gathered. After waiting for half an hour, Ye Chen finally felt an overwhelming pressure in the air. A streak of light appeared instantaneously before the crowd, revealing a tall, white-bearded cultivator clad in a black robe. His head was entirely bald at the center, with a few long strands of white hair cascading down around it. His broad forehead was etched with deep wrinkles, and his narrow eyes sparkled with an intense brightness. In stark contrast stood a stunningly beautiful foundational female cultivator beside him. She respectfully addressed him, "Master, this is the spirit herb garden that supplies resources for the qi refinement cultivators within the sect." The white-bearded cultivator surveyed the area, nodding slightly. He began to scrutinize the spirit plants closely, causing everyone present to lower their heads in unison. After surveying the room, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he rasped in a deep voice, "Why is one person missing? The numbers do not match the roster." Chen Depang, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, fearing accusations of embezzlement. He hastily explained, "One disciple descended the mountain without permission and has not returned. The soul fire left in the sect has extinguished. This individual has perished." In truth, the missing person was Gohong, whom Chen Depang had been seeking for days without success. Ye Chen had been overseeing the spirit herb garden in his stead. Yet all the spirit stones still belonged to Chen Depang. "Humph, dead? How unfortunate," the white-bearded cultivator remarked coldly. The atmosphere thickened with dread as those present dared not raise their heads further. The white-bearded cultivator continued to cast a frigid gaze upon the qi refinement cultivators within the hall. After surveying the surroundings, no anomalies were detected, yet ultimately, the gaze fell upon Ye Chen. Sensing this, Ye Chen's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that the other might uncover his secret. A deep and hoarse voice resonated within the grand hall. "What is your name?" Taken aback, Ye Chen respectfully replied, "Disciple Ye Chen pays his respects to the ancestor." "Ye Chen?" The elder's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. "When did you enter the sect?" The white-bearded elder inquired calmly. Before Ye Chen could respond, a nearby foundation establishment female cultivator said respectfully, "Master Ancestor, I have investigated thoroughly. This individual was brought back by elderly Mushue from outside the mountain, and his origins are unblemished." "Oh, did I mention I wish to inquire about his background?" The elder shot a stern glare at the foundation establishment female cultivator. Upon hearing this, she turned pale, seemingly frightened, and dared not speak further. The white-bearded elder stroked his long beard and suddenly burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Indeed, you have already reached the 10th level of qi refinement. I had thought you to be an inconsequential waste. It seems the L family has misjudged you." Ye Chen's concealment technique was utterly ineffective before this core formation elder, leaving the assembly astonished. The curious gaze of the foundation establishment female cultivator lingered on him, while the inner sect disciple, Chen Depao, exhibited a flicker of displeasure on his face upon hearing this. Ye Chen's heart sank. Li Mushue had once claimed that only nascent soul cultivators could see through his concealment technique. Never did he expect the person before him to possess such insight. He couldn't help but ponder anxiously. The white-bearded elder exuded an aura akin to a beast thirsting for human blood, eager to devour flesh. Chen Depao, who often sought Ye Chen's assistance, felt dissatisfied with Ye Chen's concealment of his cultivation level, yet he realized that should anything befall Ye Chen, his own loss would be far greater. Nevertheless, this individual was vindictive, and he contemplated how to undermine Ye Chen further. Given the elder's unpredictable temperament, he decided to attempt saying a few flattering words. With a swift shift in thought, he respectfully stated, "Master Ancestor, this disciple has diligently overseen the spiritual herbs, and there have been no discrepancies for an extended period." The white-bearded elder replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then you shall be reassigned to Luohan Mountain to continue as a spiritual herb cultivator." Initially, Chen Depao desired this outcome and was elated. However, he did not anticipate that the core formation elder would act so unconventionally effortlessly placing Ye Chen in peril. Upon the utterance of these words, the beautiful foundation establishment female cultivator cast a cold glance at Chindapeo. The spiritual herb garden on Luoan Mountain cultivated the herbs essential for foundation establishment cultivators. And even the slightest mistake could lead to the soul being extracted and the spirit refined. The spiritual herb garden on Luoan Mountain was under the jurisdiction of the white-bearded elder, who was also known as the White Bone Master within the sect. His methods were ruthless, and his most adept artifact was none other than 9 refined white skulls. Ye Chen was utterly unaware of the implications of what the White Bone Master referred to, yet upon witnessing the pallor on everyone's faces, he instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. However, he could only bow and say, "Thank you, Ancestor." The skeletal figure cast a cold gaze upon Ye Chen, then took his identity token and infused it with a spell. After the token emitted a radiant glow, he uttered, "From this moment on, you shall be the herbalist of Luohan Mountain." With that, he departed the scene swiftly, accompanied by a beautiful foundation-building female cultivator. As the Golden Core Elder exited, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Chapter 54. Luohan Mountain. Chindapeo stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Congratulations, junior brother, on your assignment to Luohan Mountain." Observing Chundapeo's somewhat amused expression, Ye Chen felt increasingly assured that it was indeed an undesirable location. "Junior brother, you are quite the talent. I didn't anticipate you had already reached the 10th layer of chi refinement. Such prowess. Who knows? Perhaps one day you will ascend to become a foundation-building cultivator." Ye Chen, slightly discontent with the tone of his senior, quickly interjected, "Senior brother, this was not by choice. My foundation is still unsteady." Chindapeo nodded with a smile. Given that their cultivation levels were now quite comparable, he cheerfully produced the spirit stones he had previously borrowed. Recognizing Chundapeo's true nature as somewhat petty, Ye Chen resolutely declined the offer. This response greatly pleased Chindapeo, and the two proceeded to complete their exchange. Afterward, Ye Chen stealthily harvested the spirit herbs he had discreetly planted in the spirit herb garden and departed for Luohan Mountain. The mountain was situated closer to the sect's central region, with a denser concentration of spiritual energy, enveloped by a colossal protective barrier. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Ye Chen observed several chi refinement cultivators stationed there. "Stop. What is your purpose?" one tall cultivator inquired, directing a sharp gaze at Ye Chen. Ye Chen respectfully presented his identity token and explained his intentions. The tall cultivator nodded, casting a spell upon the token, which revealed the information left by the skeletal figure: exceptional aptitude, assigned to cultivate spirit herbs at Luohan Mountain. The tall cultivator's expression shifted, astonishment flashing across his face, as he quickly adjusted his demeanor and said with a hint of reverence, "Ah, so you are the junior brother. Please, follow me." Ye Chen followed the tall cultivator into a grand hall, where upon entering, he was met with the anguished cries of a fellow cultivator. On the eastern side of the hall, a cultivator was being mercilessly beaten, pleading for mercy. Fortunately, the spirit herbs can still be salvaged. This is merely a warning. Should such a situation arise again, you shall face dire consequences. Conversely, on the western side of the hall, another cultivator had not been so fortunate, appearing on the brink of death, his limbs severely broken. Ye Chen was taken aback by the sight. Noticing his reaction, the tall cultivator smiled and asked, "Junior brother, what are you lost in thought about?" "And nothing," Ye Chen stammered, inhaling sharply. At the opposite end of the hall sat a youthful foundation-building cultivator with a fair complexion, fervently scribbling on parchment. The tall cultivator clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Master Uncle, this is today's newly assigned herbalist," with the guide being the skeletal figure. The foundation-building cultivator, who held the brush, appeared taken aback upon hearing the name. Pausing in contemplation to inquire, "The Whitebone Elder? What is your relation to him?" The other party furrowed their brow. The intricacies of this matter are not easily conveyed. Ye Chen replied, a flash of insight illuminating his thoughts as he recalled the plight of the two spirit herb farmers. Intricacies. The foundation-building cultivator gazed at Ye Chen with wide eyes, curiosity evident. However, he soon remembered the Whitebone Elder's commendation of Ye Chen's exceptional aptitude and his appointment to oversee the spirit herb garden, prompting him to think no further on the matter. His tone softened considerably. "Please, take a seat, junior nephew." The tall cultivator beside him graciously poured Ye Chen a cup of spirit tea. The foundation-building cultivator introduced himself. "I am Wei Yuan. Henceforth, you may call me Uncle Wei." "I have the honor of meeting Uncle Wei," Ye Chen replied with deference. The spirit herbs of Falling Soul Mountain are exceedingly precious, reserved for foundation-building cultivators to concoct various elixirs, and the regulations are naturally stringent. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's elucidation of the rules, Ye Chen immediately signified his understanding. Satisfied with Ye Chen's respectful demeanor, Wei Yuan continued. "The spirit herb garden is divided into 5 zones: A, B, C, D, and E, based on the rarity of the herbs. with Zone A being the most lucrative and Zone E the least. Since a spirit herb farmer has recently passed away, we are shorthanded. You shall commence your duties in Zone D, plot number 5. You will receive 10 spirit stones each month. The prospect of receiving 10 spirit stones monthly, without any deductions, brought a sense of satisfaction to Ye Chen. This is your jade token for overseeing the spirit herb garden. Be sure not to misplace it. Yes, uncle. I shall take good care of the spirit herb garden, Ye Chen vowed earnestly. Wei Yuan nodded, offering no further comment. After issuing a sound transmission talisman, another cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement entered the hall. Wei Yuan, in a businesslike manner, instructed, take the new disciple to the spirit herb garden in Zone D, plot number 5. After dispatching Ye Chen, his gaze shifted to the other cultivators in the hall who had erred. Upon entering the spirit herb garden, Ye Chen was greeted by the rich aroma of the spirit herbs, invigorating his senses. The area of the foundation building cultivators' spirit herb gardens was not significantly larger than that of the Qi refinement cultivators. Rather, these herbs demanded a higher concentration of spiritual energy and grew at a slower pace. The garden under his jurisdiction was protected by a formidable array. Within it lay a small wooden cabin, albeit more spacious than the one he had previously occupied. The garden housed a total of 300 spirit herbs, and upon meticulous inspection, Ye Chen discovered that 2 of them exhibited slight yellowing at their roots. Had it not been for his careful examination, such deterioration would have gone unnoticed. Recalling the battered cultivator, a sense of foreboding gripped Ye Chen. However, this anxiety was fleeting. He unearthed the 2 herbs, set up a concealment array, and began to mend them using the Jade Pendant. After a burst of radiant light, the 2 herbs regained some vitality, and with a few more applications, the looming storm of misfortune would dissipate. In the days that followed, Ye Chen diligently tended to the garden, weeding, loosening the soil, fertilizing, pest control, and ensuring adequate rainfall. At a fixed time each month, a solemn foundation establishment cultivator arrives to inspect and harvest spiritual herbs. During this period, the herb cultivators in the spiritual garden are filled with trepidation, fearing dissatisfaction from the visitor. The rules of Luoan Mountain are notoriously strict. A minor infraction can lead to severe punishment. The cultivator, surnamed Lu, is tall and slender, with remarkably bright eyes that occasionally light up with a faint smile. He is at the early stage of foundation establishment and is known as Lu Coldblood on Luoan Mountain. His meticulous scrutiny of the spiritual herbs has resulted in the untimely demise of many herb cultivators. As Lu Coldblood coldly inspects the spiritual garden managed by Ye Chen, he is inwardly astonished to find no flaws whatsoever. After harvesting a selection of spiritual herbs, he retrieves a jade box from his storage bag, which contains around 20 seeds. Lu Coldblood casually remarks that these seeds require careful nurturing, specifying that he desires 5 plants of Luoyan grass. Should the task be poorly executed, he warns, he will not hesitate to take harsh measures. Ye Chen, having heard of Luoyan grass, a key ingredient for crafting the spirit recovery pill, a potion that significantly enhances a cultivator's spiritual power in a short time, quickly assures Lu, promising to do his utmost and requesting Lu Shixiang's confidence. Once Lu Coldblood departs, Ye Chen meticulously examines the seeds. Each seed is plump and robust, far superior to those sold on the black market or at the Duobao Pavilion. The fact that Lu Coldblood provided 20 seeds for only 5 needed plants indicates his lack of faith in their quality, deliberately offering a surplus. The seeds required by cultivators in the foundation establishment stage command a considerable price in spirit stones, and if Ye Chen can ensure that most of these seeds sprout, he stands to gain immensely. After setting up the protective barriers in the spiritual garden, Ye Chen begins the delicate process of sowing the seeds. Time flies, and soon it is time to return to the Demon Sect Hall to collect cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, he encounters Lu Wentai, whom he has not seen for quite some time. Lu Wentai greets Ye Chen with a smile and a nod. Noticing that Ye Chen has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, he is not overly surprised. Having known of this development in advance, Ye Chen, feeling somewhat dejected, responds to Lu Wentai's inquiry about his transfer to Luoan Mountain, stating that he has had a stroke of bad luck. It seems, Lu Wentai observes, that Ye Chen possesses remarkable skills in herb cultivation, and he will surely require Ye Chen's assistance in the future. Ye Chen hastens to affirm his willingness to help. Satisfied with Ye Chen's understanding, Lu Wentai departs. His intentions clear. He wishes to have Ye Chen pilfer herbs from the spiritual garden in the future, as the herbs consumed by foundation establishment cultivators hold substantial value in spirit stones. With Ye Chen's growing worth, Lu Wentai's demeanor has evidently improved. However, just a few steps away, he crosses paths with Chen Depang. The other party revealed a warm smile and, with a tone imbued with familiarity as if they had not seen each other in ages, said, "Ah, is this not junior brother Yi? It has been quite some time since our last meeting." Ye Chen, uncertain of the other party's intentions, could only respond with a smile, saying, Junior brother pays respects to senior brother Chen. Junior brother Ye, the falling soul mountain is rather demanding regarding spiritual plants. There are cultivators I know in that area. If Ye Chen understood the underlying motive, which was also related to the spiritual herbs, and thus respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. If the time comes, I will certainly." "Good, junior brother. I had not misjudged you. When the opportunity arises, I shall invite you to the Uli Pavilion at the sect's market for a proper gathering." Senior brother Chen displayed a face of delight. "Absolutely, absolutely." Ye Chen replied with a smile. He was aware of Uli Pavilion, renowned not only for its variety of spiritual fruits and meats, but also for its charming female cultivators. A favored spot among the inner disciples. Upon noticing Ye Chen's perceptiveness, the other party, after a brief period of probing, his eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. Further stated, "Junior brother, how about the day after tomorrow? Let us meet at Uli Pavilion in the sect's market." Before Ye Chen could respond, the individual departed without looking back. 2 days later, Ye Chen, albeit reluctantly, made his way to the Uli Pavilion at the sect's market. This place was bustling with activity, and at the entrance stood 4 or 5 alluring female cultivators in revealing attire, incessantly trying to entice patrons, giving one the impression of a brothel rather than an establishment of dining. Just as Ye Chen hesitated, a beautiful female cultivator, already having taken notice of him, smiled radiantly while being at the 10th level of chi refinement. With a sway of her waist, she extended a fair, smooth arm, grasping Ye Chen's sleeve, exhaling a captivating fragrance, and said with a smile, "Is this your first visit here, fellow Taoist?" Before Ye Chen could utter a word, she exerted a powerful magical force, drawing him into Uli Pavilion. The interior was extravagantly decorated, vast in size, and divided into 3 levels. The first floor was lively, with dozens of tables laden with spiritual wine and meat, where numerous low-tier cultivators were mingling with the scantily clad female cultivators, engaging in a merry exchange. The second and third floors, in contrast, were much quieter, consisting entirely of private rooms. Just as Ye Chen felt out of place, Chen Depang's head popped out from the second floor, smiling as he said, "Ah, little brother Yi has arrived. Please, come upstairs." The beautiful female cultivator, upon hearing this, smiled warmly and led Ye Chen directly to the private room on the second floor. In the private room, the spiritual tea had already been half consumed, indicating that Chen Depang had been waiting for quite a while. "Thank you, Taoist Wang, for bringing him here," Chen Depang said, eyeing the beautiful female cultivator with a glimmer of mischief. "Humph, I am quite fatigued. You two enjoy your conversation." The female cultivator, named Wang, remarked with a hint of weariness as she swayed her waist and departed. Once she left, Chen Depang clapped his hands, and soon the table was filled with an array of spiritual wine and meat. After pouring a cup for Ye Chen, Chen Depang enthusiastically said, "Junior brother Yi, please." As the fiery spiritual wine flowed down Ye Chen's throat, he felt a surge of pure spiritual energy within him. "Dear disciple Yi, indulge in this exquisite beast meat. It is of the finest quality and greatly beneficial to us cultivators." This marked Ye Chen's inaugural experience with beast meat, and he found it delectably rich yet not overly greasy, with a sublime texture that, once consumed, released a pure essence of spiritual energy. As Ye Chen savored the spirit wine and the ethereal meat, Chen Depang unexpectedly remarked, "Junior brother, you were the one who killed Gohong, weren't you?" Taken aback by this assertion, Ye Chen was puzzled as to why the other would say such a thing. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of alarm. Observing Ye Chen's calmness, Chen Depang chuckled, "Junior brother, harming a fellow disciple is a grave offense that could lead to soul extraction and spirit refinement. If this reaches the ears of the elder of law enforcement." Ye Chen had already prepared his response and smiled as he countered, "I hold no grudge against Gohong. Why would I wish him harm? Senior brother, do not rely on hearsay." After downing a cup of spirit wine, Chen Depang fixed his gaze on Ye Chen and said coolly, "Gohong's following of you was with my consent. He repeatedly emphasized that you possessed treasures. I never imagined this fellow would meet his demise at your hands." Ye Chen, astonished, had not anticipated such a backstory. Hastily, he declared, "Senior brother, I possess only modest talents. I hold no treasures. If you wish, please examine my belongings." Upon emptying his storage bag onto the ground, Chen Depang glanced over and remarked, "I suspected Gohong was framing you. Yet will the sect's elder of law enforcement believe you?" Feigning innocence, Ye Chen reiterated his claims of being wronged, insisting that Gohong's death bore no relation to him. However, despite his explanations, Chen Depang continued to appear troubled. At that moment, Ye Chen discerned what the other desired. "Senior brother, since my arrival at the medicinal herb garden, you have treated me with utmost kindness. Should you require anything in the future, I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my abilities." Upon hearing this, Chen Depang joyfully slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Excellent. Indeed. You are a wise junior brother. Come, Let us share another cup of spirit wine. Once Ye Chen had finished his drink, Chen Depeng casually remarked, the medicines from Falling Soul Mountain hold significant value. I trust you won't disappoint me next time, Ye brother. Feigning difficulty, Ye Chen did not decline. Just then, a female cultivator surnamed Wang sauntered in, her hips swaying gracefully. She draped her arms over Chen Depeng's shoulders, her enchanting gaze shifting to Ye Chen, while Chen Depeng unabashedly placed his hands on her alluring form. Ye Chen, understanding the unspoken implication, said, Senior brother, I still have matters to attend to in my herb garden. I must take my leave. Ah, do not forget that matter, junior brother, Chen Depeng called out. I shall not forget, Ye Chen replied respectfully as he made his way to the exit. After Ye Chen departed, the female cultivator seated herself on Chen Depeng's lap, inquiring curiously, Brother Chen, can this lad truly procure the herbs from Falling Soul Mountain? They are worth quite a fortune in spirit stones. Chen Depeng's complexion revealed a sense of coldness and gravity as he coldly huffed. If this brat deceives me, the law enforcement hall of the sect will deal with him. Chapter 56. The phantom female cultivator. After departing from this place, Ye Chen felt little trepidation in his heart. The spiritual herbs desired by the other party were certainly attainable. However, in the long run, such dealings would be exceedingly detrimental to himself. After all, rare spiritual medicines are scarce, and attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives could lead to trouble. On this night of the full moon, Ye Chen ceased his cultivation. Once again, a crimson mist enveloped the cave, and as before, tendrils of the mist were absorbed into the Jade Pendant. Yet this time, he faintly discerned a peculiar sound emanating from afar, originating from the distant river. This was an unprecedented occurrence, and a flicker of unease stirred within Ye Chen's heart. Help! He discerned the faint voice, unmistakably that of a woman. The emergence of such a sound in this desolate place sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, throughout the years, Ye Chen had not encountered any harm here, which piqued his curiosity. Following the direction of the sound, he cautiously approached the blood-red river. After establishing a protective barrier around himself, he carefully investigated the source of the voice. The river water was murky and guided by the low, haunting sound. He eventually discovered a half-human-sized entrance at the riverbed. Crossing through the water barrier, Ye Chen hunched his body and entered with a sense of unease. This was a narrow, winding passage, seemingly bottomless. As the voice grew clearer in his ears, Ye Chen distinctly felt a tremendous spiritual pressure. He could not help but speculate. Could there be a demon beast or a formidable being imprisoned within? Upon reaching the end of the passage, a stone door barred his way. Upon closer inspection, he noted ancient seals inscribed upon it. However, it appeared that this layer of ancient restraint had already lost its efficacy. No wonder this place had been fraught with incidents over the years. Pushing open the stone door, he was greeted by a vast hall, within which lay a colossal, black coffin. Beneath the coffin rested a massive slab of white marble, intricately etched with numerous Dao patterns. These patterns glimmered with ethereal light, seemingly binding the ominous coffin securely. Such a formidable seal was beyond Ye Chen's capabilities to unlock. At that moment, a thunderous sound began to resonate from within. Ye Chen shook his head and despondently remarked, Predecessor, I am unable to unlock this seal. Moreover, if I were able to, what would I do if the entity within posed a threat to my life? Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, and now understanding the cause of the monthly blood mist's appearance, Ye Chen bowed respectfully and prepared to depart. Do not leave. I am willing to make a deal with you. A cold voice emanated from within the coffin. A deal? Ye Chen murmured contemplatively. Seeing your current level of cultivation is rather low, it is inevitable that you will face bullying within the sect. However, with my presence, your advancement in cultivation will surely be remarkable in the future. Ye Chen felt a flicker of temptation upon hearing this, yet skepticism lingered in his heart. With a smile, he inquired, Senior, might you share your origins? My origins? Huh. Revealing them would likely startle you, came the cold laughter from within the coffin. I am an ancient cultivator, known as the Demoness, possessing unparalleled cultivation. Yet, I fell victim to a nefarious trap, my physical form destroyed, and left with but a remnant of my soul. My adversaries, unwilling to grant me peace, subjected me to the torment of being sealed for millennia. Ye Chen recalled the numerous cultivators who had met tragic ends in the vicinity, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. He retorted, Senior, why do you slay the cultivators nearby? Those who are fated with me shall live. Those who are not shall perish, the female cultivator replied, her tone growing even colder. Ye Chen gasped, realizing that had it not been for the ancestral Jade Pendant he possessed, which had absorbed the surrounding blood mist, he would have long since met his demise. After pondering for a moment, he decided to leave this place. Do not depart. The female cultivator's voice from within the coffin seemed tinged with urgency. Ye Chen candidly stated, Senior, your power is formidable, and I fear that making a deal with you could cost me my life. With that, He resolutely turned to leave. Do not go. Do not go. The voice grew more frantic. Appearing uncertain, she finally declared, if you grant me my freedom, I shall bind myself to you with a soul contract. Serving you for a millennium. Ye Chen felt a flicker of interest. Her terms seemed quite favorable. If indeed he could have such an ally on his path of cultivation, her insights alone would suffice to bolster his strength. What level of cultivation do you currently possess? He inquired casually. I was originally a transformation god cultivator. But now this remnant of my soul possesses the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. The female cultivator lamented from within the coffin. Ye Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Her current power was inferior to that of the masked female cultivator he had encountered previously. Yet, it was also possible that her remaining soul's strength exceeded foundation establishment, and she was deliberately concealing it. Ye Chen contemplated deeply, uncertain of how to proceed. Sensing his hesitation, the female cultivator spoke gently, to forge the soul contract. You must first open this stone coffin. The restrictions have weakened considerably. You need only follow my guidance. Ye Chen remained skeptical. Let us do this. I vow upon my Dao heart that if I do not sign the soul contract with you, I shall never regain my strength, nor shall I ever enter the Dao. Young friend, what do you think of such a vow? The female cultivator implored, her tone tinged with desperation. Ye Chen remained silent. Young friend, how about I now pledge my allegiance to you, declaring you as my master? The female cultivator feared he would leave. Understanding that seizing an opportunity often entails risk, Ye Chen finally acquiesced to her request under her earnest entreaties. Following the techniques imparted by his mentor, Ye Chen, after dedicating 3 arduous days, appeared pallid. Despite the considerable reduction in the formation's might, his comparatively low cultivation level had drained a substantial amount of his spiritual and mental energy. Gradually, the formidable array began to loosen, and the once resplendent barrier's radiance dimmed. Thank you, Master, a gentle voice emanated from within the coffin, belonging to a female cultivator. With a resounding thud, a narrow crevice appeared in the ebony coffin. As Ye Chen curiously peered inside, he discerned nothing amiss. At that moment, a voice floated from behind. Master, I am here. Turning around, he beheld a stunning female specter standing before him, a beautiful apparition. After a brief moment, the phantom became increasingly distinct, revealing her corporeal form. However, the ravages of time had rendered her garments tattered. Her graceful silhouette and exquisite visage unfolded before Ye Chen like a delicate ink painting. A breathtaking landscape that one could gaze upon endlessly. The ethereal maiden let out a soft, delicate hum, prompting Ye Chen to regain his composure, slightly embarrassed. Chapter 57. The Soul Contract and Becoming an Inner Sect Disciple. Thank you for your rescue, Master. Let us commence the signing of the Soul Contract. Ye Chen inquired, earlier. You mentioned your name is Yeoheim. What is your true name? Master, my true name is Xia Qingfeng. You may call me Qingfeng from now on, she replied. Ye Chen smiled and nodded. I have a set of male attire. Please wear this for now. As you command. Qingfeng responded with a slight bow. Observing her pristine and smooth form, Ye Chen felt his throat dry. Once she was fully attired, she presented her conditions. Master, before you perform the soul's secret art, I kindly request 3 conditions. The first condition, as we previously discussed, is that I shall serve you for 1,000 years. The second condition is that when you gain strength, you will assist me in eliminating my enemies. The third condition is that, due to my current weakened state, I will be in slumber for most of the month and cannot be summoned at will. Agreed. Ye Chen recognized that her stipulations were not overly demanding and promptly acquiesced. In the following hour, Qingfeng meticulously executed the soul's secret art, and once concluded, Ye Chen finally felt at ease. She was indeed captivating, evoking a desire to reach out and touch her. Master, at present, I am merely a remnant soul without a physical body, and I cannot maintain this form for long. It would be best to reside within an item of yours. Ye Chen pondered for a moment, realizing he could not reveal the Jade Pendant space. But within his storage bag lay an ancient sword that could serve as her sanctuary. Upon retrieving the ancient sword from his storage bag, Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, this is an ancient renowned sword. I never anticipated it would be in your possession. Is it the sword of Emosia? Ye Chen remarked, having not noticed its extraordinary nature, for it was merely a high-grade magical artifact at present. Master, this sword will only unleash its formidable power once you ascend to the core formation realm. I have chosen the demonic abode as my residence, Qingfeng remarked with a smile. Furthermore, I shall become your sword spirit, enhancing the sword's might in due course. With that, Qingfeng swiftly entered the sword. Ye Chen surveyed the hall for any usable items. But after a thorough examination, he was left utterly disappointed. The longevity of this formation relied primarily on the spirit stones contained within the chests in the hall. Once the spirit energy of the stones was depleted, it would be sustained solely by the subtle spiritual essence of the Red River. Upstream of the Red River lay the sect's spiritual mine, explaining why Xia Qingfeng had been casting spells here, creating various disturbances over the years. Seemingly recalling something, Ye Chen inquired, "What is your current strength? Can you reach the foundation establishment level?" However, Qingfeng within the ancient sword replied, "Master, I have just broken through the restrictions and need to rest for now." Ye Chen was momentarily speechless. The aura Qingfeng had previously exhibited seemed quite powerful, yet now it felt entirely absent. After another fruitless glance around, he returned to his cave. Upon exiting the Red River, he discovered it was already daylight. In the vicinity of the cave, he spotted a female cultivator lingering, seemingly waiting for a long time. It was Ting, who had been excited for quite a while upon learning that Ye Chen was at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement stage. She had searched for him several times. But during this period, Ye Chen had not returned to the cave daily due to his recent visit to the soul-descending mountain. "Senior sister," Ye Chen greeted warmly, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Ting's eyes widened as she curiously scrutinized him. Indeed, he was a 10th layer Qi refiner, a cultivator of the late Qi refinement stage. "Ah, junior brother, you have been deceiving your senior sister." Ting feigned anger. Ye Chen could only helplessly explain that it was a necessity. Upon hearing this, Ting nodded and cheerfully stated, "I have come today to take you to the sect master's grand hall." "What is this about?" Ye Chen asked, perplexed. Ting's expression turned serious as she replied, "The sect has regulations that require any cultivator advancing to the 9th layer of Qi refinement to visit the sect master's grand hall to complete the necessary procedures for entering the inner sect. If these procedures are delayed excessively, one may attract unwanted attention from certain individuals. What if they unjustly accuse you of disrespecting the sect?" In truth, Ye Chen did not wish to become too deeply enmeshed with the sect, as he contemplated escaping this demonic sect one day. This thought filled him with a sense of apprehension. Initially, he had intended to search for Li Mushui, but her purple mist peak was perpetually shrouded in a thick haze, a powerful illusionary formation. Moreover, for the L family, concealing his true cultivation level seemed to bring shame to their core formation cultivators, and rumors might circulate that he was a core formation cultivator himself, further elevating the status of the Bone Elder. Though Lu Ting felt discontent regarding Ye Chen's concealed cultivation, her perception of him elevated upon discovering his substantial realm. Now, with him overseeing the spirit herb garden at the soul-collecting mountain of the infamous Bone Elder, her concerns deepened. This Bone Elder was notorious for his ruthless cruelty. The sect's grand hall was situated atop the cloud-embracing peak, bustling with cultivators coming and going. Particularly, the beautiful Lu Ting attracted the attention of numerous male demonic cultivators. However, upon noticing the character Lu embroidered on her attire, their covetous thoughts were swiftly dispelled. Yet, they regarded the male cultivators accompanying her with disdain. The 4 Qi refinement cultivators stationed at the entrance of the grand hall greeted Lu Ting with warm smiles upon her arrival. "Sister, it has been quite a while since we last met," one handsome cultivator inquired. "I am here to see Master Yan and assist my junior in processing his inner sect disciple formalities," she replied. Understanding the situation, the guards quickly ushered Lu Ting and Ye Chen into the inner hall. Inside, an elder in his 50s was engrossed in fervent writing, seemingly addressing a challenging matter with a serious demeanor. Noticing Lu Ting's presence, he promptly stood and smiled, saying, "Please take a seat, Disciple Lu." Although Lu Ting hailed from a golden core family, she preferred not to flaunt her lineage. She respectfully returned the greeting and stated, "Disciple Lu pays her respects to Master Yan. I have come today to assist my junior in processing his entry into the inner sect." Master Yan glanced at Ye Chen and remarked, "Indeed, a handsome talent, quite impressive. Disciple, I shall facilitate your entry into the inner sect." However, upon realizing that Ye Chen was already at the 10th level of Qi refinement and had only now come to report to the Grand Hall, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Could it be that he looked down upon the demonic sect? Yet, upon noticing that Li Mushui was recorded as his introducer, he couldn't help but scrutinize Ye Chen further. Anyone valued by the 2 influential Golden Core families surely had an extraordinary background. With this thought, Master Yan's previous unease dissipated. For was it not these cultivation families that determined his position as master? "Disciple, now that you have become an inner sect disciple, your monthly allocation of spirit stones and elixirs will increase significantly. In addition to these basic benefits, you may select a cultivation site rich in spiritual energy." Ye Chen had already made up his mind to remain in his current dwelling until he became a foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, he respectfully replied, "Master Yan, I would prefer to keep my residence unchanged for the time being. I appreciate your concern." Master Yan seemed to wholeheartedly agree with his perspective, nodding in approval. After completing the inner sect disciple formalities, Ye Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Exiting the grand hall, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Lu Ting. However, just as they exchanged smiles, a sudden streak of light appeared nearby, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure left them momentarily breathless. Ye Chen looked on with curiosity, only to discover that the individual before him was none other than Li Mushui. At that moment, she still wore a veil, her gaze coolly resting upon the two, particularly upon Ye Chen, where a hint of frostiness lingered in her eyes. The sight of the two behaving like a couple stirred a sense of indignation within her. "Disciple, greetings to the ancestor," they both exclaimed in unison. Yet, Li Mushui remained silent, casting a dark look at them before gracefully departing as swiftly as a shooting rainbow. Beside her, Lu Ting observed with intrigue. She recognized the Golden Core Elder. This individual was known for her icy demeanor, and in previous encounters, a nod of acknowledgement would have followed Lu Ting's respectful greeting. Today, however, an air of chill enveloped the atmosphere. Ye Chen, sensing the unease, was puzzled, yet understood the sentiments underlying her expression. As expected, upon returning to the cave that evening, he found Li Mushui awaiting him. The cave was imbued with an overwhelming spiritual pressure, and upon removing her veil, Li Mushui's countenance bore a grim expression. Her features, sculpted with elegance, her bright eyes, and her exquisitely curved physique, truly justified her title as the most beautiful woman of the sect. Unsure of what to say and feeling a wave of awkwardness, Ye Chen gently remarked, "I pay my respects, ancestrally." Upon hearing this, Li Mushui's face darkened with anger as she coldly inquired, "What business brought you to the hall of the sect leader today?" "Disciple was recently discovered by the White Bone Master while concealing my cultivation level, and was subsequently taken to the Soul Descent Mountain. Today, I went to process my admission as an inner disciple," Ye Chen explained. Li Mushui's expression shifted to one of realization, her icy demeanor gradually softening. In recent days, she had been secluding herself to cultivate and seek antidotes to suppress the toxins within her body. However, the peculiar nature of these toxins made them resistant to expulsion. Her visit to the hall of the sect leader was to assign tasks to disciples for gathering spiritual herbs. To her surprise, she encountered Ye Chen and Lu Ting in jovial conversation, which provoked a surge of jealousy within her. Now, hearing his explanation, she felt a flicker of delight. Yet, the knowledge of Ye Chen's presence in the White Bone Master's herb garden stirred concern within her. The White Bone Master possessed formidable strength and unfathomable cultivation. Even she had to tread carefully around him. Ye Chen, noting the fluctuations in Li Mushui's expression, grew anxious. "Exercise caution while at Soul Descent Mountain. The White Bone Master is no benevolent figure. Should you find yourself in peril, shatter the talisman I gave you, and I shall come to your aid." Ye Chen's heart soared at her words, and he bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Ancestor Li." In response, Li Mushui's demeanor darkened once more. After a moment, she shyly suggested, "In private, you may call me sister." "Sister?" Ye Chen was taken aback, as the individual before him was centuries his senior. Such a title for a venerable elder seemed inappropriate. "What? Are you unwilling?" Li Mushui's expression turned frigid in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen promptly exclaimed, "Greetings, senior sister." Upon hearing this, Li Mushui's face broke into a subtle smile, and a wave of relief washed over her. The change in address seemed to draw them closer, bridging the gap between them. With a gaze brimming with warmth, Li Mushui slowly approached Ye Chen. In a familiar gesture, she cast a spell upon him, rendering him immobile, and gently covered his eyes with her garment. Ye Chen soon slipped into a blissful dream. Meanwhile, Qing Feng, the spirit of the ancient flying sword, observed the scene with an enigmatic smile, her cheeks flushed. For countless millennia, she had never experienced the joys of romantic affection. After an indeterminate time, Ye Chen finally awoke, only to find that the enchanting figure had vanished. Leaving behind some medicinal pills on the table, rubbing his sore waist, he shook his head faintly. The disparity in their realms was an insurmountable chasm. Although he had reached the third level of body refinement, he could not endure for long. After consuming some pills, he gradually began to regain his strength. A day later, he finally felt well again. Just as he exhaled a breath of relief, feeling rejuvenated, the sword spirit Qing Feng emerged slowly from the ancient sword. With a radiant smile, she slightly restrained her expression and said, "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring such a lovely companion." Ye Chen smiled wryly upon hearing this and shook his head lightly. "Master, there is something I wonder if I should mention." "What do you mean?" "We are already bonded as master and servant. There is no need for such formality." Ye Chen replied with a curious smile. "Master, in truth, this lady has been poisoned." The sword spirit Qing Feng blinked and said, "Poisoned?" Ye Chen's heart jolted in alarm. Indeed, the poison in her is from the seven-colored Luo flower. Ye Chen frowned deeply, for he had never heard of such a poison, causing him to feel a surge of concern. "Master, you need not worry excessively. This poison is a springtime affliction that requires consummation to alleviate, otherwise, it could lead to a fatal explosion of her body." "Ah!" Ye Chen gasped in shock. "Is there an antidote?" He could hardly fathom the cruelty of this poison. Who would dare to inflict such harm upon a fairy? Master, you need not fret. This poison can be resolved through consummation, and moreover, once she advances to the Nascent Soul stage, it will naturally be cured. Though Ye Chen found some logic in this, he felt it was exceedingly perilous. What if one day he were not by her side? Would she not be in danger? Seeing Ye Chen's deep concern, the sword spirit Qing Feng smiled and said, "In fact, there are ways to counteract the poison, but the required spiritual herbs are quite rare." Ye Chen replied calmly, "Simply tell me the names of these herbs. The rest is not for you to worry about." Noting the firmness in his tone, Qing Feng felt a hint of displeasure but smiled nonetheless, writing down the names of the needed herbs and the method for concocting the antidote on a bamboo slip. Chapter 59. Becoming a personal disciple. Upon perusing the catalog of spiritual herbs inscribed on the bamboo slips, Ye Chen felt a chilling sensation wash over him, for he had never encountered such herbs before. Assisting Li Mu Shui in her quest to condense her Yuan Ying required a plethora of spiritual herbs. However, given her current status as a mid-stage Jade cultivator, the prospect seemed exceedingly distant. At that moment, Ye Chen contemplated engaging in black market transactions and sought to locate Qianfu Lai, or perhaps attend an auction. Regardless of the exorbitant prices of these spiritual herbs, he was resolute in acquiring them. After making the necessary preparations, Ye Chen harvested some spiritual herbs and hastened towards the black market. However, he carried only a limited quantity, wary of attracting unwanted attention. Many of the herbs he possessed were favored by foundational cultivators and were immensely popular within the black market, selling out in no time. Once this task was accomplished, Ye Chen began searching for Qianfu Lai within the market. After a thorough search, he found Qian's stall rather deserted. Since the passage of time following the opening of the secret realm, business had been lackluster. Upon seeing Ye Chen approach, Qian's eyes brightened. "Ah, my friend. Long time no see. Come, let us go to the tea house." Qian greeted him warmly. In a private room of the tea house, the two indulged in the delicate flavors of spiritual tea. "My friend, I have come to seek your assistance in uncovering the origins of certain spiritual herbs," Ye Chen stated. Taking a sip of the tea, Qian, intrigued, replied, "Leave this matter to me, rest assured." Ye Chen retrieved the bamboo slip detailing the spiritual herbs from his storage bag, though it contained only a fraction of the list, as he did not wish to attract the attention of those with malicious intent. After glancing at the slip, Qian's expression was one of puzzlement. He had never heard of these herbs before. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, he accepted the slip with a faint smile, saying, "Come back to inquire in 6 months." "Thank you for your assistance," Ye Chen replied, elated. Upon returning to the spiritual herb garden, Ye Chen noticed a female cultivator standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his arrival. This woman was the beautiful foundational cultivator who had accompanied the Bone Master on that fateful day. "Disciple pays respect to my esteemed aunt." Ye Chen greeted respectfully. The enchanting foundational cultivator nodded and introduced herself. "I am Yunming. Today, my master has sent me to find you." "Sent for me?" Ye Chen recalled the ominous visage of the Bone Master, and trepidation gripped his heart. Noticing the fear etched on Ye Chen's face, Yunming merely smiled coldly. The residence of the Bone Master was situated atop the highest peak of the Falling Soul Mountain, consisting of a main hall and several auxiliary halls. From a distance, one could see smoke swirling and hear sounds emanating from some of the auxiliary halls. Perceiving Ye Chen's curiosity, Yunming said indifferently, "That is my master refining pills." At that moment, Ye Chen recalled mentioning alchemy in front of the Lu surnamed Jade cultivator, who had implied that someone would take him in eventually. However, the Bone Master did not strike him as a benevolent figure. Could it be that he would genuinely extend a kind hand to guide him in the path of alchemy? As Ye Chen pondered within, he inadvertently stepped into a secluded hall. The atmosphere within was shrouded in swirling mist, and at its center stood a grand alchemical furnace. At that moment, the skeletal figure was enacting spells to concoct elixirs, deftly weaving hand gestures while infusing the furnace with a series of intricate incantations. The movements were fluid and natural, and before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, heralding the success of the potion. With a triumphant sound, the furnace began to rise, and a crimson pill ascended, emanating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. Seeing this, Yunming promptly expressed his reverence, saying, "Congratulations, Master." On advancing further in the art of alchemy, a chilling laughter echoed through the hall. Once the skeletal figure had savored the moment, Yunming announced, "Master, I have brought the person you requested." The skeletal figure turned, regarding Ye Chen with a sardonic smile, and remarked, "I have heard that your cultivation of spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden has been commendable, with no significant issues arising thus far." Ye Chen humbly replied, "It is merely luck on my part." The skeletal figure took a couple of steps within the hall before glancing at Yunming and declaring, "These newly refined elixirs shall be your reward." Yunming's countenance paled in astonishment. "What? You do not wish to accept them?" A flicker of coldness flashed in the skeletal figure's eyes. Yunming dared not retort, hastily expressing gratitude. Thank you, master. After uttering this, he swallowed the crimson pill with haste. Very well, you may leave for now. Yes, master. Yunming bowed deeply and exited the hall in a state of fluster. The skeletal figure cast a casual glance at Ye Chen and remarked, Old Lu specifically recommended you to me. I had not anticipated your remarkable concealment of talents. Possessing both physical and spiritual cultivation, along with proficiency in nurturing spiritual plants. Ye Chen was taken aback, realizing that this golden core cultivator had discerned his dual cultivation without him having to reveal it. However, he understood that the path of alchemy was fraught with challenges. Possessing some refinement techniques did not equate to superiority. Ultimately, what mattered was the strength of one's spiritual consciousness. The greater the control over one's spiritual power, the higher the success rate of concocting elixirs. Since you aspire to pursue the path of alchemy, let me assess the strength of your spiritual consciousness. Before Ye Chen could react, a formidable force enveloped him, immobilizing his entire being. Pain coursed through his head as if a powerful entity sought to invade his mind. At that moment, Ye Chen's face contorted with anguish, his complexion flushed as he clutched his head and writhed upon the hall floor. The skeletal figure observed with icy eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he intensified his magical incantations. In that critical moment, Ye Chen's internal life and death formula commenced its operation, tirelessly repairing his damaged spiritual essence. Oh, the skeletal figure seemed taken aback. He continued to weave hand gestures, amplifying his spell's potency. Time became indiscernible as Ye Chen's consciousness began to blur, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet the skeletal figure remained unyielding, persisting in his incantations, eager to witness how long Ye Chen could endure. At this moment, Ye Chen's consciousness had arrived in the small realm within the Jade Pendant space. Before him, a colossal stone tablet radiated a continuous golden light. It was this very golden luminescence that tirelessly mended his damaged spirit. Upon the golden glow, intricate runes shimmered. Just as Ye Chen widened his eyes, studying the enigmatic golden symbols in disbelief, he heard the voice of the Bone Elder beside him. Ha! Indeed. You shall henceforth be the 20th disciple of me, the Bone Elder. At this juncture, Ye Chen had regained his senses and deliberately feigned a state of near collapse. The Bone Elder glanced at the pitiful state of Ye Chen and remarked with satisfaction, You're quite adept at acting. This pleases me. You shall be one of my 5 most cherished disciples. Ye Chen was taken aback. To become the disciple of a demon, and a cherished one at that? What's the matter? Do you look down upon your master? The Bone Elder's eyes glinted ominously. Upon hearing the coldness in his voice, Ye Chen felt a surge of panic and quickly bowed respectfully, stating, Disciple is merely overwhelmed with excitement and momentarily forgot the proper decorum. I beg for Master's forgiveness. In truth, Ye Chen had no intention of becoming the disciple of this figure. Moreover, he already possessed a sword spirit, Qingfeng, who had once attained the divine transformation level, an embodiment of a living cultivation manual, well-versed in alchemy, formations, spirit plants, talismans, and puppetry, a master of myriad arts of cultivation. Noticing Ye Chen's utmost reverence, the Bone Elder smiled and said, Very well, since you are to be my disciple, your cultivation is far too low. That cannot do. Here, I have a pill that will swiftly enhance your strength. With that, a crimson pill floated before Ye Chen. Gazing at the red pill, memories of crimson blood flooded his mind, making him momentarily hesitant, especially since he had just witnessed a foundational female cultivator reluctantly consume it. Meanwhile, the Bone Elder observed Ye Chen with a discerning gaze. The young man was astute, adept in both law and spirit, aligning perfectly with the Elder's tastes. However, should he disobey, the Elder would not hesitate to eliminate him. Such talent was indeed rare, yet not insurmountable to replace. However, if he were to consume the pill, that would be a different matter altogether. As Ye Chen's thoughts raced, he revealed no hesitation and promptly swallowed the pill, expressing his gratitude profusely. Once ingested, a metallic taste spread within him. Ye Chen understood this was a means of control, yet under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Seeing such compliance from Ye Chen, the Bone Elder's murderous intent dissipated. Ha! Excellent. Now hand me your identity token. The Bone Elder continued to weave hand gestures and write incantations, ultimately imbuing a brilliant spell into the token. With this identity token, you shall have unrestricted access to this place and the Spirit Herb Garden, and you must read all the books related to alchemy within 3 months. A rustling sound echoed in the grand hall, and 30 books were neatly stacked before Ye Chen. Ye Chen hastily gathered the books, respectfully expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. For your nurturing, I shall certainly read them all. Observing the gesture of the Bone Elder, Ye Chen swiftly departed from the grand hall. Upon returning to his cave, he exhaled deeply. Being accepted as a direct disciple did not fill him with joy. It felt as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld. Yet, The thought of the pill he had consumed filled him with dread, leading to bouts of nausea. However, now that the elixir had merged with his being, expelling it seemed impossible. At that moment, the sword spirit, Qing Feng, gracefully emerged from the ancient flying sword and gently remarked, "Master, there is no need for undue concern regarding that black pill. I possess the antidote. You need only gather these spiritual herbs." Qing Feng began to inscribe various details onto a bamboo slip, and before long, a plethora of information regarding the spiritual herbs appeared on the jade tablet. Yet, as Ye Chen scrutinized the details, he was taken aback. The names, forms, and properties of these herbs were all exceedingly rare. To seek such rare herbs, one would have to venture into secret realms or major auction houses, requiring an immense quantity of spirit stones. Ye Chen shook his head. Although the Jade Pendant could cultivate spiritual herbs, it required periodic nurturing, otherwise, it would not expedite their growth. Obtaining a large supply of herbs in a short time and selling them swiftly was out of the question. Noticing Ye Chen's troubled expression, Qing Feng understood his thoughts and decided to reveal more about the pill. "Master, that old wretch provided you with a bone-shattering pill crafted from ancient formulas. Upon consumption, it only grants you a lifespan of 300 years. The effects will manifest periodically, inducing excruciating pain." "What?" Ye Chen exclaimed, utterly astonished. He could not fathom the cruelty of the Bone Elder, who would not spare even his direct disciples. Upon reflection, it became clear that the Bone Elder, being a Jade cultivator with a lifespan of 500 years, would naturally wish to prevent his disciples from harboring vengeful thoughts. Seeing the anguish on Ye Chen's face, Qing Feng offered comfort. "In truth, there is no need for excessive worry, Master. If you can find these spiritual herbs within a century, you will be able to cleanse the toxins from your body entirely. Since that old wretch has taken you as a disciple, he will likely provide some antidote in the future, though it may only delay the onset of the affliction." Ye Chen nodded in response, choosing to remain silent. He then retrieved the books bestowed by the Bone Elder from his storage bag and began to read them meticulously. These tomes encompassed a vast array of subjects: the identification and selection of alchemical furnaces, the recognition and refinement of spiritual herbs, the crafting of elixirs, and control of fire, the pairing of herbs and pharmacological knowledge, the assessment of age and analysis of medicinal properties, as well as the relationship between the inner cores of magical beasts and botanical arts. The content was intricate and complex for an ordinary cultivator. Memorizing 30 volumes within 3 months would be a formidable challenge. However, for Ye Chen, it posed no difficulty. His passion for reading, coupled with a commendable memory, drew him into the enchanting world of botanical arts. In the ensuing 3 months, Ye Chen diligently tended to the spirit herb garden while immersing himself in books. He observed that ever since he became the direct disciple of the White Bone Master, he was met with profound respect from the cultivators of the soul-descending mountain wherever he went. Even the foundation-building cultivators who came to harvest spirit herbs in the garden treated him with utmost courtesy. These cultivators were acutely aware that being a direct disciple of the White Bone Master would eventually lead to engagement in the alchemical arts. Establishing a good rapport with Ye Chen now would surely yield benefits in the future. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, he had become a lively topic of conversation within the sect. The fact that a mere chi-refining cultivator had ascended to the status of a direct disciple of the White Bone Master astonished many. The name of the White Bone Master carried a terrifying weight in the cultivation world. Numerous golden core cultivators in the sect steered clear of him. Consequently, many began to inquire about Ye Chen's true identity. However, upon discovering that he possessed only a false spiritual root, they adopted a more voyeuristic attitude, speculating that the White Bone Master might simply be indulging a fleeting whim and could very well decide to eliminate Ye Chen at any moment. Such rumors, however, posed a threat to Chen Depeo and Lu Wentai, who had long sought to extort Ye Chen. After all, with a golden core cultivator backing him, any interference could spell disaster for the two chi-refining cultivators. The 3 months passed swiftly. One day, after concluding the final book, Ye Chen let out a long sigh. Just as he prepared to head towards the grand hall where the White Bone Master resided, he felt a sudden surge of pain enveloping his entire body. This agony forced him to curl up on the ground, trembling, as his consciousness began to blur. Ye Chen realized that the bone-shattering pill had commenced its affliction. Chapter 61. The Trial of the White Bone Master. As Ye Chen's complexion turned pale and his expression grew contorted, the sword spirit, Qing Shui, hastily produced a pill. This elixir, painstakingly concocted by her through the careful combination of available spirit herbs, could not eliminate the toxicity, but could alleviate the pain. After Ye Chen ingested it, the trembling and pain gradually subsided. No wonder the White Bone Master had allotted him merely 3 months. Upon the arrival of that deadline, he would be left in unbearable suffering, unable to pass the trial, and death would be his fate. With this thought, Ye Chen harbored immense resentment towards the White Bone Master. 2 days later, he appeared in the grand hall atop the mountain. The beautiful foundation-building female cultivator, Ye Chen, noticed his poor complexion and shook her head disapprovingly. The initial trial set by the Whitebone Master was notoriously rigorous. Over the years, many direct and registered disciples had perished at this juncture. Ye Chen's cultivation was far inferior to that of the other practitioners, and it seemed this trial posed a dire threat to him. The pallor of Ye Chen's face was attributed to his meticulous recollection of the books he had read over the past 3 months, searching for any remaining gaps in his memory. Noticing Yun Meng's presence, he slightly bowed and said, "I pay my respects to senior sister." With an impassive expression, Yun Meng nodded subtly and replied, "The master will arrive shortly. Please wait here for a moment." Ye Chen stood quietly in the luminous and polished grand hall, awaiting the arrival of the Bone Elder. An hour passed, yet the Bone Elder did not appear. Ye Chen remained steadfast, unwilling to exhibit any signs of impatience. Another hour elapsed, and still, nothing changed. Yun Meng, the foundation-building female cultivator, observed the scene with mild astonishment, never having anticipated that this new junior brother possessed such composure and stability of character. At that moment, a radiant arc suddenly appeared, accompanied by an overwhelming spiritual pressure. It was none other than the Bone Elder. Disciple pays respects to master. Yun Meng and Ye Chen spoke in unison, bowing respectfully. The Bone Elder, with an icy gaze, nodded slightly and turned to Ye Chen, inquiring, "How fare your studies?" Reporting to master, "The disciple has memorized everything," Ye Chen replied. The Bone Elder coldly chuckled. "Is that so? Then enlighten me on how the Luoxia grass and the Meng Luo flower can be combined with the inner cores of demon beasts." "Yes, master. The Luoxia grass possesses a yin attribute, and it is best to select an inner core obtained within a month, as its attribute will be of a heating nature. When combined, their medicinal properties can be maximized. The Meng Luo flower has a softening effect on the inner core of demon beasts during the alchemical process. Once the inner core is fully integrated with other spiritual herbs, this particular herb can be added at the end." The Bone Elder nodded in acknowledgement. He then proceeded to present a series of 20 exceedingly obscure and peculiar questions, to which Ye Chen responded with remarkable fluency. A flicker of surprise appeared in the Bone Elder's eyes, as if he were contemplating something significant. "Ha! Well done. Since you have passed the first trial, here is your antidote," the Bone Elder declared, retrieving a white elixir bottle from his storage pouch and waving his hand, causing the bottle to float gently before Ye Chen. "Thank you, master." Ye Chen feigned excitement in his response. "Over the next 3 months, you must successfully refine the blazing flame pill, with no restrictions on its grade. Come with me," the Bone Elder instructed, leading Ye Chen and Yun Meng to another location designated for alchemical practices. Ye Chen noticed the plaque above the entrance inscribed with 3 large characters, Soulful Hall. Within the hall were approximately 20 distinct alchemical furnaces, and around 10 disciples were diligently performing their alchemical techniques. The majority of these disciples were at the foundation building stage, while the remainder were at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen realized that his cultivation level was indeed the lowest among them. As the disciples recognized the arrival of the Bone Elder, they redoubled their efforts in alchemy, creating a haze of smoke and a fragrant aroma that filled the air. They then bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Disciples pay respects to master." These disciples were not direct disciples, but were curious about the Bone Elder's newest chosen disciple. Indeed, he was merely a 10th-layer Qi refiner, with cultivation not particularly impressive. It was unclear how he had garnered the Bone Elder's favor. Nevertheless, since he had been accepted as a direct disciple, there must be some merit in him. Just then, a burnt odor wafted from one of the alchemical furnaces, revealing a failed concoction. The Bone Elder's brow furrowed in displeasure, while the disciple responsible for the failure hurriedly knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground. Too fearful to utter a word, the White Bone Elder coldly remarked, "The time for obtaining the antidote has been postponed." Upon hearing this, the disciple quickly expressed his gratitude, thanking his master for sparing his life. Gazing around at the assembled disciples, the White Bone Elder continued, "Today, I shall demonstrate the process of refining the explosive pill." He then produced an enormous alchemical furnace from his storage bag and, with a gentle wave of his hand, formed a formation around the furnace. This was a fire-controlling array, enabling precise regulation of the flames. The White Bone Elder commenced the pill-making process with fluid grace. He began by demonstrating how to extract spiritual herbs, knead them, and infuse them with spiritual energy. Following this, after preheating the furnace, he illustrated the method of casting the ingredients and manipulating the incantations. Despite his cunning and ruthlessness, the White Bone Elder possessed extraordinary skills in alchemy, captivating Ye Chen entirely as he meticulously memorized and absorbed every step of the procedure. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, signaling the successful refinement of 5 pale blue explosive pills. The onlookers were in awe. exclaiming their admiration and congratulating their master on his enhanced prowess. Chuckling heartily, the white-bone elder turned his gaze toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen promptly acknowledged. Master's prowess is indeed remarkable. I have seen it clearly. Very well, the elder replied. This is my accumulation of insights into refining the blazing flame pill. But I shall only grant you 3 months. With those words, he vanished like a shooting rainbow. Yunming cast a gentle glance at Ye Chen and said, 3 months is rather tight for refining the blazing flame pill. However, the path of alchemy is inherently arduous, and Master wishes for you to grow quickly. There are many spiritual herbs here for pill refinement. Do not hesitate to utilize them. Ye Chen, somewhat taken aback, could hardly believe that the typically timid Yunming would speak on behalf of the white-bone elder. Looking to the opposite side of the great hall, he indeed found an abundance of spiritual herbs for crafting the blazing flame pill, a distinct advantage of being a direct disciple. After acquiring a substantial quantity of materials for refinement, Ye Chen prepared to return to his cave to begin the process. Upon returning, the sword spirit, Qingfeng, cheerfully remarked, Master, the pill-making techniques of the white-bone elder can only be considered rudimentary. There is little of merit in them. Ye Chen, however, disagreed, believing that his careful observations had yielded significant insights. With a slight smile, Qingfeng took the furnace from Ye Chen and began to refine the pills. His hand movements were swift and his techniques far more adept, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Before long, the blazing flame pill was successfully refined. Master, the art of alchemy emphasizes the control of one's spiritual essence, which is precisely why the white-bone elder chose you. This was yet another test for you, and I suspect he will find use for you in the future, Qingfeng explained. Ye Chen seemed to gain sudden clarity, recalling the white-bone elder's cunning gaze. This man was undoubtedly shrewd, and the secrets of alchemy were not easily imparted. Yet, he remained uncertain of the elder's true intentions, though he was certain they were not benevolent. Chapter 62, The Successful Refinement of Elixirs. Master, I possess a unique ancient method for concocting elixirs. Should you grasp its essence, you may find yourself less tormented by the white-bone master in the future. Upon uttering these words, a jade slip emerged from the hands of the sword spirit, Qingfeng. Fatigued from the recent elixir refinement, Qingfeng slowly retreated into the ancient sword. Ye Chen did not immediately examine the jade slip. Instead, he first turned his attention to the white-bone master's notes on elixir refinement. Indeed, it contained detailed insights into the crafting of the flame elixir for qi refinement practitioners, including an intricate step-by-step process illustrated in various sections. However, the handwriting was hasty and illegible, failing to reflect the prowess of a distinguished alchemist. The notes encompassed both successes and failures, detailing instances of furnace explosions, inadequate heat leading to unsuccessful refinements, and premature openings resulting in squandered efforts. They also captured the elation associated with successful concoctions. While it was ostensibly a treatise on elixir crafting, it resembled more of a daily log, documenting every minutiae in a stream of consciousness style. Some sections were clearly articulated, while others were exceedingly vague and chaotic. If one were to follow these notes to refine the flame elixir within 3 months, it would appear nearly impossible. Nevertheless, there were indeed valuable insights that could help navigate the path of elixir crafting more efficiently in the future. Notably, it emphasized the importance of sincerity and tranquility, cautioning against arrogance and impatience during the process. After meticulously reviewing the notes, Ye Chen nodded in acknowledgement, surprised by the white-bone master's depth of knowledge. His gaze then shifted to the jade slip left by Qingfeng, filled with curiosity about the method of elixir refinement it contained. This method, rooted in ancient practices, emphasized the utilization of spiritual energy and was titled The 5 Transformations of the Soul Elixir. It expounded upon the refinement of various elixirs employing different forms of soul transformation. The 5 transformations of the soul elixir encompassed 5 realms: qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, and spirit transformation, each manipulated through varying degrees of spiritual power. As the saying goes, yin and yang counteract, yin and yang generate. All things are one. The crafting of elixirs demands a harmonious alignment of timing, location, and human factors. Ye Chen primarily focused on the methods pertinent to the qi refinement stage. Before long, an expression of astonishment graced his face as he discovered the extraordinary techniques for elixir crafting. The death and life technique had previously mentioned soul transformations, categorizing them into the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Having previously cultivated the death and life technique, he found himself endowed with a unique comprehension of the present 5 transformations of the soul elixir. 10 days later, he finally grasped the method of soul transformation for elixir refinement at the qi stage. With ample preparation in place, Ye Chen was ready to commence the crafting of elixirs. He began by blending a portion of the spiritual herbs required for the flame elixir in precise proportions, kneading, and extracting their essence without pause. These are the primary spiritual herbs for concocting elixirs, while the remaining herbs are gradually added in subsequent stages to allow for their mutual fusion. Afterward, I retrieved the alchemical furnace from my storage pouch and began to arrange a rudimentary fire control array around it, a method I had learned from the Bone Elder. With the compass continuously calculating, I positioned over a dozen spirit stones and set up array flags, thereby forming a simple yet effective formation. I then commenced the preheating of the furnace, having studied the countless failures documented by the Bone Elder. Cautiously, I avoided potential missteps. As I began to introduce the spiritual herbs and meticulously control the heat, a delightful fragrance of the elixir began to emanate from within. The process of refining the primary elixir is indeed a lengthy endeavor. During the ensuing time, I merely needed to maintain the heat and continuously add the remaining herbs. My primary actions were guided by the alchemical insights of the Bone Elder, yet I extensively employed my spiritual consciousness. With my formidable mental acuity, I sensed the subtle changes of the herbs within the furnace, never overlooking even the slightest crack that appeared. Before long, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within the furnace, marking the first success in my refining process. Following the techniques outlined in the 5 transformations of soul elixirs, I continued to manipulate the heat and the hue of the elixir. As I added herb after herb, the furnace was filled with a fragrant aroma. The initial attempt at refining the elixir proceeded rather smoothly. Soon, as the furnace cooled, I was ready to unveil the result. However, to my dismay, a burnt odor wafted from within. Ultimately, the endeavor ended in failure, and in a moment of mental instability, my efforts were in vain. I could only shake my head in disappointment. Subsequent attempts at refining the elixir did not unfold as seamlessly. Some elixirs failed immediately upon introduction. Others faltered due to incomplete impurity removal during kneading, and yet others collapsed due to improper use of spiritual energy. The path of alchemy is undeniably arduous. Yet, the urgency of producing a successful elixir weighed heavily upon me, especially when recalling the excruciating pain inflicted by the bone shatter elixir within my body. Thus, I hastened my efforts. Fortunately, I had an ample supply of spiritual herbs, and after numerous failures, I finally succeeded in refining a batch of fire elixirs in the 3rd month. Although it was merely a low-grade elixir, it would suffice to satisfy the Bone Elder's requirements. Gazing at the elixir in my hand, I exhaled a sigh of relief. Curiosity piqued regarding the Bone Elder's true intentions. I summoned the sword spirit, Clear Wind. Master, the refinement of this fire elixir is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in elevating its grade. I have meticulously reviewed each step of your process, and now you need only to improve in the following areas to enhance the quality of the elixir to a mid-grade. Upon hearing this, my heart swelled with joy. Should I succeed in refining a mid-grade fire elixir, the Bone Elder would surely regard me with newfound respect, and his plans would unfold ahead of schedule. In the coming days, the ethereal spirit of Jianling Qingfeng continuously offered guidance, occasionally demonstrating techniques personally. The only downside was that after expending her spiritual consciousness, she was compelled to return to slumber within the ancient sword. After enduring numerous failed attempts at concocting elixirs, at last, the medium-grade flame elixir was successfully refined. Holding the pale blue pill in his hand, Ye Chen revealed a long-lost smile. With 3 months nearing completion, the toxicity of the shattered bone elixir began to manifest once more within him. At that moment, curled upon the ground, he trembled, his consciousness gradually fading. This episode was markedly more severe than the last. No wonder the elixir was aptly named the Shattered Bone Elixir, for it indeed inflicted unbearable agony. After consuming a pre-prepared antidote, the intense pain subsided significantly. The figure of the White Bone Master flashed through Ye Chen's mind, igniting a deep-seated hatred within him. On this day, under a clear sky, Ye Chen set forth with unwavering determination toward the summit of Luohan Mountain. Chapter 63. Through the assessment on this day, many cultivators gathered at the Luohan Palace atop the mountain. Aside from senior sister Yunming, 3 direct disciples whom he had never encountered before were also present. They radiated confidence, exuding an ethereal aura in their every gesture, presenting an air of superiority. The other non-direct disciples surrounded them, showering compliments and flattery. These 3 direct disciples were all at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and it would not be long before they attempted to break through to the core formation stage, although they too had consumed the Shattered Bone Elixir. The world of cultivation was replete with opportunities. One could never tell when they might find a means to dispel such poison. They had also heard rumors of their master taking on a qi refining practitioner as a true disciple. Yet they were astonished to learn that this newcomer was merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. Either this individual possessed extraordinary talents, or their background was profoundly influential. The eldest senior brother, with his long beard, nodded with a faint smile. The second senior brother, tall and slender, remained silent, merely shaking his head. Only the third senior brother displayed a warm smile, praising the junior disciple's commendable aptitude. However, to the discerning, it was evident that such praise was mere flattery. Afterward, they awaited the arrival of the White Bone Master. Noticing Ye Chen's heavy demeanor, Yunming surmised that he had encountered significant challenges in his alchemical endeavors. The art of alchemy was enigmatic and ever-changing. Achieving success within a short time frame was indeed arduous, unless one were a prodigy. After a lengthy wait of 3 hours, the White Bone Master finally appeared. Disciples pay their respects to the Master. The White Bone Master surveyed the gathering with a cold gaze and nodded slightly. The eldest senior brother, with his long beard, spoke first. Master, during my recent trials outside, I discovered a rare spiritual herb. Upon finishing, he respectfully presented a jade box with both hands to the White Bone Master. The White Bone Master's expression remained icy, but upon opening the jade box, a hint of surprise flickered across his face. Indeed, I am in need of this herb. You have done well today. The eldest senior brother smiled and replied. Honoring the Master is the duty of a disciple. The slender and tall second senior brother, upon witnessing the scene, slightly bowed and retrieved a piece of mysterious iron from his storage pouch. With utmost respect, he spoke. Master, this is a treasure I discovered in a secret realm, particularly suitable for forging superior alchemical artifacts. Ye Chen observed a flicker of lightning dancing upon the iron, unmistakably a valuable item. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. The Bone Elder's gaze was piercing, his face radiating excitement. Not to be hurried, the third senior brother leisurely produced a jade box from his own storage pouch and respectfully declared, Master, this is a spiritual fruit I obtained from the secret realm, which blooms and bears fruit once every 500 years. The others looked on with curiosity at the jade box. When the Bone Elder opened it, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The situation indicated that the Bone Elder was indeed very pleased. Ha! The atmosphere in the grand hall surged with spiritual energy. The Bone Elder clapped his storage pouch, causing 6 pristine elixir bottles to soar forth. The 3 senior brothers promptly bowed in gratitude, as such an abundance of elixirs would sustain them for a considerable time. Once the 3 had secured the elixir bottles into their own storage pouches, the Bone Elder cast a casual glance towards Ye Chen. Sensing this, Ye Chen hastily spoke, Master, I have successfully refined the blazing flame pill. From a distance, Yuming's curiosity was piqued upon hearing the success and refinement. Upon opening the jade box, the Bone Elder exhibited a hint of surprise. The elixir was not of inferior grade, but of medium quality. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the pale blue medium-grade elixir. The path of alchemy is fraught with challenges, and to achieve success in a short span indicates either extraordinary talent or deceit. Some watched anxiously as Ye Chen faced the discerning Bone Elder, who was not easily fooled. With a cold stare fixed upon Ye Chen, the Bone Elder stated flatly, Then let us see you refine a batch of elixirs for everyone. You shall have 3 attempts. Success in just one will suffice, or else the Hall of Lost Souls may indeed become your final resting place. Ye Chen, upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor and, after performing a respectful gesture, approached the alchemical furnace. He retrieved the necessary spiritual herbs from his storage pouch, washed them, and proceeded to extract and knead them continuously. Once this step was completed, he began to set up the formation. Ye Chen's movements were remarkably adept, mirroring the arrangement techniques of the Bone Elder from their previous encounter. In recent days, Ye Chen had immersed himself in the study of alchemical insights, particularly gaining substantial understanding in arranging fire control formations. Initially, Sister Yunming harbored some concerns, but as she observed his skilled techniques, it became evident he had practiced extensively, alleviating her worries. Next, he continuously formed seals to preheat the alchemical furnace. Ye Chen meticulously monitored the furnace's temperature, and at the opportune moment, cast the needed spiritual herbs into it. He then controlled the process with incantations, ensuring the herbs mingled harmoniously. As he sensed the crisp sounds of the herbs interacting, he gradually added other spiritual herbs, facilitating their full integration. Ye Chen's fluid and seamless actions were indeed surprising. However, the art of alchemy encompassed far more than mere technique, regardless of the finesse or elegance of the actions. If the concoction fails, it is likely to herald the end for the opponent today. Ye Chen proceeded with calmness, attuning his spiritual sense to the fluctuations of the spiritual herbs. Within the Soul Pill 5 transformations, numerous techniques for refining pills with 1S spirit are employed, and such an ordinary pill is among the easiest to manipulate. Before long, the air was filled with a fragrant aroma emanating from the alchemical furnace, causing everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. At this critical moment, Ye Chen dared not let his guard down. He had faced numerous failures in the past and accrued substantial experience. An hour passed, and the furnace began to rise gently. As it gradually cooled, Ye Chen employed his techniques to extract the pill. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, beheld a pill shimmering in blue, pulsating with spiritual energy. This was a mid-grade pill, possessing effects tenfold that of an ordinary one. The three senior brothers then comprehended why their master had taken notice of this junior. It was evident that he possessed extraordinary talent. The White Bone Master, witnessing the scene, displayed a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, you are given 2 years to break through to the 12th layer of Qi refinement. This pill is a resource for those 2 years. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen hurriedly expressed his gratitude. As he stored the pill away, his spiritual sense swept through the contents, revealing not only the fractured bone pill, but also several valuable elixirs. It seemed that the White Bone Master truly required his assistance, for he would not have provided such abundant resources otherwise. Subsequently, the White Bone Master began to elucidate the methods of refining various pills, assessing each disciple in turn. Those who did not meet the standards naturally faced delays in receiving their detoxification pills. The White Bone Master maintained high expectations for his disciples, resulting in their exceptional alchemical prowess within the sect. However, his practice of administering poisons to his disciples drew criticism from the sect. Yet, given the nature of their demonic sect, coupled with the substantial supply of pills the White Bone Master provided, the higher-ups turned a blind eye. Ye Chen noticed the spark of excitement in the White Bone Master's gaze and couldn't help but speculate on his thoughts. Could it be that he would require Ye Chen for a secret realm expedition in a few years? Or perhaps to assist in alchemical endeavors? Chapter 64. The concern of the celestial being achieving the 12th layer of Qi refinement within 2 years posed a formidable challenge for Ye Chen, who sought to cultivate the trifecta of law, body, and spirit. To facilitate his breakthrough, he commenced the preparation of abundant cultivation resources well in advance. In the ensuing days, leveraging his status as an inner disciple and the personal student of the White Bone Master, Ye Chen amassed a considerable collection of spiritual herb seeds within the soul-descending mountain. These seeds included those suitable for the late stages of Qi refinement, as well as those for foundational establishment. Once these seeds sprouted tender shoots, they could be ripened using a Jade Pendant. Such spiritual seeds were exceedingly precious, and procuring them from the market would entail a hefty sum. However, recognizing Ye Chen's esteemed position as the personal disciple of the White Bone Master, the others not only refrained from complicating matters, but also discreetly bestowed some upon him. Ye Chen, appreciating the myriad benefits bestowed upon him, could hardly fathom the abundance of advantages that accompanied being the disciple of the White Bone Elder. On one particular day, while meditating in his cave, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After completing his practice of the life and death technique, he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. His spirit was invigorated. This technique, which refined the body, soul, and magical prowess, although practiced at a gradual pace, offered comprehensive enhancements to the practitioner. As Ye Chen reveled in his satisfaction, a fragrant breeze wafted into the cave. His heart leapt with joy. The long-anticipated fairy had finally arrived. Before him stood a figure with enchanting eyes, lustrous black hair, and long, straight legs, her stature both elegant and commanding. Her new attire accentuated her slender form, rendering her extraordinarily alluring. The seductive glint in her gaze could captivate anyone. She possessed both the beauty that could topple kingdoms and the allure that could bring calamity. This was none other than Limu Shui, the most beautiful practitioner of their sect, sought after by many. Observing Ye Chen's infatuated expression, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she felt a surge of pride. However, Ye Chen, feeling parched and somewhat flustered, quickly composed himself and slightly bowed, saying, "Greetings, ancestor." But as soon as the words left his lips, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Limu Shui's expression darkened, the glimmer of joy she had felt evaporating in an instant. Hastily, he corrected himself, "Greetings, senior sister." Upon hearing this, Limu Shui nodded slightly, her anger dissipating somewhat while her cheeks reddened anew. Within the sect, she was often referred to as ancestor, but being addressed as senior sister by this Qi refining disciple felt rather peculiar. During her recent period of secluded cultivation, she had often found her mind unsettled, her thoughts lingering on Ye Chen. Upon emerging from her retreat, she was astonished to learn that Ye Chen had become the direct disciple of the White Bone Elder. She was well aware of Ye Chen's talents, and she knew the White Bone Elder was not known for his benevolence. Thus, after a swift ablution, she eagerly sought out Ye Chen. "Pray tell, how did you come to be the White Bone Elder's direct disciple?" she inquired with genuine concern. Ye Chen, noticing her earnest expression, recounted in detail the circumstances that had led to his becoming the Elder's disciple. When Limu Shui learned that he had consumed the bone-shattering pill, her shock was palpable. Previously, she had only heard rumors that the White Bone Elder would poison capable disciples, but she had never imagined it would be such a vile poison. This toxin was exceedingly malevolent, not only constraining the lifespan of the practitioner, but also inflicting them with agonizing pain at intervals. Should one fail to perform adequately, the antidote to alleviate the suffering would be delayed. This was an ancient poison, and the methods to counteract it had long been lost in the annals of time. Witnessing the frost on Li Mu Shue's countenance, laden with concern and sorrow, Ye Chen felt a pang of unease. Ye Chen produced a bamboo slip inscribed with the details of the spiritual herbs and said, "Senior sister, I have indeed acquired the formula to neutralize this poison. However, the required spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare." Upon hearing this, Li Mu Shue swiftly opened the slip and discovered that the herbs listed were indeed uncommon, necessitating a significant expenditure of spiritual stones to procure them. The fact that the other party had managed to obtain such a formula was entirely beyond her expectations. Yet Li Mu Shue refrained from probing further, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets. In that moment, she resolutely decided to seek out these spiritual herbs. "Leave these herbs to me. You may focus on your cultivation without worry," Li Mu Shue declared with unwavering determination in her voice and a fierce glint in her eyes. Ye Chen, deeply touched by her words, felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, a rarity since entering the treacherous realm of the demonic sect. Subsequently, Li Mu Shue meticulously examined the elixirs Ye Chen had concocted and was taken aback, never having anticipated that he could refine a mid-grade flame pill. In her own early years, she had only achieved such proficiency after reaching the late foundation establishment stage and several years of diligent practice. The crafting of such a pill demanded a substantial amount of soul force, indicating that Ye Chen had indeed made significant progress in his cultivation over the years. If he truly possessed such talent, it was conceivable that he might one day surpass her, making the prospect of becoming partners in the future not entirely out of reach. Yet, the secrecy surrounding his actions struck her as somewhat disconcerting, prompting a faint blush to rise to her cheeks. Upon hearing the Elder Skeleton's request for Ye Chen to reach the 12th layer of Qi refining within 2 years, she felt a twinge of concern. For the adage haste makes waste held true. Nevertheless, she recognized that Ye Chen was cultivating his physical body, spirit, and soul concurrently. And achieving the 12th layer of Qi refining in such a short time would undoubtedly require abundant resources. Thus, after rummaging through her storage bag for some time, she produced the suitable elixirs and spiritual herbs to meet his needs. The atmosphere within the cave grew somewhat peculiar as both were at a loss for words. Seizing the opportunity when Ye Chen was distracted, Li Mu Shue cast a spell. As was customary, he found himself blinded. When he regained consciousness, the celestial maiden had vanished, and the cave had been tidied up. Ye Chen rubbed his waist, chuckling softly, and consumed a pill to restore his vitality. At that moment, the sword spirit, Qingfeng, emerged slowly from the ancient sword, slightly bowing as it said, "Congratulations, master." Furrowing his brows, Ye Chen asked, "What do you mean by that, master?" "It seems that the celestial maiden holds a fondness for you, and her interest extends beyond merely alleviating her own poison," Qingfeng replied. Ye Chen did not contest this assertion. He fully understood her sentiments and intended to take her as his wife once he attained great power. Yet, the thought startled him. It had been 6 months since his last visit to the black market, and the time agreed upon with Qian Fu was approaching. He wondered how the inquiries he had made during his last visit had fared. While Li Mu Shue sought the spiritual herbs to cure his poison, he too needed to find the herbs that would unravel the mystery of the 7-colored Moro flower. On that day, Ye Chen, clad in black attire and wearing a mask, wandered through the black market until he finally located Qian Fulai. However, the subsequent reaction from the latter left Ye Chen utterly astonished. This individual, who typically held spirit stones in high regard, seemed akin to a mouse encountering a cat upon seeing Ye Chen. Moreover, it appeared that he had sustained severe injuries, frequently coughing, his eyes vacant, and his voice hoarse. Chapter 65. The commission from Qian Fulai seeing no means to extricate himself from Ye Chen's persistence. Qian Fulai reluctantly took a seat within a tea house. "Cough, cough, my friend, forgive my inadequacy, but I have no news regarding the spirit herbs you seek." Ye Chen noticed a flicker of evasion in his gaze and intended to inquire further, only to find Qian Fulai hastily excusing himself, as if he had seen a ghost. "Qian, my friend, we are old acquaintances. What has transpired to leave you in such a state?" A look of helplessness appeared in Qian Fulai's eyes as he patted Ye Chen on the shoulder, shook his head, and offered no reply. Ye Chen sensed something amiss, as if Qian Fulai harbored an unspoken secret. After wandering through the black market without finding anything of value, Ye Chen prepared to return to the sect. Just as he exited the black market, he noticed someone persistently following him. A faint smile crossed his lips as he shook his head. Upon reaching a dense thicket, he affixed a concealment talisman to himself, vanishing without a trace. The cultivator who had been trailing Ye Chen was taken aback when his quarry suddenly disappeared. He looked around anxiously, clearly distressed. "What do you mean by this, Qian?" Ye Chen inquired with a half-smile, fully aware of the dangers that could lurk in such circumstances. Despite his relatively smooth collaboration with Qian Fulai, he was unwilling to be outmaneuvered after so many years of cultivation. "Cough, cough." After a violent fit of coughing, Qian Fulai cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Only when he confirmed that no one else was present did he seem to relax slightly. Upon leaving the market, he no longer concealed his cultivation level, revealing his mid-foundation establishment prowess. Removing his mask, Qian Fulai appeared as a man in his 50s, his face etched with wrinkles and despair. However, now grievously injured, his strength had been significantly diminished, making it difficult for him to wield his powers. Nevertheless, upon witnessing this, Ye Chen felt a pang of anxiety. His initial suspicion had proven correct. Qian Fulai was indeed a foundation establishment cultivator, which explained how he had acquired such an abundance of mid-grade and high-grade magical artifacts. Although Ye Chen possessed the assistance of the sword spirit Qingfeng, whose current prowess rivaled that of a foundation establishment cultivator, the spirit's strength fluctuated, often leaving him feeling uneasy. Before Ye Chen could utter a word, Qian Fulai spoke first. My friend, I am compelled by circumstance. I am but a dying man now, and I have matters I wish to entrust to you. Ye Chen felt incredulous at the level of trust Qian Fulai placed in him. Cough, cough. Qian Fulai coughed once more. My friend, I have conducted business for many years, and you are the one I trust most. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen smiled and remarked, Friend Qian, our collaboration has always been seamless. Since this is a business arrangement, I kindly ask you to clarify your terms. Qian Fulai was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a hearty laugh that was tinged with sorrow. After coughing, he struggled to catch his breath and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Friend, over the years, I have been astute in my calculations, and aside from you, there are few I deem trustworthy. In fact, regarding the matter of the spiritual herbs you asked me to investigate, I have gathered the information. Is that so? Ye Chen responded, his heart swelling with joy. However, upon observing Qian Fulai's ailing condition, he sensed a connection to the matter at hand. Qian Fulai coughed up another spurt of blood and staggered slightly before retrieving a jade slip from his storage pouch. Friend, the locations of these spiritual herbs are all recorded within this slip. I never anticipated that these herbs could actually counteract the poison of the seven-colored morwa flower. Ye Chen was taken aback, surprised that Qian Fulai had managed to uncover such intricate details. Qian Fulai then coughed violently again, sitting down as he spoke. Currently, I am gravely injured, my dantian shattered. I am merely holding on to a breath, waiting for you. If you vow with your heart to care for my daughter, I shall bequeath to you all that is within my storage pouch, as well as the secrets of my hidden treasures. Ye Chen felt a stirring in his heart. As a foundation-building cultivator, Qian surely possessed numerous valuable items. Over the years, his relationship with Qian had been quite amicable. As long as his promise involved caring for Qian's daughter rather than seeking revenge, it was not an unreasonable request. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly but curiously inquired, Who is the one who harmed you? Upon hearing this, Qian Fulai's expression contorted with rage and anguish. After what felt like an eternity, he finally uttered, The Xianyu sect, Ge family's guest elder, Zhi Xuan. Once he finished speaking, Qian Fulai's body trembled violently. Ye Chen, intending to support him, hesitated, as if recalling something, and refrained from stepping forward. In the world of cultivation, deception among practitioners was commonplace, leaving one perpetually on guard. Ye Chen assured, Rest assured. My friend, I will certainly take care of your daughter. I just need to know where to find her. Qian Fulai's eyes lit up with hope as he joyously proclaimed, You swear, with your heart, and I will give you everything I possess. Ye Chen, feeling no need for further formality, resolved to expedite his own advancement and solemnly began to vow. Subsequently, Qian Fulai retrieved a white silk cloth from his storage pouch, smiling as he said, Friend, within it lies my daughter's address. I will entrust her to you. Ye Chen nodded in acknowledgement, noticing that Ye Chen remained at a distance. Qian Fulai's face revealed a bittersweet smile. Friend, all these years, I have been unclear about your true cultivation level. Before I depart this world, I wish to witness your true form. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He had already assessed his opponent's injuries and determined that there was no hope for recovery. Thus, he posed no threat to him anymore. Reflecting on the years they had spent in mutual vigilance and cooperation, he considered them to be friends. Consequently, Ye Chen hesitated no longer and revealed his true aura. Qian Fulai seemed to be unable to comprehend the situation, rubbing his eyes vigorously. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that Ye Chen was merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Before he could finish his sentence, Qian Fulai, with wide eyes fixed on Ye Chen, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ye Chen understood that his aura had been the cause of this demise and could not help but shake his head. Addressing the corpse, he said, Taoist Qian, I shall certainly fulfill the task you entrusted to me. After uttering these words, he collected Qian Fulai's storage bag. He then cast a spell to create a small pit in the ground, placing Qian Fulai within it. Though the grave was quite rudimentary, it provided a resting place at least. After briefly scanning the information on the jade slip regarding the spiritual herbs, he sighed softly. The addresses recorded were all located within a secret realm, making the acquisition of these rare herbs exceedingly arduous. After closely inspecting the locations detailed on the silk scroll, Ye Chen retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag and swiftly soared towards his destination. He wondered what the daughter of his deceased companion looked like and what her cultivation level might be. Chapter 66. The control technique of the blood-hidden sect. Ye Chen flew rapidly on his sword, following the marked locations on the map. To his astonishment, the address provided by Qian Fulai was exceedingly remote. It would take at least 10 days to reach from the market. This area was near a great mountain, sparsely populated, and possessed a serene environment. At that moment, the sword spirit, Qing Feng, anxiously exclaimed, "Master, there are powerful cultivators nearby. You must hide at once." Ye Chen was taken aback and quickly concealed himself, calming his mind, suppressing his cultivation level, and applying an invisibility talisman to himself. Shortly after, a fragrant breeze wafted by as a cold-eyed female cultivator strolled forward with another woman, seemingly in search of something. Ye Chen was astonished to recognize that the female cultivator was the masked woman who had tormented him, and the woman behind her was likely the one he had been tasked to find, for there was a hint of Qian Fulai's features in her eyes. This woman was a 12th level Qi refinement cultivator, which explained Qian Fulai's insistence on assessing Ye Chen's cultivation level, given that he was only at the 10th level. How could he possibly look after her? It seemed that Qian Fulai truly had succumbed to his anger in the end. As the masked female cultivator scolded, the woman behind her trembled, quickening her pace. The direction they were heading was precisely where Qian Fulai had indicated the hidden cultivation resources lay. Ye Chen felt a pang of guilt. Qian Fulai's quest for the detoxifying spiritual herbs must have drawn the attention of those in the shadows. Could it be that the forces behind this were indeed the Gu family? Was the Xian Yu sect truly preparing to swallow the blood-hidden sect in the future? Ye Chen harbored no desire to engage in the conflicts of these sects. Should he discover an antidote in the future, he would depart from the sect at the earliest opportunity. After waiting for an hour, he heard a swift sound. A flying artifact soared across the sky. It turned out that the masked female cultivator had departed with Qian Fu's daughter. Ye Chen continued to conceal himself, anxious that the masked woman might return. It was only after another hour that he emerged from his hiding place. He first made his way to his dwelling, only to find the place in utter disarray. After rummaging through the belongings, various items lay scattered about. Upon careful inspection, he discovered the absence of any cultivation resources, prompting him to hasten to another location. This was a cave, its external barriers long since dismantled. Treading cautiously inside, he found the interior in a condition identical to that of his residence. The ground was strewn with various bamboo slips, and disappointingly, many cultivation resources had already been removed. Ye Chen meticulously examined these slips, and upon finishing one of them, a look of horror crossed his face. He quickly proceeded to inspect the others. By the time he completed his examination, his complexion had grown increasingly pallid. The jade slips contained various insider information about the realm of cultivation. Firstly, there were discussions regarding the blood-hidden sect, a demonic faction. Although the sect was fragmented internally, once an individual became a foundational cultivator, they would employ a secret method to connect their blood essence with the sect's protective mountain formation. Even core formation and nascent soul cultivators were tightly bound to the sect. Outsiders joining must adhere to this as well. Thus, when facing a sect extermination war, the sect's cultivators would sacrifice their blood essence to reinforce the grand formation. This was a matter of utmost taboo for the righteous sects, making the eradication of demonic sects exceedingly challenging. The blood-hidden sect was acutely aware that their disciples would be reluctant to perish without cause, and thus some would undoubtedly seek excuses to avoid returning to the sect. Consequently, a countermeasure was devised, the administration of poison. Hence, mid to high-tier cultivators above the foundational level were required to consume a specific poison each time they ventured out on a mission. Only upon their return would they receive the corresponding antidote. The sect exerted all possible means to control mid to high-tier cultivators. Yet they did not spare even the low-tier cultivators who had entered the later stages of Qi refining. These individuals, upon joining, had already surrendered a portion of their blood to the sect. Should they fail to return for an extended period, designated cultivators would employ secret arts to make the wandering cultivators' lives unbearable. This explained why the disciples were always subjected to thorough inquiries by the sect's affairs hall whenever they ventured out, with repeated demands for timely returns. After perusing the bamboo slips, Ye Chen was drenched in perspiration, cold sweat trickling down his back. He could not help but lament internally. Fairy, I truly have no fondness for the demonic sections. It seems my life is irrevocably entwined with the sect. Unconvinced that there was no means to sever this bond, he summoned the sword spirit, Qingfeng. After Qingfeng perused the contents of the jade slips, a subtle smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Master, there are indeed ways to unravel this soul blood control. A flicker of surprise danced across Ye Chen's visage. Master, in the days to come, you must conceal your cultivation for an extended period and postpone the sect's application of secret techniques. The control of soul blood during the Qi refinement stage will be naturally resolved once you achieve the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded with a sense of relief, yet his expression grew somber, as if a troubling thought had crossed his mind. If such a method exists, does that not imply there are numerous adept practitioners within the sect who are capable of hiding their true cultivation? Seeing Ye Chen's troubled countenance, Qingfeng hastily interjected, Master, once you become a golden core practitioner, you may employ the ancient soul release secret art. After uttering these words, Qingfeng picked up a blank bamboo slip and began to inscribe notes upon it. After perusing the ancient soul release secret art, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Though a lingering apprehension remained within him, he had not anticipated that the control over soul blood would be so challenging to unravel. Master, if you wish to command practitioners for your own purposes, I possess a method known as the soul captivation secret art, which can transform practitioners into soul puppets, serving as your formidable aids. Ye Chen nodded slightly, as if recalling something significant. Noticing Ye Chen's growing interest, Qingfeng began to write with great speed. And upon completing his task, he was left somewhat drained, retreating back into the ancient sword. The soul captivation secret art was an ancient demonic technique, detailing various methods of control, one of which particularly caught Ye Chen's attention. This method combined the soul control technique with vital essence to dominate practitioners, ensuring their absolute obedience without the need to forcibly erase their memories, instead enhancing memories advantageous to oneself, should they refuse to comply. A mere application of soul techniques could obliterate their consciousness. However, this technique necessitated that the practitioner possess a formidable spirit. Ye Chen, having diligently cultivated the life and death art, naturally boasted a spirit far superior to that of ordinary practitioners. Subsequently, Ye Chen shifted his gaze towards the other bamboo slips scattered on the ground. They contained a wealth of information about various sections. After absorbing this knowledge, Ye Chen comprehended that a sect war was inevitable in the future. Among the revelations, one particular piece of news piqued his interest: the reason for the delay in the opening of the secret realm. It turned out that the prior frequent openings had allowed various practitioners to plunder the spiritual herbs and fruits, leading to their depletion. Following intense deliberations, the major sects unanimously decided to permit the Qi refinement practitioners to venture into the secret realm. Chapter 67. Further torment and the crafting of enchanting incense. After studying the information on the bamboo slips, Ye Chen felt a sense of accomplishment and gained clarity about his current situation. He had previously vowed before Qian Fu Lai with unwavering resolve. Although he had not acquired much, he was determined to uphold his promise to this old friend. At present, he found himself lacking in power. Thus, he could only seek out Qian Fu Lai's daughter in the future. As for the masked female practitioner, he knew he must address that matter. Shortly after returning to the sect, one day, following his cultivation session, a radiant arc suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ye Chen's heart swelled with delight, and he promptly replied with utmost respect, I pay my respects to the celestial maiden. This maiden was not Li Muxua, but rather a masked female cultivator. She cast a fleeting glance at Ye Chen and remarked, I did not expect you to possess such talent, having become a direct disciple of the White Bone Master. Senior, I am merely fortunate. My luck has been somewhat favorable, he replied humbly. Indeed, were it not for your modest abilities, I would not have permitted you to survive until this moment. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen could only feign humility. All of this is due to my disrespect. Humph. The masked female cultivator seemed to harbor some reservations. She had initially intended to retrieve a whip from her storage bag to deliver a thorough beating, thus alleviating her inner resentment. The spirit herbs you cultivated for me last time were quite satisfactory. Now, I have a few more spirit herbs that require your assistance. I shall ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. Please rest assured, Celestial Maiden, Ye Chen stated, feigning deference. As Ye Chen took the jade box containing the spirit herbs and placed it in his storage bag, the masked female cultivator's gaze turned icy, and she withdrew a weapon from her storage bag. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the air. It was the whip, imbued with strands of lightning. As she could no longer contain her fury, after being struck, Ye Chen collided with the wall like a fallen leaf, feeling as though his very soul was being extracted. This woman, who initially refrained from killing Ye Chen, relished in tormenting others, becoming increasingly extreme in her actions. After several lashes, Ye Chen's breath became faint and fragile. Time passed, and under the care of Qingfeng, he slowly regained consciousness. Master, Qingfeng expressed concern. It is of no consequence. After being struck, the life and death formula within Ye Chen's body commenced its incessant operation, tirelessly mending the damage. By the time he awakened, his injuries had nearly healed. Experiencing such circumstances himself made Ye Chen increasingly anxious about the fate of Qian Fulai's daughter. After enduring considerable torment, he resolved to enter a prolonged state of seclusion to cultivate, aiming to break through to the 12th layer of qi refinement within the next 2 years. As an inner sect disciple and a direct disciple of the Whitebone Master, he temporarily set aside the task of cultivating spirit herbs in the medicinal herb garden. The foundation-building cultivators responsible for this matter dared not trouble Ye Chen, who would not fear the Whitebone Master. Moreover, this cultivator before them showed potential in alchemy, and would undoubtedly be of assistance in the future. As for the location of his seclusion, Ye Chen opted for his former residence. He could have chosen a place with more abundant spiritual energy, but his concern for Li Muxue weighed heavily on his heart. He feared that if he left this place, it would be difficult for her to find him. Gazing at the jade box in his hands, Ye Chen felt a deep curiosity about the type of spirit herbs the masked maiden required him to restore. The herbs were nearly withered. For an ordinary person, restoring them would be utterly impossible. Yet, this woman entrusted them to him. Was it a test? Or did she suspect that he possessed some magical artifact? With these thoughts, a sense of unease gripped Ye Chen's heart. He must resolve this matter swiftly, and the sooner, the better. Upon contemplating this, Ye Chen retrieved the soul-binding secret technique and immersed himself in its study. Indeed, the ancient soul arts are intricate and convoluted. Without the detailed elucidation from the sword spirit, Qing Feng, one would struggle even to grasp the basics. After a month of diligent research, he finally made headway with a particular method of control that piqued his interest, utilizing the fusion of soul manipulation and essence blood to dominate cultivators. Strangely, since their last encounter, the masked woman had not reappeared. This woman, hailing from the Gu family, must be scheming in the shadows. Yet, how could a qi-refining cultivator possibly contend with a core formation practitioner using soul attacks? Lacking confidence, Ye Chen began deliberating with Qing Feng. After some contemplation, Qing Feng remarked, "Master, to employ this secret method, one must first possess the strength to subdue the opponent. Currently, our power is feeble. Overpowering her would be exceedingly challenging." Ye Chen sighed deeply and shook his head in response. "This woman must be dealt with. I swore an oath with my heart's intent. The emergence of inner demons in the future would be detrimental to me. Master, resolving this matter need not be immediate. Why not wait until you become a core formation practitioner?" Qing Feng suggested. "No, by then it will be too late. I cannot ascertain whether Qian Fu's daughter is still alive. You were once a god transformation practitioner. You must help me devise a viable strategy." Qing Feng was taken aback by Ye Chen's unwavering commitment and felt a flicker of delight within. She had merely been testing him, for they had an agreement. Pretending to ponder, she gradually replied, "Master, I will impart to you a formidable trapping formation. Once set, you need only ensnare her within its confines." "Is it truly that simple?" Ye Chen questioned skeptically, aware that high-level practitioners easily discern various formations. Otherwise, they would not have survived for so long. Qing Feng seemed to hesitate, then said, "Master, you must also lure her into the formation." After a soft murmur from Qing Feng, Ye Chen's brow furrowed. The method she proposed involved seduction, enticing her into the grand array to diminish her magical power, followed by the application of the soul-binding secret technique. Ye Chen shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "This woman's nature is wicked. It may prove difficult. Rest assured, I possess an enticing aphrodisiac fragrance. When the time comes, you need only follow the prescribed method to concoct it, and the required herbs can be found on Soulfall Mountain." Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement within. He knew this plan was entirely feasible. In the days that followed, he scoured Soulfall Mountain for the various herbs inscribed on the bamboo slips. Many of these herbs were exceedingly rare. Had he not been backed by the Bone Master and held the title of a direct disciple, acquiring them would have been impossible. After continuously extracting, kneading, and melding these herbs, Ye Chen distinctly sensed an intoxicating aroma of desire. Had he not been prepared in advance, holding his breath might have led to an embarrassing predicament. However, the creation of this enchanting fragrance is not as straightforward as one might assume. Any slight misstep at any stage could lead to utter failure. Fortunately, after numerous attempts, I finally succeeded in crafting a portion of the elusive scent. To test its efficacy, Ye Chen prepared for an experiment, with his primary target being the ethereal sword spirit, Qing Feng, who possesses the strength of a foundational cultivator. Upon witnessing the successful creation of the enchanting fragrance, Qing Feng was momentarily taken aback, as she had frequently employed such fragrances in the past. Qing Feng first inhaled gently, then delicately scooped a trace of the powder with her fingernail and placed it upon her tongue, meticulously savoring and discerning its components. Her eyes fluttered shut, nodding in approval. What transpired next was indeed overwhelming for Ye Chen. Before him stood a vision akin to pure jade, her skin as smooth as fine cream, her eyes sparkling with allure, and her complexion flushed. Ye Chen's heart soared at this sight. Evidently, the fragrance was taking effect. He had previously harbored concerns about its potency, hastily accelerating its maturation to 500 years using a Jade Pendant. The results were spectacular. Just a mere trace of the powder could evoke such a response. Qing Feng's body radiated warmth as she slowly approached Ye Chen, her breath fragrant like orchids. Being but a remnant of a soul, she could not endure for long and eventually sighed deeply, gradually retreating into the ancient sword. This marked the first step of the plan, followed by the arrangement of the formation. However, placing the formation in this location posed a risk. If its power were too great, the cave itself might collapse. In a bid to swiftly eliminate the masked female cultivator, Ye Chen meticulously set up the formation around the bed as the center. Initially, Qing Feng had intended to impart a formidable formation, but ultimately opted to teach a confinement formation instead. This formation would not require extensive space and could be entirely accommodated within the cave. Ye Chen retrieved a dozen formation flags from his storage pouch, laid down several spirit stones around the perimeter, and continually calibrated with the compass in hand. Once the focal point was established, he infused it with a spell. A resounding roar echoed through the cave as the confinement formation took shape, its spiritual essence flickering and various runes beginning to operate in synchrony. Soon after, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into the grand formation, thickening the protective barrier. Indeed, the ancient formation proved to be immensely powerful. It would be nearly impossible for the adversary to breach such a formidable confinement. A satisfied expression graced Ye Chen's features as he cast another spell into the focal point, causing the ancient formation to abruptly halt. In the days that followed, he needed only to cultivate while patiently awaiting the arrival of the masked female cultivator. Observing that he had successfully restored her spirit herb, a smile crept across Ye Chen's face. Subsequently, he arranged a more potent defensive formation outside the cave, sourced from the storage pouch he had received from Qianfu. When the masked female cultivator finally arrived, he could ignite the enchanting fragrance in advance. Once all was set, Ye Chen commenced his cultivation. In the present day, with an abundance of cultivation resources at hand, if one fails to make a breakthrough within 2 years, it would indicate a lack of innate talent. In pursuit of swiftly overcoming this bottleneck and enhancing one's cultivation, aside from the regular consumption of elixirs, Ye Chen resolved to refine a portion of the primordial yin residing within his dantian. This endeavor necessitated precise control, as excessive amounts could lead to bodily harm and spiritual disintegration. During the ensuing month, he commenced by ingesting various elixirs to achieve a balanced state within his body. His meridians expanded, and a significant amount of impurities were expelled. Due to years of cultivating the life and death art, he possessed a formidable strength in body, law, and spirit, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. In the second month, Ye Chen meticulously employed the life and death art to refine a portion of the primordial yin's power. Should he fail to exercise proper control over the two forces, the risk of catastrophic failure loomed. With careful guidance, the life and death art began to circulate within him. On the first day, strands of primordial power were successfully refined without any issues. On the second day, Ye Chen intensified his efforts. Although his body experienced some discomfort, the results were satisfactory. In the subsequent days, he further augmented the refining intensity, feeling a powerful force surging within him. Having been stuck at the 10th level for some time, the strands of spiritual energy relentlessly battered against that layer of constraint. Ye Chen remained calm, stabilizing his mind as he repeated the refining process. After a month, he increased the refining intensity, finding it less laborious than before, as his body was able to withstand the strain. Thus, he continuously formed hand seals, directing the overwhelming spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, a burst of white mist enveloped his surroundings. On that day, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully broken through, reaching the 11th level of qi refinement. A look of delight graced his face as he felt the surging magical power within him, with both his spirit and physical strength significantly enhanced. The 11th, 12th levels, and the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage are the most critical and challenging thresholds to surpass. Drawing from his prior refining experiences, Ye Chen resolved to immerse himself in diligent practice while in peak condition. The benefits of advancing to the 11th level gradually became apparent, as the effects of the life and death art began to manifest, accelerating the refining process. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. At this rate of cultivation, he anticipated breaking through to the 12th level within the first year. Curiously, during this period, neither Li Muxue nor the masked female cultivator had come to disturb him. One day, after exhaling a long breath of stale air, Ye Chen sat cross-legged to begin refining the immense power left within him by the masked female cultivator. Her spiritual energy seemed even more tempestuous, mirroring her character. Once he acclimated to the initial discomfort, Ye Chen discovered that this power was more refined than that of Li Muxue. A tremor coursed through my heart as I realized that the masked female cultivator's strength exceeded that of the mid-stage golden core. After a moment of contemplation, I concluded that the torment I had previously endured was worthwhile. Faced with an even more ferocious and pure spiritual energy, Ye Chen's complexion paled, and his body began to tremble. Large beads of sweat drenched his black attire, making the cave feel akin to a furnace. This enigmatic masked cultivator. What could her true intentions be? In a fleeting moment of distraction, the spiritual energy within him seemed to spiral out of control, rampaging throughout his body. The excruciating pain compelled Ye Chen to cry out involuntarily. However, in this critical moment of refining, his chaotic thoughts proved counterproductive. He swiftly endeavored to stabilize his mind and exerted all his strength to operate the life and death technique. Yet, at this pivotal juncture of breakthrough, the results were disappointingly mediocre. Observing this, the sword spirit, Qingfeng, was taken aback and immediately channeled a surge of magical power into him. Yet, the ensuing situation took a dramatic turn, seemingly backfiring, as Ye Chen's internal spiritual energy grew even more tumultuous. You must hold on. If you falter now, the consequences could be severe, either severely injuring your vitality or jeopardizing your Dao heart, Qingfeng urged anxiously within. Rest assured, I understand, Ye Chen replied with a slight nod, dismissing all distractions and executing his hand seals with great speed. Just as the pain in his physical body intensified and his consciousness began to blur, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A wisp of white mist emanated from behind him, shattering the shackles that bound him and propelling him directly into the 12th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 69. The female demon laughter echoed throughout the cave as Ye Chen reveled in his achievement. This past year had been anything but easy. At this moment, the magical power within him surged, and with the assistance of the life and death technique, he experienced comprehensive advancement in his magical body and soul. Congratulations, Master, on your successful advancement, Qingfeng exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing his progress. Ye Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Now a cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement, he had met the requirements set forth by the Bone Elder. Even when venturing into secret realms, he would now stand among the stronger practitioners of Qi refinement. He had not anticipated that the breakthrough in realm would be so challenging, nor that the shackles would be so formidable. Noticing the filth that clung to him, Ye Chen shook his head. The process of advancement was, in essence, a process of body tempering, a significant expulsion of impurities accumulated within. Over the past year, he had diligently practiced, leaving no time for cleansing. Now, having swiftly broken through to the 12th level of Qi refinement, it was time to pause and solidify his gains. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen shed his outer garments and commenced his cleansing ritual. At this moment, he was utterly unconcerned with Qingfeng's presence. After all, their relationship was that of master and servant, and Qingfeng was well aware of his actions. Nevertheless, a faint blush crept onto Qingfeng's face as she silently berated him in her heart. After a thorough cleansing and changing of clothes, the sword spirit, Qingfeng, suddenly darted swiftly into the ancient sword. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous noise erupted from the protective array outside, followed by the sound of shattering. Is it her? Ye Chen's expression darkened as he swiftly ignited the alluring incense and swallowed a detoxification pill. Was Qian Fu's defensive formation truly so feeble? Ye Chen found himself perplexed and curious about the true cultivation level of this woman, which was undeniably formidable. Before he could ponder further, the masked female cultivator had already entered the cave. Her expression was slightly irate, seemingly dissatisfied with the protective array outside the dwelling. Younger generation pays respects to the esteemed elder, Ye Chen said, feigning reverence. To think you are indeed a talent. It appears the white bone master did not err in his judgment, the masked female cultivator remarked, noticing that in just 1 year, he had advanced to the 12th level of Qi refinement, which surprised her somewhat. I am undeserving of such praise. I have merely lingered in the latter stages of Qi refinement for years, and this breakthrough was purely fortuitous, Ye Chen replied modestly. Fortuitous? The masked female cultivator regarded Ye Chen with some skepticism. I am not interested in your advancement. A year has passed. What of the spirit herb? Elder, I have successfully cultivated it, and I humbly request your appraisal, Ye Chen responded. Is that so? The masked female cultivator, somewhat unconvinced, extended her delicate hand and slowly accepted the jade box. Why has there been no effect? Ye Chen mused anxiously, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Yet, as he grew increasingly nervous, he noticed subtle changes occurring within her. The masked female cultivator had intended to open the jade box immediately, but found her breath slightly hurried, her body radiating heat and her mouth parched. Seeing the dazed look in her eyes, Ye Chen felt a surge of joy and cautiously observed her. Why is it so sweltering in this cave today? The masked female cultivator's expression darkened as she paced back and forth within the cave. Initially, she had planned to chastise him again, but now she found herself reluctant to do so. At first, Ye Chen had also doubted the potency of the Lost Soul Mountain spirit herb, hence he had hastened its maturation over many years. With a spirit herb of a not overly high grade, one could achieve unexpectedly remarkable results. The masked female cultivator seemed to realize she was losing composure and began to suspect something was amiss in this place. However, upon closer inspection, she found no anomalies. The incense Ye Chen had concocted was colorless and odorless, blending seamlessly with other fragrances, rendering any abnormalities undetectable. Have you not noticed the heat in this place? The masked female cultivator inquired. My cave is near the river, and being in the height of summer, it is only natural for it to be somewhat humid and warm. Ye Chen intentionally agreed. I shall first examine the spirit herb you cultivated this time. If there is an issue, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. When the masked female cultivator opened the jade box, she merely cast a cursory glance, her focus evidently elsewhere. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, she inadvertently let her mask slip. What was revealed was a delicate visage, akin to white jade exquisitely carved by a master craftsman, with a sculpted nose, enchanting and mesmerizing gaze, smooth and fair skin, and full, crimson lips. Her features were in such harmonious alignment that one could not help but marvel at the wonders of the path of cultivation. The masked female cultivator cast her gaze upon Ye Chen's bed, seemingly recalling something, her complexion flushing deeper. Ye Chen observed the scene with a cold demeanor, ready to activate the grand formation should she dare approach the bed. Yet, he noticed her expression grow serious, as if she had discerned something significant. The subsequent words she uttered caused Ye Chen to abandon all intentions. Your defensive array is far too feeble. It lacks the necessary variations to provide adequate protection during rest. After shaking her head and voicing this, the masked woman retrieved a compass from her storage bag, adjusting it until her satisfaction was evident. Ye Chen, upon witnessing this, felt a profound sense of disappointment. What are you waiting for? The masked cultivator asked, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Ye Chen found himself momentarily speechless. A powerful surge of magical energy enveloped him. Despite currently being at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, he felt insignificant before a nascent soul elder. The masked woman blindfolded him, casting an air of springtime melancholy within the cave. Unrestrained by any concealment of her cultivation, her strength was formidable. Ye Chen discerned that her cultivation level surpassed the peak of the core formation stage, more accurately approaching the threshold of the nascent soul. Fortunately, his body refinement technique had seen substantial enhancement, enabling him to withstand her prowess. The following day, Ye Chen, nursing a painfully sore back, let out a long sigh. Beside him, Qingfeng appeared cautiously concerned. Master, I am sorry. Enough. Why could the array not contain this woman? Qingfeng smiled slightly, replying softly. She must be a genius in formations, well-versed in breaking arrays. Is that so? Ye Chen questioned, though he recalled the helplessness she displayed when trapped within the spirit beast cart, which seemed genuine rather than feigned. Did she harbor ulterior motives? There must be unspeakable secrets regarding her arrival at the sect and her connection to the elf family. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon a nearby table, where a jade slip left by the masked cultivator lay. Ye Chen irritably pressed the slip to his forehead, and soon his face brightened with surprise. The slip contained indeed the intricacies of formation techniques. Although Qingfeng was also skilled, his knowledge was broad, yet not specialized. This enigmatic figure possesses intriguing qualities, Ye Chen mused, shaking his head. Chapter 70. The Crimson Pill. Ye Chen immersed himself in the intricate and profound formation techniques recorded within the jade slip. These formations comprised both defensive arrays and confinement formations, ranging from elementary to deeply esoteric levels. Having previously studied the formations provided by Qingfeng, he recognized a stark disparity in their levels. Suddenly, Ye Chen's anger flared. Qingfeng, come out. What is it, master? Qingfeng is unwell today. Unwell? Spare me the excuses. Tell me, what was your cultivation level back then? Qingfeng hesitated, stammering. After a prolonged silence, tears began to flow from Qingfeng's eyes. In her youth, the young woman had a profound fondness for enchanting fragrances, which led her to pilfer numerous treasures. However, she was also coerced into such actions. As Ye Chen listened to Qingfeng's lamentations, he felt a growing sense of agitation. He expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, You nearly placed me in peril. Matters of cultivation must be clarified with me. Calling out to Qingfeng several times without receiving a response, he discovered her hiding within her flying sword, unwilling to emerge. Shaking his head, he sighed inwardly, having initially believed he had encountered a formidable being, only to find her unreliable. As Ye Chen recognized her lack of dependability, his resolve strengthened. He vowed to cultivate mastery in various disciplines, including alchemy, formations, talismans, and puppetry. Reflecting on her previous teachings in alchemy, he was certain her cultivation must be at least in the core formation stage. With this thought, his mind began to settle. With 1 year remaining, Ye Chen continued to refine the remaining primal yin energy within him. Through relentless practice day and night, half a year swiftly passed. Despite the assistance of numerous elixirs, his cultivation stagnated at the mid-stage of the 12th layer of qi refinement. By this time, all remaining primal yin energy had been fully refined. The life and death technique within him was operating at an increasingly rapid pace, consuming greater amounts of spiritual energy. This technique enabled Ye Chen to make remarkable progress in the realms of body and spirit, allowing his physical form and consciousness to rival those of mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, with a purity of power comparable to the pinnacle of qi refinement. To advance further, he needed to venture into secret realms and acquire his own opportunities. Qingfeng, he called. Master, I am here, she replied. You are an ancient cultivator. Surely you are familiar with several secret realms. Upon hearing that he no longer inquired about cultivation, Qingfeng delicately emerged from the ancient sword. Indeed, I know of a few ancient secret locations. However, time has transformed the world. Many may have been destroyed, forgotten, or perhaps still exist. The energy required to access these secret realms is considerable, and merely searching for and opening them will consume a significant amount of time. Ye Chen fell silent after hearing this. My current level has reached a point where further advancement seems daunting. Do you possess any effective methods? Qingfeng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled. Master, I perceive that two formidable beings are quite fond of you. Perhaps you could. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's expression darkened considerably. He shot a cold glance at Qingfeng and ceased speaking. Having met the requirements set by the Bone Elder, Ye Chen prepared to solidify his level before proceeding to the Soulfall Mountain. 3 months later, Ye Chen adjusted his pristine attire and cast a glance towards Soulfall Mountain, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was eager to discover the true intentions of the Bone Elder. Upon witnessing this, Yun Ming was greatly astonished. Yet the Bone Elder merely smiled faintly. Indeed, you have not disappointed me, Ye Chen respectfully replied. The accomplishments of the disciple today are all thanks to the nurturing of the esteemed master. However, your cultivation remains exceedingly low. As a direct disciple of the White Bone Master, you cannot afford to be this weak. With a casual wave of his hand, the White Bone Master summoned 10 alchemical vials to float before Ye Chen. These vials contained antidotes for the next 5 years, after which he would become a foundational practitioner. Yes, master. Ye Chen understood the immense difficulty ahead of him, and, noting the chilling gaze of his mentor, dared not express any doubt. Now that you have met my expectations, it is time for you to undertake certain tasks. Follow me. The White Bone Master led Ye Chen to a different hall, a place steeped in mystery, untouched by any other disciples. The air was permeated with an oppressive chill, and within the hall stood over a dozen uniquely shaped demonic beasts. Ye Chen intended to probe their essence with his spiritual awareness, but as soon as his consciousness made contact, a cacophony erupted from the protective array surrounding them. The White Bone Master merely chuckled coldly, as if amused by the folly of a weaker practitioner. He formed a hand seal and infused a spell into one of the beasts. Slowly, it descended with a creaking sound, revealing an entrance. The entryway glowed with a ghostly blue hue, and a wave of metallic scent assaulted Ye Chen's senses. Alarmed, he felt trepidation surge within him. What secrets did the White Bone Master conceal within? Why was he brought here? The passage was lengthy, leading directly into the depths of the earth. Soon, it opened into a vast stone chamber, revealing 5 enormous alchemical furnaces and a dozen jade boxes nearby. At the opposite end of the chamber lay another long passage, fortified by a formidable protective array. The White Bone Master gazed intently, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he stated, I shall grant you a token, henceforth. This will allow you access to this place. In 3 months, you must refine and purify the elixirs within the jade boxes. My expectations are modest. You need only to eliminate the malevolent and sanguine energies from the potions. Is it truly that simple? Ye Chen found it hard to believe. The White Bone Master replied nonchalantly, First, peruse this jade slip. Do not find yourself perplexed later on. I will demonstrate the process once. Ye Chen quickly examined the contents inscribed on the jade slip, detailing a unique and meticulous method to dispel the sanguine energies with spiritual force. Have you finished reading? The White Bone Master inquired. Master, I have memorized it, Ye Chen responded, but before he could voice his lingering doubts, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the White Bone Master's sleeve, lifting a jade box with a surge of magical energy. Within it lay a blood-red elixir, its bizarre odor nearly inducing Ye Chen to retch. The White Bone Master continued to weave intricate hand seals, placing the elixir into the alchemical furnace. Under the intense heat, the furnace hummed ominously. Ye Chen meticulously observed every subtle movement, quickly grasping the underlying principles in conjunction with the jade slip's instructions. Now, it is your turn to refine the elixir. You will have but one opportunity, the White Bone Master stated coolly. Ye Chen's spiritual power was on par with that of a foundational cultivator, and with prior experience in forging ancient elixirs, particularly in the utilization of soul energy. He felt entirely confident in meeting the demands of the Bone Elder. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the origins of these blood-red pills. Upon encountering the Bone Elder's chilling gaze, a shiver ran down Ye Chen's spine. Chapter 71. An unexpected delight after taking a deep breath and recalling the Bone Elder's refining techniques along with the key points mentioned in the Jade Slip. Ye Chen swiftly began the incantation to concoct the elixirs. Initially, he believed the process would be straightforward, yet he soon discovered that these pills were exceedingly peculiar. After exerting his full spiritual energy to refine one of the pills, he found himself drenched in sweat and somewhat unsteady on his feet. The Bone Elder carefully examined the outcome of the refinement and, with satisfaction, declared, "Well done. Your task will be to refine 10 pills every 3 months." Ye Chen, upon hearing this, felt speechless but respectfully replied, "Thank you for your generous regard, Master." From now on, the elixirs within the jade boxes would be refined in the hall before them. The other hall, where the restrictions lay, was to be avoided unless necessary. "Yes, Master," he responded. The Bone Elder cast a cold glance toward the distant hall of restrictions, snorted softly, and departed. With 9 jade boxes remaining, Ye Chen shook his head in resignation. Gazing at the blood-red pills, he sensed something amiss. Yet the Bone Elder was hinting at something. Why prevent him from entering the other hall? The restrictions guarding that hall were indeed formidable. Any approach would trigger a crackling noise. It was clear that the Bone Elder had linked the restrictions to that hall, and should he recklessly attempt to breach them, the Elder would swiftly appear before him. Contemplating the mysteries of the situation, Ye Chen dismissed his curiosity. After consuming a pill to restore his vitality, he commenced the refinement of the elixirs. Upon finishing the second pill, he noticed his body growing weaker, and his mind felt somewhat hazy. Just as he was about to refine the third pill, the Sword Spirit, Qing Feng, gently cautioned, "Master, that old rogue harbors ill intentions. If you continue this way, it will surely damage your foundational essence." Ye Chen was well aware of this potential outcome, yet he dared not defy the Bone Elder's command. He focused on removing the malevolent and sanguine energies from the pills, first employing his soul power, followed by his magical energy to guide the process gradually. This separation required utmost caution. Any misstep could result in the pills being ruined. While he could always return to refine these elixirs at a later time, an inexplicable determination drove Ye Chen to complete the refinement of all the pills in one go. The blood-red pills resembled crimson hearts, inducing a profound sense of nausea. As he began the refinement of the 5th pill, Ye Chen finally reached his limit. At that moment, the life and death technique within him activated, drawing in the malevolent and sanguine energies from the pill. Additionally, the Jade Pendant on him seemed to emit a faint warmth in the shadows. The body, once slightly damaged, was swiftly restored. The technique of life and death formula appears to extract malevolent and sanguine energies from one's own physique. Cultivators engage in the refinement of qi, body, and spirit. Some practitioners, daring to forge their own paths, utilize their blood essence to fortify their corporeal forms. Such knowledge is gleaned from an extensive reading of tomes within the library. Upon discovering this remarkable phenomenon, Ye Chen was filled with elation. The skeletal master had initially regarded his disciples with indifference. Yet possessing the life and death formula afforded Ye Chen an additional avenue for cultivation. Moreover, within the master's elixirs lay a potent and rich blood essence that could indeed bolster Ye Chen's training. With this newfound revelation, Ye Chen refrained from hastily refining the elixirs, wary that the skeletal master might uncover the secret he harbored, which could jeopardize his very life. Casting a glance at the remaining jade boxes, he departed the location without a backward glance, fully intent on recovering his strength. The remaining elixirs would soon be ready for refinement, allowing this task to reach its conclusion. Returning to the cave, Ye Chen reclined on his bed and exhaled deeply. The events of the day had been peculiar, leaving him curious about what lay beyond the restrictions. What were those elixirs? And why did they exude such a strong scent of blood and malevolence? As he pondered these questions, a sudden gentle breeze accompanied by a captivating aroma wafted in. It was a familiar scent, intoxicating and alluring. Before him appeared an enchanting figure, tall and graceful, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her form elegant, and her features exquisitely refined with a delicate nose. The celestial maiden had finally arrived, Li Muxue, clad in black attire that accentuated her captivating silhouette. Ye Chen's heart soared with joy as he quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, senior sister." Li Muxue felt a surge of happiness upon hearing him no longer address her as Master Ancestor. However, a hint of sorrow lingered in her expression. Over the past 2 years, she had tirelessly sought rare spiritual herbs for Ye Chen, only to find them exceedingly scarce, consuming vast amounts of time without yielding a single specimen. Feeling a sense of guilt, she had come to visit him. "There is no need for formality between us. Li Muxue smiled. Upon discovering that Ye Chen had reached the 12th level of qi refinement, astonishment graced her countenance. Ye Chen anticipated her unspoken question and hastily clarified. Senior sister, it's merely a stroke of luck. Luck? Li Muxue regarded him with curiosity, scrutinizing his cultivation level. She nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that he would soon establish his foundation. Establishing a foundation would mark his true entry into the path of immortality, elevating him from the ranks of inconspicuous cultivators. This would bring them significantly closer together. If only one day, senior sister? Ye Chen inquired, noticing her lost in thought. Oh, Li Muxue seemed to recall something. Her cheeks faintly flushed. For a moment, silence enveloped them once more. In the past 2 years, the toxins within her body had increased somewhat. In truth, Ye Chen was already well prepared. When his limbs were bound, a wave of joy surged through him. Shortly thereafter, faint gasps echoed within the cave. However, bound as he was, he could not help but think how wonderful it would be to be free. Just as Ye Chen attempted to break his restraints, he suddenly found his limbs able to move again. It turned out that the magical energy that Li Muxue had infused was still of the same potency. But now he had reached the 12th level of qi refinement, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Cautiously, Ye Chen removed the mask from his face, revealing a scene that ignited his blood. It was indeed a vivid ink painting, the first beauty elder of the sect, secretly present in this place. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Just then, Li Muxue, her gaze dazed, suddenly sensed something awry. Upon seeing Ye Chen's wide eyes, she gasped. The atmosphere grew instantly cold. Li Muxue's brows furrowed, her expression as frigid as ice. Chapter 72. The uncanny, a powerful spiritual pressure surged forth, causing the temperature around them to plummet, while another wave of magical energy bound Ye Chen's limbs once more, rendering him utterly immobile. Li Muxue, both bashful and enraged, hastily tried to cover herself, yet her delicate hands could only shield a fraction of her figure. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Ye Chen could do nothing but keep his eyes tightly shut. Gradually, the surrounding spiritual pressure lessened, and the chill receded. A garment was tossed at him, obscuring his view entirely. Ye Chen's action seemed to incite the other's wrath, leading to an even fiercer retaliation, as if he were to receive an unjust punishment. The sword spirit, Qing Feng, watched in astonishment at the unfolding events. Above the sect, dark clouds gathered, and after a prolonged build-up, a lightning bolt cleaved the sky, followed by a rumble of thunder. Soon, a torrential downpour enveloped the entire sect. Inside the cave, Li Muxue was equally astonished by the strength of her opponent. Remembering how he had dared to offend her moments ago, her demeanor grew more reckless. This vivid dream seemed to last an eternity. Time became irrelevant. Under the care of the sword spirit, Ye Chen gradually opened his eyes. Surveying the surroundings, he found the cave empty, the celestial maiden having departed. Previously, she would leave behind some elixirs, but this time the table was bare. Had she taken offense? Ye Chen shook his head. After consuming a few pills, his strength gradually returned, and soon he was revitalized. Once he had tidied his attire, Ye Chen set forth towards Luohan Mountain. Before him lay several jade boxes. If he could completely refine them, he would be able to cultivate in peace. With the aid of the life and death formula, the blood and malevolent energy within the elixirs were absorbed into his body. His physique resembled a furnace, slowly refining these potent energies. Another jade box has been refined. After completing the refining of 2 jade boxes, Ye Chen exhaled a breath of murky air. The remaining jade boxes could be refined in the future. Now, he must seize the opportunity to cultivate, as the spiritual energy in this place is remarkably abundant. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, he opened his acupoints and pores, gradually absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. During this period, Ye Chen did not return to the cave. After each session, he slowly refined the impurities within the jade boxes. As the 3-month mark approached, after refining the last elixir within the final jade box, the skeletal master suddenly appeared. Disciple pays respects to the master, Ye Chen said respectfully. Rise. Have all the jade boxes been refined? The skeletal master's gaze was icy, as if he would strike down anyone who had not completed their task. Master, I have fulfilled your request, and refined them all, Ye Chen replied. Oh, the skeletal master expressed surprise. With a wave of his arm, 10 jade boxes slowly opened, and blood-red elixirs floated in the air. The skeletal master widened his eyes, meticulously inspecting the elixirs. They bore no trace of blood energy or malevolence, and were entirely consumable. He was quite astonished, as he had anticipated that refining these elixirs would take him 3 months, not expecting a mere chi-refining disciple to possess such capability. However, the skeletal master was already aware that his disciple was adept in both body and soul cultivation, and thus did not dwell on it. In truth, Ye Chen had deliberately slowed down the refinement process. Had he completed it all within a month, it would surely have aroused the skeletal master's suspicion. Soon after, a peculiar smile graced the skeletal master's lips. Very well, return here in 3 months. I shall grant you only 1 month to refine. Initially anxious about being questioned regarding the refinement, Ye Chen was delighted to have passed so swiftly, responding eagerly, yes, disciple obeys. Once Ye Chen departed, the skeletal master collected all the elixirs and activated one of the restrictions within the hall. As the barrier opened, various cries echoed from within. The loudest were from demonic beasts, accompanied by the pleas and curses of several cultivators. Amidst the clanking of chains, a booming voice resonated, "White bone, you wicked cultivator. You are utterly devoid of conscience." The speaker was a disheveled male cultivator, his eyes wide with rage upon seeing the skeletal master, as if he were confronting a sworn enemy. "Uncle Master, spare us," pleaded 3 or 4 disciples, their voices barely above a whisper. The skeletal master seemed unperturbed by their cries, ignoring them entirely. After slaying several core formation stage demonic beasts and extracting their inner cores, his gaze turned towards one of the Foundation establishment cultivators. The skeletal master's expression remained cold, disregarding the pleas of the Foundation establishment cultivator. He cast a spell, and the feeble Foundation establishment cultivator collapsed to the ground, under the weight of his magical power. Both the demonic beast's corpse and the Foundation establishment cultivator were lifted from the premises. With a flourish, a spell was cast into the immense alchemical furnace, and a brilliant flame erupted, accompanied by a resounding crackle. The Bone Elder retrieved various spiritual herbs from his storage pouch, cleansing and refining them before casting them into the furnace. As the furnace began to exude a fragrant aroma, he introduced the inner core of a beast into the mixture. With each crisp sound emitted by the concoction, the Bone Elder began to integrate the beast's core into the furnace, facilitating a swift amalgamation. Several hours later, the Bone Elder exhaled a long breath of turbid air and turned his gaze towards the lifeless beast beside him. Once the elixir had cooled sufficiently, he opened the furnace to reveal 5 crimson pills floating before his eyes. At this moment, he extracted a substantial amount of blood from a 7th-level beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the core formation stage. In an instant, several columns of blood materialized above the hall. The Bone Elder swiftly performed a series of hand seals to ensure a thorough fusion with the pills. The concocted pills resembled pebbles as they were cast into the mixture. Before long, the 5 crimson pills transformed into a deep scarlet hue. However, the sanguine essence was overwhelmingly potent, requiring further purification. The Bone Elder glanced at the unconscious Foundation establishment cultivator and channeled a spell into him, causing the once faint aura of the cultivator to gradually awaken. "Master, spare me," the Foundation establishment cultivator pleaded. The Bone Elder's gaze was frigid as he replied, "You need only refine this elixir, and I shall provide you with the antidote." The cultivator, feeling helpless, complied and began to channel the immense blood essence into his body. Upon completion of the refinement, he found himself inundated with a heavy aura of blood and malevolence. Despite absorbing a vast quantity of this energy, the cultivator, already weakened, succumbed once more to unconsciousness. The Bone Elder, witnessing this, remarked in anger, "Useless." His thoughts momentarily drifted to Ye Chen, but recalling that he was his own direct disciple and still in the chi refinement stage, he dismissed the thought, aware that he might not withstand the pressure. Moreover, future tasks awaited the disciple, prompting him to abandon the idea. Chapter 73. The scheming of high-level cultivators after exiting the Grand Hall. Ye Chen felt a slight alleviation of his anxious emotions. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly encountered Yun Ming, the Bone Elder's favored female disciple and confidant. Over the years, she had gained considerable renown within the sect for her unwavering loyalty to the Bone Elder. Upon noticing Ye Chen emerging from the enigmatic hall, she was taken aback, for that particular place was strictly off-limits to any disciple. "Senior sister," Ye Chen greeted respectfully. Yun Ming initially intended to inquire about his activities within, but recalling the Bone Elder's chilling demeanor, she quickly abandoned the thought. Ye Chen harbored a favorable impression of this senior sister. However, her close association with the Bone Elder left him uncertain about her intentions. After completing his respectful salutation, he prepared to depart. "What are you so flustered about?" Yun Ming asked, her tone sharp. "Senior sister, my cultivation level is too low. I must focus on my training," Ye Chen replied. Yun Ming nodded in acknowledgement. As a disciple of the Bone Master, her low cultivation level implied an earlier demise. Watching Ye Chen depart with measured steps, her curiosity regarding him deepened. He had astonishingly broken through to the 12th level of chi refinement within the stipulated time, revealing he was far from being a mere incompetent. Departing from the Soul Descent Mountain, she prepared to return to her cave. In the distance, she spotted a woman in red robes lingering nearby. This woman was El Ting, who had arrived early but found Ye Chen absent, and she dared not venture into the Soul Descent Mountain carelessly. Discovering that Ye Chen's training location was not only secluded but also lacked abundant spiritual energy. She noticed the cave was protected by 2 formations and refrained from wandering about, opting instead to wait patiently for Ye Chen's return. Fortunately, the area was tidy and well-kept, adorned with an array of vibrant blossoms nearby. "Junior sister, you have come this time," Ye Chen respectfully inquired after El Ting had greeted him. It seemed she had made a deliberate effort to enhance her appearance today, applying a subtle layer of rouge to her fair and delicate skin. At that moment, Ye Chen couldn't help but recall the partially concealed visage of Li Muxua. In comparison, El Ting fell slightly short. They had not seen each other for quite some time, and upon noticing that Ye Chen's cultivation had reached the 12th level of qi refinement, matching her own, she was greatly astonished. However, recalling that he was a direct disciple of the Bone Master, who was renowned for his ample resources and medicinal pills, her bewilderment dissipated. The Bone Master was the foremost alchemist below the Nascent Soul stage within their sect, even earning the respect of the Nascent Soul cultivators. "Junior brother, my father wishes to meet you." Ye Chen recalled the shrewd demeanor of Elder El and felt a surge of surprise. The last encounter had clearly been dismissive. So why the summons now? Noticing Ye Chen's silence, El Ting smiled and said, "Junior brother, my father is quite concerned about you. Had it not been for the timely cultivation of spiritual herbs, you might have been severely injured by now. Let us proceed to Tontian Peak." Without further hesitation, El Ting produced a flying artifact, and, taking Ye Chen by the hand, they soared directly to Tontian Peak. Within the grand hall of Tontian Peak, El's father, with his long beard and cold gaze, appeared deep in thought. Upon noticing his daughter arriving with Ye Chen and recognizing the significant improvement in Ye Chen's cultivation, he smiled and nodded. He then gestured for El Ting to withdraw. Now, only the 2 of them remained in the hall. The El clan's core formation cultivator spoke with a warm smile. "Seeing that you, Ye Shitzi, have achieved such accomplishments brings me great relief. I had my concerns when I recommended you to the Bone Master." Ye Chen understood that he had been thrust into a perilous situation. Though a sense of unspoken disdain lingered within him, he maintained a smile and replied, "Thank you, Ancestor. This progress of mine owes much to your generous support." The El clan's core formation cultivator, pleased by Ye Chen's perceptiveness, felt satisfied. With a relaxed demeanor, after confirming that no other cultivators were nearby, he smiled and said, "The secret realm will soon be opened, and I wish to engage in a transaction with you, my young friend." Ye Chen, feeling somewhat curious, wondered why the esteemed cultivators of the El family had singled him out. The El family's golden core cultivator, observing Ye Chen's astonishment, continued with a smile. "This matter is rather simple. When the White Bone Master requires you to retrieve an item, you shall conveniently procure a similar one for me." It seemed almost too straightforward for Ye Chen to believe. The El cultivator further assured him, "This task will be effortless for you and poses no danger whatsoever." The conditions set forth by the Golden Core Ancestor felt less like a transaction and more like an edict, prompting Ye Chen to feign delight as he replied, "I shall certainly complete the task." "Excellent," the other responded with evident satisfaction. "Then I shall take my leave." As the El cultivator nodded lightly, Ye Chen gradually exited the grand hall. Once Ye Chen had fully departed, a flash of brilliance illuminated the hall, revealing a refined cultivator. None other than the masked woman with whom Ye Chen had once shared an intimate encounter. The El cultivator respectfully addressed her, saying, "Greetings, esteemed envoy. We must expedite our plans regarding the White Bone Master. I have tested the waters several times, and it seems his cultivation may now reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage." The pinnacle of Golden Core? Is that even feasible? Or does that old wretch possess a pill for a temporary boost in cultivation? The El cultivator expressed his disbelief. "It is possible. He is notoriously cunning." The masked woman affirmed with a nod. "The secret realm is on the verge of opening, and by observing what his direct disciple brings back, we can ascertain his current level of cultivation," the El cultivator noted. The masked woman nodded in agreement, recalling her previous encounter with poison. Had she not ultimately lost herself to Ye Chen, she might have fallen victim to that grotesque White Bone Master. The thought filled her with profound resentment, for she hailed from a noble lineage and had sacrificed far too much to fulfill her mission. Nonetheless, she decided that the White Bone Master's direct disciple would be spared in this matter, her eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. "Esteemed envoy, should we not ensure complete eradication of potential threats?" the El cultivator hesitantly suggested. "No, the White Bone Master's disciples all harbor deep-seated hatred for him. Feeding his direct disciple the bone-crushing pill is truly unprecedented." The masked woman, sensing the lingering hesitation from her counterpart, stepped back and asserted, "I find his disciple quite intriguing. You may deal with the others as you see fit, but this one must be preserved." Upon hearing this, the El cultivator was filled with joy and respectfully replied, "Rest assured, esteemed envoy." Little did Ye Chen know the machinations of these high-ranking cultivators. Through his conversation with the El cultivator, he realized that the White Bone Master indeed had enemies. The master's despicable act of forcing him to ingest the bone-crushing pill was shameful, and it would be most advantageous if he could eliminate the threat posed by others. Chapter 74. Accomplishing the task in the ensuing 3 months. Ye Chen diligently expedited the ripening of spiritual herbs while simultaneously refining pills and cultivating. With the absence of the primordial yin energy from the female cultivator of the core formation stage within him, he found it imperative to consume a copious amount of medicinal pills. Fortunately, he had become exceedingly proficient in the alchemy of the flame pill, and with the assistance of numerous mid-grade flame pills, his cultivation realm steadily ascended. During this period, the sword spirit, Qingfeng, presented an ancient formula for a new pill, although the requirements for the spiritual herbs were exceedingly stringent, necessitating those aged at least 500 years. However, for Ye Chen, this posed no challenge. Armed with the ripening function of his Jade Pendant, he soon embarked on the synthesis of the new elixir. The pill, named the Brahma pill, bore an unusual title, yet its potency was undeniably formidable. 3 months later, Ye Chen, seated upon his meditation cushion, exhaled a long breath. His cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of the 12th layer of qi refinement. He had not forgotten his intention to venture to that peculiar grand hall to refine the blood-red pills. The infusion of blood and malevolent energy would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, the efficacy of those pills significantly increased upon merging with the blood of beasts at the core formation stage. Utilizing his own body as a crucible to expel the malevolent energy allowed his cultivation to gradually advance at a visibly accelerated pace. Cautiously stepping into the grand hall, he discovered 10 new jade boxes neatly arranged within. The restrictions at the far end of the hall remained active, pulsating with faint arcs of lightning. Seemingly fortified since his last visit, Ye Chen's curiosity piqued as he wondered what lay beyond those barriers. After observing for a considerable time without devising a suitable method, despite his profound understanding of formations, he reluctantly summoned the sword spirit Qingfeng to seek a solution for breaking the array. Master, this formation is exceedingly formidable. Attempting to breach it may very well alert that ancient specter, Qingfeng cautioned. I understand. Just provide me with the means to dismantle the array. I shall endeavor to breach it at a more opportune moment, Ye Chen replied. After much deliberation, Qingfeng was taken aback, realizing that this restriction was employed by Nascent Soul cultivators. Even with a feasible method, breaching it would be nearly impossible. After considerable contemplation, Qingfeng inscribed the method for dismantling the formation onto a jade slip. Upon reviewing the instructions, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. He was not foolish enough to attempt the breach himself. Instead, he would entrust the slip to the adversary of the Bone Elder. Thereafter, Ye Chen commenced the refinement of the jade boxes. This time, he noticed that the blood energy contained within was even more potent than before. After a day, he had only managed to refine 2 of the jade boxes. Although the process proved arduous, the assistance of the life and death technique continually fortified his physical form with the vigorous malevolent and blood energies. Previously constrained by the requirements of the life and death technique, he had been unable to cultivate the 4th layer, but with the aid of this formidable blood energy, the operation of the 4th layer technique began to unfold gradually. This revelation filled Ye Chen with immense joy. Should he be able to cultivate the 4th layer, his cultivation would ascend to new heights. Upon contemplating this, Ye Chen proceeded to refine the remaining crimson elixirs within the jade boxes. As a substantial amount of blood energy coursed into his body, Ye Chen's form trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and continued the refining process. With the assistance of the 4th tier technique, a considerable volume of blood energy was purified, further augmenting the strength of his physical form. The rate at which his body absorbed the ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged dramatically, transforming into strands of magical power stored within his dantian. The blood energy contained within the jade boxes proved immensely beneficial. After 10 days, all the boxes had been thoroughly refined. Soon thereafter, a significant expulsion of impurities and vast wisps of white mist flowed forth from his body. Ye Chen could not help but erupt into hearty laughter, for his cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the late stage of the 12th level of qi refinement. Such rapid elevation in cultivation stirred a sense of apprehension within Ye Chen. Consequently, he sought a more potent technique for concealing his cultivation from the sword spirit, Qingfeng. Even for those of the divine transformation realm, discerning his true level would be quite challenging. When inquiring about its source, Qingfeng hesitated. It turned out that he had never cultivated it himself, but had previously glimpsed this knowledge in an ancient sect. After countless millennia, he transcribed the secret method of concealing one's aura from memory. Ye Chen was greatly pleased upon reviewing it. The technique was remarkably straightforward, a method of aura concealment devised by ancient masters. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced his training in it. As for the details of Qingfeng's past cultivation, Ye Chen felt little inclination to delve deeper. A few days later, having mastered the technique, He was just about to employ it to obscure his cultivation to the initial stage of the 12th level, when the sound of footsteps belonging to the Bone Elder echoed from the outer hall. An expression of utter disdain crossed Ye Chen's face. Moments later, the Bone Elder stood before him. Disciple pays respects to master. Ye Chen bowed respectfully. The Bone Elder, indifferent to his disciple's well-being, inquired coolly, "Have these jade boxes been refined yet?" "Master, they have been completed," Ye Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the Bone Elder's heart skipped a beat. The last time he had instructed a foundation establishment practitioner to refine a few elixirs, the results had been lackluster, leading him to abandon further efforts. Subsequently, he decided to assess his disciple's capabilities first. After conducting a thorough examination, the Bone Elder could not contain his laughter, feeling as though he had struck gold. Though he harbored doubts, the elixirs before him were of paramount importance. Dual cultivation of law and body, splendid. Indeed, you have aided your master significantly. Ye Chen felt an ominous sensation at the sight of the Bone Elder's sinister grin. However, the Elder's next statement brought him a sense of relief. With a swift motion, he produced a storage bag, from which emerged 10 or so vials. "These are antidotes for the bone-shattering elixirs, sufficient for your consumption for 3 years. Return here in a month." "Yes, master." Ye Chen could hardly wait to depart from this place. After his exit, the Bone Elder's gaze turned icy as he stepped into the forbidden passageway. The practitioner bound by iron chains continued to curse the Bone Elder, who remained unfazed by the vitriol. After consecutively slaughtering several 8th-level demon beasts, he began to concoct elixirs. Following his successful assessment of Ye Chen, the Bone Elder found himself in high spirits. Soon, the hall became suffused with a dense aura of blood. The elixirs emitted a continuous sound, akin to bubbles rising in a lake of blood. With deft hands, the Bone Elder persistently refined the elixirs, and within half a month, the hall was filled with over 20 jade boxes. Given the remarkable capabilities of his direct disciple, the foundational cultivators within the boxes seemed of little use. Contemplating this, the Bone Elder slowly made his way into another hall. "Master, I beg for mercy." The cries of despair echoed as the Bone Elder swiftly struck down 7 or 8 foundational cultivators before unleashing a fireball to obliterate the evidence. The chained cultivators continued to curse vehemently. "Bone Elder, you vile practitioner." Chapter 75, Ascension of Realms and the Return of the Celestial Maiden. Upon returning to the cave, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to cultivate diligently. With the immense assistance of the blood aura, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Should he absorb even more blood aura in the near future, he would soon reach the pinnacle of chi refinement. This prospect filled him with anticipation for next month's journey to the mysterious Grand Hall. This month passed uneventfully, with no distractions as he immersed himself in his training. Having entered the later stages of chi refinement, he was required by the sect to complete 3 tasks annually. Out of respect for the Bone Elder, the Affairs Hall had refrained from pressing him, merely accumulating the tasks over the years. Furthermore, having heard of Ye Chen's breakthroughs in alchemy, they were in no hurry. The month flew by, and Ye Chen once again ventured to the enigmatic Grand Hall. Upon discovering 20 jade boxes within, he initially felt elation, only to be followed by a wave of distaste. The concentration of blood aura within these elixirs had grown exceedingly potent, indicating that the Bone Elder had certainly sensed something amiss. However, as the other party currently posed no threat to him, and given that he would undoubtedly be required for the Secret Realm expedition, he dismissed his concerns. Thus, he settled into a meditative posture and began to refine the elixirs. The 4th layer of the life and death technique circulated within him, with an abundance of blood aura surging through his meridians. Simultaneously, he practiced the yin-yang technique, guiding spiritual energy to open the profound gates and acupoints within his body. As he had yet to reach the foundational stage, the consequences of this endeavor were intensified pressure upon his body, etched with anguish upon his face. His physical form had already reached its limit, yet his cultivation ascended at a visibly rapid pace. As the refinement of the 20 jade boxes reached completion, a resonant roar emanated from within his body, and wisps of white mist began to emanate from him. A sudden surge of potent vitality erupted within Ye Chen, intensified by the Mingyang Ju, which accelerated his cultivation. A fierce expression manifested on his face. Just as his consciousness began to blur and his body threatened to succumb, the sword spirit, Qing Feng, timely infused him with a vital incantation, gradually bringing Ye Chen back to lucidity, albeit with a sense of trepidation regarding his current state. As another wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, his entire being began to tremble. A resounding explosion echoed within him. Ye Chen exhaled deeply. Upon refining the last pill, he astonishingly broke through to the pinnacle of chi refinement. Laughter resonated throughout the hall, filled with Ye Chen's boundless joy. Previously constrained by his lowly realm and often bullied by his peers, he now finally possessed formidable strength. Once he embarked on the expedition to the secret realm, gathered the requisite spiritual herbs, or acquired foundation-building pills from the sect, he would soon establish his foundation. After a moment of ecstatic revelry, Ye Chen calmed himself and began to meditate, as solidifying his realm was of utmost importance at that moment. Before long, faint sounds emerged from outside the grand hall. Ye Chen discerned that it was the arrival of the Elder of Bones. He swiftly employed a concealment technique and awaited the Elder's approach. Have all the pills been refined? The Elder's gaze was tinged with anticipation. Reporting to Master, all have been successfully refined. Upon hearing this, the Elder was taken aback. A look of disbelief crossed his face as he quickly opened the jade boxes one by one, inspecting them meticulously. Soon, an eerie smile spread across the Elder's countenance within the hall. Indeed, you have not disappointed my teachings. At that moment, the Elder withdrew a bamboo slip from his storage bag and spoke with a faint tone. The secret realm is about to open. Assist me in obtaining these spiritual herbs, and you shall be richly rewarded. Ye Chen, having anticipated this, respectfully replied, Disciple will not fail in this mission. Very well. When you return from the secret realm, I will do my utmost to assist you in successfully establishing your foundation. Do not forget, I am capable of refining foundation-building pills. Ye Chen understood his current value to the Elder and harbored no doubts about his words, quickly expressing his gratitude. With the secret realm soon to be unveiled, next month, he would assist the Elder in refining another batch of pills, after which he could focus solely on preparing for the expedition. Yes, Master. Once Ye Chen departed, a chill flickered across the Elder of Bones' face. It appeared he had underestimated Ye Chen, allowing him to establish his foundation now. But once the Elder achieved his own Yuan-ing, he would surely extract Ye Chen's soul to uncover the secrets he harbored. Stowing the jade boxes in his storage bag, the Elder resumed his pill refining, this time slaughtering an even greater number of demonic beasts, thereby intensifying the vitality's concentration. Upon returning to his cave, Ye Chen consumed a fasting pill and continued to stabilize his realm. The day's training swiftly concluded, and nightfall enveloped the land. At that moment, a sudden waft of fragrance filled the air, and a familiar figure materialized before his eyes. This person stood tall, with exquisite curves that could captivate any heart, evoking memories of their last encounter when she had been partially concealed. Upon witnessing the infatuated gaze directed at her, Li Muxue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The previous meeting had left her with a mix of shyness and irritation, and upon returning, she found it hard to focus on her cultivation. With the secret realm set to reopen in 2 months and other tasks awaiting her, she had come to seek a glimpse of the one she missed. Before Li Muxue, Ye Chen showed no intention of concealing his aura. With a joyful tone, he greeted, Senior Sister. The moment Li Muxue heard herself addressed thus, a surge of delight filled her heart. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Ye Chen, and suddenly, astonishment graced her features as she exclaimed, You've reached the peak of qi refinement. In her day, her own cultivation speed had never matched such rapidity. Though every cultivator harbors their secrets, she could not restrain her curiosity. What? You assisted the Bone Elder in refining pills? Indeed, those pills were laden with blood and malevolent energy, yet surprisingly, they significantly aided my advancement, Ye Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Li Muxue promptly channeled her energy into Ye Chen, gradually inspecting him. After a sigh of relief, confirming that he bore no injuries, she nodded repeatedly in approval. In that moment, silence enveloped the cave as both were at a loss for words. Li Muxue's enchanting gaze lingered on Ye Chen, revealing a hint of shyness. Ye Chen, having prepared for this, anticipated the outcome. As expected, his limbs were once again bound, and his eyes were shrouded in darkness. The cave was ablaze with vibrant colors. Although Ye Chen found himself ensnared by her power, he was eager to test whether his current realm could withstand the energy of a core formation cultivator. However, merely straining his limbs allowed him to easily break free from the constraints. Ye Chen felt a twinge of surprise, realizing that this binding was far weaker than before. Could it be that the fairy had intentionally eased the restraints? Upon this thought, a wave of joy surged within him as he gently removed the blindfold, intending to glimpse her visage. Yet, he soon discovered that the cave was enveloped in utter darkness. The fairy had extinguished the luminous pearl long ago. In the shadows, Ye Chen slowly extended his hands, cautiously exploring the surroundings. When his fingers brushed against smooth skin, a sudden chill enveloped him. However, this coldness and pressure lasted only a fleeting moment. Ye Chen's anxious heart gradually calmed. Since the fairy had shown her intentions, being overly cautious would only seem devoid of charm. After all, she was a renowned core formation female cultivator. Who could have anticipated she would yield herself to him? Meanwhile, the sword spirit, Qing Feng, watched with wide eyes, her face flushed. Despite the darkness, she perceived everything clearly, her heart brimming with joy as she exclaimed, My master has finally taken the reins. Another vibrant dream unfolded, where the two figures within were consumed by madness. Time became an abstraction until the dream finally dissipated. The cavern lay desolate, having been meticulously tidied, and the ethereal being had long since departed. Shifting my gaze to the table, I beheld 3 exquisite magical artifacts, 5 vials of elixirs, and a stack of talismans. Gently massaging my aching lower back, I approached to examine them closely. Among the elixirs were those for rapid recovery of spiritual energy, healing, detoxification, and protection of meridians, all of superior quality. The talismans included fire serpent talismans, thunder explosion talismans, and teleportation talismans, all of intermediate excellence. Finally, my attention turned to the 3 magical artifacts, and I studied them with great care. 2 were defensive in nature, one being a shield artifact that could manifest 6 powerful shields upon activation, while the other, a golden light dome artifact, enveloped the user within a grand golden bell when invoked. The last artifact was an offensive disc, capable of unleashing icy blades as long as spiritual energy remained abundant. It was evident that the ethereal being was deeply concerned for my safety, as the artifacts heavily favored defense. After storing these treasures in my spatial pouch, I settled into a meditative posture to commence my cultivation. A month later, I found myself once more in that enigmatic great hall. To my astonishment, there were now 30 jade boxes before me. Elation surged within as I recalled the previous attempt of refining 20. Surely this time would elevate my realm further. I assumed a cross-legged position, inhaling deeply before gradually beginning the refinement process. As I refined over a dozen jade boxes, I could distinctly feel a surge of vitality within, my physical form rapidly strengthening. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, progress stagnated. Determined not to falter after coming so far, I intensified my refining pace. With an overwhelming surge of vigorous energy surging within me, I relentlessly battered against the threshold. My visage contorted in strain, my complexion turned pale, and with a final, thunderous cry, I collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness and inspecting my body, I found it unscathed. A smile crept across my lips as I realized that the threshold had loosened. In truth, once my current state stabilized for a while, I could consume a foundational elixir and strive for the foundational stage. Yet, all of this would have to wait until my return from the secret realm. After several days of meditative practice in this location, the white-boned sage finally arrived. He now held complete trust in me, merely glancing at the jade boxes before speaking in a measured tone. The date for the opening of the secret realm has been set. This time, only cultivators in the chi refinement stage are permitted to enter. Remember to bring what I requested. Upon hearing this, I promptly affirmed, "Disciple will remember, and I assure you." "Master, there is no cause for concern." The white-boned sage nodded, then retrieved 3 peculiar orbs from his spatial pouch. These orbs contained unforeseen surprises, which could be deployed should I encounter troublesome cultivators. If anyone dares to touch the disciple of the Bone Master, let them attempt it. Ye Chen, upon hearing the ominous tone of the speaker, was momentarily taken aback. What manner of being could invoke a smile upon the lips of the Bone Master? After receiving the jade box, the Bone Master remarked, "When the time for the secret realm arrives, someone will naturally notify you. You may withdraw for now." Ye Chen, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, promptly bowed in respect. Upon returning to his cave, Ye Chen dedicated himself to cultivating and solidifying his realm, eagerly anticipating his journey to the secret land. One day, he meticulously examined the bamboo slips entrusted to him by the Bone Master, which detailed a total of 15 types of spiritual herbs, along with their required years of growth. Upon further inspection, he discovered many herbs he did not recognize, although a significant portion had been illustrated. Despite having perused numerous texts on spiritual herbs, some of these were entirely unfamiliar to him. This revelation startled Ye Chen. Without these herbs, he could only imagine the torment the Bone Master might inflict upon him. "Qingfeng, come and see what kinds of spiritual herbs these are," he called. Qingfeng, who had been recuperating within the ancient sword, reluctantly emerged upon hearing his master's summons. After carefully reviewing the names of the herbs inscribed on the jade slip, he smiled and said, "Master, these are all spiritual herbs used for refining the Yuaning pill. The recipe likely originates from ancient times. After millennia, some names may have gradually changed." Upon hearing Yuaning pill, Ye Chen's heart trembled with excitement. If he could pilfer these pills in the future and offer them to Li Muxue, it would be splendid. However, merely possessing these herbs made the task of refining the Yuaning pill exceedingly difficult. Ye Chen refrained from asking further, aware that the Bone Master was always meticulous in his planning and would undoubtedly possess his own means. Currently, Ye Chen had a more pressing concern, obtaining the recipe for the Foundation Establishment pill. In response, the sword spirit Qingfeng promptly delineated 3 methods for Foundation establishment, along with the requisite spiritual herbs and inner elixirs. There were 3 approaches to Foundation establishment in ancient times. Firstly, practitioners could consume Foundation establishment pills regularly. ultimately entering the foundation establishment stage. However, spiritual herbs were always scarce in the world, considered rare treasures in any sect. Secondly, there existed the method of seizing foundation, which was exceedingly cruel, necessitating the use of exceptionally gifted foundation establishment practitioners as cauldrons, gradually extracting their blood, flesh, bones, souls, and roots while ensuring the cauldron did not perish during the process. Due to its barbarity, this method was prohibited among both righteous and demonic practitioners. Imagine the chaos that would ensue should such a technique gain popularity within the cultivation realm. The final method involved refining a blood relative with spiritual roots within an alchemical furnace, ultimately incorporating rare spiritual herbs to create a blood-colored elixir. Ye Chen's heart sank at this revelation. He could not help but wonder if the Bone Master intended for him to refine such a pill. Upon reflection, it seems that an abundance of medicinal pills is indeed unlikely. Ye Chen promptly dismissed the latter two methods, opting instead to meticulously examine the first approach. Chapter 77, Teleportation. The first method delineated on the bamboo scroll lists the various spiritual herbs required, along with the rank of the beast's inner core that must be incorporated in the later stages. Ye Chen recognized these herbs and was aware that purchasing them in the marketplace would incur a higher cost, with some potentially not available for sale to the public. It appears that this expedition into the secret realm necessitates the gathering of numerous spiritual herbs. Even if their age does not meet the standard, he can expedite their maturation with his Jade Pendant. During this period, Ye Chen incessantly sought information regarding the secret realm. This place is not only inhabited by practitioners of the demonic path, but also by a significant number of righteous cultivators. When cultivators enter, they often massacre one another in the pursuit of various spiritual herbs. In addition to the threat posed by fellow cultivators, one must also contend with a multitude of ferocious beasts. In the meantime, Ye Chen ventured to the black market, where he acquired a map at a steep price from a fellow cultivator. Although the sect possesses a detailed map, Ye Chen harbored doubts about its accuracy. After nearly a month of cultivation and organizing his supplies for the secret realm, 3 disciples arrived one day. These disciples, hailing from the sect's affairs hall, were from the 12th level of Qi refinement and were curiously surveying their surroundings. The area was notably desolate, with a blood-red river nearby, imparting an unsettling ambience. Recently, the affairs hall received a task to escort the direct disciple of the White Bone Elder to the secret realm. They were aware that Ye Chen had garnered the elder's favor during his Qi refinement stage and was being meticulously nurtured. Ye Chen concealed his cultivation level, merely presenting as an initial stage practitioner of the 12th level of Qi refinement, before gradually lifting the cave's restrictions. Upon seeing the 3 disciples from the affairs hall approach, Ye Chen greeted them with a warm smile, saying, "Greetings, esteemed brothers." The trio, initially expecting a rather unsightly disciple, was taken aback by Ye Chen's charming and graceful demeanor. "Junior brother, we are here to escort you to the secret realm," the leading cultivator said courteously. Aware that their politeness stemmed from his esteemed status, Ye Chen smiled. "Then let us set forth." "Excellent. Please, junior brother." The group of 4 made their way to the affairs hall of the sect. Upon arriving at the square of the affairs hall, they found it already populated by 50 Qi refinement cultivators, with 10 foundation establishment practitioners not far off. Most of these cultivators were in the late stages of Qi refinement, predominantly at the 12th level. As soon as they arrived, Ye Chen attracted the attention of the crowd, sparking a flurry of discussions. This is the direct disciple of the White Bone Elder, a genius in alchemy. It seems he is not as fierce as the other disciples of the White Bone Elder. He is quite handsome, a few beautiful female cultivators whispered amongst themselves. Noticing their gazes, Ye Chen displayed a gentle smile, greeting his numerous seniors and juniors. Unexpectedly, the individual who had previously bullied Lu Wentai was among them. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Wentai's face, for he knew all too well that he and the other were sworn enemies. Ye Chen smiled and remarked, "I never imagined that after all these years, brother would still be so cautious, concealing his true prowess to the 10th level of Qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Lu Wentai smiled faintly, no longer concealing his strength, revealing the peak of Qi refinement. His decision to abandon his disguise stemmed from a desire to dissuade Ye Chen from pursuing the conflict. Ye Chen, upon witnessing this, could not help but scoff internally. The man before him was merely at the nascent stage of peak Qi refinement, a level far inferior to his own. He was certain he could easily dispose of him when the time came. For years, he yearned to see his adversary utterly vanquished. "The hidden realm shall be your downfall, Brother Lu," Ye Chen mused inwardly. At that moment, another cultivator approached Ye Chen. This was Heon, a direct disciple of Tongtian Peak, at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Initially, Heon had contemplated robbing Ye Chen, but at the last moment, he had been subdued and had yielded to him. Now, seeing that Ye Chen's cultivation was on par with his own, Heon was taken aback. Furthermore, as a direct disciple of the renowned Bone Elder. He gradually began to accept the reality he had once resisted. Ye Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement and then used sound transmission to inquire further. It turned out that the Liu clan's core formation cultivators still harbored doubts about Ye Chen and had instructed He to keep him under surveillance. Before long, a brilliant arc of light flashed across the plaza of the affairs hall, revealing two core formation cultivators. Both emanated formidable spiritual pressure, causing the Qi refinement practitioners to stagger unsteadily. At the forefront was a remarkably handsome and refined late-stage core formation cultivator named Wei Ming, hailing from a prestigious family within the sect. Accompanying him was a graceful female cultivator, draped in black robes and wearing a black veil. Ye Chen observed closely, his heart sinking in astonishment. For the woman before him was none other than Li Muxue. She exuded an aura of chilling purity, devoid of any flamboyance or allure. As if she were an ethereal fairy, Wei Ming cast a gentle glance at Li Muxue, his eyes betraying a glimmer of greed. With a smile, he said, "Junior sister, the time has come, let us depart." Li Muxue nodded slightly. With a gesture from Wei Ming, the Foundation establishment cultivators present immediately comprehended the cue. They swiftly formed hand seals and directed their energies toward a massive marble structure that had risen in the plaza. In an instant, their magical powers surged, lifting the marble slab. Soon after, a large teleportation array emerged from within. This was Ye Chen's first encounter with such an extraordinary mechanism. He had not anticipated that such a marvel would exist within the sect's affairs hall plaza. "Junior sister, the teleportation array has been prepared. Let us embark," Wei Ming stated with a congenial expression. Li Muxue responded with a smile and a nod. Although veiled, the subtle smile of Li Muxue startled Wei Ming. While he was surrounded by numerous female cultivators, none could compare to the foremost beauty of the sect, Li Muxue. Had it not been for the consideration of her being from the Li family, he might have dared to pursue her boldly. Noticing his gaze upon her, Li Muxue coolly remarked, "I have heard that senior brother Wei has recently taken on several concubines. Are you not satisfied?" Wei Ming, upon hearing this, displayed an awkward expression and quickly responded with a smile. "I beg your pardon for the jest, junior sister." In the distance, Ye Chen had been closely observing Li Muxue. Seeing other cultivators eyeing her with desire stirred a sense of discontent within him, further fueling his determination to elevate his cultivation. Once the group of Qi refining cultivators and the 5 Foundation establishment practitioners stepped into the teleportation array, Wei Ming gestured, and the Foundation establishment practitioners at the periphery promptly activated the array. A resounding roar echoed across the square as a blue light enveloped the teleportation array. The sound grew increasingly louder, with the runes above swirling incessantly. Inside the array, the cultivators felt a surge of spiritual energy, causing the less experienced ones to wobble unsteadily. Ye Chen, adept in body, law, and spirit, remained unaffected by this fluctuation of spiritual energy. As the sound crescendoed, a thunderous clap resonated throughout the square. When they glanced back, the practitioners had vanished, leaving behind only the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators managing the array. Chapter 78. Gathering of the sect. As the group traversed the spatial transfer, they were met with a dazzling array of colors that dazzled their senses. At that moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy relentlessly crashed upon them, leaving many cultivators pallid as they discreetly consumed pills to bolster their resilience. Even the Foundation establishment practitioners within the teleportation array struggled to maintain their footing, let alone the Qi refining cultivators. Li Muxue's gaze turned icy. She wished to ascertain Ye Chen's condition, but, hindered by Wei Ming's presence, ultimately decided against it. This man had persistently lavished her with attention within the sect, and his furtive glances now were rather disconcerting. Should he detect any peculiarities, it could lead to complications, especially since Ye Chen was merely a Qi refining disciple. Wei Ming frequently cast glances at Li Muxue, his mind teeming with fantasies and desires intensifying. To possess such a female cultivator would render his life and cultivation worthwhile. Ye Chen, unfazed by the chaotic flux of time and space, astonished the other cultivators, especially since he was renowned as the direct disciple of the illustrious Bone Master, which added an air of mystery to his presence. Upon their arrival at the destination, they were greeted by a colossal sect flying vessel. The exterior was adorned with various carvings of demonic beasts, and the ship bore the sect's name in blood-red inscriptions, its towering sails billowing in the wind. The secret realm was indeed far and required the use of a teleportation array for long-distance travel, followed by a voyage on the vessel to reach the entrance of the secret realm. Wei Ming cast a cold glance at the disoriented Qi refining cultivators and let out a disdainful sniff. He was acutely aware that only a few of these disciples would survive. However, the sect had invested heavily in their training, pouring vast resources into their cultivation. Now was the time to reap the rewards, specifically by extracting what the sect required from the secret realm. Li Muxue remained coldly indifferent. her gaze not drifting towards the Qi refinement practitioners, as she slowly ascended the flying vessel. It was only upon returning to the cabin that she casually cast a glance at the crowd, her eyes shimmering like rippling waves, stirring a slight commotion among them. Originally, she had not been slated to undertake this mission, but following the unexpected demise of the practitioner assigned to it, she was dispatched here instead. As the multitude of practitioners boarded the vessel, a blue protective barrier enveloped it. When the Foundation establishment practitioner in control placed several mid-grade spirit stones and infused them with a surge of mana, the vessel began to gently lift off, swiftly soaring towards the heavens. Under the aegis of the protective shield, the vessel pierced the skies, gliding over billowing clouds and towering mountains, heading straight for the secret realm. After 10 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. Numerous vessels and sect practitioners had already arrived, their gazes drawn to the one adorned with blood-red inscriptions. The revelation of this secret realm had captivated many practitioners from both righteous and demonic paths. At present, 7 or 8 practitioners from righteous sects had already arrived, and upon noticing the blood-hidden sect, they couldn't help but feel intrigued. The scope of this secret realm was confined to the righteous sects, and the blood-hidden sect's opportunity was entirely due to the overtures from the righteous factions. The blood-hidden sect had once been a righteous sect itself, but had been compelled to align with the demonic path. In the ever-shifting landscape of the cultivation world, mere moments ago, practitioners from both paths had clashed fiercely, yet now they were extending hands in peace. In the eyes of the righteous practitioners, the blood-hidden sect represented a notably neutral faction, navigating the delicate balance between the two paths. As the vessel descended slowly, the onlookers were filled with curiosity. The first to disembark was Wei Ming, a figure of striking elegance, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Following him was Li Muxue, tall and statuesque. With a frosty air about her, her clear, enchanting phoenix eyes radiated an alluring charm. She lacked the vulgarity and murderous intent often associated with female practitioners of the demonic path, embodying instead the purity of one from the righteous sect. Observing the group of Foundation establishment and Qi refinement practitioners behind her, they did not exude the ferocity typical of other demonic sections. Notably, a handsome Qi refinement practitioner, Ye Chen, kept glancing around at his fellow cultivators, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He had initially intended to leave the blood-hidden sect, but found himself under the control of the Bone Fragment Master through a fragmenting pill. Whispers of discussion arose among the crowd, astonished that the demonic sects were not as fearsome as rumored. Indeed, look at that veiled fairy, hailed as the most beautiful. I never expected she would come, remarked one Qi refinement practitioner from a righteous sect. Listening to their discourse, a late-stage core formation practitioner from the Xian Yu sect fixed his gaze intently upon her. Before him stood a man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his thick eyebrows and large eyes radiating joy. This individual was Gu Xian, who had crossed paths with Li Muxue years prior, having caught a fleeting glimpse of her true visage that lingered in his memory ever since. Upon hearing rumors of Li Muxue's presence in this location, he leveraged his family connections to secure a leadership role for this mission. As a prominent sect within the righteous path, the Xian Yu sect, Gu Xian began, "Welcome, esteemed friends." Wei Ming, witnessing such courtesy from the Xian Yu sect, felt a wave of elation wash over him, having initially believed that these righteous sects would regard them with disdain. However, he soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere. As Gu Xian's gaze turned towards Li Muxue after exchanging pleasantries, "Li Dao Yu, it is a surprise to meet you again," Gu Xian spoke in a gentle tone. Li Muxue, recognizing the man before her and perceiving his predatory gaze, felt an inexplicable aversion. Nonetheless, she composed herself, smiled, and replied, "This humble woman has met Dao friend Gu." Gu Xian, pleased by her acknowledgement, felt a surge of joy, believing he still held a place in her thoughts. With a cheerful demeanor, he invited, "Please, esteemed friends, allow me to show you the way." They approached a grand stone platform adorned with several pavilions and towers, where numerous core formation cultivators were indulging in spirit tea and engaging in lively conversation. Upon observing the arrival of the Xian Yu sect accompanied by 2 core formation elders from the demonic sect, the gathering responded with smiles and nods, their attention inevitably drawn to the renowned beauty, Li Muxue. "Li Dao Yu, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of spirit tea," Gu Xian offered with utmost courtesy. As Li Muxue gazed at the cup of spirit tea, a tremor coursed through her. Memories of a previous incident flooded her mind, recalling how she had succumbed to persuasion to drink a cup of spirit tea, only to be poisoned soon after, leading to an intimate encounter with Ye Chen. However, wishing to avoid offense in this setting, she resolved to seek Ye Chen later, and thus delicately took a sip. When Li Muxue unveiled her veil, revealing her breathtaking beauty, the assembly of core formation cultivators was momentarily stunned. She exuded an ethereal grace, devoid of any semblance of a demonic female cultivator. Her striking features were both radiant and chilling, aptly described as a beauty capable of bewitching nations. From a distance, Ye Chen observed the dignified demeanor of Li Muxiu, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Fairy, you were not quite like this in the cave. Chapter 79. The opening of the secret realm. As numerous core formation cultivators lavished attention on Li Muxiu, Ye Chen reminisced about her previous fervor, reflecting on how she seemed like a different person now. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the joviality among the core formation cultivators, contrasting sharply with the solemnity of the foundation and chi refining disciples from various sections. Yet, as time passed, these lower-tier disciples began to murmur among themselves. Particularly, several burly chi refining cultivators could not help but cast lingering glances at the female cultivators from other sections. Some of these women, rather than feeling offended, puffed out their chests, embracing the attention with an air of flirtation. The thoughts of the female cultivators were, in essence, to seek a powerful ally within the secret realm. It was unclear when Ye Chen, as the direct disciple of the Bone Elder, had begun to gain notoriety among the lower-tier cultivators. Everyone was eager to glimpse the visage of this notorious disciple, particularly a few attractive female cultivators from the righteous sect, who initially harbored disdain, found their perceptions transformed upon discovering that he was merely a gentle maiden, leading to an increased fondness for her. Ye Chen felt the intense gazes of the crowd and merely smiled faintly. However, what Ye Chen did not anticipate was that the Bone Elder had numerous enemies, and being his direct disciple was no easy task. Brother, that person is the Bone Elder's direct disciple. If we were to slay him in the secret realm, it would be avenging our master, spoke a peak chi refining cultivator from the Tianyan sect. Very well, I shall see what this disciple of the demon is like, remarked a rugged-looking, tall cultivator coldly. Sister, that person is indeed the Bone Elder's disciple. He cannot be a good individual, a fair-skinned female cultivator said through gritted teeth. Sister, I see him merely as a youth. We must not wrongfully accuse him, countered a beautiful female cultivator clad in white. Wrongfully accuse? Sister, many cultivators appear humble, yet harbor malicious intentions. Do not be deceived, the fair-skinned female cultivator replied, still visibly displeased. The one referred to as sister was a cultivator from the Xingyue sect, which was located not far from the Liu Kingdom, another nation known for its cultivation sects predominantly composed of female cultivators. The attention of these two female cultivators towards Ye Chen stemmed from the Bone Elder's notorious past. Upon overhearing the murmurs of the cultivators, Ye Chen could not help but shake his head, sensing that this expedition into the secret realm would likely be fraught with peril. Yet among the female chi refiners, one in a green robe cast a special glance at Ye Chen, her face displaying a peculiar expression. This cultivator belonged to the Xianyu sect, and her mission in the secret realm was to ensure the safety of Ye Chen. Initially shocked at being assigned to protect cultivators from other sects, she found it perplexing to comprehend the significance of this individual. Upon closer observation, her confusion deepened. The female cultivator who had assigned her the task had indicated that the other's cultivation was not particularly high. Yet now, he had already reached the 12th layer of chi refining, his realm not far from her own. The secret realm was fraught with danger, and it was possible that she might end up needing the protection of the Bone Elder's disciple instead. At that moment, Ye Chen also noticed the earnest gaze of a green-clad maiden, though she was veiled, revealing only her bright eyes. He felt as though he had seen her somewhere before, but could not recall where. Just as the whispers among the lower-tier cultivators grew louder, a resonant voice suddenly emerged. A middle-aged cultivator of the core formation stage, with a face full of whiskers, slowly stepped forward. He then produced an antiquated copper mirror from his storage bag and coldly declared, "Only those in the chi refining stage may proceed to the secret realm. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, there is still time." Having spoken these words, the crowd formed a line to undergo inspection. This ancient bronze mirror, upon the incantation of a spell, erupted into a brilliant light, enveloping the cultivators standing before it. Before long, 3 foundation-building practitioners were discovered to have cheated. With a disdainful snort, the middle-aged cultivator waved his hand casually, sending the 3 foundation-building practitioners crashing into a distant peak with a resounding thud. They coughed blood, gasping for air, gravely injured but not dead. The elders of their sect, though displeased, could not voice their discontent, as they were in the wrong. Following this incident, many disciples who had impersonated others voluntarily withdrew from the expedition into the secret realm. After filtering through the disciples, the Golden Elixir elders present prepared to collaborate in opening the gate to the forbidden area. However, a few words of caution were necessary. A venerable elder with a grizzled beard spoke in a deep voice. "The map of the secret realm will be distributed to you in 1 month. The gate to the secret realm will reopen. Do not miss the opportunity. Furthermore, flying is prohibited within the secret realm, so be mindful." After these admonitions, maps were distributed among the disciples. Ye Chen observed that the maps indicated various swamps, forests, and peaks, highlighting the areas most frequented by demonic beasts. However, some areas were marked unclearly, with the paths appearing intermittent. Fortunately, Ye Chen had previously purchased several maps from the black market, and after a meticulous comparison, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After another half-day had passed, the Golden Elixir Elders resolved to open the gate to the secret realm. Upon moving aside the massive boulders, a ghostly blue aura appeared before them. This blue halo represented a formidable barrier. Once breached, the crowd could enter the secret realm. 6 Golden Elixir Elders presented their respective jade stones, and upon their convergence, a verdant compass materialized. Each of them infused their spiritual energy into it, causing the compass to slowly ascend into the air. It then began to rotate incessantly, and at that moment, all Golden Elixir cultivators poured their energy into it. The compass spun ever faster until it emitted a resounding crack. A beam of white light shot forth, striking the ghostly blue barrier. The barrier crackled ominously before a void gate gradually opened. This spectacle left the cultivators present utterly astonished, as they had not anticipated the barrier's immense strength. At that moment, a Golden Elixir Elder, exerting all his might, commanded, "All chi-refining practitioners, hurry inside." The lower-tier disciples, suddenly enlightened, hastened to enter. As Ye Chen stepped within, he was immediately swept away by a chaotic current, far more powerful than that of a teleportation array. Before him unfolded a kaleidoscopic scene. Immense spiritual energy propelling everyone swiftly through the passage. What lay ahead, and what opportunities awaited, filled Ye Chen with both curiosity and excitement. This is indeed a renowned hidden realm, teeming not only with mystical beasts, spiritual herbs, and ethereal fruits, but also the tombs of ancient cultivators. Many years ago, someone discovered fortuitous opportunities within, swiftly breaking through their cultivation barriers. This allure is what draws numerous cultivators to this place. As the spiritual energy in the cultivation world continues to dwindle, the precious spiritual herbs have become increasingly elusive, resulting in heightened importance and protection for this hidden realm. Chapter 80. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. The buzzing in my ears abruptly ceased, and the uncomfortable spiritual pressure vanished. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself plummeting from the sky. My spiritual energy dissipated, and I couldn't muster my magical power in time, ultimately crashing into a dense forest. With a resounding thud, the trees above splintered, and the ground bore a large crater from the impact. Fortunately, my physical body is resilient, and I emerged relatively unscathed. It turns out that upon traversing the forbidden passage, individuals are teleported to different regions, be it forests, swamps, or beast territories. I couldn't help but feel fortunate. Falling from such a height, the vast expanse of the forest absorbed much of the impact. The surrounding spiritual energy was exceptionally rich, and the air was laced with a damp aroma. After probing with my consciousness, I detected no immediate danger. So I retrieved my jade compass and map from my storage bag, scrutinizing them closely. By observing the terrain and the direction indicated by the compass, I deduced that I was on the outskirts of the hidden realm. Gazing toward the central area, I perceived an even more wondrous locale, shrouded in dark clouds and crackling with lightning. Recalling the numerous enemies the Bone Elder had made in the cultivation world, many cultivators eager to trouble me, I resolved to proceed with caution. First, I affixed an invisibility talisman to myself, and then set off briskly toward the center. After 3 days of relentless travel, I encountered no unusual occurrences. Rather, I stumbled upon various spiritual herbs. Due to the prolonged absence of visitors, these herbs were quite aged. Yet none were related to the Foundation Establishment Pill or what the Bone Elder required. Ahead lay a marshy expanse, and amidst the muck, a spiritual herb with 7 leaves suddenly caught my eye. From a distance, I noticed it was enveloped in a soft blue glow. Upon reflection, I recognized this herb as essential for concocting the Foundation Establishment Pill, and my heart surged with joy, albeit tempered by the sight of a cultivator's corpse nearby. Just as I prepared to harvest the herb, my sword spirit, Qing Feng, telepathically warned me, "Master, there are others nearby." Startled, I recalled having scanned the area previously with my consciousness, finding no cultivators present. Having applied the invisibility talisman, I waited for an hour before finally overhearing the conversation of 2 cultivators. "Brother, this place is still too remote. We should hasten to the next location," one lamented. "What a stroke of bad luck, wasting so much of our time." As soon as the words left his mouth, the corpse nearby quivered slightly. The skin appeared pallid, indicating it had been deceased for quite some time. A protective barrier gradually ascended, revealing 2 cultivators, one tall and one short. Ye Chen was utterly astonished to discover that these 2 cultivators had been concealed beneath the corpses. Had he recklessly approached to gather spiritual herbs moments prior, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Upon recognizing them as disciples of the Tianyan sect, those who had previously vowed to end his life, He noted that both possessed cultivation levels at the 12th stage of chi refinement. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed through the forest. Senior sister, we have gathered quite a number of spiritual herbs, though regrettably, none are particularly rare. Let us venture further. Upon hearing this, the two Tianyin sect cultivators swiftly concealed themselves once more beneath the corpses. Look, senior sister, the 7-star illusionary moon herb, exclaimed a young female cultivator clad in white, her beauty striking. You guard this area, I shall go and collect it. It was then revealed that two female cultivators from the Xingyue sect were present. A moment of mutual destruction would allow them to seize the spiritual herbs unimpeded. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he contemplated the unfolding events. The younger female cultivator cautiously stepped onto the corpse of a male amidst the swamp, poised to pluck the herb when a sudden, crisp yet muffled sound resonated through the trees. She clutched her chest and slowly collapsed to the ground. A swift and lightweight flying blade had emerged from the depths of the marsh, piercing through her torso. The elder sister turned in alarm, but it was already too late. With a resounding crash, two male cultivators burst forth from the swamp. Two flying blades shot towards the white-clad female cultivator, spiraling through the air before launching their assault. Sensing the imminent danger, she hastily activated a high-grade talisman, enveloping herself in a magnificent, shimmering golden bell. Yet, the assailants wielded superior magical artifacts, compelling her to retreat in haste. The shorter male cultivator, after collecting the storage bag, fixed his gaze upon the older female cultivator, grinning as he remarked, "Brother, it seems our patience has not been in vain. Good fortune has presented itself." The tall male cultivator, still fixated on the white-clad female, added, "Indeed, it is a fair lady from the Xingyue sect. How delightful. My dear, should you serve us well, we may grant you a chance to escape," leered the shorter cultivator. "Shameless," the white-clad female retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she defended against the onslaught of flying blades while plotting her escape route. However, just as she prepared to flee, a massive steel net descended from the heavens, ensnaring her tightly. She struggled vehemently, yet the more she fought, the more constricted she became. Observing this, Ye Chen broke into a cold sweat. The two Tianyin sect cultivators had laid such hidden nets around the area, and a moment's inattention could lead one into their trap, luring unsuspecting cultivators with exceedingly rare spiritual herbs, and then ensnaring them. These righteous cultivators displayed a ruthlessness that rivaled that of malevolent sections. The female cultivator in white suffered a significant setback this time. Not only did she fail to detect the trap set by her adversaries, but her lack of practical experience proved to be even more detrimental. Two male cultivators approached with beaming smiles, and the taller one cast a spell, causing the white-clad woman to cease her struggles. "What are your intentions?" she inquired. "Brother, this woman is rather attractive. It seems we are fortunate today," he replied with a laugh. Following his remark, both men erupted into lewd chuckles. As they drew closer, the woman's complexion turned pale. Coming from a family of cultivators, she could have avoided this place. Yet her desire for experience and improvement led her to disregard her family's objections. Her excessive recklessness and overconfidence resulted in her current predicament. At that moment, as the two men relaxed their guard and acted with impunity, Ye Chen recognized the opportunity. Now at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage, dealing with these two cultivators was a trivial matter. However, before taking action, he expanded his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings. Once assured of the absence of further dangers, he unleashed a cold expression and employed a flying needle artifact. Two silent needles, propelled by formidable mana, swiftly shot towards the unsuspecting cultivators. Moments later, a thud echoed through the forest. The tearful female cultivator widened her eyes in shock. Chapter 81. The green-clad female cultivator, though she witnessed the two cultivators collapse, barely alive, Ye Chen meticulously examined them with his spiritual sense, revealing himself only after confirming their demise. At this point, the female cultivator in white was left utterly exposed. Upon recognizing him as a direct disciple of the Bone Elder, a look of terror crossed her face. She was uncertain of how he would torment her, having heard dreadful tales of the Bone Elder's methods against righteous cultivators. The wonders of nature are indeed astonishing, yet at this moment, the priority was to obtain the precious spiritual herb. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen swiftly moved past her. The female cultivator was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated an immediate assault. With a sigh of relief, she felt a twinge of unease, uncertain of his intentions. Ye Chen, eager to avoid any further complications, ascended into the air and carefully retrieved the 7 stars illusion moongrass. Although he noted that the herb was not particularly old, it mattered little. He could mature it later using a jade pendant. He then approached the female cultivator, first confiscating the storage bags of the two male cultivators, and then imparting a spell to her. "Fellow cultivator, the mana within the giant net has dissipated. We shall part ways here," he stated calmly. With that, he swiftly departed from the scene. The female cultivator soon discovered she could move her limbs and felt a surge of anger. She pondered, why did he not assist in removing this net? He shows no regard for the fairer sex. Does he think I am unattractive? After gathering herself, she regained her radiant beauty and retrieved a positioning talisman from her storage bag, shattering it without hesitation. Before entering the mystical realm, several peak chi refinement cultivators had been arranged within the sect to protect her. Now, it was merely necessary to ascertain her whereabouts. She could hardly have anticipated that the disciple of the Bone Elder would turn out to be an honorable gentleman, which was both surprising and somewhat stirring. The memory of his gaze lingering on her form caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Nevertheless, she managed to utter a few words with a smile. We shall meet again. After departing from that place, Ye Chen swiftly traversed the marked route on the map. After 2 days of travel, the sword spirit, Qing Feng, remarked, Master, I have detected something peculiar. Peculiar? Ye Chen inquired. Indeed, Master. It is peculiar because I sense a familiar aura the closer we approach the center. The more intense this aura becomes. What could it be? Ye Chen pressed. It is an ancient sword. There must be multiple ancient swords in this location. Qing Feng exclaimed joyfully. Ye Chen glanced towards the central area and nodded in agreement. However, before proceeding to the center, it was imperative to visit a unique place within the secret realm, known for its abundant spiritual herbs. In the days that followed, Ye Chen witnessed an overwhelming amount of slaughter. Corpses of cultivators from various sects lay strewn about, with an increasing number as he ventured further towards the center and the herbal fields. Among the 10 major sects, each with nearly 50 disciples, a significant elimination and bloodshed were inevitable for the sake of ample cultivation resources. According to past conventions, fewer than 50 would emerge alive. Periodically, Ye Chen would apply an invisibility talisman to himself. After harvesting a spiritual herb, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle nearby. He beheld a young woman in green battling a lecherous man. In an instant, sword lights flickered, and the explosions of talismans resonated through the air. The lecherous man was a peak chi refinement cultivator, while the veiled young woman struggled to maintain her stance against him. He seemed in no rush to subdue her, his eyes growing ever more avaricious. During this expedition into the secret realm, Ye Chen found himself profoundly disappointed in the so-called righteous cultivators, in the pursuit of transcendence. There was little distinction between the righteous and the demonic paths. As the young woman exhausted her mana, she resorted to launching talismans in desperation. Yet, upon searching her storage pouch for more talismans, panic set in as she realized they were depleted. One of her favored magical tools had already been destroyed, and the other 2 were clashing with the man's artifacts. Seeing her predicament, the lecherous man continued to channel vast amounts of mana into his weapon. Under the force of a powerful surge of spiritual energy, the young woman's veil slowly fell away. Ye Chen was taken aback. He had not expected to encounter her here. She was none other than the daughter of Qian Fulai, to whom Ye Chen had once vowed to protect in front of her father. As the young woman struggled valiantly, Ye Chen summoned the high-grade magical artifact, the ancient sword, immosia, from his storage pouch. Utilizing the chasing wind and mist technique, he closed the distance to the lecherous man in the blink of an eye. Bang! After a resounding crash, the lecherous male cultivator's treasure fell to the ground under Ye Chen's full-force assault. The lecherous cultivator, astonished at first, then felt a surge of joy. It turned out to be the disciple of the Bone Elder. Today, I shall rid the righteous cultivators of your malevolence. The female cultivator in green, witnessing this, was elated. She had been searching for Ye Chen, initially tasked with his protection, only to find herself in need of his safeguarding. As the lecherous cultivator began to wield a peculiar glass tower, the female cultivator urgently called out, Ye Chen, be cautious. There is poison above. Ye Chen, taken aback, wondered when the daughter of Qian Fulai had come to know his appearance and name. The glass tower began to emit a crimson mist, a pungent odor wafting through the air. Without hesitation, Ye Chen invoked the 3rd layer of the pure sword technique, the sword shadow splitting technique. After forming a seal, the ancient sword transformed into 5 beams of light, which expanded as he swung his arm, charging towards the glass tower. However, what followed left him astounded. Upon encountering the external attack, the glass tower unexpectedly enlarged, and simultaneously, anguished wails echoed from within. Ghostly cultivators? Ye Chen murmured. Yet, he discerned the opponent's flaw. The glass tower required the cultivator to concentrate intently, ceaselessly infusing it with vast amounts of spiritual energy, with no room for negligence. With this realization, Ye Chen smiled slightly. He had come primarily to gather cultivation resources and did not wish to squander too much time. Thus, he retrieved a multitude of fireball talismans from his storage pouch and hurled them towards the adversary. Instantly, the area erupted with thunderous explosions and immense flames. The lecherous male cultivator, witnessing this, promptly activated the glass tower, attempting to absorb the flames produced. Amidst the chaos, Ye Chen executed the wind-chasing ethereal technique, swiftly taking the female cultivator with him, not daring to look back. The lecherous cultivator, surprised, had not expected the disciple of the Bone Elder to be such a coward. After fleeing for an hour, Ye Chen halted behind a massive rock, having scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, confirming it was deserted. He then smiled and inquired, "What brings you to this place?" Chapter 82. A game within a game. The female cultivator in green was taken aback by Ye Chen's formidable prowess. She had intended to protect him, only to find that he had safeguarded her instead. Embarrassment and shame washed over her as she lowered her head, saying, "Brother Ye, I was entrusted by others to protect you." "Protect me?" Ye Chen was somewhat astonished. The last time he had seen this woman, she was taken away by the masked female cultivator. Could it be that she was acting on the orders of that female fiend? Who issued the command? Ye Chen sought to clarify. "Brother Ye, I can only tell you that it was an order from my master. I cannot disclose the specific name." The female cultivator in green replied resolutely. Ye Chen, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering, "Master? Could it be that this woman has become a disciple of that female fiend? After all, Qian Fulai was slain by her." Upon reflecting on this, Ye Chen feigned a light cough and smiled, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you?" "Brother Ye, I am Mu Qing," replied the cloaked female cultivator in a gentle voice. "Mu, you say?" Ye Chen pondered, harboring some doubt about whether she was indeed the daughter of Qian Fu. Although there was a semblance of resemblance in her features, he chose to refrain from further inquiries, as there would be ample time to uncover the truth later. For now, more pressing matters awaited. Thus, the two hastened their pace towards the area of spiritual herbs. The flourishing state of the spiritual herb region within the secret realm was primarily due to the guardianship of ferocious beasts. These creatures, too, were striving to elevate their own realms, preparing to devour and refine the herbs once they matured. As an increasing number of cultivators ventured to this locale, chaos ensued. A fierce battle erupted between the feral beasts and the human cultivators. Before Ye Chen and Mu Qing loomed a pristine white ice wolf, towering at 2 zhang, its elongated fangs glistening ominously. This beast was classified as a 5th-level creature, equating to a mid-foundation stage human cultivator. Thus acquiring the spiritual herbs would not be an effortless endeavor. It seemed to have sensed the presence of several human cultivators nearby, exhibiting signs of anxiety as it circled around the spiritual herbs, which were the flame-tail, heart-devouring grass and the azure ripple grass. These 2 herbs were pivotal in concocting foundation-building elixirs, and at that moment, the flowers above the herbs emanated waves of spiritual energy, their colors shifting continuously. In a short time, they would reach an age of 500 years. Ye Chen was intrigued as to why such a formidable beast would guard these herbs, which ostensibly held little significance for a 5th-level creature. Just as the ice wolf vigilantly circled, a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the distant woods. It was a youthful ice wolf. Despite its youth, it was a 3rd-level beast, comparable to a late-stage qi refinement human cultivator. After observing for a while, Ye Chen pondered deeply and formed a plan, which astonished Mu Qing. Her task was to keep an eye on the situation, and she reluctantly agreed after much deliberation. Suddenly, Ye Chen stepped forward, positioning himself a short distance from the 2 ice wolves, and began to provoke them. Channeling his mana into a stone, he hurled it towards the wolves. Bang! Bang! Upon the sound of the impact, the ice wolf howled towards the sky. The adult wolf glanced at the spiritual herbs, wary of the consequences, and did not pursue. Seeing this, Ye Chen decided to escalate his efforts, retrieving 2 Thunderstrike talismans from his storage pouch and casting them towards the distant young ice wolf. The choice to target the juvenile wolf stemmed from its relative distance from the spiritual herbs. However, to Ye Chen's astonishment, the young ice wolf evaded the attacks twice, howling before glancing back at the adult wolf, ultimately opting not to engage. It merely growled, baring its fangs and glaring at Ye Chen with blood-red eyes. It was evident that these 2 spiritual herbs held great significance for the young ice wolf, as there was no way to incite its fury. Ye Chen was left with no choice but to summon a powerful magical artifact. As powerful bolts of lightning struck down, the young ice wolf, after evading several blows, was ultimately hit, a gaping wound causing its blood to flow profusely. At this moment, the adult ice wolf, finally enraged, let out a furious roar and lunged at Ye Chen. Realizing his ploy had succeeded, Ye Chen activated the wind-chasing illusion technique, his figure shifting and darting as he fled. Yet, amidst his relentless escape, he narrowly evaded the ice wolf's deadly jaws on several occasions. Had he not thrown talismans while fleeing, his fate might have been sealed. After circling the area extensively, Ye Chen surmised that Mu Qing must have succeeded, and thus affixed a speed-enhancing talisman to himself, swiftly returning. The pursuing ice wolf, seeing this, quickened its pace. However, upon arrival, Ye Chen was taken aback to find Mu Qing lying unconscious on the ground, while the young ice wolf lay dead nearby. The two spirit herbs had vanished without a trace. He had indeed been careless. It seemed other cultivators had seized the opportunity to snatch the herbs amidst the chaos. This cunning cultivator had likely been observing from the beginning, allowing Mu Qing to remain unharmed solely to impede Ye Chen's speed and facilitate the Ice Wolf's relentless pursuit. Who could this meticulous individual be? Ye Chen extended his consciousness to search the surroundings, but found nothing. At that moment, the adult Ice Wolf leapt forward, and upon seeing its offspring lying in a pool of blood, its eyes glowed with a fierce crimson hue as it began to howl at Ye Chen. The adult Ice Wolf incessantly nudged its young, and upon confirming its lifeless state, emanated a powerful aura of intimidation before charging at Ye Chen. In response, Ye Chen hastily activated the high-grade golden light shield artifact left to him by Li Muxue. Upon activation, a brilliant golden light erupted, shimmering with resplendence as the runes danced upon its surface, enveloping both him and the wolf in a magnificent golden bell. The beast, exuding a formidable malevolence, lunged at him. However, the barrier of this artifact proved so robust that it caused the wolf to sustain injuries, letting out a mournful howl. Such a high-grade artifact is notoriously difficult to breach, even for a late-stage foundation-building human cultivator, let alone for a fifth-grade beast with limited intellect. Amidst the series of thunderous impacts, Mu Qing finally regained consciousness. What just transpired? Ye Chen inquired anxiously. Still weak, Mu Qing softly replied, Brother Yi, I was on the verge of subduing the beast, but I had not anticipated the presence of other cultivators nearby. Without a word, one of them employed an artifact to slay the beast, and I was suddenly engulfed by a haze and lost consciousness. Just as Mu Qing finished speaking, the golden light shield began to emit a series of loud bangs, followed by tremors beneath them. It turned out that a high-grade artifact was relentlessly assaulting the shield. The startling noise shocked Ye Chen, and he soon recognized the wielder of the artifact as an old acquaintance. The nearby beast, sensing the situation, intensified its assaults. Under the relentless strikes from both the magical artifact and the beast, the protective shield emanating from the golden glow gradually developed fine cracks. The cultivator, who had been covertly attacking, no longer concealed himself and slowly revealed his figure. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen was initially taken aback, yet a sense of joy surged within him. He had been pondering how to locate this individual, only to find that his nemesis was right before his eyes. Chapter 83. Fierce battle. The person before him was none other than Lu Wentai, radiating the peak power of the Qi refinement stage. He perched upon a towering tree, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. Ye Chen smiled and remarked, I never expected to encounter you here, senior brother. It truly is a stroke of fortune. Lu Wentai snorted coldly, a frosty expression crossing his face. Your becoming the direct disciple of the Bone Master is indeed beyond my expectations. Today, I shall witness how you meet your demise here. Ye Chen maintained his smile and replied, Senior brother, the outcome of this hunt remains uncertain. To think you could manipulate this beast, such delusions are rather absurd. Within the sect, I have been unable to deal with you due to your status. However, I shall be candid. My primary purpose in coming here is to eliminate you, lest future troubles arise. With that declaration, he escalated his attacks, channeling a continuous stream of spiritual energy into the high-grade magical artifact, relentlessly assaulting the golden shield. As the cracks on the shield widened, the beast grew increasingly exhilarated. Ye Chen discreetly transmitted a message. Qingfeng, will you be able to handle this beast shortly? My lord, my strength has yet to fully recover. It may prove a challenge. If I exhaust myself significantly, I could fall into a prolonged slumber, Qingfeng replied. Ye Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. Qingfeng, you previously mentioned being a transformation god cultivator. Yet now you are only at the foundation establishment level. Why are you so feeble at this critical moment? Speak the truth. What was your cultivation level back then? And what transgressions led to your confinement? My lord, the intricacies of that matter will be revealed in due time. For now, focus on facing the enemy. The abdomen of this ice wolf is its most vulnerable spot. I will assist you in the battle, but the cultivator in the distance is yours to confront. Observing the expanding cracks around him, Ye Chen swiftly retrieved the ancient sword, demon evil, and the circular magical artifact bestowed by Li Muxue from his storage bag. To bolster his defenses, he also took out a high-grade protective shield artifact, which could manifest 6 powerful shields upon activation. Lu Wentai, witnessing this from afar, was taken aback. Astonished at the number of high-grade artifacts Ye Chen possessed, Mu Qing, still affected by the hallucinatory smoke, found her energy dissipated and her body weakened. Thus, she produced 3 protective talismans and handed them over to Ye Chen. With a resounding crash, the golden shield's protective barrier shattered entirely, causing the artifact to break into 2 halves. Seeing such destruction of a high-grade artifact pained Ye Chen's heart. He unleashed the ancient sword, allowing the sword spirit, Qingfeng, to take control, while he charged directly toward Lu Wentai. Lu Wentai was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What audacity!" The disc-shaped magical artifact in his hand, once activated, unleashed a barrage of icy blades that shot towards Lu Wentai with remarkable speed. The sound of slicing filled the air as these icy shards shattered the tree that sheltered Lu Wentai. Encased within his protective barrier, he laughed coldly, remarking, "A commendable artifact indeed. Once you meet your demise, it shall rightfully belong to me." Lu Wentai summoned a protective talisman, seemingly an ancient relic, its surface marred with rust. Yet its power was formidable. The icy blades launched by Ye Chen were completely thwarted by this artifact. Lu Wentai remained brimming with confidence. Considering himself to be at the pinnacle of qi refinement, he dismissed Ye Chen, who was merely at the 12th level of the same stage, as inconsequential. Ye Chen, however, sought precisely this effect. Concealing his true cultivation level afforded him numerous advantages. The icy blade seemed ineffective against Lu Wentai, causing Ye Chen to retreat steadily. "Humph. Is this the extent of the disciple of the White Bone Elder? I expected greater prowess," he scoffed. With that, Lu Wentai channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy into the ancient protective shield, advancing relentlessly. Ye Chen felt his own energy depleting rapidly. Although he still possessed several magical artifacts, he was merely awaiting the opportune moment. The protective talisman wielded by his opponent was perplexing. After some contemplation, Ye Chen resolved to unleash a flurry of potent fire snake talismans, thunderstorm talismans, and lightning strike talismans. In a moment of feigned misstep, he intentionally stumbled and fell to the ground, causing the disc-shaped artifact that shot the icy blades to plummet. Seeing this, Lu Wentai let out a hearty laugh. Slightly retracting his enigmatic protective talisman, he then retrieved 2 long blades from his storage pouch. "Junior brother, cease your struggles. I can see you have expended considerable energy and cannot sustain this for long." As Lu Wentai manipulated the 2 blades with his hand gestures, the defensive aspect of his barrier significantly weakened. Ye Chen awaited this opportunity, seizing the moment when his adversary was distracted, and hurled a multitude of powerful talismans, subsequently employing the wind-chasing ethereal technique to vanish from sight. In an instant, flames erupted, smoke billowed, and explosions reverberated through the air. Coupled with the thunderstorm and lightning strike talismans, the area appeared as though it had been struck by a tremendous tempest. Ye Chen glanced back towards the ice wolf monster, where the ancient sword demon was still engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast, noting a gash had been torn in the ice wolf's abdomen. As the smoke dissipated, Lu Wentai emerged, his figure charred blackened, hair and eyebrows singed away, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. To Ye Chen's astonishment, despite enduring such a barrage of powerful talismans, Lu Wentai had not perished but instead sustained grave injuries. This turn of events infuriated Lu Wentai, who had already regarded Ye Chen with disdain. Now, having suffered such a setback, he was consumed with a desire for vengeance. After consuming a medicinal pill, he unleashed his flying knives with all his might, which buzzed ominously as they soared through the air. Being of the same pinnacle cultivation stage, Ye Chen felt no fear before his adversary. After affixing a rejuvenating talisman that promised swift recovery of vitality and consuming a pill that rapidly replenished his energy, he unleashed the disc artifact bestowed upon him by Li Muxue with utmost fervor. In an instant, a multitude of ice blades erupted forth, their potency significantly surpassing that of their predecessors. In truth, he had feigned weakness from the onset, biding his time for his opponent's misstep. Were he in the adversary's position, he would have fled post-haste to restore his energy. Yet, Lu Wentai, harboring disdain for Ye Chen, had never contemplated such a retreat. Even if he had, it would have been dismissed with contempt. At that moment, Ye Chen suddenly executed the Thunder Slash. Although this artifact was of medium quality, the electric net it unleashed was formidable. Lu Wentai, ensnared within the crackling web of electricity, felt a jolt coursing through him, causing his previously deft manipulation of flying daggers to falter. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Chen swiftly deployed a medium-quality conical artifact. Light and swift, it deftly deflected 2 powerful high-quality artifacts wielded by Lu Wentai, directly targeting his corporeal form. Caught off guard, Lu Wentai only recalled his evasive spell when the conical artifact was mere moments from piercing his flesh. A swift whoosh echoed through the air, narrowly missing him. In that instant, Lu Wentai comprehended the fragility of life and death. His mind, once clouded, was suddenly drenched in clarity. "Good lad, it appears I have underestimated you." Lu Wentai seethed with fury. "Humph, do you not think it is rather too late for such realizations?" Ye Chen replied with a faint smile, reminiscent of gentle sunlight on a winter's day. "Late? Are you delusional? Do you believe that by ambushing me and relying on your superior artifacts, you can triumph over me? Do not forget the vast chasm between the pinnacle of qi refinement and the 12th level of qi refinement," Lu Wentai retorted, still brimming with arrogance. "Is that so? Ye Chen retracted the disc artifact and deactivated his protective shield. Just as Lu Wentai pondered the meaning behind this action, he was suddenly struck by a faint yet ominous whistling sound, too subtle to detect until it was too late. Moments ago, Lu Wentai had exuded an air of dominance. But now he wore a look of disbelief, touching his head as his complexion paled, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. You. Ye Chen uttered not a word, merely regarding this erstwhile foe with cold detachment. For many years, he had yearned to exact vengeance. Yet the victory of this day brought him little joy. The man before him was indeed deserving of death, but his demise came too swiftly. Reflecting on their prior confrontation, Ye Chen recognized that he had not held the upper hand in their magical duel. He had relied on trickery time and again. Lu Wentai had narrowly evaded the conical artifact, but failed to anticipate the stealthy assault of the flying needles. A cluster of 5 or 6 flying needle artifacts had trailed closely behind the conical one, and once the conical artifact had missed its target, Ye Chen intentionally ceased its control, secretly manipulating the flying needles. Thus unfolded the earlier scene, as Ye Chen withdrew the artifact and relinquished his protective shield, all to ensnare his opponent into a false sense of security. With an impassive expression, Ye Chen collected the opponent's storage bag and magical artifacts. Upon meticulous examination with his spiritual sense, he discovered an astonishing trove: 300 spirit stones, 3 mid-grade and high-grade magical artifacts, alongside a dozen rare spiritual herbs. Additionally, there were the 2 precious spiritual herbs guarded by the ferocious beasts. Eliminating this individual was undoubtedly the most exhilarating act of the day. Swiftly, he stowed everything into the Jade Pendant space and shifted his attention to the Ice Wolf beast. At that moment, the beast lay motionless on the ground, as did the ancient sword demon. Mu Qing, witnessing Ye Chen effortlessly dispatch a peak chi refinement cultivator and a 5th-level beast, was left in utter astonishment. Ye Chen grasped his flying sword, only to find that the sword's spirit, Qing Feng, had succumbed to slumber, prompting him to shake his head in mild dismay. Meanwhile, Mu Qing had yet to recover from the poison that afflicted her. Observing the beast, barely clinging to life and emitting faint howls, Ye Chen swiftly struck, obtaining the beast's inner core. This 5th-level beast core, combined with rare spiritual herbs, promised the potential to concoct high-quality elixirs. Following an intense battle, his magical energy was significantly depleted. Thus, consuming elixirs to restore his vitality became paramount. At that moment, the sound of applause echoed from a distance. A group of 4 white-clad cultivators emerged from the thicket, as this area was indeed a hub for spiritual herbs, drawing an increasing number of practitioners. These individuals hailed from the Yun Miao sect, 2 men and 2 women, 2 of whom were at the 12th layer of chi refinement, while the other 2 female cultivators were at the 11th layer. Clearly, they were disciples of the Bone Elder, and it was perplexing to consider what punishment would befall them for slaying even their own sect's senior brothers. The leader, a handsome cultivator, spoke with a bemused smile. However, if this fellow cultivator could provide us with some remuneration, perhaps we might keep your secret. A male cultivator beside him interjected coldly. Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He was a practitioner at a higher tier, and it was utterly presumptuous for these low-tier cultivators to threaten him. Ye Chen remained silent, gradually rising to his feet and approaching them with measured steps. The Yun Miao sect cultivators, seeing that Ye Chen's cultivation level was comparable to theirs, felt no fear, especially since he had not drawn any magical artifacts. Their apprehension was further diminished. The 2 female cultivators at the 11th layer greedily suggested, "If you would kindly hand over your storage bag, it would be most beneficial. Are my fellow cultivators perhaps being a touch too avaricious?" Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, standing before them. The leader continued with a smirk, "I extend these generous terms only because I perceive you to be a direct disciple of the Bone Elder. Had it been another cultivator in your stead, they would have likely met their demise here already." Having cultivated in the blood-hidden sect for many years, Ye Chen held a deep aversion to being threatened by others. With a latent killing intent already brewing within him, he found it no longer manageable. In an instant, Ye Chen's figure shifted with agility as he executed the body refinement techniques from the death and life secret art. His iron fists relentlessly hammered upon the leading white-clad chi refinement cultivator, leaving the other 3 completely taken aback. As Ye Chen contemplated retrieving his magical artifacts from his storage bag, a flurry of strikes landed upon another cultivator at the 12th level of chi refinement. Within mere moments, both cultivators lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Ye Chen. The 2 female cultivators, who had initially intended to summon their magical tools, found their hands trembling uncontrollably. Their once vibrant faces grew increasingly pallid as they retreated step by step. Ye Chen, unwilling to relent, swiftly executed the wind-chasing ethereal technique, powerful hands gripping tightly around the necks of the 2 women. With a sharp crack, their graceful heads tilted at unnatural angles, and they were instantly deprived of life. Monster! Demon! The two male cultivators, now on the ground, exclaimed in horror. Ye Chen turned back, coldly remarking, "As disciples of the White Bone Elder, you ought to be aware of the consequences." With a swift motion, he tapped his storage bag, causing two sharp, swift flying blades to emerge. They spun gracefully through the air before two large heads tumbled to the ground. After collecting the storage bags of the fallen, Ye Chen's expression remained impassive as he conjured several fireballs to incinerate the remains. From a distance, Mu Qing watched in astonishment, repeatedly questioning her own perceptions. Although she had witnessed Ye Chen slaying numerous cultivators that day, she felt no fear. If he had intended to kill her, he would have acted long before now. He would not have taken her along. With a deep exhalation, Mu Qing realized that her sealed dantian had finally opened, and her spiritual energy began to circulate throughout her body, restoring her cultivation. Ye Chen noticed her transformation and smiled. "Let us depart." Mu Qing nodded resolutely. Unbeknownst to them, this spectacle had been observed by a male cultivator who had been lurking nearby. As he removed his invisibility talisman, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. He was the lecherous cultivator who had first clashed with Ye Chen. "Fascinating. No wonder you are the disciple of the White Bone Elder. However, should I spread this information, you shall undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the righteous sections. Taking my woman comes with a price." Chapter 85. Journey to the Central Region. Days later, a light drizzle fell from the sky. Ye Chen brushed back the fine strands of hair from his forehead and sighed deeply. Following a fierce battle in which he had slain 5 or 6 disciples of the Xianyu sect and claimed their storage bags, a smile illuminated his face. Among the contents of these bags, he discovered 2 spirit herbs suitable for concocting foundational elixirs, albeit of relatively short age. The risk of personally harvesting spirit herbs had grown significantly, making the act of murdering for treasure the most effective method. Beside him, Mu Qing held no objections and remained industrious in her assistance. When Ye Chen offered her a storage bag, she politely declined, her expression respectful as she stated, "I am here to protect you on the orders of my master. I do not require these items." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen smiled faintly. Initially, he assumed the individual before him was the daughter of Qian Fu, yet the style seemed somewhat dissimilar. Nevertheless, her appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the female cultivator he had glimpsed in the shadows previously. He inquired about her place of cultivation, but she remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge further information. Presently, Mu Qing, veiled and graceful, exuded an air of subtle mystery, which endeared her to Ye Chen in a peculiar way. Their rapport flourished harmoniously, yet unbeknownst to them, rumors concerning the disciple of the Bone Elder had already begun to circulate in the secret realm. Although this clandestine domain was inherently a brutal environment where the strong preyed upon the weak, the unabashed slaughter of disciples from several major sects incited widespread outrage. The cultivators of the blood-hidden sect, upon hearing the news, displayed expressions of deference, recognizing the individual as a direct disciple of the Bone Elder, a paragon of their sect. Despite possessing an abundance of rare spiritual herbs, none were suitable for the Bone Elder's needs. Ye Chen felt a pang of anxiety. If he failed to complete his task, he could only dread the methods the Bone Elder might employ to torment him. As his unease intensified, Ye Chen hastened his efforts in gathering the spiritual herbs. In a rugged chasm, he discovered a particular herb radiating a soft blue hue. This spiritual plant, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, began to sway gracefully, its petals trembling and releasing a faint, alluring fragrance. Ye Chen's heart soared with joy, for this herb was precisely what the Bone Elder required. However, his elation was soon overshadowed by concern as he observed 6 cultivators embroiled in a fierce struggle for possession of the herb. Amidst a surge of spiritual energy, stones scattered chaotically from the ground, nearly striking the coveted plant. Ye Chen had initially concealed himself, intending to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to act decisively. Thus, he activated the techniques of the life and death formula and the mystical heavenly body, employing the chasing wind and ethereal technique. Within moments, he stood before the spiritual herb. After conjuring a protective shield, Ye Chen carefully placed the precious herb into a jade box and stowed it in his storage bag. Just as he was reveling in his fortune, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. The combatants ceased their skirmishes, casting cold glances at Ye Chen. "Little bone, shameless," exclaimed one strikingly handsome cultivator of the 12th layer of Qi refinement, his visage resembling white jade. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this unexpected moniker. "Fellow cultivator, if you relinquish this spiritual herb, our Qi and sect shall overlook the matter of you killing our disciples. Indeed, we have no intention of opposing the Bone Elder. As long as you surrender the herb, we can discuss matters amicably." Ye Chen, unwilling to part with what he had just acquired, merely replied with indifference, "I beg your pardon, esteemed comrades. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of talismans from his sleeves. Having previously vanquished numerous cultivators and gathered many talismans from their storage bags, Ye Chen unhesitatingly scattered them into the fray. As the 6 cultivators simultaneously activated their protective barriers, Ye Chen had already departed from the scene. After such occurrences transpired repeatedly, the practitioners from various sects had established an unspoken agreement. Upon encountering a small skeletal figure, they would immediately cease their battles and concentrate their efforts on attacking the opponent. With the harvest of spiritual herbs increasing, Ye Chen gradually began to relax, alleviating his earlier anxieties. He still required 3 more types of spiritual herbs for concocting the Foundation Establishment Pill, while he had already procured more than half of the herbs specified by the Skeletal Elder. Observing the abundance of spiritual herbs around him, Ye Chen recognized that he had offended numerous individuals, leading to a situation where he was now universally reviled. Concurrently, the competition for spiritual herbs within the secret realm intensified. At this juncture, Ye Chen resolved to abandon his exploration of the medicinal herb area and instead venture towards the central region. When he conveyed this idea to Mu Qing, she hesitated. She was aware that most Qi refinement stage cultivators were drawn to this location in pursuit of spiritual herbs. Although the central region also harbored many opportunities, it had traditionally been frequented by cultivators of foundation establishment or core formation stages and above. Nevertheless, having been tasked with the responsibility of safeguarding Ye Chen, she ultimately nodded in solemn agreement. Prior to proposing this idea, Ye Chen had been reluctant for her to accompany him. Yet he could not shake the feeling that they were being followed, prompting his decision to bring Mu Qing along. As Ye Chen and Mu Qing made their way towards the central region, the lecherous cultivator who had been tailing them displayed a moment of uncertainty. He had been waiting for the opportune moment to ambush the pair, but had found no opportunity, consequently opting to quietly follow them into the heart of the realm. The number of cultivators heading towards the central region was sparse. Many had retreated after securing their desired spiritual herbs, biding their time until the secret realm's gate opened for a safe departure. The earlier white-clad female cultivator from the Xingyue sect had also heard numerous tales regarding the direct disciple of the skeletal elder during her journey. She found it hard to believe that the individual who had saved her life could be a ruthless killer. When informed that the disciple of the skeletal elder seemed to be heading towards the central region, she was taken aback. Her family and sect had assigned her 2 peak Qi refinement female cultivators to protect her along the way. Aside from the previous harrowing incident, her journey had been relatively smooth. Having harvested spiritual herbs and undergone some trials, she was perfectly poised to await the opening of the secret realm's gate. However, recalling that Ye Chen had saved her life, she felt a pang of concern that he might perish in the central region. After all, he did not even know her name. After a moment's contemplation, she disregarded the warnings and resolved to pursue him. The memory of their awkward encounter flushed her cheeks with a faint blush. Ye Chen quickened his pace, navigating through the terrain according to the map, deliberately meandering to shake off the pursuer. The central region was fraught with thunder and lightning, shrouded in dark clouds, presenting a stark contrast to the sunny and serene surroundings of the outer areas. Ye Chen continuously transmitted messages to the sword's spirit Qingfeng in secret, but alas, the latter had succumbed to slumber due to excessive consumption of magical power. The cold wind and relentless rain, coupled with the marshy ground, formed the initial impression of the central region for Ye Chen. According to previous rumors, several stone tablets were located in this area. If the cultivators who ventured here could comprehend their inscriptions, they often experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation. Upon finally discerning the true nature of the stone tablets, Ye Chen was taken aback, for these tablets were merely tombstones, inscribed with the life stories of the cultivators. Moreover, the tablets were scattered across the vast central expanse. As bolts of lightning flashed, striking the tablets, it was peculiar that they merely shimmered with a spark of electricity without shattering. This was due to a faint layer of protective restrictions enveloping them. In total, there were 10 tombstones within the central region, each appearing rather eerie under the tempestuous strikes of lightning. Over the years, many cultivators had visited this place, most of whom were of high rank. Some achieved enlightenment here, others succumbed to madness, and some met their demise. This area of thunder was not constantly raging, but rather intermittent. Besides the stone tablets and tombs, numerous spiritual herbs also thrived here. Consequently, the cultivators who arrived began to engage in fierce competition to seize the spiritual herbs. Ye Chen was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The value of the spiritual herbs flourishing in the thunderous region was immeasurable. This time he did not aim to snatch herbs from others, but rather acted with remarkable agility, securing them before anyone else could react. Among the cultivators present, Ye Chen's reputation preceded him. Although some harbored resentment, none dared to provoke him. Ye Chen's actions stemmed from a desire to conserve his strength, as he was uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Mu Qing displayed a hint of concern. for her master had repeatedly emphasized that if anything were to befall Ye Chen, she would face dire consequences as well. The 20 or so cultivators present were diligently scrutinizing the inscriptions on the tablets, hoping to glean some fortuitous insight. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap reverberated, and a meditating cultivator was struck by lightning, instantly reduced to ashes. The remaining Qi refinement cultivators were overtaken by fear, hastily applying talismans to themselves or invoking powerful protective artifacts, wrapping themselves in layers of defense. Ye Chen noticed the female cultivator he had previously rescued had also arrived at this ominous place. Upon their encounter, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. However, the two peak Qi refinement female cultivators guarding the white-clad woman tensed at the sight of Ye Chen, gripping their artifacts in readiness for defense. This place is exceedingly perilous. You should not be here, Ye Chen addressed her first. I'm merely. The white-clad woman was taken aback by his unexpected concern, momentarily at a loss for words. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, especially as memories of their previous encounter flooded back, leaving her feeling more bashful. Yet, upon noticing the presence of another female cultivator beside Ye Chen, a flicker of displeasure crossed her heart. In a fleeting moment when the thunder and lightning subsided, Ye Chen swiftly immersed himself in the inscriptions adorning the stone tablets. These inscriptions, crafted in ancient script, exuded an aura of antiquity and grandeur, deeply etched into the stone. They resembled profound ravines and the elegant movements of a swordsman. It is no wonder that many cultivators have achieved enlightenment and encountered fortuitous opportunities in this place. Ye Chen, possessing an exceptional memory, found the inscriptions surprisingly familiar, and within mere days, he had committed them all to memory. Perhaps due to his years of cultivation in the Life and Death Sutra and Immaculate Sword Technique, he felt an inexplicable affinity for these tablets. At that moment, Ye Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, pondering the mysteries contained within. The female cultivator in white had also scrutinized the stone tablets, but gleaned no insights. To her, the content was overly tedious. The inscriptions recounted the lives of ancient cultivators and offered a few reflections on cultivation and the sword path. Most contemporary cultivators no longer relied solely on the sword, wielding various magical artifacts and treasures at their disposal. Observing Ye Chen's tranquil contemplation, the white-clad female cultivator chose not to disturb him. Instead, she produced a compass to investigate the tomb. Other cultivators from various sects mirrored this behavior. The gifted studied the stone tablets closely, while the less fortunate sought out spiritual herbs and fruits, and others scanned the area for additional opportunities. Days slipped by, and before long, 10 days had elapsed. The imagery of the tablets incessantly danced in Ye Chen's mind, forming a tapestry of chaotic patterns. At times, the ancient inscriptions resembled sword techniques and stances. At others, they bore no significance whatsoever, and occasionally, the 10 inscriptions shone like brilliant stars in a cosmic river. As thunder rumbled ominously, the stormy skies and the inscriptions seemed to coalesce into a mesmerizing tableau. The torrential rain followed, accompanied by chilling winds that cut through the air. Some talented youths from various sects experienced flashes of insight, benefiting from the words of wisdom imparted by their predecessors, thus avoiding many detours in their cultivation journey. The female cultivator in white, clutching a jade compass, moved about, calculating her bearings with great care. Suddenly, as a bolt of lightning struck one of the stone tablets, she was unexpectedly plunged into an abyss of emptiness. Surrounded by twinkling stars against an inky backdrop, she found herself in a place where neither heaven nor earth responded to her calls. It took a considerable time for her two peak Qi refinement guardians to realize her absence, and they became increasingly agitated. Simultaneously, the Life and Death Sutra and Immaculate Sword Technique in Ye Chen's mind seemed to resonate with the 10 stone tablets, intertwining seamlessly. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. This was not an esoteric technique nor a truly enlightening tablet. Rather, it was a key. The content of the 10 stone tablets, revolving around the Life and Death Sutra and Immaculate Sword Technique, gradually unfolded before Ye Chen, revealing a brand new vista. At this moment, Ye Chen remained deep in contemplation. Yet the celestial phenomena in the central region grew increasingly pronounced. Thunderclaps reverberated with greater ferocity than before. As the bolts of lightning flickered, the cultivators in the vicinity began to retreat in haste. Mu Qing, who was anxiously awaiting beside him, was just about to remind Ye Chen when, suddenly, a net of lightning descended from the heavens. In a flash of electric brilliance, Mu Qing stood stupefied, her expression filled with panic. For she discovered that Ye Chen had vanished without a trace. Lost in his own thoughts, Ye Chen was abruptly engulfed by the formidable net of lightning, its swiftness rendering the event instantaneous. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a vast tomb, surrounded by hundreds of floating coffins. All the coffins revolved around a grand platform of white marble. Atop this platform stood a captivating female cultivator clad in white. her exquisite features framed by cascading locks of hair. "You have arrived, fated one," echoed a melodious voice through the hollow tomb. "Senior, where is this place?" Ye Chen inquired with curiosity. "The location is of little consequence. I am but a remnant soul. Since you have managed to reach this place, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity," the ethereal female cultivator replied. With that, she formed a seal with her hands, and a powerful beam of light emanated from the platform, striking Ye Chen directly. This surge of warmth gradually permeated his internal organs, meridians, and limbs. Chapter 87. A bounty of opportunities. The remnant soul observed with keen interest, and after a moment, she shook her head, saying, "I did not expect you to be a trinity of the law, body, and soul. Yet it is unfortunate that you are deeply poisoned and your cultivation is far too low." Ye Chen sensed an underlying implication in her tone and promptly pleaded, "I beseech you, senior, save me." However, a profound silence enveloped the ethereal tomb. The remnant soul appeared to be pondering something before she finally spoke in a measured tone. "To purge the venom within you is not without method, yet it will hasten the depletion of my vitality." Ye Chen's heart sank. The flicker of hope he had felt extinguished in an instant. "Yet, if you can agree to a condition of mine, I can naturally assist in alleviating this poison." Recalling the agony the poison inflicted upon him, Ye Chen hastily replied, "Senior, please, do tell. I am an ancient sword cultivator, and those interred here are my fellow disciples. Should you ever encounter a descendant of my sect, I hope you will pass on this swordsmanship to our lineage. If you are destined to this sword technique, that would be most fortuitous. Rest assured, I swear upon my Dao heart to fulfill your request. However, how may I distinguish those who are the descendants of your sect?" The remnant soul, clearly pleased, smiled and said, "I possess a drop of soul blood. Take it and keep it. When you encounter a descendant of my sect in the future, you will naturally sense the connection." With that, a drop of crimson blood, as spectral as a wraith, surged into Ye Chen's body. This drop of blood rapidly fused with him under the radiance of the light. Though merely a drop of soul blood, it harbored an extraordinary reservoir of spiritual power. Upon encountering the toxin from the shattered bone pill within his body, a violent reaction ensued. Ye Chen shuddered, engulfed by excruciating pain that permeated every inch of his being. The spiritual energy within him surged dramatically, his cultivation level skyrocketing, rendering his physical form, magical prowess, and soul several times stronger than before. At last, he grazed against the fetters that bound him. Once he broke through these constraints, he would ascend to the foundation establishment stage. His consciousness began to blur, and just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, the residual soul of the female cultivator imparted a spell upon him. Shortly thereafter, he noticed the pain gradually receding. Understanding that the toxins within his body had been purged, Ye Chen bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The ethereal figure of the female cultivator smiled slightly, saying, "Dispelling this poison is not arduous. But your cultivation is too feeble. This drop of soul blood has yet to be fully refined. Once you establish your foundation, continue your refinement." "I am deeply grateful for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me," Ye Chen replied with utmost respect. "I hope you achieve great success on your path ahead. And do not forget your promise." The residual soul cautioned solemnly. After uttering these words, a golden radiance enveloped him, revealing a sword technique known as the Sword of Annihilation, with various sword forms and techniques manifesting within his consciousness. These sword arts differed vastly from the immaculate sword technique, possessing an unparalleled potency and finesse. However, to comprehend this superior sword path, he must first master the immaculate sword technique, for without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot traverse great distances. The residual soul of the female cultivator nodded slightly, saying, "I initially chose another, yet I did not foresee that although your aptitude is lacking, you are fated to this place. Depart swiftly." A powerful gust of wind swept through, casting Ye Chen out. He found himself in an expanse of profound darkness, vast and expansive, with distant glimmers of starlight dotting the ground. Upon catching a whiff of an aromatic herbal fragrance, Ye Chen's heart surged with elation, realizing that these were spiritual herbs. Strangely, within this darkness, though the spiritual energy was rich, neither the fireball technique nor the bright pearl could be employed. Approaching one of the spiritual herbs, he observed it gently swaying, emanating a faint blue halo. Flowers had already blossomed upon it, and under the nurturing of the dense spiritual energy, it released an extraordinary fragrance. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen recognized this herb as one sought by the Bone Elder. As he collected the spiritual herbs, his spirits soared. These were rare herbs, aged considerably, with several being essential materials for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Moreover, other herbs required by the Bone Elder were gradually found in this locale. Ye Chen's entire focus remained on the twinkling lights, meticulously discerning the spiritual herbs scattered throughout the darkness, leaving him no time to ponder other matters. At that moment, he unexpectedly encountered something soft to the touch. A piercing scream from a young female cultivator echoed through the empty black space. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Amidst the crisp sounds, an undercurrent of fear permeated the air. Ye Chen was initially startled, but he quickly regained his composure. The voice was eerily familiar, prompting him to recall the identity of the speaker. With a warm smile, he declared, "It is I, the disciple of the Bone Elder." "Oh, it is you." The female cultivator in the darkness responded, her initial panic giving way to a hint of shyness. "This place is vast, filled with spiritual herbs. Yet we cannot find an exit," the woman in white expressed her concerns. Ye Chen had been focused on gathering the spiritual herbs and had not given much thought to their escape. However, her words ignited a sense of urgency within him. If they could not leave by the time the secret realm closed, it would mean remaining here for centuries. Such an interminable wait was unbearable, particularly with thoughts of the enchanting Li Mu Shui occupying his mind. Yet, the peculiar nature of their surroundings rendered it impossible to use divine sense to search for an exit, complicating their situation further. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Their arrival here was orchestrated by the lingering soul of the female cultivator, intentionally allowing those fated to gather spiritual herbs. He reassured her, "Do not worry, fellow cultivator, we may very well be transported out shortly." The white-clad woman appeared somewhat skeptical at his words. Another stretch of darkness enveloped them, and once again, they found themselves inadvertently touching. The intoxicating fragrance of her body filled the air, and Ye Chen was momentarily lost in the vivid memories of a previous encounter, reluctant to part ways. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, the woman softly introduced herself, "I am Su Yan." Ye Chen, slightly flustered, replied with a smile, "I am Ye Chen." An extended silence followed until a muffled voice broke it. A beam of light descended upon them, and under its influence, they began to rise gently from the ground. Su Yan clung tightly to Ye Chen, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. This was her first intimate interaction with a male cultivator, and the broadness of his shoulders and the depth of his masculine aura left her momentarily entranced. Ye Chen, too, noted that her beauty rivaled that of Li Mu Shui, the vivid imagery of their last encounter replaying in his mind. The spiritual energy within the light intensified, culminating in a resounding explosion. After a wave of dizziness, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a different area. Chapter 88. Confusion. The surroundings were dense with forests, and the distant roars of demonic beasts could be heard intermittently. "Finally, we are out," Su Yan exclaimed, her delicate face relaxing as she inhaled the fresh air, releasing a long sigh. Upon realizing she was still enveloped in Ye Chen's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to hastily distance herself, her eyes betraying her shyness. Ye Chen, though somewhat regretful, smiled softly at her reaction. He then expanded his divine sense, beginning to explore their surroundings. Despite the abundance of demonic beasts nearby, few were of a higher grade. Calculating the time remaining, he noted that only 5 days remained until the secret realm would open once more. Now, one must merely await the moment when the secret realm unfolds. However, Ye Chen's heart is heavy with concern for Mu Qing's safety, for she bears a striking resemblance to the daughter of Qian Fu Lai, whom he encountered previously. Although he remains uncertain of her identity, he had once vowed before Qian Fu Lai to safeguard his daughter. Contemplating this, he resolves to depart from this place. Su Yan, though not in favor of embarking on yet another perilous adventure, ultimately refrains from opposing Ye Chen's decision. Having consulted his compass to ascertain their direction, Ye Chen proceeds towards the central area. As time dwindles, the battles among the surviving cultivators grow increasingly fierce. Along the way, he encounters numerous dismembered corpses of fellow practitioners. Upon passing through a marshy region, Su Yan cannot help but shed tears, for the ground is strewn with the lifeless bodies of several female disciples from the Xingyue sect. Their garments tattered, their necks twisted, having been ravaged by male practitioners from rival sects before their untimely demise. This harrowing experience deepens her understanding of the ruthless reality of the cultivation world, illuminating the brutal law of survival of the fittest, and reshapes her perception of humanity. Previously, she had heard tales of the treachery of the disciple of the Bone Elder, but to her, he appeared as a refined gentleman, far surpassing the so-called righteous sect cultivators. As they traverse a wooded area, they encounter more corpses of cultivators. One deceased practitioner's fingers brush against a rare blue spiritual herb, a prized plant utilized by core formation cultivators. It is no wonder these lower-ranking disciples fought so desperately. Ye Chen collects the herb, shaking his head in dismay. To higher-level cultivators, they are but mere tools, insignificant in the grand scheme. After several days of travel, as they draw nearer to the central area, the sounds of combat reach their ears. The two approach cautiously, discovering 2 cultivators locked in battle. Ye Chen's heart leaps with joy as he recognizes Mu Qing amidst the fray, facing off against the lecherous male practitioner from before. The male cultivator, though not weak, seems unhurried in his pursuit of victory. As Mu Qing's garments are increasingly torn, revealing swathes of her alabaster skin, the lecherous male grows ever more exhilarated, exclaiming, "With your commendable aptitude, you shall become my furnace in due time." Mu Qing's face flushes crimson and then pales, her attacks growing more potent in response. At this juncture, Ye Chen refrains from intervening, expanding his spiritual awareness to survey the area for any lurking practitioners. The cultivators drawn to this secret are astute, preferring ambushes or concealment over direct confrontation. After a thorough reconnaissance, Ye Chen smiles faintly. Even if there are a few practitioners nearby, it matters little. After several exchanges, Mu Qing finds herself unable to withstand the onslaught and is forced to retreat. The lecherous male cackles, "It seems, my friend, that you cannot escape my grasp. Today, I shall indulge myself thoroughly." Hearing this, Mu Qing's complexion turns ashen. Ye Chen realizes it is time for him to make his presence known. "Cease this at once," he declares coldly. In a moment of despair, Mu Qing's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Ye Chen's arrival. The lecherous male cultivator turned around, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "So it is the little white bone. After such a humiliating defeat, what brings you here to seek death?" Ye Chen had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with this individual. He swiftly retrieved his storage pouch and the ancient sword, Immortal, soared into the air. Although the sword's spirit, Qing Feng, remained in slumber, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming confidence, bolstered by the mysterious drop of soul blood that had amplified his strength several-fold. The lecherous cultivator furrowed his brow upon sensing the murderous aura emanating from Ye Chen. Just as he prepared to draw forth a superior magical artifact, he suddenly noticed a blur before him, followed by a chilling sensation around his neck. Upon inspection, he found his hands smeared with blood. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he stared at Ye Chen with disbelief, murmuring, You. With his enhanced speed from the chasing wind ethereal technique, Ye Chen moved with an agility that was several times faster than before. Taking advantage of the lecherous cultivator's unpreparedness, he swiftly severed the man's head amidst a flurry of blades. Mu Qing and Su Yan, witnessing the event, were left utterly astonished. Although they were both at the 12th level of qi refinement, Ye Chen's prowess far surpassed theirs. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he spoke indifferently. "Those hiding in the forest may step forward. Do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness." Following a rustle, 3 cultivators at the 12th level of qi refinement cautiously emerged. They hurriedly explained, "Fellow Taoist Yi, we mean no harm. If we have offended you, we sincerely apologize." Ye Chen regarded the trio of righteous cultivators coldly and replied, "That is quite agreeable. You may leave now." "Yes." The 3 cultivators bowed their heads and fled in haste. Su Yan finally understood that Ye Chen had returned to rescue Mu Qing. In her eyes, Mu Qing was neither as beautiful as herself nor as voluptuous, nor did she possess a figure as graceful. Yet, she could not fathom the reason behind Ye Chen's concern for her. Once the surrounding cultivators had departed, Ye Chen smiled and nodded at Mu Qing. At that moment, she felt her cheeks flush as she realized her attire was disheveled. Seizing the opportunity while Ye Chen turned away, she swiftly retrieved a fresh set of clothing from her storage pouch. Once she had composed herself, Ye Chen smiled and asked, "Mu Qing, do you know of Qianfulai?" "Qianfulai?" Mu Qing was unclear about what Ye Chen was referring to and shook her head decisively. Ye Chen paused, pondering that the name Qianfulai might be an alias, and recalled the address given by that individual years ago. After inquiring about the address, Mu Qing once again shook her head and replied, "I have never heard of it." Gradually, Ye Chen understood that while this woman bore a striking resemblance to Qianfulai's daughter, she was not the same person. To confirm further, he asked, "Do you know of Zishuang?" Mu Qing shook her head once more. "Then who is your master?" Ye Chen inquired, filled with curiosity. "Brother Yi, I am unable to disclose my master's name, for I vowed to keep it secret long ago. My mission this time is to protect you." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen fell into a moment of silence, refraining from further inquiries, instead pondering the individual behind Mu Qing. Within the sect, those who were amicable towards him could only be Li Mu Shui or Lu Ting. Could it be that these two have arranged for someone to look after him? Ye Chen mused inwardly. Observing their conversation, Su Yan felt a sense of relief and gently remarked, "Brother Yi, with the imminent opening of the secret realm, we should hasten to the exit." Ye Chen nodded in agreement and swiftly departed with the 2 women. Chapter 89. Return to the sect now? Ye Chen was brimming with harvests, only needing to return to the sect safely. He had gathered all the spirit herbs required by the Bone Elder, and it was out of the question to leave a share for the Lu family elder. Days later, they finally awaited the opening of the secret realm. The elders of the top 10 sects outside were somewhat exhilarated, particularly at the thought of their disciples bringing back rare spirit herbs, which heightened their excitement. However, after an hour had passed since the gate opened, only a handful of cultivators trickled out. The previously jubilant expressions of the Golden Core elders turned ashen. This expedition into the secret realm was evidently more brutal than before. Li Mu Shui fixated her gaze on the emerging cultivators, and as several disciples from her sect appeared, her face paled considerably. She was deeply concerned for Ye Chen, regretting her earlier domineering behavior. A sense of foreboding crept upon her, leaving her parched. Was it possible that he, with a mournful thought echoing in her mind, her body swayed unsteadily? Beside her, Wei Ming seemed to sense the disquiet. The losses experienced by the sect this time far exceeded previous records, which made Li Mu Shui's reaction understandable. He gently reassured her, "Junior sister, do not fret. They are merely Qi refinement disciples." Li Mu Shui unconsciously shook her head, seemingly unable to accept such a reality, her eyes fixated on the exit as she silently prayed. What he said was not incorrect. Ye Chen was merely a Qi refinement disciple. Why, then, did this ethereal and unblemished figure captivate her so profoundly, rendering her unable to extricate herself from such feelings? An hour later, as the time for the secret realm's closure approached, a sudden anguish enveloped Li Mu Shui, her expression becoming blank, her visage ashen. By this time, around 20 Qi refinement disciples had emerged, some jubilant, others as pale as death. Regardless of their demeanor, those who managed to exit had proven their mettle in both cultivation and cunning. Furthermore, with the resources they acquired, they could expect substantial support from the sect in their future endeavors. According to the reports from the exiting cultivators, the greatest beneficiary of this venture was none other than Ye Chen of the blood-hidden sect, the disciple of the Bone Elder. Upon hearing the tales of pillaging and slaughter attributed to the blood-hidden sect, the elders from other righteous sects cast glances filled with a newfound severity towards those present from the blood-hidden sect. Fortunately, the individual in question had yet to appear, lifting the oppressive mood considerably. Could it be that they would never lay eyes on him again? A wave of melancholy washed over Li Mu Shui. Just as the portal to the secret realm was about to close, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, a mist gathering in her eyes. The faces of the core disciples from other sects were adorned with expressions of schadenfreude, relishing the loss of a disciple from the blood-hidden sect, especially one of direct lineage. The two core disciples from the Star Moon sect wore ashen faces, anxiety etched upon their features. Su Yan, a renowned descendant of a prestigious cultivation family, was not originally from the local sect and was merely temporarily studying there. Should any misfortune befall her, the Star Moon sect would be unable to bear the consequences. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, a sudden voice called out, "Look, someone is coming out." All eyes turned towards the portal. Emerging was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator, none other than Su Yan, followed closely by another maiden in green robes. The two did not rush to depart from the portal or approach their respective sects, but instead stood patiently awaiting the arrival of another cultivator. Their faces occasionally betrayed their anxiety, shifting between pallor and flush. Observing this, Li Mu Shui, who had previously appeared despondent, felt a spark of hope ignite within her. A sudden wave of happiness enveloped her as she believed that Ye Chen had emerged unscathed. The other core disciples watched this scene with keen interest, curious about the identity of the last cultivator to exit. Just as the ceiling door was about to close, a figure burst forth, drenched in blood and filth. As the crowd recognized his face, a collective gasp escaped their lips. It was none other than a disciple of the blood-hidden sect, a direct apprentice of the Bone Elder. It turned out that Ye Chen and the two maidens had encountered several high-ranking demonic beasts shortly after leaving the central area, and he had been engaged in a fierce struggle to protect them. Fortunately, they returned safely, albeit with some harrowing experiences. At this moment, Li Mu Shui's spirit soared, her excitement palpable. The icy demeanor she usually maintained fluctuated dramatically, drawing the curiosity of Wei Ming. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was being fussed over by Mu Qing and Su Yan, particularly Su Yan, who grasped his hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. This scene did not escape Li Mu Shui's notice, and a tinge of jealousy flickered in her gaze. Wei Ming, observing that a disciple from his sect was capable of attracting the attention of beautiful cultivators from other righteous sects, erupted into hearty laughter, praising, indeed, a worthy apprentice of the Bone Elder, splendid. Li Mu Shui said nothing, her expression cold, silently turning to return to the cabin. After a round of cordial farewells, the core elders of the 10 great sects boarded their flying vessels and slowly departed. During this expedition into the secret realm, some sects reaped considerable rewards, while others suffered severe losses. The deceased were merely a handful of Qi refinement stage cultivators, whose demise would not significantly impede the future development of their sections. Shortly thereafter, the disciples of the blood-hidden sect returned safely to their sect via the teleportation array. Upon beholding the familiar architecture and scenery, Ye Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Although the blood-hidden sect is a demonic sect, his perspective had greatly shifted following the expedition, for he realized that the so-called righteous cultivators were not particularly virtuous. In the competition for cultivation resources, their methods were often more ruthless than those of the demonic sections. Having spent several days in the secret realm, Ye Chen's mental state had been quite strained. Despite having rested for a while aboard the flying vessel, he felt no alleviation of his tension. Just as he prepared to return to his cave dwelling, he unexpectedly discovered the Bone Elder waiting near the teleportation array. Fortunately, he had already stored the majority of the spiritual herbs and beast cores in his Jade Pendant, so he remained calm. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the Bone Elder's presence. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the Bone Elder offered a subtle nod, his expression inscrutable. He then conjured a flying vessel, whisking Ye Chen away towards Soulfall Mountain. Throughout the journey, the Bone Elder spoke not a word. As a cunning and seasoned cultivator, he was acutely aware that many golden core cultivators within the sect were monitoring this expedition, wary of being overheard by those with ulterior motives. Within the Grand Hall, the Bone Elder cast a soundproof barrier and inquired in a low tone, "Have you obtained the spiritual herbs?" Gazing at the Bone Elder's foreboding countenance, Ye Chen respectfully replied, "Master, I have secured them all." "What?" The Bone Elder was momentarily taken aback, as he had harbored little hope that Ye Chen would accomplish this task. During his journey to the secret realm, he had tasked other disciples with searching for the required spiritual herbs, yet the results had been less than satisfactory. When Ye Chen produced all the necessary herbs, the Bone Elder could not help but regard him with newfound respect. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the hall, emanating from the Bone Elder, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 90. The Celestial Maiden has finally arrived. The Bone Elder clapped his storage bag, and 10 elixir vials materialized before Ye Chen. "You have performed admirably in this task. Some of these contain the antidote for the bone-shattering elixir. I foresee that in due time, you will be able to break through to Foundation Establishment. I have promised you a Foundation Establishment pill when that time comes." Ye Chen noted the Bone Elder's overwhelming delight and understood that he had emerged unscathed. He thus replied with utmost respect, "Thank you, Master." "Very well. You may withdraw for now." Ye Chen bowed once more and gradually exited the Grand Hall. The expedition into the secret realm felt like a distant memory. Just as he prepared to depart Soulfall Mountain, he encountered Yunming. She remained as cold as ever, her indifferent gaze filled with resentment. Though her complexion was far from favorable, a pallid visage manifested upon the exquisite countenance, exuding a semblance of morbid beauty, with faint traces of blood adorning the corners of the lips. Ye Chen was all too familiar with this. It was a manifestation following the onset of the bone-crushing pill. "Sister, do you possess no antidote?" Ye Chen inquired with genuine concern. Yunming cast a fleeting glance at Ye Chen, remaining silent as she gazed into the distant mountains, letting out a soft sigh. After a prolonged silence, she spoke. "I did not expect you to return alive. Have you completed the tasks bestowed by our master?" "This time, I barely fulfilled the mission after a harrowing ordeal." Ye Chen replied candidly. Upon uttering these words, he retrieved 3 vials containing antidotes for the bone-crushing pill from his storage pouch, respectfully stating, "Sister, our master has generously rewarded me with a substantial amount of antidote. Please do not hesitate to accept it." Yunming was taken aback by the benevolence of her junior brother, a wave of surprise washing over her. For days, she had endured the torment of the bone-crushing pill due to her failure to complete her mission and secure an antidote. Yet, as she reached out for the vials, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she said coolly, "Perhaps you should articulate your conditions, junior brother." Having spent many years within the dark sect, she found it hard to believe her junior brother had such altruistic intentions. Ye Chen smiled gently in response, saying, "Sister, I seek no other conditions, merely, as a junior brother of lesser cultivation, I hope you will look after me in the future." "Look after you? Is it truly that simple?" Yunming could hardly believe it. Just as her doubts lingered, Ye Chen smiled once more, pressed the vials into her hand, and then turned to depart. Yunming gazed at the vials in her hand, then at her retreating junior brother, feeling an inexplicable surge of fondness. She could scarcely recall when she had first been taken in by the White Bone Master. Over the years, following the White Bone Master, her heart had grown cold. Now, suddenly receiving care from another left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. The poison of the bone-crushing pill within Ye Chen had long since been neutralized by a drop of peculiar soul blood, allowing the antidotes provided by the White Bone Master to serve as a token of goodwill for others. Currently, the most formidable threat within the sect was none other than the White Bone Master. However, given that the adversary was a core formation cultivator, it seemed implausible to rely solely on one's own strength. Upon returning to the cave, Ye Chen meticulously began to organize the treasures acquired from the secret realm. The variety of spiritual herbs was abundant, and the quantity of pills suitable for the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation stages could rival that found in the treasure pavilion. Thus, he selected several spiritual herbs suitable for the core formation stage and placed them into a jade box, intended as a gift for Li Mushui. However, after several days of cultivation within the cave, he awaited her arrival in vain, disappointment creeping into his heart. The most pressing matter at hand was the successful establishment of his foundation. Cultivators seeking to establish their foundations typically applied to the sect for a designated cave dwelling, foundation establishment pills, and other cultivation resources. The consequence of this, however, was that one's vital essence would become entwined with the sect's grand formation, resulting in the extraction of one's vital energy to protect the sect at critical moments. Ye Chen had no desire to tread such a path of demise. Hence he retrieved the foundation establishment pill recipe bestowed by the sword spirit, Qingfeng. At that time, 3 methods were presented, yet the latter 2 proved excessively harsh. Thus the focus shifted to the first. After a meticulous examination, a frown unconsciously creased my brow. The text merely outlined a general procedure for alchemical refinement, lacking in detailed specifics. The crafting of elixirs demands utmost precision, and upon reviewing such a recipe, Ye Chen shook his head in dismay. However, the sword spirit, Qingfeng, remained ensconced in slumber, having suffered greatly during the last expedition into the secret realm. The prospect of seeking guidance from it upon awakening felt exceedingly distant. Just as Ye Chen's brow furrowed in contemplation, a fragrant breeze suddenly enveloped him. The visitor was none other than Li Mushui. Her bright eyes and radiant smile accentuated by flowing dark tresses and ethereal garments of gauzy fabric adorned with white lotus motifs. She exuded an air of aloof beauty, untainted by the mire of the world. Seemingly having undergone careful preparation, there lingered a hint of sorrow in her gaze. "Master Ancestor," she began, but quickly amended her address to Senior Sister. Li Mushui initially intended to convey warmth, yet the memory of the 2 female cultivators' reluctant farewells weighed heavily on her heart, rendering her demeanor cold and distant, an aspect she had grown accustomed to over the years, difficult to alter. After a gentle nod, she inquired softly, "What are you reading?" Ye Chen replied candidly, "It pertains to the recipe for a foundation establishment pill." "Oh." Li Mushui expressed mild curiosity. The jade slip, buoyed by mystical energy, floated before her. Upon perusing its contents, she shook her head and remarked, "It is indeed time for you to prepare for foundation establishment. However, this recipe is exceedingly antiquated. Should you craft the pill according to its methods, its efficacy is not guaranteed. After all, it originates from millennia past, and over the years, the essence of things may change. One cannot simply etch their hopes upon a boat as it drifts." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen experienced a moment of enlightenment. Yet he felt a pang of regret, for this was the only recipe for the foundation establishment pill at his disposal. Contemporary methods prevalent among the major sects were considered core secrets and, moreover, exceedingly difficult to procure. They required the incorporation of numerous rare beast cores and precious spiritual herbs, attainable solely by the elite of the sections. Although Li Mushui had attained the golden core stage, she was not particularly adept in the art of alchemy. Furthermore, the herbs required for the foundation establishment pill were entirely different from those for the golden core stage. These herbs were paramount in facilitating a mortal's transformation into an immortal. Cultivators of Qi shared a lifespan with mortals, merely having 1 foot poised at the threshold of the immortal realm. To truly become a practitioner of the mystical arts, one must undergo profound transformations, whether through the cleansing of one's essence or a complete rebirth. Noticing Ye Chen's troubled expression, Li Mushui smiled and reassured him. "You are now the direct disciple of the esteemed White Bone Elder. Obtaining the foundation establishment pill will be a matter of ease, so there is no need for excessive worry." Yet, the thoughts swirling in Ye Chen's mind remained unknown to her. He had long contemplated severing ties with the sect, unwilling to let his vitality be dictated by it. However, the memory of that drop of soul blood resurfaced, a miraculous substance capable not only of dispelling toxins, but also of purifying one's essence. A new idea began to take shape in Ye Chen's mind. Chapter 91. The gift. Li Mushui observed the subtle changes in Ye Chen's expression with keen interest, and continued to elucidate. Foundation establishment has both advantages and disadvantages for cultivators. Achieving success in one fell swoop may extend one's lifespan to 200 years. However, failure would result in a damaged foundation. I possess a treatise on foundation establishment, detailing the entire process from years past, which you may find beneficial for reference. After all, each individual's innate talent and qualifications vary, leading to different challenges along the way. Upon receiving the jade slip, Ye Chen promptly bowed in gratitude. Li Mushui nodded slightly, and then shifted the conversation towards the secret realm. Noticing her keen interest, Ye Chen recounted his experiences in detail, deliberately omitting mention of the encounter with the shadowy female cultivator, as it was rather convoluted to explain. However, Li Mushui seemed less interested in his various encounters and focused instead on inquiring about the 2 women involved. Once she grasped the circumstances, a gentle smile graced her lips, and a sense of relief washed over her. Seeing her demeanor soften, Ye Chen retrieved several jade boxes from his storage bag and respectfully stated, "Senior Sister, these are the spiritual herbs I acquired from the secret realm. Li Muxue expressed surprise. Her curiosity piqued regarding why the Bone Elder had taken Ye Chen away. Therefore, she inquired about the matter. Ye Chen disclosed everything without reservation, presenting the jade slip given to him by the Bone Elder. Senior sister, I heard that these spiritual herbs are used for the formation of the Nascent Soul. As Li Muxue examined the jade slip, she was not shocked. The Bone Elder's cultivation was enigmatic, and he had likely been preparing for the formation of the Nascent Soul for some time. However, her interest was now captured by the jade boxes before her, eager to discover what spiritual herbs Ye Chen had brought. Upon opening one of the boxes, a wave of pure spiritual energy and fragrant medicinal aroma enveloped her. When she scrutinized the contents, her heart jolted, a flicker of excitement flickering across her features. These herbs were not only rare and essential for the advancement of core formation cultivators, but also exceptionally aged. For years, her cultivation had stagnated at the mid-core formation stage, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the late stage. She had never anticipated that the youth she had brought back to the sect years ago would assist her so profoundly. Despite the lingering toxicity of the bone fragment pill within her, she had failed to find suitable herbs or antidotes over the years, and guilt began to seep into her heart. Amidst this whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Ye Chen's revelation left her astounded. Senior sister, the toxicity of the bone fragment pill within me has been resolved. What? How is that possible? Li Muxue exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, being a cultivator with centuries of experience, she quickly regained her composure, recalling instances of cultivators in the secret realm seizing opportunities. Thus, she gently responded, Indeed, this is excellent news. A moment of awkward silence enveloped the cave as both were rendered speechless. At this juncture, Li Muxue gazed affectionately at Ye Chen, a hint of shyness evident in her expression. As the night deepened, she showed no haste to depart, merely extinguishing the luminous orbs within the cave with a gentle flick of her magical essence. With the lights extinguished, darkness enveloped the space, creating an aura of tranquility. Ye Chen discerned that this encounter was markedly different from all previous ones. He found himself unbound by magical constraints. Instantly, he grasped the thoughts of the enchanting fairy before him. If he did not take the initiative, he would be utterly lacking in charm. After all, she was the most stunning elder of the sect. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Just as the weather outside turned tumultuous, the atmosphere within the cave mirrored it. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Ye Chen awoke, surveying his surroundings. As always, the fairy had vanished, and the cave had been meticulously tidied. Although she had departed, her lingering warmth remained. After resting for 10 days, Ye Chen resumed his cultivation of spiritual herbs on the Soul Descent Mountain, diligently working on his sect duties. As for the task entrusted to him by the L family, he paid no heed to it, unperturbed by the prospect of offending them, patiently awaiting their arrival. Beyond his routine herb cultivation, he focused intently on the alchemical formulas provided by the sword spirit, Qingfeng. With an abundance of spiritual herbs at hand, despite the missing details in the formulas, Ye Chen was no novice to the art of alchemy. With a few experimental attempts, he might indeed succeed. With this thought in mind, he devoted himself day and night to research and refinement. Curiously, in the subsequent 3 months, neither the White-Bone Sage nor Li Muxue sought him out. However, the endeavor to refine foundational elixirs did not yield satisfactory results. He wasted a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, and every attempt ended in failure. One day, after completing another round of alchemical work, he brushed off the dust from his garments, preparing to head to the sect's task hall. Although cultivating spiritual herbs was a sect duty, Ye Chen intended to undertake some additional missions for practical experience, hoping to encounter fortuitous opportunities outside. Just as he was filled with enthusiasm for this prospect, he heard a familiar voice outside the cave. It was El Ting. A serious expression crossed Ye Chen's face as he pondered. Had it taken her this long to inquire about the spiritual herbs of the secret realm? When the voice outside called again, Ye Chen stepped out of the cave with a smile. Senior sister, he greeted warmly. El Ting, curious about why her junior brother had kept her waiting so long, displayed a hint of irritation in her eyes, yet excitement bubbled within her at their reunion. Junior brother, your dwelling is quite remote. It is no small feat for senior sister to come here. Will you not invite me in for a while? As he beheld the captivating L's sister, delicate and charming, Ye Chen hastily replied, Senior sister, please come in. With curiosity piqued, El Ting entered. However, upon finding the cave, a rather ordinary space marked by various sword scars and sparsely furnished, disappointment crept into her heart. At this moment, Ye Chen prepared a cup of spiritual tea, its aroma wafting through the air. Senior sister, please. LV Ting, hailing from a family of cultivators, was taken aback upon catching the scent. For this cup of spiritual tea seemed to surpass even the treasured brews of her own lineage. After a single sip, a gentle wave of spiritual energy unfurled within her. She had initially assumed that Ye Chen had endured considerable hardships under the white bone immortal, lacking spirit stones to procure a cave. Yet, the value of such spiritual tea alone was indeed substantial. Her curiosity about Ye Chen deepened. Once she finished her tea, LV Ting smiled and said, "Junior brother, my father wishes to meet you." Ye Chen nodded in response. Already prepared for this encounter, there were no surprises, as it appeared that the old fox of the LV family could no longer restrain himself. In the grand hall of the LV family, only Ye Chen and the family patriarch were present. The LV family's golden core cultivator fixed a cold gaze upon Ye Chen, casting a protective barrier before casually inquiring, "Nephew Yi, how have matters progressed?" Ye Chen maintained a calm demeanor and respectfully replied, "Master Ancestor, the spiritual herbs in the secret realm are scarce. This time, I have managed to obtain a few, but they were all taken by my esteemed master. Currently, all that remains in my possession is this jade slip documenting the harvesting of the spiritual herbs." Silence enveloped the hall for a long moment, before it was shattered by hearty laughter. The LV family patriarch exuded a formidable pressure, causing Ye Chen to kneel instantly under the oppressive weight. Ye Chen summoned all his strength to resist this overwhelming force, invoking the life and death art swiftly. Yet, the sound of cracking bones echoed from his body. His complexion paling as he trembled, the flow of spiritual energy around him gradually stalling. This was the true extent of a golden core cultivator's might. A disciple of Qi refinement stood before them like mere chaff. "How dare you mock me? Do you wish to forfeit your life?" The LV cultivator scoffed disdainfully. "Senior, there has been a misunderstanding. Although I did not bring back identical spiritual herbs, I have recorded their names on the jade slip." Ye Chen struggled to articulate his position as the direct disciple of the white bone immortal, giving him hope that the other party would not go too far, though the current situation was undeniably distressing. "Though you are a disciple of the white bone immortal, if I were to remove one of your hands, or perhaps a foot, I doubt my esteemed brother would object," the cultivator declared, and Ye Chen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Just then, LV Ting, who had been outside the hall, sensed something amiss and hurried back inside. The scene before her left her utterly shocked, her face losing color as anxiety gripped her heart. "Father, I implore you to spare Ye Chen," she exclaimed desperately. The LV family patriarch remained unmoved, intensifying his pressure as a flying sword emerged from his storage pouch. LV Ting gasped in alarm and rushed to shield Ye Chen, pleading with her father, "Father, you should once saved my life. I beseech you." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Humph." The patriarch's expression twitched, clearly dissatisfied with his daughter's display of emotion. With a wave of his arm, the oppressive aura dissipated, and he casually collected the jade slip from Ye Chen's grasp before vanishing in a flash of azure light. As the immense pressure abruptly lifted, Ye Chen exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Junior brother, Lu Ting rushed over to assist him. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, the subtle scent of femininity intoxicating his senses. Ye Chen found, to his surprise, that his hand had inadvertently brushed against a soft, ample form. Upon noticing this, Lu Ting let out a soft huff, her eyes widening as a blush crept across her face. The moment became slightly awkward, prompting Ye Chen to hastily withdraw his hands. "Are you feeling better now?" Lu Ting asked softly, her cheeks tinged with pink. Observing her shy and anxious demeanor, Ye Chen smiled reassuringly, no harm done. His casual remark left Lu Ting feeling somewhat flustered. As Ye Chen admired her radiant beauty, he found himself affectionately brushing his cheek against hers. "Ah!" Lu Ting exclaimed, startled. As she quickly stepped back and turned away, her back to him. After a prolonged silence, she gently said, "Junior brother, let me escort you away." Having playfully teased Lu Ting and sensing that she did not harbor any resentment towards him, Ye Chen smiled and replied, "I shall heed my senior sister's wishes." Upon reaching the mountain gate, Ye Chen bowed in farewell. As Lu Ting watched his departing figure, memories of their shared past flooded her mind, causing her to feel a mix of shyness and unease. Just then, a brilliant rainbow streaked across the sky, accompanied by a chilling aura that enveloped her. "Father," she murmured, "it seems you hold this person in high regard, but I must caution you. The Bone Elder and I are enemies. And our esteemed Lu family is renowned in the cultivation world. Do not let your heart sway." A glimmer of despair crossed Lu Ting's exquisite features as she replied softly, "Yes, father, that is good," her father responded coldly. She understood that her father looked down upon cultivators without a distinguished lineage and was aware that the Bone Elder disregarded all disciples. Yet, this junior brother had unwittingly found his way into her heart. Upon Ye Chen's return to the cave, night had already fallen, and to his astonishment, the cave's array had been deactivated. Who was inside? He wondered, startled as he drew his ancient sword, Emosia. Just then, before he could fully prepare himself, a powerful surge of mana swept him into the cave, and the array's barriers closed once more. After a moment of disorientation, Ye Chen discerned the figure before him. It was the masked female cultivator, Ye Chen, clad in a voluminous black robe and wearing a mask, her cold gaze fixed upon him. Ye Chen inhaled sharply, respectfully bowing. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." The masked cultivator let out a cold laugh and slowly remarked, "It seems that girl possesses considerable strength and can indeed protect you." At that moment, Ye Chen realized that Mu Qing in the secret realm had been sent by the masked cultivator. However, judging by her tone, it appeared that she did not acknowledge Mu Qing as her disciple. "Thank you for your generous affection, esteemed elder. I have endured numerous trials in the secret realm, during which Mu Qing has rendered considerable assistance." Ye Chen gazed at the masked figure, intrigued by the enigmatic eyes concealed behind the veil. Pondering the reason for the witch's visit, the masked female cultivator coldly stated, "Speak of what the Bone Elder has been up to lately, but be certain of your words before you speak." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a surge of joy, realizing that this woman harbored animosity towards the Bone Elder. If he could leverage her discontent to eliminate the Bone Elder, it would be most advantageous. "Esteemed elder, it has been quite some time since I last saw my master after returning from the secret realm with the spiritual herbs." "Oh, which spiritual herbs did you procure for him?" the masked woman inquired with a grave expression. Ye Chen, relying on his memory, recounted the names of the spiritual herbs in detail. Upon hearing this, the masked cultivator's gaze grew even colder, confirming her suspicions that the Bone Elder was indeed preparing to concoct the Nascent Soul pill. However, she surmised that these herbs alone might not suffice, and thus she asked, "Apart from these herbs, were there any other anomalies?" "Anomalies?" At that moment, Ye Chen recalled the peculiar grand hall and meticulously described what he had witnessed. The masked woman seemed to gasp in astonishment, her disbelief palpable. Observing her pacing back and forth, after a prolonged silence, Ye Chen took the initiative to speak. "Esteemed elder, I possess a rare spiritual tea. I would be honored to have you sample it." "Rare spiritual tea?" The masked woman expressed curiosity. Noticing her interest, Ye Chen quickly bowed and said, "Esteemed elder, I shall prepare it for you at once." The masked woman gave a slight nod. Ye Chen retrieved a Dan furnace and fresh spiritual herbs from his storage pouch, skillfully refining them with incantations. Unbeknownst to the masked female cultivator, he discreetly ignited an odorless, flavorless aphrodisiac incense. Chapter 93. Successful concoction of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Ye Chen resolved to test the waters with this witch, eager to uncover the truth regarding Mu Qing. Shortly thereafter, as the fragrance of the delicate and fragrant spiritual tea wafted through the air, a glimmer of surprise and delight flickered in the masked woman's eyes. This tea was indeed a rarity. Even as a core formation cultivator, she seldom had the opportunity to partake in it throughout the year, primarily due to the scarcity of the herbs used. As for the pills, there was no doubt about their quality, for she had observed every meticulous action Ye Chen had taken during the refining process. Moreover, considering that he was merely a chi refinement cultivator, attempting to poison or confront a core formation cultivator would be nothing short of a fool's errand. After taking a delicate sip of the spiritual tea, a warm current began to spread throughout her body. "Impressive, I did not expect you to possess such talent," the masked female cultivator exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with rare praise. After consuming several cups of the spiritual tea, her complexion gradually took on a rosy hue as she secretly refined the potent spiritual energy within. An hour passed, and the masked female cultivator showed no intention of departing. Instead, she continued to savor cup after cup, seemingly reluctant to cease. Not long after, Ye Chen noticed something unusual about the masked female cultivator. He observed her begin to perspire profusely, as if a wave of heat had enveloped her, compelling her to instinctively remove her mask. Her stunning visage, with a perfectly sculpted nose, alluring and dreamy eyes, smooth and pristine skin, and luscious, rounded lips, was indeed a rare beauty. Moreover, she ultimately discarded her voluminous black robe, revealing cascading tresses and an extraordinarily enchanting figure with exquisite curves. Ye Chen was inwardly astonished. The person before him was undeniably a paragon of beauty, and the thought of slaying her or transforming her into a puppet seemed lamentably tragic. The intoxicating fragrance had indeed taken effect, and the results surpassed his expectations. Unlike before, this time Ye Chen had secretly amplified the dosage. The masked female cultivator, her gaze slightly dazed, glanced at Ye Chen, her eyes mingling shyness with a hint of sorrow. Yet, Ye Chen merely smiled coldly and swiftly unleashed a soul attack, cautiously probing her consciousness while striving to avoid complete obliteration of her awareness. The female cultivator stared blankly at Ye Chen, her beguiling eyes flickering momentarily before dimming into darkness. Upon uncovering the truth, Ye Chen was greatly taken aback. It turned out that Mu Qing was indeed the daughter of Qian Fulai, her previous memories entirely erased, replaced with a fabricated recollection. From her lips, he also learned that her name was Ji Shuang. The night stretched on, and peculiar sounds emanated from within the room, as though the two had shared an extraordinary and vivid dream. When dawn broke, Ye Chen discovered a pill vial and a jade slip resting on the table. Curiosity piqued. He opened the vial, and a strange fragrance wafted forth, followed by a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Upon careful inspection, he discerned that the pill shimmered a pale blue hue, adorned with distinct patterns, indicating it was a mid-grade pill of 4 stripes. Overwhelmed with joy, Ye Chen could not help but slap his thigh. Within were not 1, but 3 foundation establishment pills. Meanwhile, the jade slip on the table contained insights into the foundation establishment process. With a soft sigh, Ye Chen realized that this woman was not as malevolent as he had initially thought. Even after discovering that he had employed an intoxicating fragrance on her the previous night, she bore no resentment. The prior failure in refining foundation establishment pills stemmed from a lack of exposure to genuine ones. Thus, he delicately scraped a trace of the powder with his fingernail, placing it on his tongue to savor the essence of the pill. The potency of the powder dissolved in his mouth, gradually radiating throughout his body. Ye Chen meticulously contemplated the components within, and once the effects subsided, he murmured to himself, "So it is." Upon careful tasting, he found the ingredients somewhat distinct. The true secret lay in the fact that it included 2 rare spiritual herbs beyond those provided in the formula by Sword Spirit Qingfeng. These 2 herbs were precisely those consumed by core formation cultivators when striving for Nascent Soul, explaining the immense value of the foundation establishment pill. Cleansing the marrow and expelling the impurities from the body, he contemplated this innovative approach to refining ancient formulas. Realizing the reasons behind his previous failure, Ye Chen immediately set to work on the refinement, his thoughts now remarkably clear. Although the precise ratio for the deployment of these 2 spiritual herbs remained unknown, a few more experiments would suffice. After a fortnight, a batch of elixirs was finally refined, yielding a solitary 2-striped pill of inferior quality. This modest success exhilarated Ye Chen. Although he could not produce a mid-grade elixir, he resolved to triumph through quantity. Moreover, the foundational pills distributed by the sect were not exclusively of mid-grade or above. In the subsequent 2 months, Ye Chen tirelessly concocted approximately 15 or 16 batches of elixirs, regrettably all of which were inferior foundational pills. Now equipped with these elixirs and a drop of soul blood that had yet to be fully refined, Ye Chen felt a profound confidence in his ability to establish a foundation. However, succeeding in establishing a foundation within the sect would inevitably bind him to the sect's protective array, compelling him to turn his gaze elsewhere. In the realm of cultivation, apart from the foundational support provided by sects to their disciples, certain specialized organizations also offered conveniences to independent cultivators, albeit at a higher cost of spirit stones. The Qingya Pavilion stands as one of the more renowned sanctuaries for cultivation, though its exact location falls within the territory of another sect. Chapter 94. Transference to Tianxian City. The Qingya Pavilion serves as an exceptional place for independent cultivators in the realm of cultivation, and it just so happens to have a branch in Tianxian City. This city is situated at the confluence of several sects' territories, flourishing far beyond the typical urban landscape. After gathering sufficient intelligence, Ye Chen resolved to make his way there. Upon presenting his request for a 2-year trial expedition to the sect affairs hall, the attending cultivator displayed a peculiar expression. The individual before him was a middle-aged foundational cultivator surnamed Zhao, whose cultivation had stagnated at the mid-foundational stage. As the years progressed, he missed the optimal window for establishing his foundation, and seeing no hope, he had invested some spirit stones to secure this idle position within the sect. This man possessed small, elongated eyes, though not yet aged. His temples were already flecked with gray. Disciples typically could venture out for extended trials. Granted, they provided a reasonable justification, and the sect would supply the necessary antidotes. The hesitation evident in Zhao's demeanor stemmed from the duration of the current request, which seemed somewhat prolonged without any apparent benefit. However, a direct refusal could easily offend, especially since this individual was a direct disciple of the revered Bone Elder, whom he might require for assistance in acquiring elixirs in the future. Noticing the man's evident discomfort, Ye Chen was well prepared. He retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch and respectfully offered, "Uncle Zhao, this is a rare spiritual herb that I recently discovered in a secret realm. I kindly ask you to take a look." The mention of a secret realm and a rare spiritual herb startled the Zhao cultivator, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. With no one else present in the room, he swiftly opened the jade box. A unique fragrance of medicinal essence wafted from within, causing Zhao's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had previously attempted to form a core on 2 occasions, only to fail each time, resulting in a significant decline in his cultivation and vitality. This spiritual herb possesses the remarkable efficacy of nurturing the essence and solidifying the foundation, and its medicinal age is considerably lengthy. Upon successful refinement, It is certain to enable another breakthrough into the core formation stage. Contemplating this, the cultivator of the Zhao clan swiftly stowed the jade box into his storage pouch, deciding to acquiesce to the other's request. With a smile, he said, "Nephew, please present your identity token." The Zhao cultivator then inscribed symbols in the air and infused them with a spell. Subsequently, he wrote in a thick tome, "Ye Chen is on an external trial for 2 years. Nephew, this outing will be prolonged. Should unforeseen circumstances cause you to exceed the time limit, do not forget to consume these medicinal pills." Ye Chen understood that the pills were specifically designed as antidotes for disciples who ventured out for extended periods. Each low-tier disciple had a drop of blood taken upon entry. And under the secret arts, those who failed to return to the sect after a prolonged absence would have dedicated cultivators invoke a secret technique, unleashing toxins within their bodies that would render them worse than dead. Ye Chen respectfully accepted the vial of pills, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. His resolve to elevate his cultivation strengthened. Once he discreetly entered the core formation stage, the soul blood control would naturally be lifted. He intended to conceal his cultivation level and avoid any contact with the sect's grand formation, planning to depart once the opportune moment arose. After completing this matter at the affairs hall, Ye Chen visited Zixia Peak, the training ground of Limuxua. The area remained shrouded in mist, with formidable formations surrounding the mountains. Disappointment flickered across Ye Chen's face. Having previously provided her with some core formation herbs, she was likely in seclusion for cultivation. Despite his slight disappointment, memories of their past interactions brought a smile to his lips. He took out a sound transmission talisman, inscribed a few words upon it, and tossed it into the grand formation, pausing momentarily before hastily departing. 2 years is not a lengthy span for a core formation cultivator, and toxins would not accumulate rapidly. He could easily return in the future, and once he successfully established his foundation, he would comfort her sincerely. As Ye Chen lingered there, he was soon noticed by other nearby cultivators. An observing cultivator discerned that the visitor was merely a chi refinement stage practitioner, paying him little mind. Instead, sketching an image in a jade slip and writing a few lines, to err on the side of caution. Fearing that the 2 core formation cultivators might worry about locating him, he also noted the details of his 2-year trial and placed the slip on the table. Once everything was set, he returned to Luoan Mountain to attend to the matter of spiritual herbs and to explain the situation to the Bone Elder. As expected, the Bone Elder was still unavailable, so he could only inform Yunmeng of his external trial. Yunmeng appeared slightly surprised but refrained from further inquiries, especially since Ye Chen had also provided her with some antidotes for the bone-shattering pill, hoping she would speak favorably of him in front of the Bone Elder. With all matters settled, Ye Chen swiftly departed the sect and journeyed towards Tianxian City. The journey was exceedingly arduous, leading him to turn his gaze towards the teleportation array. Although such facilities existed within the sect, Ye Chen was reluctant to expose his whereabouts. Upon learning that certain families in the market operated long-distance teleportation services, he was filled with elation. Yet, the exorbitant fees doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. For lower-tier cultivators, the costs were indeed prohibitive. However, time was of the essence, and Ye Chen could not afford to linger on such matters, resorting instead to selling some spiritual herbs obtained from the secret realm. On that day, clad in a flowing black robe and wearing a mask, Ye Chen made his way to the teleportation array managed by the Merchant Guild. He observed that the majority utilizing the array were Foundation Establishment cultivators, with only a scant few at the chi refinement stage. The guards overseeing the teleportation array appeared unfazed, as numerous wandering cultivators of considerable strength often employed unique techniques to conceal their true power. Most of these wanderers were similarly attired in black robes and masks. Fearful of being recognized, their expressions cold and aloof, refraining from engaging with any other cultivators. After paying a substantial sum of spirit stones, Ye Chen stepped into the teleportation array. A total of 10 individuals were to be transported. Their cultivation levels varied, including 3 female cultivators. As a dazzling array of lights erupted, a resounding boom resonated, and a blue light screen enveloped the array, with runes swirling upon its surface. The duration of the teleportation seemed prolonged, causing some of the Foundation Establishment cultivators to waver, their bodies unsteady. Some resorted to opening pill bottles to consume elixirs, while others swiftly performed hand seals. Despite Ye Chen's cultivation in the realms of law, body, and soul, he too felt discomfort, his internal organs in turmoil. Yet, he could not afford to display any signs of distress. Otherwise, he would attract the attention of other cultivators. Thus, he discreetly activated the life and death art. And soon thereafter, his body acclimated entirely. A few individuals noted that Ye Chen exhibited no signs of discomfort, casting him sidelong glances, even speculating that he might be a core formation cultivator. A day later, the teleportation finally concluded, and the group arrived at a new destination.